using that though, but I grant you that if you're at altitude, you can do, but you would do a correction, a subtraction of altitude above the floor. So you mathematically put the sextant upon the floor. You don't have to do this in submarines, by the way.
I don't get a problem you have with that.
It's not a problem. It's your failure to understand what I've said. Your arrogance exudes you.
No, I don't have time for arrogance.
Yeah, well then fuck off.
Oh, now you're calling names. Now you're insulting people.
Yes,
That's
I don't deal with arrogant
the
people
same
very
stuff
well.
I heard from flat earthers all the time.
No, he
Stop
didn't
being
call
arrogant.
your name. He says if you're not
They
interested,
come-
you get
they
lost.
come- yeah, but how I said,
Go
I
on.
just want to see.
Go away.
I just want to see a geometric model from the flat Earth, and
chance.
I would be satisfied by it. No flat earther ever came up with one. And you have a big community, and you don't have a single human being in there that can use the 3D software.
This is arrogance again.
Yeah, but I don't understand it.
Okay.
I mean, yeah,
No,
Blender is not easy to learn, but there are much tutorials on the internet. You can learn the basics very fast. Blender is a free
Basics of
software.
what, sorry?
It's open source software, so there's nothing. It's just a 3D software. Download it.
What? Speak clearer.
Yeah.
No, I said you
I know,
mumbled a lot.
It's the same stuff. You flat earthers don't want to see 3D software because it contradicts everything you say.
Contradicts the horizontal plane of reference.
No, it contradicts the flat Earth.
No.
What?
Do you understand what? Yeah, I don't understand what he's talking about now either.
Yeah, if you open up Blender and you take a ball, a sphere, put it in the center of the scene, and then you take another sphere and put it far away from the center of the sphere, and then you take a camera and put this camera on this sphere far away from the center, and then you rotate this wall, and you can watch through the camera and see the sun or the sphere in the center is rising and it's falling. And
So what's the sun rising and falling over?
If you're a camera on a spinning sphere, you see how the sun is rising and setting.
Rising and falling over.
I would stream my screen, but it's not allowed in this channel.
Why
so
don't you answer questions? I've asked you twice.
Which question?
He's avoiding it, Jedi.
He doesn't even listen. Doesn't even want to talk about his geometric horizon that his sun keeps disappearing over. Won't want to talk about that now, would you? The arrogance of these people does me in, really does.
Invincible ignorance, I think.
Yeah, you can say this all the time. I'm way over the point where people like you can insult me.
So you've measured a flat plane in all of your examples. You even referenced it as such, and you still think you live on a ball.
Yeah.
Is that about right? Okay.
I'm very sure I'm living on a ball because I see the sun rising and setting and
over a what? What does your sun rise and set over? A horizon? Is it geometric?
We call it a horizon. Yes.
Yeah. Is it geometric? Is that the sagitta?
What? I don't know.
Is it the sagitta? Is it the edge of the ball? Is it geometric? Is it physical? Is it a tangent point? You were talking about tangent points earlier. Yeah, so is the horizon a tangent point? Yeah.
We could call it a tangent point, yeah.
Okay, so the horizon is a tangent point. So that would be the physical Earth curve edge. That would be at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Yes.
I'm not exactly sure about these formulas anymore. It's so much time, so long ago. I don't know them.
It's so much of that work that you would need. It sounds about right. Yeah. Well, that's about what it's going to be. In fact, that's exactly what it's going to be if you live on an Earth with a radius of 3,959 miles, or in kilometers, it's 6,300 and change. So that would mean that if we don't find that tangent point at its geometric location, in fact, in excess of that in any way, shape, or form, then you've got a real problem.
Why shouldn't we find this point? I don't know how.
Well, the problem is that we keep measuring this tangent point that you were talking about, and that tangent point is never where it's supposed to be. In fact, even by your own geometry, 7/6 of the radius refraction, it's never where it's supposed to be. The horizon is not a tangent point ever, but you said it is.
What?
Yeah, the Earth curve, the horizon that you guys claim. Yeah, it's never where it's supposed to be.
What? It's never where it's supposed to be?
No, if you look out over the horizon and measure to a tangent point, especially, or the tangent point you think it is, especially if you use distance demarcations, like windmills or oil rigs or even boats, the horizon is not where it's supposed to be at its geometric location. It's often in excess by magnitudes of where it's supposed to be. I mean, we've got an observation, if anybody wants to post the Black Swan, where the Earth would be a radius of 250,000 miles.
There are some problems. Yeah, you have things like refraction over the sea or something like this. Yeah.
Oh, right.
But
so
you can compensate for this. There are many possibilities to compensate for this if you know the humidity in the air and temperatures of the sea and so on. There are possibilities.
Yeah, so you're telling me that the horizon is not the geometric tangent point like you just told me a few minutes ago.
The horizon you see.
Okay, where's the one that you don't see?
If I say I always see in a straight line, it isn't in reality because you have atmosphere and so on. If you always would see
so the horizon
line, it would be the point, yes.
Thank you for telling me again how the horizon is not the geometric tangent point that you just said it was a few moments ago.
No, it is the geometric tangent point if you would look in a straight line.
It's not a geometric tangent point then.
It's the point, or maybe more or less the circle, where you're if you would take a line from your eye to
but that would require a straight line. You just said we don't see in a straight line.
Yeah, because of humidity and air atmospheric refraction and so on.
Right. So not a geometric tangent point then.
What? Still a geometric.
Not a geometric tangent point then. You keep telling me how it's not geometric. You're not seeing in straight lines. Everything's refracted. So now you just going back on what you said earlier that it is a tangent point and now it's not. Again.
Kind of screws your model where you have balls and physical obstruction of another ball, sunrise, sunset. That's physical obstruction with your little demonstration with balls. But now you're telling us that horizon that the sun's disappearing over isn't where it geometrically should be because of refraction. Well, that goes against your model, doesn't it? Being as the sun is supposed to be obscured by the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, let us assume I'm a new young flat earther, and I wanted to know why the sun is setting. Why can I just see the upper half of the sun?
I don't know. What's the sun? What is it? Tell me what the sun is.
It's this glowing thing in the sky. This bright thing.
It's a glowing thing in the sky. So why should I care about what it appears to do at distance?
I'm just interested in.
It is interesting.
And I want to know how it could happen if the Earth is a flat plane. I should see it everywhere, shouldn't I?
Why? Why would I? Why would you assume that? It's just a thing in the sky that you see for 12 hours a day or less.
Yeah.
Depending on your location.
Why just for 12 hours? Why not 24 hours?
Why not? I guess. What is the sun?
I don't know what the sun is. It's just this glowing thing.
Right. So it's something that is kind of mysterious, and there's no way for us to test it, right? Have you tested the sun? Have you went and touched it? Has anybody touched the sun?
No.
Oh, so nobody knows what the sun is. So there's not really a way for us to figure out why. Oh, yeah, it's a great question to ask. We're all very enthralled by how the heavens work, believe me. But it remains a mystery for the most part because they do things that physical objects just don't do. Like the moon disappears for 3 days, right? Can you tell me why the moon that everybody tells us is a physical object completely disappears for about 3 days?
Completely disappears for about 3 days?
Yeah, don't you know what a new moon phase is? For almost 3 days, the moon is completely undetectable. It leaves the sky. It is invisible, gone, undetectable. Why is that?
Undetectable. You're claiming
Yeah.
it's undetectable.
Hey, listen, I haven't been able to do it. Everybody else, well, look, maybe you should go look that up and see how people can not figure out where the moon goes for almost 3 days during a new moon phase.
If I look this up, I get an answer that the moon is not illuminated in this phase. That's the answer I get.
Illuminated? You think it's being illuminated? How would you prove that?
That's the answer. I just say it's the answer I get if I would look it up.
Yeah.
And
I don't know why you would assume that it's being illuminated. You're a brand new flat earther. Why is the moon being illuminated, and what is it being illuminated by?
I was a globe also a week ago, and they always said to me the moon is illuminated by the sun.
Right, but then it turns out you don't know what the sun is, nor do you know what the moon is. So that's all out.
I know the sun illuminates things.
Does it illuminate the moon?
I don't know. They say so.
You don't know. You just know the sun illuminates things, like things on Earth.
Yeah, things on Earth.
Does the sun illuminate things in the heavens?
The clouds, yeah, the clouds are illuminated by the sun.
Okay. How about things above those clouds?
I don't know. What's above those clouds?
I don't know. That's a great question.
Yeah.
How are we going to test it?
Maybe the moon is above the clouds. Maybe the moon.
It seems that way. There's also times where the sun and the moon seem to be in the clouds. There's optical, or you could call them illusions, all the time dealing with heavenly bodies.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's hard to determine things about the things in the heavens when we can't test them, right?
So you tell me the moon disappears. It's something new for me. And I ask me why should the moon disappear? If I Google it,
I don't know. I don't know what the moon is.
Yeah, but if I Google it, I get the answer that the moon isn't illuminated by the sun because the sun is in the wrong direction.
Oh, so your entire worldview comes from Google. Is that what you're telling me? You believe everything that Google tells you?
I can use Google, can use Bing, can use Yahoo, can use any search engine. Can
so your life is based on search engine answers. That's your life.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, as long as you're honest, hey, listen, if you want to hand over your intellectual authority to complete strangers, by all means, you go ahead. I'm not going to stop you.
I can't research everything. I'm good in Blender. I'm a good 3D modeler. I can teach other people how to use Blender, and so I trust.
I know you can
teach me about other stuff works.
Yeah, you can reify things. You can have other people reify things for you that they can't test. I mean, you can let other people tell you what things are that they haven't tested either, and that's your worldview, and that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, I think the flat Earth is interesting, and so I ask you people why can't I see the sun in the night? What's your answer?
Because it's not over your head. That's pretty simple.
But it's 4,000 kilometers above the flat Earth, so.
Well, if you were to use trigonometry, I mean, you could use trigonometry, and that's what it would tell you. But we can't test that. That's just kind of a speculation at best. It also does things that we can't, it would break that geometry. Like if we raised an elevation, it would still be at the same place. So the heavens, the stars, the moon, the sun, they all have elevation angles that don't change with elevation. It's really useful for navigation, but it also sort of violates the laws of trigonometry. So we can't say that they're their actual locations. They're only at apparent locations.
It violates.
For the sake of conversation, where are you getting these sources exactly? Says who about the phases on the new moon and how we can't identify the moon in the sky during the new moon phase.
Where am I finding? I mean, you could just observe it.
What sources are you getting these from?
Well, everybody that talks about the new moon phase. I mean, do you want me to get one for you? I suppose I could. All right. Tell you what. Do you see the new moon during the new moon phase?
Through search engines is wrong. I just would like.
Excuse me. You can talk through me, or we can have a conversation.
Are you a woman or a?
So anyway, do you see the moon during the new moon phase?
No, because of the way the light is
No.
projected.
Okay, so how would we find the moon during the new moon phase? How would you detect it?
You can see it through any image on space, like that
Really?
the moon is still
On
there.
You
But
can
the
see it
new moon
through
is
any image on space? That doesn't even make
in
sense. Hey,
space
German
through
fellow, try not to
satellite.
bounce in. Actually, you interrupted a conversation, so you're going to be on mute for the moment. German fellow, we're talking about the moon.
Yeah.
What's the moon again?
I don't know. Tell me.
I don't have any answers for you. I don't make any claims about this. You're a brand new flat earther? Me too. I don't know. I don't make any claims about the moon.
Okay, the other people always say
I got the job.
It's a big rock.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
It's a big rock.
Life, that's
They say it's a
amazing.
big rock. They say it's a big rock in the sky, and it's illuminated.
They say it's a big rock in the sky.
Yeah.
And it's illuminated. Who says this? The flat earthers say this?
Well, Astronomy Society. People that look at
astronomers. So what experiment did they conduct to prove this?
Don't know.
This is this is a cause and effect.
Maybe
this is a cause and effect claim.
They said,
who was there?
They said they were there. They said they were on the moon.
Who said this?
The U.S. government said it.
Okay, and what do I care about what some people said that they did?
Oh, you know, if I want to learn something new, I ask people. That's how I do.
You just ask random people that you don't know, and they tell you, and you believe them?
I ask people who I think they know about this stuff I wanted to know myself.
Okay. What's your point? How did they verify this for you?
They didn't verify it. It makes sense. And I was okay with it.
Okay, so it just makes sense to you. It makes sense to you that the sun illuminates the moon. Okay. How do we prove that? How do we verify it? But if you just want to believe it without any evidence, that's up to you, right? This is just what you want to do.
No,
okay.
I'm just asking. I see the sun illuminates things on Earth. They illuminate everything I can see.
Right.
And if the moon is a big rock in the sky, and it is illuminated by the sun too.
Is the moon a big rock in the sky?
They said so. They said so.
They said so. Okay.
I'm not okay with this.
Okay. That's great.
What's your alternative explanation for it?
I'm not giving you an alternative. I don't have to give you one. Isn't that beautiful? Like you have a model.
Wait. If you don't.
No, I'm answering a question for you, and you don't want. You want to.
Please. You haven't.
I'm going to answer your question. I don't have to give you. You already have problems with your own model. They gave you an idea. You didn't even test it. Now we test it. It's got holes. You don't care about the holes. You persist in basically just, going along with the story. That's fine, but that's up to you.
And they're always asking for a replacement.
Yeah.
We don't have to replace anything. Is this mic working?
The thing is,
it works.
I said before, if I doesn't know something, I go to people and ask them, and I think about their answers.
So why don't you care that the story that they gave you is no good? Oh, I'm so sorry.
Come on, I have let you talk. Now let me please talk. I said so. If I doesn't know something, I go to people and listen to them what they say. And should I say something, or do you want to mute me over and over again?
I didn't mute you.
I was muted. I had a red microphone. I'm actually.
Yeah, but you can talk now. Continue.
Okay.
Tell us about the strangers that you believe.
So I go to people and ask them what they think about it, what they tell me about it, and I listen to them. And if I get an answer, I think about this answer, and I think about it if it fits to the rest of the things I know, and if it makes sense in the context of everything I know, I then accept this answer until I get a better answer. And at this point, I come to you and ask you, what is the moon? And you say you don't give me an answer. So I think I have come to the wrong place.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to go somewhere else that affirms your bias, by all means. We're not going to give you replacement theology. We don't have another religion for you to follow. Things are what they are. You've been following a religious belief. That's not our problem.
No, I don't think it's religious. Many of things.
You just told me that you got secondhand knowledge from people, or third hand, or however many hands it's gone through.
Yeah.
A story that you believe, you haven't tested, you haven't verified, it just makes sense to you. This is the religion you choose to believe.
Not a specific answer, but those people give
Again,
me
how are
many
you
other
verifying
answers.
your viewpoints exactly?
What viewpoints, what claims have I made?
You said that we can't view the moon, and you said everybody.
Yeah, on the new moon
says
phase.
that.
New moon phase. New moon phase, right? Do you see the moon during the new moon phase?
I don't visually see it with the naked eye.
Okay, no problem. Great. Has anybody else detected it?
But is everything that isn't viewed by the naked eye not real?
Weird. I just asked you a question and you're going on to something different. Have you found anybody to detect the moon during a new moon phase?
Have I physically gone to find someone, is what you're saying?
Has anybody?
I mean, yes, astrologists do this.
Great. Give me the citation and the method by which they did this. Astrologists are
Astronomy.
studying basically sky religion. That's sky religion, by the way. Oh, now you're onto astronomy. Okay, so the astronomy. So what actual, experiments did they conduct on the moon to verify that it is in the location it's supposed to be during a new moon phase? You can go ahead.
Through satellite systems that take images.
No, I
of the
don't
moon.
want you to give me some anecdotal nonsense. I want you to get me
How's
the
that
actual
anecdotal?
tests because you're just making stuff up on the fly. Get me the exact experiment that was conducted right now.
An experiment, I'm talking about a physical system that is in the sky. A satellite
Yeah, I
system
know
that
you
takes
believe
images of the
all
moon
these
every day.
things. Thank you for the anecdotal evidence.
That's
So,
not
so real quick,
anecdotal.
1 second, Jelly. I'm actually interested in what you're saying. That it is observable with certain equipment. Can you post what you're talking about so I can take a look? And this is a topic that I'm interested in. So, can you post the what you're talking about, the equipment, the satellite stuff? Just post it in the VC, please, kindly.
Yeah, where they see it, where they see the moon on a new moon phase. We want to see that.
Obviously, during
So-
the new moon phase, because it's not visible in the visible spectrum with our eyes. Nobody can see it for 3 days. But you're saying that it is visible with equipment. So can you post that?
Yeah, I
Because
can find it
I've
for
looked
you.
into the research as well.
But I
so
would
just
like
wanna
to more
see what you
so
got.
see that the original question I asked was, where exactly are you getting this information from that you can't view it other than anecdotal evidence that
Okay,
you
so we're
seem
asking
might
you
have?
where you're getting your information from, that there's equipment in the sky taking photographs of new moons, and you've instantly deflected to, where's your information coming from?
No,
So
that was the first
stop
thing
being
I
a
asked.
fucking hypocrite and go get it, okay?
It wasn't
Go get it.
Yeah, so as soon as you bring it back, then we can discuss it, because you said there's information or equipment that they're using that they can see the new moon. I'm pretty sure that's what you said. And so we want to see what equipment, what actually they're doing, maybe the name of the project, so forth, so on. So just drop a link.
I wouldn't discard it. I'm not saying I'm discarded what she's saying completely. I'm saying I haven't seen it. I actually have seen some other research, but I would like to see what she got to just take a look. Please.
the whole dedications to the moon calendar and what the phases of the moon include. It's not like it's not viewable. It's still in the sky. It's just because of the way
Okay.
the sun is
Why is it?
positioned,
No
you
one can
can't
see it.
visualize it.
No one can
Excuse me.
see it. So you're saying they can see it. So tell us how they're able to see it.
So by that knowledge, are you saying because it's too dark in a room and you can't see something that it doesn't exist?
No.
Oh my
the
gosh,
new
that's not
moon
what
doesn't
we're
appear
claiming.
in
No,
the
listen,
sky.
guys.
You
I'm
don't
not
know about
pressing
the new
this
moon.
for her because I've been looking into
I
this.
tried to
into this for
explain it's
some
about the
time.
position of the
Hello?
sun and whether or not you
Hello?
can view
She
it.
doesn't know
Hello?
the new
Hello?
moon. She doesn't know the new moon.
Is this working? Is it working? Oh, okay. So, because I know if we're inside a room and something that was there, you turn off the light. The light is on, right? You see the object. Then we turn off the light. You can't see it anymore with your eyes. Maybe you pull out an infrared camera or something, and then you can see the object again, right? I'm just asking for that, for the observable test or observation that is done during the new moon phase. That you're saying, look, we're observing the moon even during the new moon phase. Do you have that?
Literally, just I can post a NASA government website about the moon.
The new moon phase, particularly.
The new moon
It
phase.
talks about all the phases of the moon.
We're talking about the new moon, though.
I know that includes all the
Okay.
Yeah,
phases.
no, it doesn't. The new moon phase is by
All right,
itself.
let me see.
That's
She
great.
posted NASA moon. Let's see.
Are these just claims? Are these just claims, baseless claims? Again?
Okay.
I think they're
Baseless.
just baseless. I
How are
think
they
they're just
baseless if
baseless
this is the
claims.
knowledge that is taught to you about what the moon is?
Yes.
Oh,
Baseless claims.
She's
I understand.
posting a graphic. It's like a graphic that kind of shows like a time lapse of the moon phases.
Yeah, and
but
I mean they have live streams. They're not government websites, but a .com commercial website.
Okay,
So how
show
do you
us the
think
one
the
that's-
moon?
Show us the one
How do you-
where you can see the new moon.
How do you think the moon disappears for those 3 days? And like, if you're saying the sun isn't shining on the moon, that's why we can't see it for three days.
That's
Like,
why we have crescent moons. Yes, because of the fact
Oh,
the
my
lighting
Lord.
affects the moon.
it
Why do you keep
goes
avoiding-
away.
why do you
It's
keep-
not there. Unbelievable. Like, you think the sun just goes away for 3 days?
You're saying the moon
crazy.
isn't there because we can't visually
Not
see it with our
visible.
naked eye.
Not with
Well, how is
not
it
a
rock in the sky?
We're
asking this
That's what
question.
we're asking. We're asking if you can see with the aided eye. And you said
I'm
you
sure.
think you
Yes,
can.
yes,
they
we
can't.
can. And let me try and
Okay,
find.
so tell us what type of
the new
that's what we
moon.
want to know. What type of equipment they're using and a link.
So listen, lady, we're asking, right? Because during the new moon phase, we will have if you're saying we can't see it, but it's there. So that object, it will be like blocking stars, blocking stuff that is passing in front of, right? So we want to see that observation, that position where the moon is at, even if it's not visible, but it's still that non-visible thing is blocking stuff that is there normally, right? Because you're saying it's there, and you see, we can see it's there because it's blocking stuff behind it, but we don't even see that.
May I ask a very pointed question? May I interject real quick and just ask, why is it that stars are observable where the new moon should be? Like where the new moon phase
Because
is?
stars
where it
emit
should
their
be.
own lighting. They are balls of gas.
Oh my
That
gosh,
doesn't
another
no,
baseless
hon,
claim.
listen, this is a very direct question. This is a very, very like logic and reason based question answer system here. Why is it that stars are observable where the moon should be? It's like you're looking straight through the moon and seeing stars. That's literally like what's going on. Like why is that? Why can we see stars where the moon should be during the new moon phases? Nobody sees the moon. Like nobody on Earth sees the moon
really
during
got
the
to
new
point
moon.
this out. So
So
when we have
It's the same reason why we can see the sun when
When we
it's
have
way
the moon,
further
was clearly
from
talking-
us than the moon is. It's
clearly
because it
talking
emits
before-
its own lighting. It's a ball of gas.
Do apologise for clearly talking before you were. Well, we'll continue now. So the reason why we don't see the new moon blocking out stars is because the new moon is pretty much next to the sun. That's during the day. The moon isn't in the nighttime sky to block stars out from, guys. All right?
All right, good one.
Come on, guys. We should have figured this out ages ago. You can see the moon with infrared cameras, and it's not even in the nighttime sky to block stars. It's right next to the sun. New moon phase during the day. That's why you only see the sliver of the moon is at dawn or at dusk, just next to the sun as it goes down. Come on.
Yes, there are plenty of things we can't see with the naked eye. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Yeah, and one of them is the moon that we can't see for nearly 3 days.
Because it's near
And
the sun, right?
globe has no. Do you have any excuse or reason of us as to why? And you said there was technology. So what technology once again?
I mean, it was stated multiple times before, infrared cameras, satellite systems.
Okay, show us the one that's seeing the new moon during the new moon phase. Show us that one.
She's gonna be Googling frickin' for the next 10 minutes. Just tell her it ain't frickin' available. Jeez. Just
Dude,
save her some
you're
time.
literally just going off of because you are only taking the world by your own viewpoint, that because of that, any information that I look up isn't going to be credible because you're
I think
just
I'm gonna
going
go
based
with
off of what
Jedi
you
on this
view
one.
the world as.
It doesn't matter what we think about it. Just show us the information.
I think I'm gonna go with Jedi on this one. We can't make any claims that it's not there or it is there. Cannot confirm nor deny. The thing is that there is certain research. There is the infrared spectrum, the ultraviolet, and there is some trackings of the new moon and done in the electro-opticals, and they claim that it's moving towards a certain position, and you can kind of correlate it towards the position of the sun. But the claim is that it's not visible with the eye. What she's saying, yeah, you can't see it, but it's still there. We can make both arguments from both sides that we don't see it for certain reasons, and it's not a big issue. It's not a big issue. It's not like we can deny the moon being up there completely. It's not visible to our eyes, but there is other spectrums of visibility of light that we can't see with our eyes. So there's something there. It's just that we can't say either or, honestly.
And the
You
only
got a
reason you
good
can
point.
track how many days you can't see it, it's because it's in relation to the Earth's rotation and also the sun's
That's
position.
something else. You're reaching right there. The Earth's rotation. That
Sorry, not the Earth's
research.
rotation,
Listen,
but the moon's rotation around
the research that is being done. They don't even speak about the Earth rotation. They speak about the celestial sphere being visible and how the sun and the moon move across the celestial sphere. So it has nothing to do with the ground spinning.
Yeah, it has
Plus,
more
you're
so
going to
to
need
do
a
with the
ball for
moon's
that ball.
rotation
Hold on.
around the Earth.
You're going to need a sphere for that spinning, aren't you?
A
Earth
sphere.
has to be a sphere in order for it to fit into the spinning Earth thing, right? The idea.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, there has to be
so
measured
where's the
rotation.
curvature on the surf? Where's the curvature on Earth? Where was it measured?
Oh God.
Yes.
No,
Do you
I
know
just,
where they measured?
I mean, I
Or no?
was more
Yes or
so
no?
just
Do you
trying to
know where
get
they measured?
clarification on where you're
No,
getting your
measurement.
information
My
from.
dear. My dear, it's very simple. You either know of a measurement or you don't. Do you know of a measurement? Yes or no?
Do I know the measurement of what?
Of
Oh my
Earth's
gosh.
curvature on the surface.
The curvature of the Earth?
The
I mean,
curvature of
no, I
Earth
don't
at
know
the
the
surface.
specifics.
No, yeah, we need specifics, a measurement, an actual measurement. So you know or you don't know?
I'm wondering, why is it I have to give all this information and you're again just
Okay,
going
so
off
you
of
don't
Because
so
you made a
don't
claim.
know. Okay, thanks for the concession. You don't know. Otherwise you would have it. So there
I
you
mean,
go.
you say you know. Where are you getting your information from?
Excuse me. No, you're not reversing the burden. You made a claim. We did not.
No,
You made a claim
I
that the Earth
literally
is a sphere.
unmuted to ask
We need
this
to
question.
have those measurements right now.
The measurements.
I
Yep.
unmuted because
Measurements,
you were
Earth's curvature.
claiming that research just through a search engine is more uncredible than what you're saying. So I would like
You
to know
couldn't
where
answer
you're
the
getting your
question.
credentials
What did
from.
I say? Sonny, just a moment. What did I say?
Hold on. All right, go ahead. Sorry.
What did I say? Did I say that I can't see the moon during the new moon phase? And you take an issue with that?
Yeah, and I asked you, and you said everybody says it. And I said, who is everybody?
Everybody that I know cannot see the moon during the new moon phase, and I'm willing to bet that you can't see it either.
As in everybody who is using the naked eye.
Sure.
So as soon as we figure out what exactly the technology is that can look at the moon, you're going to believe me about that the moon exists during the new moon.
You haven't brought it yet. That's what
Hold
we're
on a
waiting for you
second.
to bring. It'd be very simple just to put a link there in the chat.
So even if I
You
post
can
an
find
image of the new
no.
moon,
Let's
that's
not do the
very
even if hypothetical nonsense. Let's not do that. But that is the first step. You're going to provide for us what they've done, how they did it, and then we'll go to the next step. I'm not going to reject it unless it's garbage. If we find that it's garbage and you agree that it's garbage, then we probably should both throw it out. I mean, you're a reasonable individual, aren't you?
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to, like,
Okay.
I don't trust certain websites for sure. That's why I'm going to
Great.
look into it. But you say I
Right.
haven't found it. No, I'm just looking on
No,
more
I didn't say
credible
that.
websites.
That's another freaking dude. Why are you strawmanning me? I didn't say you didn't find it. I didn't say you can't find it.
Not you, the other guy.
Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter. The point is that you bounced in here, hopefully to get a pound of flesh for some reason. I said I can't see the new moon. Everybody that I know can't see the new moon. We're making claims about the moon. We don't know what it is, and you took issue with that. Why?
Because the original question I had when I entered and asked you, you just said that everybody does it. So in order for you to explain something, you're just going based off of what's called surface level information.
Fine.
How
No
do we know what
problem.
information
So,
is going on? How
it's
would you
fine. Are you going to
possibly
make
know
a
that unless you're a
counterclaim?
mind reader? Are you a mind
No, it's
reader?
just when you try to discredit this guy researching on Google through the search engine. Oh, you're just going to believe everything on a search engine. You're
Well,
just
that's a
going to believe
fairly
everything
good
you
question
believe.
to ask. That's a fairly good question to ask. Is everybody going to make their worldview on what Google says?
Do you just believe everything you see with the naked eye?
No, I don't. Why would you go ahead and ask such a silly question?
So then why are we acting like just because everyone around you doesn't see the moon, that it's discreditable? Like there's no moon there.
Okay, well, you still haven't brought any proof of the contrary, though. That's what we're waiting for.
So
Otherwise,
it's
you're
still
just
very
talking out of
difficult
your ass.
to detect the moon during the new moon phase. In fact, I haven't really looked into necessarily the research about infrared and all this other stuff, but I haven't heard anybody come forth and say, yeah, this is how you do it, this is where it is, this is what you use. It's all kind of like speculative, and it's all kind of vague, right? So it's not real solid research right now. Now, if you have something different, by all means, bring it to me, and then we will look at it together. But instead, you seem to just want to be like a contrarian today. I'm telling you, I'm not satisfied with the fact that, number one, I can't see it. Nobody else I know can see it. Nobody else I know can detect it. That's experiential.
I totally understand where you're
It's never
coming
been
from,
detected going
but I
into an
do
eclipse or
think
coming
that
out of an eclipse.
you
We just
seeming as though it's more credible to just believe what you see with the naked eye rather than what we find
That's another
research
strong man.
from.
Why are you doing that? You're kind of an asshole. You know that? You're putting words in my mouth. You're an asshole.
Okay.
Why would you do that?
Woman moment.
How is that me putting words in your mouth? Were you
I didn't say that. You were insinuating that this is my attitude. Everything that I see, I believe. That's fucked up.
Yeah, you're
I'm
making
talking
all
about the
kinds of red
specific
herrings,
topic,
and you're in
Doug.
the
I'm not talking
weeds.
about
You're
everything
in the
else in the
weeds.
world.
You're running away from your ball claim in the first place. So you just sound like
My original
someone religious,
claim was a
chanting
question.
religious. You're chanting religious hymns. It sounds like to us, because you have no proof for what you're talking about. So you're pretending you're on a globe, and you've presented not one iota of any evidence, none.
Let's translate this
really,
over to
at
the
this
actual
point,
Earth
listen to
itself.
somebody- You're like, as a matter of fact, you're like someone at the church pew, kneeled down, chanting your religious hymns, but you don't even know the first thing about your own religion. We have to
No,
teach
I
you
mean,
it
I
because
know
you
from
really think you're
studies
so
about
smart,
it.
but you don't know
Now I'm
anything
just
about the
trying to
ball
find a
religion.
visual for you.
Yeah,
You
great.
had to
Let's
interrupt
stop
before I
talking
was
about the
done.
moon, since this is 24/7 flat Earth, right? So I experience, here's another one. Let's see if you can handle this one. I experience a flat, motionless plane every day. I know it's sort of redundant, flat and plane, but that's what I experience every day. And I've checked to see if there's any curvature anywhere, and I can't find it. Can you find it for me? Can you measure this curve? Is there somebody that's measured it that we can go ahead and look at that information?
So it's that you can measure the effects of the curve. You can measure and see what effects it has on the
No.
Earth.
No, we want to know
No.
when it was done
We
before,
don't.
not how you
This
could
is
do it.
this is not a scientific inquiry. This is geometry. Measured curvature. Curve doesn't cause things. Curve is a thing. It's a description
We
of
don't want to
drop
hear.
over distance.
Well, it's the same
We
with
don't
the
want.
Big
We
Bang, right?
don't.
We
Hold
can't
on,
tell that
Jelly
the Big
Belly.
Bang
We don't want
happened,
to
but
hear
we can
from you
measure
your
what
own
happened
version. We
because of
don't want
it.
you. No. We don't want to hear your own version of what you think is going on. It's not bring your
Are
own
you not
boat.
explaining what you think is going on?
What's going on with what?
We know it's not curved. We know it's not curved, and it's not in motion, and it's contained. Know that one for sure, without a doubt.
I was trying to explain we can measure other
Explain
factors,
what?
like when you're
Are
talking
you
about being on
explaining
a
the ball
plane,
Earth? Hold
there's a
on.
reason why it
I want to
takes
know what
shorter
I
flights to
want to
go
know
in
what you're
different
going to
directions.
explain to me without
Sonny,
any
let her
information to
finish.
back it.
Sonny, let her finish.
Okay,
Yeah,
go
I
ahead.
was trying to explain that there's a reason why when you're on a plane and you follow a certain direction, that it's a shorter distance or time frame than other ways, because it's
What
affected by the curvature of the Earth.
what the hell are you talking about?
Like when the Earth is or sorry, not Earth, when a plane is
Now you're
following
using
a
airplanes as
motion,
measuring devices. I got to stop you.
huh?
You're not using airplanes as measuring devices, period. Stop it.
Oh no. Well, let me
Are you
find it
gonna
for you if that's
are you
that.
gonna affirm the consequent?
That doesn't mean I need more understanding or I'm misunderstanding you. I understand perfectly. We don't need to hear that here. It's not providing any information at all.
Yeah.
Airplane routes are not measuring devices. Get it out of your head.
You're gonna
No,
affirm the consequent.
I'm using it as an example when you talk about finding evidence of how the Earth is curved. We can
It
measure
measures
the effects
flat.
that it has to
Yeah,
visualize
it
it with the
doesn't.
naked eye is
What
Would
different.
effects?
would
To
a
visualize. Wait a
greater
minute.
arc
What effects?
take more time?
What effects are
That
you
it
talking about?
would.
Effects
So
of
you
Like
would
when
be
the
curvature. What
sun
are those
raising an
rises over
elevation.
the horizon and sets in the other corner.
Over the horizon.
Wait a
mate.
minute. What are the effects of curvature you're talking about?
Like when the sun rises and sets in a
So
different
the
area
sun
of the
moves
Earth.
across the sky and then sets in our vision. Yes. So it never goes. It that's what it does above us. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
so
6
why is
miles at your
The
day. So
sun's
does
in
6
time
miles
not
motion.
total at your
apply?
day
Sunset.
speed. The sun is in your
Sun
sky.
setting is an
3
action
miles away
word.
from you, and
Sunset.
it's disappeared by a physical edge. You believe that? 3 miles? Do you even know the geometry of your glob religion?
I'm not
I don't think she does.
You
religious.
don't.
Faith is a
No,
different
your glob.
concept to what
You
I'm
have a
talking about.
religious faith in blind faith in this glob
It's not
deity that
blind
you're
faith.
talking about. Well,
At
you
the
don't
moment,
know anything about it.
at the moment, you're making a claim to I can't see the sun because the physical Earth curve is in the way. Is that correct?
No, I was talking about time frames and how it's at a different side of the Earth, a different time than where you might be positioned.
That's just the sun's movement across the sky.
So you're saying that it's just going across a flat
That's what it
plane
is. Clearly,
with
that's what it's
one
doing.
big
Going across the
sky.
sky.
How far
Yes.
does the sky
It's
go?
going across our.
Sorry, how far does the sky go? That's a bit of a
Yes, and
silly
this
question to
concept,
ask.
since it's rising and setting in a different area.
Yeah, that's the sun's movement throughout the day and throughout the year. Rises and sets in different places on different days. We know that, but that's just the sun's path across the Earth. The reason why it appears to ascend and descend from the horizon is just perspective from your point of view. Things above your eye line, like clouds, airplanes, and streetlights, will always appear to descend downwards towards the horizon. That's just perspective.
Yes, and that perspective is caused because we are living on a spherical shape.
No, that perspective is caused by your ability to see. Now, you can be on a flat surface like a road, and the streetlights, as you look down the road, will appear to descend downwards towards the horizon. That's got nothing to do with Earth curvature. That's perspective.
I could understand if the concept of the street light wasn't the same street light. Like we're talking about if you were driving down a flat road and the
Like
same street light was appearing in front of you every single time.
Not the same street light, multiple street lights. It's the same thing as looking down a corridor. And you'll notice just that as you look straight down the corridor, the ceiling is appearing to descend downwards. The same thing as the floor that you're standing on is appearing to ramp upwards. It's perspective.
I mean, I could understand that, but what makes you think your perspective is the right one?
Because you can observe this when you look down a corridor. Now, the corridor isn't curved, but we have the same phenomena. Things above your eye line will appear to go downwards towards the midpoint of your view, just like the floor, like I've already said, appears to ramp upwards. That is just perspective in a known flat surface or area, like a corridor. Same thing with the street lights. Not one street lights, multiple street lights. As you look down the road, they will appear to descend downwards towards the horizon because they're above your eye line. It's got nothing to do with curvature. That's just perspective.
I guess, but if we're taking it out of a corner door situation, if we go back to the plane, right? If you've been on a plane long enough, you can see that the sun stops appearing for a certain period of time, right?
Of course, because it's gone beyond the horizon, the limitation of your view.
Yeah, if you were to rise higher, you could see it again.
Yeah, are you in the voice chat? If you go into the chat, there's a couple good visuals placed in there for you.
Quite
Yeah, you
simple to
understand
understand.
your horizon gets obstructed the lower you go too, right? So if you were to raise if you lower your eyes to the ground, you're going to get more obstruction, more obstruction. You raise higher, you get less and less.
It's if you're in the where you see all the avatars at the bottom of that, you can click on the voice bubble, and then it'll give you the chat where you can post information.
Yeah, someone in a plane above you is seeing over your horizon if you're on the ground. You know, it really is just perspective.
Is that a horizon? Is the Earth curve plane right there?
Though, and only the western
but,
or
yeah,
upper southern, or sorry, upper northern countries.
What are you talking about now? Sorry, can you be clearer?
Like,
what do you mean by northern
if we're
countries?
going south of the equator, how would that work for those people?
What do you mean?
Like in this standard, you're only going based off of the concept. Like in this image, I only see the topper, like Antarctic parts when we're talking about perspective, not like the lower part of Africa.
If we're talking about the same phenomena at the moment, doesn't matter your location on the Earth, things above your eye line will appear to descend downwards towards the horizon. Doesn't matter about Africa or North America. I really am failing to understand your point.
Like in this like in this example of the North Pole circumnavigate, I don't know.
Yeah, that's not really on the topic of what we were talking about. So you're looking. So right below those, there's two ones that just demonstrate perspective. You can also check out my banner of my profile.
Do you live near an ocean? I mean, it's a good. Do you ever watch clouds go over an ocean? You know, the clouds are above you. They're at a certain layer. They will move beyond the horizon, and they will appear to go downward, but they're not really going downward. It's all just, you know, the perspective of it going above you and going away from you. You know, eventually it goes far away enough, it's going to appear to move down. You ever seen that? The clouds move over the horizon on over the ocean, you know, off in the distance.
I guess I'm just failing to see how exactly the sun is directed in this situation.
Sun's above your head, and it moves across the sky.
Just let the clouds move. The sun is higher than the clouds.
Eclipses? What about all these other phenomena and events that happen?
Okay. Which eclipse are you talking about? Solar eclipse or lunar eclipse or solar eclipse? Which one?
A solar eclipse.
Okay, so it's quite easy to understand that that's probably the moon getting in the way of the sun.
As far as we know.
Yeah.
I mean, there's been some
So you're
weird.
just thinking they're clashing together?
No, they're not clashing together. One, the sun is probably a little bit further away than two, the moon. So the moon appears to get in front of the sun. It's not a hard concept to understand, I would have thought.
Oh no, it's not a hard concept to understand when I'm thinking of the rotation of
We
two spherical objects.
But when you
need any rotation of the floor that you're standing on, you just need the moon to get in front of the sun. Both sun and moon move. You don't need the earth to move to cause this phenomena if the sun and moon are doing the moving.
Exactly. Yeah, when we view this phenomena, we don't even take Earth movement into consideration. You just see two objects in the sky moving. Why pretend the ground is moving?
About shadows, right? I mean,
what about shadows?
Does that not explain, like, when we are talking about the phases of the moon and its rotation around the Earth, that it's a spherical shape because of the fact of shadows around the spherical shape?
Of what? The moon or the floor we're standing on? You got to be clearer, mate, I'm afraid.
So I guess I'm failing to understand exactly how far this flat Earth thing goes. Are we talking about the Earth is the only flat thing and the moon and the sun are circular?
Yeah, they can be circular, and the thing that we're standing on is measured to be a horizontal plane. So those things that are in the sky are moving across the sky, and with an eclipse, one gets in front of the other.
Mm-hmm.
So how does that make sense? If
I've just explained.
How is it possible for the sun and the moon to be circular but not the Earth?
Okay, because they can be different things. You understand things can be different, right? So
yes, they're different, but they work hand in hand with each other.
You seem to talk a lot. It's interesting. You don't seem to understand what I'm trying to explain things to you, but you talking through me is definitely not going to help you understand now, is it?
I mean, you asked me a question, I answered it just now.
Okay, so I don't understand the problem if the things in the sky are moving. Do you observe the sun and the moon move across the sky like everybody else?
Oh, yes, of course I do.
Of course we do. So if we were to assert that those are the things that are moving, then one gets in front of the other. They're at different distances, one slightly closer than the other. The sun is slightly further away than the moon, obviously, because the moon, it said, appears to get in front of the sun, blocking our view of the sun.
As far as we know.
As far as we know.
Because there's some pictures that they're fabricating the moon features on the eclipse, and we never see that. And people are now questioning, why don't we see the moon before or after the eclipse? You know, how is it that there's no earth shining back upon the moon? If the earth is 17 times brighter than the moon, viewed from space, why isn't any of that shining back to see any sort of features? And people are wondering, where the freak is the moon? You know, it's such an interesting question that people are now starting to realize. You know, eclipses are interesting because how is it that we see the moon and move, or we see the Earth's apparent motion, or the Earth's motion is the apparent movement of these two objects, but when it's the eclipses, no, that's all them moving. You know what I mean? We completely shift our movement perspective, saying, no, those are the two lights moving to make the eclipse. You know, and that's what we see all day, though.
If I'm not, tell me if I'm wrong, but it has nothing to do with the moon illuminating. It has all to do with the sun's illumination.
You didn't follow, did you?
Yes, what I'm saying is,
when he was talking about how
Earth
the
shine?
moon has illumination while the Earth has more so than it.
yes,
I'm talking about, it's mainly about the sun, not about the moon or the Earth.
okay. So here's the thing. I've been seeing photos and I've been talking to people about the eclipse, and I see that they've superimposed the moon's features onto the moon over the eclipse and calling them out, saying this is wrong. You don't see this, and you've never seen this. No one's seeing. These are fake photos, and people are saying, "Oh, that's Earth shine. That's Earth shine," and that's someone actually told me that's gravitational lensing, bending the light around to show the features. You know, and it's actually not accurate. I don't know a single photo that shows a real representation of moon features during an eclipse. I don't know if you're following that. You know what I mean?
No, I think I understand where you're coming from.
So, okay, some people are saying Earth shine because the Earth is supposedly 17 times brighter viewed from space. So when they were on the moon, supposedly, when they took pictures of Earth, it was so bright they had to turn the what is it, contrast down, so they could actually capture features. Otherwise, they said it looks like a ruby, a beautiful sapphire blue ruby or sapphire, and it's too bright. So the logic is, okay, well, is any of that shine hitting the moon? Is there any sort of reflection backwards? And it doesn't seem like it. So now people are questioning, is that even the freaking moon anymore? What's
Well, I
going
guess
on?
it would have to do with the oceans and how the Earth is mainly water, and water reflects lighting.
Yeah, that's their point. Is it's 17 times brighter because there's a ocean, and Earth's what is it called, albedo, is so much brighter than what the moon gives off. The moon, has a certain amount of brightness, but the Earth's is again 17 times brighter. So, I hope this isn't too confusing, but for someone to hear this for the first time, I can understand.
Well, I don't listen to these conversations ever. I mean, I see it mentioned here and there. I don't have conversations about flat Earth.
Well, you got to have conversations about globe Earth too. Once you really dissect the heliocentric model, you start forming questions about that. I was telling people the other day, I got more into flat Earth by looking into heliocentric Earth, or heliocentric model, because the more I look into that, the more questions arise. And I'm like, okay, I don't know about this model.
Yeah, I'm trying to, so you are saying that that's not the reflection of the ocean? That it happens from when the sun reflects onto the water?
Well, that's what we're told, is that the Earth is viewed from space as this bright. So if you take that logic and apply it to their eclipses, then you kind of see some contradictions. I'm not saying that's what's happening, but yes, that is what their model is. The oceans are making it so it's so bright.
Don't make a mess, please.
And that we have, I think, an atmosphere and all that. It'd just be like looking at Venus or Jupiter. They're saying, if you know what I mean. So if you apply looking at Earth from there, but they're saying, well, these guys were saying that there's moon features because of Earth shine, and I'm saying, well, how come that doesn't happen on new moons then? In certain ways, is there any sort of, how does Earth shine work? That makes sense. So it's just people will come up with reasons to explain phenomena and pictures.
Yeah, the one thing I don't get in this flat Earth community is how they can fully understand that there's a movement to the sun and moon that are both spear-shaped things, but the Earth is somehow completely separated from that, and it's its own separate entity.
Are the balls on does that, because the cue ball is a ball, and the table that you play on, the pool table, is a table? Why would you think that you need the table to be a ball?
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, it's more so like both of them are rocks in the middle of space.
Well, then we would have to
it's
measure.
Like if we're looking at two balls on the pool table.
I get it, right? But even if we were to say, hey, look, the moon and the sun, they are spheres. So I wonder if the Earth is a sphere too. You can't make the claim that the Earth most definitely is a sphere too without directly measuring the Earth to be like those objects. The two things that those objects are moving and spherical. Unfortunately, the Earth doesn't appear to measure any motion, and most definitely doesn't appear to measure any curvature. So through direct measurement, the Earth is not like those things.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like that information? Because that's where it all comes from. The Earth is measured and practically used as a horizontal plane, measured as such and used as such for things like elevation profiles, things above the surface of the Earth, and that angle above the horizon.
Yeah, I mean, if you have the information, I would like to look at it.
Okay, so I'll start you with this. Would you agree that when contained and at rest, water is horizontal and level upon the surface?
Oh, wait, repeat that.
When contained and at rest, water is level, horizontal on the surface.
I mean, we're talking, okay.
Sea level.
So this is what we understand, and we can use any amount of water. It can be a cup of coffee in the morning, your bath or swimming pool, a lake, a sea, or an ocean. Those waters are measured to lay horizontally. Now, if the Earth was curved and the water was measured horizontally, we'd have a massive problem.
Again, I get, like, if you're looking at it from that flat of a standpoint, yes, it makes sense, but we can measure how the Earth affects water, or sorry, how the moon affects water and causes waves and hurricanes, right? Like,
But
there
that
are
doesn't.
effects to it more than it just being a flat
No, that's
surface.
incorrect. The only thing that
Right.
the moon is said to do is raise and lower the waters. It's got fuck all to do with wind patterns. Now, that's also a misnomer, because the reason why tides are caused is something called tidal nodes. You'll also understand that not every single body of water raises or lowers when the moon passes overhead. In actual fact, you can have 4 tides a day, 2 high and 2 low. And some places have 1 high and 1 low tide throughout the day. And being as the moon only passes overhead once and we have 4 tides, that's a bit of a problem. And like I said, not every body of water raises or lowers. The Black Sea, Caspian Sea, Dead Sea, Caribbean Sea, deep in the ocean at the central point of a tidal node does not raise or lower. So the reason why tides happen is because of tidal nodes and pressures. So nothing to do with the moon. But either way, you're kind of blasting past the point. The water's measured to be horizontal. You're now talking about something else.
So then in this concept, is the idea of gravitational pull from the moon non-existent?
Well, it's never been scientifically proven, and just because we have some correlations at some places on the Earth, we realise that not all correlations are causations. Gravity has never been scientifically proven, and that's not me saying that, that would be the scientific communities. You're also talking about the pull of the moon, where gravity is a force. That was superseded by Einstein in 1915, right? General relativity of gravity. Here we go.
It has to interject.
Sound like a
whenever the
reptilian
pertinent aspect
shapeshifter.
is talking.
What the hell?
Wow. I think someone's shapeshifting in here.
Sorry.
Somebody's
Sounds like
really
fucking
upset when you talk about their
demonic.
God
Holy
gravity.
shit.
Sound like Mother
Keep going,
Teresa going to the
demonic.
bathroom.
Keep going, Jedi. That was good.
Yeah, no worries, man. Tay, you've been muted because of background noise. Oh, and you've gone anyway, no problem. But yeah, we're just going to stick to the water being measured to be horizontal at the moment. That's a problem when 72% of the Earth's surface is water, and it's measured and practically used as a horizontal plane of reference.
No matter what scale you put it on, small or large, it's always going to find level. You've seen that island within a lake and then there's a lake within the island within. I can't remember exactly what it is, but there's 3 or 4 bodies of water contained within a lake, but contained within islands within. I don't know if that makes sense. And it's almost like a set of stairs. Like you see like it's just an island, and then within the island there's a lake, and on top of the lake there's a mountain, and within that mountain there's the lake. And every single one of them find level. You know, they're not curving from one end to the next on any scale you find. I probably butchered that whole visual.
Are you talking about? I think that might be Crater Lake. I think.
Yeah, something like that.
Oregon.
Yeah, there's many islands within that lake, but there's lakes within those islands, and I'm not going to try it again. But yeah, it's just steps. They're just like steps of. It's just interesting step levels and lakes and Air Lake or something.
Steps of different levels, like the water achieving level at different levels.
Yeah, I mean, just like channels or the canals. The canals are showing you how to change the levels of the water.
Yeah, I've been through the Panama Canal on a small sailboat, 50-foot sailboat.
It was incredible.
It's levels of levels.
Levels of levels.
Levels of levels. They're all parallel levels too.
Remove the water, and there's more levels below.
It reminds me of the, I suppose, the circumstance that the individual finds themselves in when they are doing their due diligence on the information they receive and verifying it to be true or factual. It just keeps on coming, man, the lies, what have you.
It's levels upon levels. Like, how deep do you want to go?
Yeah. Yeah, and anytime you try to see it, make a diagram or see it, some sort of, if you're trying to make a mountain or a river on a small scale, it's just so intuitive to make it a plane with topography. You start curving that diagram in science projects, it's going to fall over. You're going to get a mess. It doesn't make sense on a small scale or a large scale. You just
check this out, brother. My name's Sonny, by the way. Nice to meet you. But I was noticing the other day when I was thinking of along these lines, the concept of a ball itself in your mind, a sphere, you need a horizontal plane to create that in your own mind even.
Mm-hmm.
That's
yes,
it.
You
do. So you can't even make a ball without a horizontal plane.
Well, that's what doesn't make sense. Is they say the Earth is so big that it appears so flat. Well, then how do boats disappear over curves? Isn't that just... You're just proving perspective then if it's so flat and it's so big.
Bro. Exactly. Like the mind twisting or what was the English word? The mental gymnastics that you need to do in order to keep your ball belief in your head straight is absolutely absurd. It's to a point where I'm not even sure if I can take such a person seriously or if they're just trolling,
Yeah. Well, some of them, I think, defend it. They might be weirdly connected in some sort of I don't know, like they're a part of the establishment cult or whatever it is. And there's people on here that will defend it because they have to. And there's some people that are just, programmed more, or some people that are ignorant. They don't know the model.
Or maybe because it's a debate server and you're in a VC arguing about it.
But I sometimes wonder how many, people who have wasted 20 years of their life and put a lot of money into university and so forth come on here just to realize that, everything is just
so flat earthers. How do you explain the eclipse?
Stubborn waste of time,
How do you explain the eclipse?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Obstructed by the moon.
It's a legitimate question for flat earthers.
Yeah, the moon gets in front of the sun. There you go.
Yeah, so far
it's
it looks
easy. So far, it seems like as something is blocking the sun, so something is going in front of the sun. There you go. It's very easy to explain.
Yeah, it's self-explained with the term eclipse. The sun is eclipsed.
Yep.
Did you notice it was a round, circular object?
It was circular for sure.
Round or circular? Yep.
We agree.
What was that circular object?
Yeah, they don't see the moon doing it, coming or leaving, so they never see a moon approaching the eclipse.
Yep.
Or a moon leaving it. And
all those moon feature
in the new moon phase. It's always in the new moon phase, so the moon is not visible to anyone on Earth during those 3 days, and that's when the eclipses happen. So how does it work on a ball?
Yeah. Those astronomical coincidences of the exact size and distances of two balls lining up, but have the same exact angular diameter, 52 degrees. 95,235,000. Trust us. One's the size of Africa.
It's just coincidence.
It's just a coincidence.
If the Earth is flat, how come we haven't found the edge?
Oh, golly.
You're not allowed to go there. One, you're not allowed to go there, period, by the officials unless you have permissions. And they're very strict. And no one goes above the northern latitudes above 50 either. There's a DEW. That's called the Detection Early Warning. That's a line also in the north. But you can't go further than 60 degrees south. They'll turn your ass around.
So the better question, listen, the better question isn't, one second, the better question isn't where is this edge of the pond that we're living on. The better question is, why is it that all the nations have united together to create a peace treaty to protect some ice shelves and penguins? That's the better question, brother.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
No, that's not a better question. That's a worse question.
We can have world wars.
I've been to Antarctica before.
You've been to a small part of it.
No, but if the
Sure.
world is round, right, then the Antarctica or the Arctic shouldn't be the only borders. Like you could go to sea, and there would be a point where the sea is falling down, right?
Have you ever
No.
tried?
Most people can't even
There's
afford to
no
go.
water falling down.
Yeah, that's
No,
true.
it's a contained system. It's not falling down. There's no place where the water's going to fall down after flat Earth. That doesn't exist. It's only
You're
in
not
your
a
mind. That's
So
only
how
a
come the
straw
sun
man.
rises and
Hold
sets every
on.
day?
Hold on.
Shut up. This guy, the guy who's scattergunning needs to just shut up. Next time he speaks, I'm going to mute him because he keeps taking it off the
Do it.
topic onto. Is that you? Okay, yeah, good.
Are you a LARP?
Fuck you. Go ahead, Sonny.
There's no place where it's just going to fall off into nothingness. No, we don't believe that at all. So it's a contained system. It's stationary, contained, and it's not in motion at all. Therefore, on foundations, if you will.
Well,
No,
that's
but
what we're here to
what's at
find.
the
Well, that's what we're here to
edges?
find out too. I mean, that's
What,
the journey.
what's at the edges in the contained system?
You're
What are the edges
proposing
made
the
of?
disk in space, and this isn't Flat Earth Society. We're not claiming a disk in space.
Exactly.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
don't claim
I
an
have
upward acceleration. None of that.
Can you
I
just
have
tell
a,
me what you're claiming so I understand what
The Earth's
what
flat, measured flat, also stationary because there's no measured movement. So the
We're
Earth
actually
is
not,
measured to be horizontal, not curving.
yeah, we're not
On a
actually
counter-
making claims. We're pointing out observations.
Oh, so you don't know?
Hold on. What the fuck?
Some people don't.
It's observed to be flat and motionless. It's an
Measured.
observation. The heliocentric model, the heliocentric model is a claim that it's a spinning ball tilted at 23.4 degrees. It's in the middle of space. It's soaring through space. That's the claims on the heliocentric side.
I know.
The flat Earth is an observation. It's observable.
Okay, that's fine. So whatever you observe, you like state that. Okay, that's okay. So
Maybe the
I'm
words
asking you
movement
now.
passed by
Like,
seem to
dude, can you
pass
not talk
by
over me,
by.
please?
I
Why are
know.
you talking over me?
Because there's a bit of a misnomer. It's observed
Dude,
and
you
measured.
shouldn't talk over me
Measured.
though.
Yeah, I
Yes,
know.
that's
Because I want to make this point.
it's flat as well. Sorry.
Yeah, if we're going to be succinct, gentlemen, it's observed and measured to be horizontal.
No, but
Carry
that's
on.
not my question. My question is like
How
it's
it's
flat,
fucking-
horizontal, whatever that's established. But from what I hear, like you guys don't know what the edges, like where the edges are. No, you've never.
I already clarified that. There's
You
no
only go
edge.
by observation.
How
It's
could
not
we know if no one's? How could we know if no one's been there, and no one's reported back to tell us what the extremities, the condition of the extremities? No one knows that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And the
quick
distance and
question.
resources and the time and money to do that, I think, is beyond your capabilities as a normal citizen. I don't think it's as easy as going to New York from LA.
Like,
Quick
why
question
don't the
for,
flat
for
earthers
Lion.
just like start a
Lion.
fundraiser?
Lion, quick question. Why is it that
Yeah.
if I try to use your silly little globe model, which is
Hey,
called
there's
Google
no need
Earth,
for that, man.
one
Let's be
second.
respectful.
Well, yeah,
Don't
yeah,
call-
but isn't it?
don't
Yeah,
use these
okay,
kind of
okay,
words.
okay. Isn't it silly that I can't
No,
put a
I'm not gonna
ruler?
answer this question.
Isn't it silly that I can't put a ruler around Antarctica and get clear numbers? Why is it that it glitches out and makes this weird circle I posted? Why is that happening? Why can I have a full thing going around Africa but not around Antarctica? What is happening with your Google Earth? Isn't that weird?
I didn't make Google Earth. Why are you asking me this?
Well, Google Earth has cartoons in the south, so in the Antarctica it's all cartoons. Once you get into certain pixels, and they just kind of it looks like they're kind of forming their own map down there.
I mean,
I don't
Google
know if
Earth
we have
has-
the authentic maps.
Google Earth has a lot of Iran like blurred out. It doesn't really mean that on the actual planet everything is a blur, right?
Well, why
It
would
just
they blur
means that
things
Google
out?
Earth has like some sort of filter.
I don't know. I think they're not as transparent as they should be.
Look how fake that looks.
They don't have to be transparent. I don't think they have to be transparent.
Well, I don't know why they'd be hiding it. What can't we handle?
Excuse me, let me clarify.
Who are you talking about now? Iran or the Google Earth?
Well, I'm just, who's doing the hiding?
That means
I
shut
don't
up.
even know what your point is.
Let me clarify something for all the Globers in here asking us why don't we go to Antarctica and do this and that. First off, let me clarify. You can't go to certain places outside of Antarctica. Like I could say to you, why don't you go into Area 51 and tell us what's there?
Yeah.
Glober.
No, no, I never said why don't you go to Antarctica or the Arctic.
You
I asked
mentioned going to the edge. Why don't
You're
we
saying
go
the
to the edge?
edge.
Yeah. And I'm assuming, because I don't know what you guys think, right? I'm assuming that you guys think the edge is like it's like around
No,
the world. It's not just.
there is no edge.
Can
There's
I
no
finish a sentence?
No.
No.
Okay, then just talk over me.
Okay.
Well, stop putting in your mind that people believe in an edge, because you're kind of generalizing everybody and pigeonholing people into their logical.
Yeah,
You know, it's not a good thing to do.
it's just what they say as a code mechanism. They come up with all these silly questions that nobody believes in about, where's the edge? Or where do I fall off? What about satellites?
Well,
It's just a coping mechanism, nothing more, nothing less, because they have nothing else to bring to the table. There's nothing for the globe to bring to the table. That's why they need to talk about the edge. That's why they need to talk about eclipses. That's why they need to talk about whatever in the sky.
Well, from any continent that, yes, we all agree, you'll hit ice if you go south from any of the southern continents. But if you want to go to Antarctica from any of those continents, you can go to one place, which is interesting. You know, that they have so much declaration of security for ice in the south. When if it's no big deal, then it should just be kind of open. You know, they're making it a bigger deal for science than I've ever seen in history, like bigger than climate change, bigger than anything. Antarctica is preserved, bigger than every world war. We are coming together that Antarctica is a place of peace. I've never seen that before. I mean, have you?
Well, you also somebody
that's
raised an
the biggest
interesting
red
point.
flag. That is the biggest red flag right there. What you just said.
Well, somebody raised an interesting point though about like it's not even within like the average person's means to travel to like Antarctica. So why again, like all the extra, it seems like extra redundant, like when the average person isn't exactly like boating out or like kayaking over to Antarctica, you know, like
right, because it's deadly. It's self-limiting because it's such a deadly and hostile place.
Well, they tell you that too. So why would people even consider it as an option?
Yeah.
Well, exactly. Like it's not even so.
Yeah,
not
they
even
deter you.
feasible.
They deter you in every way possible of the edge, if that was the edge.
Like it screams, go away, don't come here. And there are people with money who have tried, and they have been intercepted by the Australian Navy and told to turn around, and etc. So it's not like it hasn't been attempted.
They don't want a bunch of Truman Burbanks sailing to the wall.
Exactly.
Bro, the funny thing is that people always say, like the globals say, as if it's something easy to do, right? As if isn't they like protecting the penguins and the ice shells, as if it's a military base or something, right? Like try to enter a military base, like not even like a very active one, just where people are being trained or recruited. See what happens. See when you get to the gate and you just go, through the main entrance. See what happens. And if this is what happens just for a small military base on ground, that doesn't really hide anything big or major, do you really think that when all nations are protecting some ice shelves and penguins with obviously also having military ships and so forth around, that they will not stop you?
If you can collect the amount of resources that they're putting forth in this effort that you're talking about, and then kind of compare side by side another effort that they've put the same amount of resources towards, and you can check the initiative or like their incentive as to why they're doing that, whether it's wars or going to space, the amount of money per se, you can see that there's there's definitely another incentive for them putting all that resource into protecting Antarctica or hiding it or what have you. You got to find the other things that they've been doing. What's another thing they spent all their money on?
Most definitely. I'll give you an example. I know they spend a lot on subduing and censoring flat Earth, because we used to at one point outpace the algorithm for Trump. When Trump was super popular, this topic was more popular than him. And now, try to see how popular freely available flat Earth information is. Good luck.
Well, not to forget what is even more obvious and important, and I think is mostly overlooked, obviously also by the flat earthers, is the historical order of certain events that happened prior to the creation of NASA and the Antarctic Treaty and so forth. There has been major things that first happened before these things came along, which is obviously, right, just a coincidence, which would be which would be, in 1955 Operation Deep Freeze. Then you have 1962
Fishbowl.
Operation Fishbowl. Then you have the Antarctic Treaty right after Deep Freeze, which is 4 years later. They make the Antarctic Treaty. Oh, sorry, I forgot one more thing. Before Deep Freeze, there was Operation High Jump, right? Then came Operation Deep Freeze. And then 4 years later, the Antarctic Treaty, where all nations have came together to protect, for some reason, all this ice that they have discovered. They probably didn't discover the ends of the earth or anything like that, obviously. Anyways, and then Operation Fishbowl in 1962, where they have nuked, tried to nuke something up there, whatever. It's pretty weird. And then in 1958, which is before Operation Fishbowl, even we have the founding of NASA. And then just in 1969, they go to the supposed moon, right? Very, very weird. Very weird.
These agencies have been proven to be lying time and time again. Factual accounts that anyone can do their due diligence, get their hands on the information. With that being the case, the next thing that comes out of their mouth, we then have to question, right? We have to examine it. And that's what the masses or the public is failing to do. And if you do question it, a man in here mentioned it earlier, they pigeonhole you. They've been trained to have a particular train of thought. If you say a particular phrase, like flat earth is one of them, their mind just instantly defines you and your character and your thoughts and deems it less important or whatever.
Hasty generalizations.
Right.
Yeah, I don't like when they
mind control, dude.
Yeah, it doesn't work as well though. Their spells are weakening. The more we challenge them on it, because they can't defend it as much, I think, as they did in the past. I feel like there's too many aware people and they're coherent on it now. I don't like when they apply the heliocentric model to the sun, where they're saying, well, wouldn't the sun light up the entire flat earth? It's like, you're still thinking the sun is the size in the heliocentric model. So there's so much disconnect and failing of application of different models, where that takes time. It just takes a lot of time. Especially with our media today, just dumbing people down every day.
Well, it has to do with the human condition. We're emotional creatures, and we're the highest thing that we're susceptible to is fear. And when placed in fear, our actions can be accounted for. It's like 3 different categories or paths to take, and that's run or fight, freeze. Based upon those 3 things, you can foretell the future of the person's action. And then, it's fucking scary figuring out been lied to, and you have no fucking idea what reality consists of. And that's
exactly.
Scary.
Do you ever believe that people? So if you say the model's wrong, they have this form of escapism where I can get off this planet. But if you take that idea away from them, it's almost as though they're trapped on this earth. So people that don't like it here anyway, that are having a rough time, they think in some grand, we can go to Mars. It's great for the rest of humanity. Get off this rock. But if you take that away, you're trapping them. And I feel like some people react as almost as though they don't want to be trapped in a dome, even.
Well, there's a biblical mindset about this also, right? Where the adversary or the ruler of this current time says that he says in his heart he wants to be as the Most High, above the stars and so forth, right? In the midst of the clouds, and it's kind of like all these rockets they shoot up and they level out and fall into the ocean. It's kind of like it's blasphemy, It's just, haha, look, building, and again, a Tower of
It's
Babel.
almost like Tower of Babel's in the sky.
Yeah. And that's
Yeah, I
why they
get
look
you.
like, phallus symbols, like, you know what I mean.
Yeah, well, that's why I never bought the whole Antarctic. We care about Earth and we care about science and this part of the Earth because you were just shooting thousands of nuclear rockets in the sky 5 years ago. You don't care about this. This has nothing to do with the health of Earth. So they show themselves all the time, and then they try to pretend that they really care about. They care about the control.
Well,
That's all they care
exactly,
about.
yeah. That is funny. I actually have never, I don't believe in nuclear bombs in general, like nuclear radiation. But in general, when you would apply that to the narrative that they want to protect the environment and ice shelves and so forth, why is it after the Antarctic Treaty they make explosions of nuclear proportions in the sky? Like, it's just so stupid. Doesn't
I know.
Well, this is
doesn't
why
make-
it's not going to travel to Antarctica. Don't worry.
Yeah.
They'll make up an excuse for everything. They care more about money than the health of the Earth. It's all it is. Control and money.
The thing with lies promotes more lies.
Like and they're so scared of this, right? That they need to censor it so heavily and need to create like a flat Earth society and so forth to misguide and mislead people, so that they come into a Discord and say, "Where's the edge? Where do I fall off? Oh yeah, why are all planets round? Why do you think you're a disk in space? All this stuff is misinformation."
That's the thing,
it's
though.
working.
When observed, if you sit back and kind of reflect, it's all the same tricks. It's the same type of characterization to the same circumstances, and it's the same tools that we are to utilize to overcome these set obstacles. I mean, it's time and time again within our everyday lives.
Well, the people that don't know they're doing the tactics, unintentionally, or they're doing accidentally. They're the ones that are mostly unhinged and emotional. And I've learned that flat earthers get calmer and calmer. The more the more you talk to them, because they're not worried about it. They've accepted all the lies, from politics to whatever you name it.
There's so much to laugh about, man. I mean, I'm sorry, but sometimes I just can't even take it serious. I really need to I need to make myself sound like as if I'm taking it serious, but sometimes I just can't stop myself from laughing, even if I think about it.
I think that if you really intention, where intention derives from, or like the origin of it, and what it actually, the sustenance it is, like whether it's like an act in love or thinking about love and this, that, and the third, because that's your intention, and then you have your thoughts, and then you make your decision, and then you take action, right? Well, based upon that intention, I think that there's some that outweigh the others. And I think that a lot of people are talking about this information because they have a particular intention, and it's stronger, and it's more, it breeds a future. It brings forth more. It's increasing in value and importance, and it's never ever not going away. It's always going to be there. And I think it has a lot to do with love, whatever that is. It's like our whole life to understand what that word even means. But when people come to debate in a particular manner, that whether it's haste or pride or the wrong intention, low vibration intention, it dwindles away. That substance, it always fails. It doesn't match up to why we're here talking about these things. I mean, at the end of the day, it boils down to we want to help each other. We want to do our due diligence. We want to know the truth. We're seeking after the truth. That's an unstoppable force.
Exactly.
But
The
if
truth
I'm
cannot be stopped.
If I'm prideful and anger, and I want to ridicule you, and I want to humiliate you, and I want to intimidate you, and if I want to dominate you, and what I've noticed in my life is that those individuals who have intentions to do those things, it blows up, and they fail. Eventually, sometimes it looks like they're winning, sometimes it looks like they're prospering, but evidently it always comes crumbling down.
I agree.
So that knowledge, if that's true, that knowledge right there should sustain us and then keep us within like a peaceful mind state and make sure our intentions are good. That way, when these people with those bad intentions come in, we already know. I mean, I'm sure you guys have been in debates long enough to know the angles and the words, phrases, and the topics and ideas that can be thrown at you, and just handle it, the way that it's required, right? Because they don't even understand that they're actually here for a purpose, and that is for them to come into the knowledge of the truth and start doing their due diligence. And that's their first step, is having the wrong intention but ending up in the right place.
Well, yeah, and for some to come in just with an open mind is brave enough, to go against the model that will cause social rejection, even just to question it. But for some that come in to mock, I don't think they realize what they're dealing with anymore. That at the beginning, it was harder to take those arrows and, it stung a little bit, but now it's just, you've been called every name imaginable, and the ad homs are so boring that's what they mostly result to, because the intelligence isn't lacking. They don't know their own model. Most of these people, they have no idea. And so they're coming in thinking about, okay, let's attack flat Earth, when they can't defend the attacks of their own model. So then they get flustered, and then the result to primitive name calling and vicious.
What do you mean by they can't defend their own model? Like they don't have.
Okay. Yes. So most people that come in that are, just I don't want to say normal folk, but just have the basic education of
layman. You can say layman. It's a good word.
Heliocentric laymanism, and they come in with that, but they come in as an attack mode of, I'm going to talk about flat Earth and question flat Earth and what I've researched, but they haven't researched their own model. So they don't know anything about heliocentrism, a lot of these people that I've talked to. So when you start talking to them about their own model, how it works, they become flustered.
Isn't that like invincible ignorance?
To say that they don't know anything.
I didn't say anything.
They don't have like a thorough understanding of the heliocentric model, but most people know.
Isn't that invincible?
No, most people know gravity, and that's it. That's most people say to me is gravity.
That's not the heliocentric model, though. That's just.
This is Goose. So be careful with Goose, because you're gonna be chasing a goose and you're never gonna catch him. Be careful.
But so I think what he means is like they come in and they don't know things such as like what the radius, diameter, or circumference is supposed to be. Things like
they don't know the differences of different gravities. They think all gravity is the same too. A lot of people.
Right.
What do you mean by they think all gravity is the same?
Well, they don't distinguish Newtonian through Einstein's.
Listen. When a parrot says a word and then says, right? So people say gravity. Gravity causes things to be the way they are, right? But they're saying the word like a parrot, a word without meaning.
Yeah, it's just a word that they've been instilled with since birth, practically. That it's the only explanation for most phenomena that they can't explain. And so if they can say that, they all agree. Most people agree, oh yeah, gravity.
Well, gravity does explain.
But they don't question it. They don't question anything about it, what the source is, where it comes from, the history of it. It's just almost an acceptance without question. And that's wrong to me.
I mean, I feel like people do that with a lot of things. It's not just like for me, I don't fully understand how gravity works, but I accept it as true.
But what do you
because
accept
there's hundreds of years of science behind it.
Are you just accepting that things fall? Because we all accept that. Like, what are you accepting of gravity that's so profound
that gravity is a warping of space-time, like Einstein's theory of gravity?
So that's basically you're like a character speaking from a cartoon, and you're saying, look, in this cartoon, this is how it works, and it works in the cartoon. That's what you're saying.
Right, but it doesn't
Pretty
just
much.
work in the cartoon. We can use Einstein's model of gravity to make very accurate predictions.
Wrong. So yeah, which ones? Tell us which predictions.
I think wasn't one of them like the precession of Mercury or something? Like it has to do with Mercury's orbit that Newton's model of gravity wasn't able to account for, but Einstein's model was.
Once again, so it fits within the cartoon. We get it.
It's not a cartoon though; it's an observed fact.
Yes.
You can observe.
You can't demonstrate it in real life and reality here on Earth.
What are you talking about?
Is there okay? Show us one single hypothesis, valid hypothesis, or an experiment. What's the experiment that proved gravity? We need the independent control variable.
That proved.
Your goose is cooked.
I'm getting the Cavendish experiment, but I've already had an argument with that before. I know you guys don't like that, so I'm not even going to talk about it.
Googling it. You're not going to find it. You're not going to find it. Don't bother Googling it. It's just, dude, you can't bend and warp love. You can't bend and warp freaking communism. You can't bend and warp time. It's that simple.
And Cavendish is supposed to be measuring the mass of Earth, the mass of Earth.
Is he saying that Cavendish demonstrate the warping and bending of space-time?
Yeah, I think
no,
so.
the Cavendish experiment was for the gravitational, to get the gravitational constant.
The one that superseded, the one that was superseded in 1915. That one. In other words,
didn't Einstein's
overruled, now obsolete,
right,
not used anymore.
It's still used. They still teach it in
No,
schools.
it isn't.
But if you're saying if Mercury's
when you say it's not used, what do you mean by not used? Because I learned Newtonian gravity in school, right? No,
it's not considered a force. It's actually not considered a force.
9.8 meters squared.
Yeah, that's outdated now. It's not even considered a force anymore.
Gravity is not a force. Yeah. Plus, there's no experiment that proved gravity, so don't bother looking.
Yeah,
So
even
I'm sure you were just really hot.
Einstein outdated that. He says it's an effect. It's not a force. So
the effect or force, whatever it is, that causes things to fall down, is gravity.
Well,
just
if you
call that
only have
gravity.
an effect
What is
of things
gravity?
going down, if you only have
Going
the
down?
effect, hold on. If you only have the effect of things falling down, you're just looking at the phenomenon. So you don't have a cause for the phenomenon.
Yeah,
that's what an
The
experiment would
bending and
show.
warping of space-time.
but how does looking at Mercury show why things are falling on Earth? That's just like the same. That's the same reasoning as planets are circles, therefore we're a circle. You know, how does looking at that? How does looking at a light in the sky show that's why things fall down here?
That's really weird. It's really weird. I have to say, that's very.
So
strange.
it's because the Mercury has an elliptical orbit, right? And it shifts, it shifts like the position of the orbit shifts every rotation.
But
right?
How does that cause acceleration on Earth? How does Mercury's orbit? How do you equate that to objects falling at a 9.8 meters per second squared?
Newton's theory, which is out of date, his model of gravity predicted an elliptical path shift only half as large as the one that we actually observe to happen in space, right? Whereas Einstein's predictions with his model exactly match the observation, which when you have a model that matches perfectly the observation in nature, and it's able to make accurate and repeatable predictions of not just one thing but many things. It can be used in a broad scope of cases, right?
Does it match all observations?
It's an explanation as to what is happening. It's an explanation as to why things happen.
Does it match
and the
all
function
observations? If it's what's
of the
happening,
cause.
does it match all of them?
So there is no single coherent model, is what you're saying.
No, the general relativity model works really well.
What about the quantum scale? Does it work really well there?
Sorry?
At the quantum scale, does it work really well?
No. That's probably one of the biggest problems in science right now.
Oh, shit.
Oh, why would they have problems? I thought it was like dead on, not dead on, like for sure, for true.
Yeah, in most cases, in most things that aren't, the size of single subatomic particles.
It's dead nuts on, except.
Except when it's not quite often.
So is it a problem that science doesn't have a perfect 100% explanation of the universe, and therefore it can be discredited on everything?
The problem is it's not even
size of
science.
Earth. They told us the size of Earth, and they are wrong. It's not even a ball, so you got to start over.
What do you mean it's not a ball?
Earth, which have to be curved, would have to be measured to be a curved surface. If it were a ball, it would need to measure curved.
It's
never been measured curved. Only measured to be flat every single time. And used that
How
way
come the radius
as well.
Be 6,400 kilometers.
What?
Why is the universe said? The Earth, the radius of the Earth, said to be 6,400 kilometers? Did they just pull that number out of their ass?
They must have, because who the fuck measured that?
Do you know how they got that?
By assuming a lot of shit.
They assumed through the passing of Venus, they assumed that Earth and Venus were the same size. From that, they extrapolated out to get the one solar unit that requires a ball of 3,959 miles.
Yeah, the maths will work if you put in certain numbers. So if you make the stars different sizes and distances, you can force the model to fit, but you have to make them huge distances and massive sizes. So, your model will work.
What's the massive size for
Well,
a star?
a ball that's 700 Earth diameters wide in the sky that looks very local and feels very local. Making that sun even and the distance away from that sun. When your perception and all of your intuitions and feelings tell you it's close. That's where the disconnect comes from.
Our feelies, our feely wheelies in our perceptions aren't always 100% accurate. They can be wrong.
But a lot of times they are, and for you to just ignore them completely is what you're doing. You're saying, don't even take it to account. Don't use your feelings, your intuition, anything that's been given to you to use as tools that you've used in the past. Don't use it for the lights in the sky. You can't. You're saying you can't even consider it. That's how
what does your intuition tell you about the moon and the sun? Like their distance?
That they're moving. That they're moving.
But what about their distance and their size?
They're closer. That they're closer, and that they're local. That when I see stars right next to each other, when I see stars from one horizon to the next, I'm not thinking trillions and trillions of miles. I think local distances. I don't know in the thousands. I don't know in the hundreds, but I'm not putting myself in an expansive universe where it's incomprehensible and ineffable to even conceive. That puts me too small. That puts me insignificant. I'm not into that.
Oh, because you can't fathom the idea that you're not that important in the grand scale of things, and your intuitions and your perceptions might not 100% match up with reality.
No, I am important because I keep waking up every day to this place. So I'm important to myself. I'm important to people around my family and my loved ones. This is a place where you're supposed to be.
That's not special. Everything that's alive
is special. You don't think you're special? If you don't think you're special, why are you continuing to wake up?
I think it's awesome that we get to experience life.
Oh, so it's awesome, not special. There's a difference.
Well, me as an individual...
You don't want to talk about philosophical preferences, Goose, because the heliocentric model is...
Well, I'll talk about whatever I want.
Preference.
Yeah, exactly. The heliocentric model shows
pointing
order.
out that your heliocentric model is a philosophical preference.
Yeah.
It's not.
Why is it a philosophical preference?
Because other models astronomers are capable of constructing other models which explain the phenomenon just as easily, just as well. And they just choose that one because based on philosophical grounds.
To reality because the Earth is not the center of the universe.
No, they want to think that. That's right. It's a philosophical choice. It's not empiricism.
Why does it matter if the Earth is the center of the universe or not?
It doesn't. If they could demonstrate that is the case.
Truth matters. Truth matters. Don't you think
Agreed.
solving problems here before spending billions and billions of dollars on the idea of going to the moon or Mars or anywhere other than here should take priority? Whether it be homelessness or ending a war that's unnecessary or hunger. Don't you think those priorities should be more important?
Perhaps he thinks that humanity is meaningless, significant.
So until we fix every single problem right now, we can't push humanity further.
Until there's no banks being bailed out by the government, shouldn't we restrict spending on stupid shit that it's not even verifiable?
Exactly.
You think it's stupid because you don't think it's real.
Because it's proven to be not real.
Why is NASA spending? Why is the U.S. government spending billions of dollars?
It's proven to be not real.
Yeah,
It's proven to be not real.
People that believe the Mars rovers actually think it's a waste of money and resources.
Who's the scientist that proved that the Earth is not
me at this point?
The globe.
Thanks, I really appreciate that. That's a lot of respect there.
Sorry?
Interrupting me in the middle of what I was saying. That's
I didn't
beautiful.
hear you talking. I'm sorry.
Oh, you didn't hear me talk because you opened your fat fucking mouth.
Well, you're getting real angry. You're getting real antsy now. You're getting all antsy. You got some ants in your pants, you know?
He's just getting tickled. Come on, we're all tickled by you.
Big fat fucking mouth.
Tickled by the lobe with the Grover logic. Yeah, it's funny. It's tickling.
You understand over the last 60 years, though, this whole endeavor of space and moving man forward, where have they really moved to? I mean, they've gotten a couple of robots on Mars. They don't go to the moon anymore. They go to the ISS every 6 months to give them food, and then we don't really see much.
We're going back.
Has anyone actually calculated the amount of revenue that's been generated to go on these missions?
I've been fucking do for anyone. What has it done for you, Goose? What has it done for you?
And they still give you camera resolution of smartphones from 2009.
And we don't want to take away the technology they're working on the Earth, because there's some great stuff that they're doing. But all the space program stuff, you got to really think about. Why are you sending another robot to Mars for $150 million?
Has your rent?
I think it's more than 150 million.
Has your rent
thank you, though, yeah.
Don't worry about going to the moon. They destroyed the technology. So at least you won't spend money on that.
Is it easier to purchase a house these days?
Well, they do it because they just need to buy the whole prop for like 20K and then put some tinfoil around it for like 1K or something, and then they have some people that pay to stand there and take some fancy photos. Then they just shoot a rocket up for like 100 or 200K into the sky that levels off and falls into the ocean. So around like maybe maximum $500,000 to $1 million spent, and 350 to 400 million will be just for whatever else they need it for. Right?
Yeah. When's the last time you looked at the lunar LEM? Like the ones from the 60s. Have you actually looked at it and zoomed in on it and really paid attention and thought about this thing traveled 235,000 miles in a vacuum with micrometeors pounding down on the moon's surface? Yeah. Do you actually believe all that? Like, do you actually look at the moon landings? When's the last time you watched all 6 of them?
Dude, that fucking Velcro and duct tape must have been like $200,000.
They're hilarious.
Of course.
They're so shoddy.
You guys gotta keep giving the taxes, because this is very important. Like the next rover sending to Mars will stop world hunger and stuff. It's very important that we keep on doing what you're doing, because there's always a new adventure.
They
Just
can't wait
spend
for
your money.
AI to start working, so they don't have to do any of this anymore, and AI will just take over space missions.
Exploration has always been part of the human experience. Like, it's the same reason why
humans aren't going anywhere, though. Sorry, rockets are going and robots, but humans aren't doing anything anymore. They don't go anywhere except the ISS to have lunch and to float around.
You don't think that we're gonna go to Mars one day, or back to the moon?
No, they keep delaying the moon missions every single time. Every Artemis mission they delay.
I now remembered what I was going to say before I was rudely cut off. We're going on about 8 billion people.
Big fat fucking mouth.
Well, excuse me. You're going to do it again? We're going on about 8 billion people. Oh my God. You want me to mute you? So I can get this out?
He's a space communist.
We're going on 8 billion people here on Earth, and maybe 500 have been to so-called the ISS or space. Yeah, let's keep spending.
Yeah, we're not going back to the moon because Don Pettit said we don't have the technology, and every time they rebuild it, something happens. Artemis, the cast members, that something happens to the cast, something happens to the technology. You're going to see the most delayed missions in your lifetime of the moon landings. You're never going back.
Isn't Artemis scheduled for 2026?
No,
It was scheduled. Do you know how many times they delayed that?
There was £5 million invested to convince a group of people, I think it was 14 people, that they went to space. I think it took 2 weeks, maybe a month. And they were all convinced that they went to space, but they went nowhere. They were here on Earth the whole time.
Would you go? I mean, would you go and say you had to look at that tweaker shelter again, the one that went on the moon, the land? Would you enter into that thing, that LEM, and trust?
Oh my God.
Would you actually walk into that and say, yeah, I'm going to put on your suit and go 235,000 miles in a pressurized chamber? Of course, I trust you.
Hilarious.
Not even for,
You gotta shout out Jake Gibson for that joke.
not even for the whole world, for nothing, man. There would be no prize that would put me into such thing,
Yeah. Have you seen the cast of Artemis?
Here, real quick.
Wait, what happened to? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Goose said we are going to the moon in 2026. Okay, if no one, not just you, say nobody goes to the moon in 2026, will that be finally the straw that breaks the camel's back? Will you then look at it and be like, okay, they've kicked this thing for 20, 30, 40 years. They just kicked it again.
50.
Is that enough reasonable doubt, Goose?
I don't think the Artemis missions were announced in 40 years ago. Wasn't it like 2017, 2018?
What if they push it to 2028? What if 2026 comes and they push it to 28? What
Yeah, I think that would be fucking annoying. I'm not saying it's not.
I think
It'd be
the question
annoying. What the fuck, man?
But you're still going to hold faith, right? You're still going to hold onto that faith?
I have faith that we're going to go back to the moon.
Faith.
In 20
Oh,
years.
what a nice word.
If we go back to the moon, are you guys gonna
All
give
right,
us
George
a
Michael.
If we go back to the moon and they show the photos, you're gonna accept them as real in
Here's
2026?
faith, guys. A lot
Yeah,
of faith.
a belief is okay, but not when you push it on the children and make it mandatory in the education system.
They're doing it for
Isn't
the
that what we
greater
did
good,
with
though.
religion for a while?
It's all for the greater good.
Majority of
Hey,
Americans
I
are
have
chumps. Because if I was being told that my government is spending that much money on trying to do things that, like extraordinary claims like land people on the moon, I would want fucking proof.
What happened to the astronaut again who said we can't even send a signal from through one wall or something? Who was that astronaut that was like coincidentally like burned in a fire?
That's Grissom.
Yeah, Grissom. Yeah, Goose,
was he the guy who said like we
you-
can't even send a signal between a thick wall or something?
yeah, he put a lemon on it and whatnot. Hey, Goose, have you looked into reasons why the Artemis program keeps getting kicked? The excuses?
I think mostly it's funding and also
Holy
like, making
shit!
sure
It's the
safety.
opposite, dude. It's the opposite of funding. They've gotten more and more and more money each time. This has nothing to do with funding. Like you need to like the current excuse is they don't have a heat shield or a spacesuit.
They did it 6 times in 3 years in the 60s.
Yeah, and now they can't because they don't have any heat shields or they don't have a working heat shield and they don't have any spacesuits.
There's not a single red flag that you're holding. Nothing.
It's funny too because people ask, "But don't you have spacesuits on the ISS?" And they're like,
Well, here's
"Yeah,
the thing.
those are different though."
When you fund and reward promises, you're just going to end up with more promises. When you fund and reward results, you'll end up with more results.
Well, there you go.
So if all
You
the U.S.
funded and reward
government is doing
excuses.
is funding NASA
Excuses.
based off of promises, and they're not going to get any
Excuses.
results because they're going to keep getting more money for promises.
So we can thank NASA for Tang fueling tomorrow's astronauts today.
We
Thanks,
can thank NASA for WD-40.
Or that's what we're talking about. Is NASA does some good stuff, but the space programs need to be questioned, just like politics, just like the medical field, just like everything else.
Yeah,
NASA does nothing good. Thank you.
Well, I just looked up who invented WD-40, and believe it or not, it's not NASA. It's not government. It's Irvin Norman Lawson. He
And you know
developed
what
it.
Sorry. Go ahead, Crit.
Yeah, he developed it at the University of San Diego. He was credited in the
It was
newspaper with
developed
doing
and
so.
made for the
What I mean to
Apollo
say,
mission.
what I find interesting, ladies and gentlemen, is that Hollywood fakes space better than NASA does.
Yeah, they do.
Hey, San Diego. Yeah, Buck Knives. Buck
Check this out. No, hold on. This is where we get Goose to I think that was that Goose. This is where we snap you out of your psychosis. Right there. No, NASA did not invent WD-40. WD-40 was invented in 1953 by a man called Norman Larson.
What about Velcro? Velcro,
Wait,
that's
why
my
was it
favorite
invented?
invention
Don't,
from Greece.
not a moving target, okay? This is one of the more evil and sinister things of NASA. This idea that they've taken away people's legacy. Norman Larson and his family have a legacy where his grandfather, their relatives, invented WD-40. And people say, nah, government did that.
I mean, you can just search up who invented WD-40. The first result is Ivor Norman Lawson.
Yeah, not NASA. And
Right, but they're not taking away credit. That's just like, I know WD-40 was developed
because
and
you
used
said
for the
thank you NASA for WD-40. That's what you said.
Mm-hmm.
Buck Knives was in San Diego too for years.
WD-40 was invented in San Diego in 1953 as a rust prevention solvent for Atlas missile outer skins, which was under NASA at the time. Because NASA is not just space; it is also like rockets in general.
This is like Al
That's why I
Gore
said
inventing the
NASA.
internet.
Sorry?
It's like claiming Al Gore invented the internet.
It took a family unit though to create this substance that NASA needed because they couldn't do it themselves, obviously.
NASA's just the brand.
Yeah, it's a hole you throw money into with no result on the outcome.
Yeah, you're right. You know what? You're right. I shouldn't have said NASA, but NASA did use WD-40.
Yeah, on the lunar limb.
Yes, they just doused the entire lunar lander with WD-40.
Sorry there, brother. But so, in other words, NASA overpaid for some WD-40 because they didn't get it at market price. Believe me, that can was like 20 grand or something.
Mm-hmm. 40 grand.
They used one can of WD-40 for every single fucking Apollo mission. Just one can. It lasted the entire time.
But we destroyed the technology.
Yeah.
Have you heard Don Pettit say that?
They were
What do you mean?
overpaid.
We still have WD-40 today.
No. Have you heard Don Pettit say they destroyed the technology of the moon landings? Like they can't
Why
go
would
back. Have you heard
They're
that
in the
astronaut? No. Have you heard that astronaut say that? He's on camera saying that we can't go back to the moon because they destroy the technology. It's so bizarre.
What technology did they destroy? Because it's the computers. We have
Good
computers far
question.
more powerful.
Good question. That's why we're wondering why can't you go back? He said technology, so that encompasses a lot of stuff. You know, we want to know
Because
what
when you say
destroyed.
technology, it's like, is it like the that can be the rocket, the actual like lunar capsule,
Yes.
the service module, the
That's
computer,
a great follow-up question. If you were a reporter, if you were that reporter, that'd be a great follow-up question.
And even if they had it, they don't have the machines to play it back on anymore, anyways.
Yeah,
I know what it is. They need more money.
What the technologies were?
He didn't specify.
Okay,
The
so
guy-
he didn't specify.
He's too busy creating space cups to worry about where the technology is.
Even if he didn't specify, another member of NASA said, even if we knew where the telemetry data was, we no longer have the machines to play it on.
Yeah, how many red flags till it turns to a white flag? You know, it's kind of crazy.
But here's the thing, Goose. We offer you a choice. With them, it's believe this or you're fucking insane.
I mean,
And
I believe the Earth is a globe. I think most people do. I don't think most people are insane.
Guys,
Well, at
I'm
least
sorry
you're
to
calling
interrupt
it-
for a sec, but my whole life is a lie because Tang was invented in 1959, or marketed at least. NASA didn't do it. My whole
Tang or
life is now a
WD-40?
fucking lie. Yeah, I know, that inspired me to look up Tang now. And now I'm wondering about, I'm going to look up Velcro.
See, NASA just uses products to make money.
Velcro was invented because some guy got like their shirt caught in like some those like spiky, those spiky balls that get stuck on your clothes. I forget what they're called. Burr balls.
Oh yeah.
And he saw that, like, that would be a great idea for like a non solving
grandpa
like,
shoes.
Yeah. No,
And they're-
Velcro is a sick invention. I love
How can
Velcro.
you?
It is.
Don't you need a you need a container for the W40, right? So
I think you need a container for most things.
Oh, for
Not air
most
pressure
things.
though.
Most
You
things.
definitely don't need a container for gas pressure. But for most things, I think you do need.
Can
a
we use
container.
gravity to contain W40?
No.
Oh, okay. Just checking.
Current
don't think you could-
1940s. What the fuck? Has NASA actually invented any fucking thing?
Listen to this, guys. You know something's funny about W40? That is, what is it made of to prevent rust? If I open my cabinet of utensil stuff that I have right there, I will see W40, and it will be one of the most rustiest containers in the whole cabinet.
The outside or the inside?
it's kind of funny, right? Like,
is the
okay, this
outside
is
rusty?
okay. So I'm looking. What do you think? I'm looking inside of it, or I'm looking from the outside
Well,
of it?
I think the outside might be rusty because it's an old
Oh.
can. But if you opened up the inside of the can, I can guarantee you, the inside of that can is fucking spotless.
That's totally fine. That's totally fine. But imagine the designers of a product that is saying these products prevents this, but in the advertisement itself, it's falling apart, rusty as shit. And
Right? Is the container the product, or is what inside the container the product?
the container is the container.
What?
The container? It's the container.
Is the can the product, or is what is inside
The container will be one of the antecedents to be able to make the product possible. So without the container, you will not have the product.
I mean, if you spray WD-40 on the floor, you still have WD-40. It's just not on the floor.
Okay, so what happens after a while when it's outside of the container? It will entropy will kick in, right?
Right. You can't have a glass of milk without a glass. Then you just have milk.
Yeah. You have the ingredients inside of the container, right? And they will stay in a state thanks to the container, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. For you to be able to utilize it for the intended purposes. So the design of it, the result that you have is from the design of it, right?
Right, but the container doesn't affect the
designed.
actual properties of...
Is it designed or not designed? Let me see this. Is this product designed or not designed?
What the fuck are we arguing about?
So is it designed or not?
Like, what the fuck are we arguing about?
It's the same thing you've been doing to this room, Goose, chasing a wild goose, right?
No, we're
you
talking about
you just playing your character, which is everybody knows this about you in here, right?
But I don't really care, but okay, continue.
Exactly, you don't care, but you're here talking about this stuff.
It's fun to be here. I'm sorry that I enjoy being in this room talking to you guys.
Yeah.
So what? Okay, so back on track. What he's asking is, did that container and product make itself, or did somebody have to make it?
Somebody made it.
Did it have to be created? Right, it had to be created, right?
Right.
Okay. All right. Floor's back to you.
So the antecedent to the container is a designer, a creator. Is it, Goose? Oh, okay.
Of WD-40, yeah.
Can you put anything else? Can you put something else besides W240 inside of that container? Goose?
Inside of a can of WD-40?
No, inside of the label container that has the letters W240 ingredients, this and this and that. Let's say you don't make it to the label part yet. You have the container. Can you put different things in it besides the things that will compose the product W240? Can you put something?
I feel like if you were in the manufacturing process and you filled it with I don't know, like
is it yes
like
or no?
Water. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So what?
Gotta get.
I don't understand what's going on here.
Basically, you need a container.
Yeah, you need a container to hold WD-40.
And maybe for this place to work.
What, like the Earth?
I think so. You might need one.
You might need a firmament. We don't know.
You may or may not need a firmament. It's
Wait a minute.
undecided.
The thing is, guys, the thing is that they go from this point. They say no. What argument are you gonna make about? Because the container is one part of it. The container is not the whole of it, right? The container is one thing, which is an important antecedent. But you have other stuff, right? You have kinetic energy, which is involved in all of that stuff. The kinetic energy is not the container, right? The gases are not the container, right? But then you have these relationships between these things that causes what we experience in reality. Gas pressure and the environment that we're in that requires antecedents for these things to work. Just like the container for the W240. And the environment that the container creates for the product to function as intended. Okay?
Yeah.
Designed to be.
Yeah, we're using small-scale experiments on Earth to apply to the Earth rather than looking in the sky to apply to the Earth. So you have to leave Earth to show an example of a containerless pressurized system. And it's all conceptual. It's all imaginary. We're dealing with, on any small-scale experiment, we see containers are needed. You can't cause pressure with mass, just mass alone. You need that contained. You agree with that, right?
That you need a container to have gas pressure?
Yeah, and all these, you can't just do it with mass alone. How are you going to get mass to form pressure around it?
How are you going to get water and gases to be in their different phases in relationship to each other without a controlled environment?
Yeah.
Like at this point, since the first supposed men to walk on the moon, at this point,
anyways, as I was saying before,
Anyways, you're gonna be muted for interrupting the other gentleman. Go ahead and finish your thought before you interrupted the beginning of his sentence. Go ahead.
Thank you. At this point, this many years down the road, you would think for about $15,000 a head, you should be able to take a trip up there and visit it. Because if I'm not mistaken, they promised before 1980 moon bases, and there's still no moon bases.
Well, especially with how easy they
Why
did
would
it.
they lie? Why would they lie?
Yeah, why would they not let you go past, the South Pole and North Pole? You know what I mean?
Didn't Nixon take us off the gold standard temporarily? So he's going to reinstate it, right?
Don't we have scammers? Don't we have a proven record? Right now, you can go to many court cases, public records. Record. It's on the record. Don't scammers lie and keep lying and lying and lying? Even they just keep lying.
Yeah, that's
Scammers.
NASA. That's NASA. That's all the space agencies and the United Nations and Lockheed Martin and all the corporations that are ruling over the governments and the
BlackRock,
countries.
Vanguard.
Yeah, exactly.
And
we're
not
not a
money
part of the
BlackRock
club.
is making off of Ukraine. You think they're making any money off of that?
But NASA's not a part of that.
Yes, they are. They're Freemasons. They're 33rd degree Freemasons. Some of the
No,
most,
they couldn't be. NASA worked with Disney. NASA would never do that.
Well, some of the most considerably intelligent NASA, whatever employees you want to call them, they're not really employees, but they're slaves. And they're slaves of Satan, the Enlil, the false Yahweh, the false Antichrist. And so they worship a false god, and that false god is, telling them to do demonic things. So
God, I
he
love
orders them to do demonic things.
Goose. You know what happens? You know what happens when people chase a wild goose? If the goose the goose runs, and the guy or the child learns when he sees the goose, let me catch the goose, and they start running, but the goose is too fast or flies right away.
And then the goose attacks.
But eventually, that child turns into a man.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know what happens to the goose?
Yeah, go
It
fight
tastes
a goose. See how it goes.
delicious.
Please go fight a goose. I'd love to see you go fight a wild goose. That'd be fun. That'd be fun to watch.
From talking to people, though, it's interesting that NASA's the only company I found that is immune to corruption in people's minds. It's like they're not even on anyone's radar of corruption. You can name all these companies, no one will ever list NASA. They will never suspect it.
Information
NASA's
is
not a company; it's a branch of the government. So,
well, I mean, it's
entity owned by the government. The government subsidizes government bonds in order to own the privatization of space. So, and space isn't real. So they're owning the privatization of the false space and really mass weapons of destruction to genocide you all.
but they're not susceptible to
Are
corruption.
okay? Son of Atlantis, are you a Christian by chance?
Yes, I am, sir.
Okay, just wondering. Did you think the world was going to end on Monday?
No. Why would I think the world is going to end on Monday? Does the Bible say
I know.
that?
I saw a lot of schizo Christian posting about like how the rapture is going to happen on
Does
the
the
eclipse.
Bible say
In
anything
this
about 3 days of
VC, in
darkness?
this
Does the Bible say?
VC, go ahead, my bad.
No, I'm just saying, does the Bible say anything about 3 days of darkness? Does the Bible say anything
No.
about the end of the world? No, it doesn't. It says the apocalypse will occur, which is the revealing of truth. The revealing of all lies and the revealing of all truth will occur and commence. And
What the Bible says.
once the Antichrist is revealed and the people left behind for tribulation on this earth are going to fight over survival. There's going to be, when you buy
So
and
you
sell,
believe?
when you go and buy and sell something, you'll have to get a chip in your arm and your forehead, your right arm and your right part of your forehead, in order to in order to be a part of the beast system, the New World Order. So yeah.
So you're a pre-trib
He's a
rapture kind of
pre-tribber.
believer? You
He's
think the
never read
rapture is going to
Matthew.
happen before?
Well,
Sorry.
Christians will be saved before Satan gets to rule over the
Can
earth.
you just read out loud Matthew 24 verses 29 through 31 for everybody, just so we know why you're a pre-tribber?
I'm not a pre-tribber.
Okay, so what do you mean left behind? What does that mean?
I believe in dispensationalism.
Oh, so can you read Matthew
The
24 verses
Bible set
29?
into dispensations, different eras, different prophetical eras.
So you can't read it? You want me to
Yeah,
read
you
it?
don't know what you're talking about. You're a moron.
Let him read it. Go ahead. Let him read it.
Wow. I'm trying to let the Bible speak, and that's moronic to a Christian.
Well, no, it's not moronic because you're not a Christian, and you don't have the Holy Spirit.
Whoa!
I can already sense it on your voice. You don't have the Holy Spirit.
Bro,
So
this
if you want
is
to blaspheme the Holy
That
Spirit,
is so judgmental of a
if you want to
Christian to
blaspheme the Holy
say.
Spirit, if you want to
How
blaspheme the Holy Spirit, be my guest.
judgmental.
If you want to blaspheme
Okay.
the Holy
How
Spirit, be my guest.
Bro,
Be
you
my
need to
enemy,
calm
and then there
down,
will be a
man.
war.
Where's your virtues? Where's your cardinal virtues?
I'm gonna start muting people.
And there's going to be
Gonna
brimstone
start
and
muting
sulfur
people.
falling amongst you, and the wrath
Calm
of
down,
God will be
man.
amongst you.
Oh my
Hey,
So
I actually wanted the guy to finish his sentence, but it's like you guys cannot control yourself. I don't care if you don't like what he's saying. I wanted to hear it. Me. I wanted to hear it.
I want
So
to
shut up.
Is it okay if I read these 3 verses? I'll be super quick.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I'm cool with that. I'm not going to interrupt anybody with
Your name's not
whatever
Jimson.
they want to do. I don't like to control people. Go ahead, do whatever you want. You know what I mean? Like, I don't
Yeah,
believe
just
in
real
control.
fast. Matthew 24, verse 29. Immediately after the tribulation of those days, the sun will be darkened, and the moon shall not give her light, and the stars shall fall from heaven, and the powers of heaven shall be shaken. And then shall appear the sign of the Son of Man in heaven, and then shall all the tribes of the earth mourn, and they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. And he shall send his angels with a great trumpet sound, or sound of a trump, and they shall gather together his elect from the 4 winds, from one end of heaven to the other. So when does this happen? Immediately after the tribulation?
No, after the rapture.
Is that what it says?
Yeah,
Are you
that's what I
Are you
gather.
changing it now? Are you rewriting it?
Are you rewriting it?
No, I read it word for word, except for when I goofed up a little bit.
If
Gary,
you're
I'm on your side, man.
questioning it yourself, then why are you asking me?
It's not all about you, bro. It's about the room.
No, if you're questioning it yourself, if you're asking yourself these questions, if they're rhetorical questions, why are you asking me then? I'm somebody
Bro,
who knows the Bible.
you're a little bit
I'm somebody who read the Bible
narcissistic, I think,
twice.
because you
I'm
think it's
somebody who
all
read the
about
Bible
you.
over
It's
twice.
about the room.
I read the whole Bible twice before I was 18 years old. Did you?
No, I don't read the whole Bible. I study parts of it
I
with
know it by
intensity.
heart. I could tell you.
But you have an 18-year-old mind.
No, I don't.
That's it. That's all. You have an 18-year-old mind's approach to it.
I don't though. I
Yes,
actually have.
any
I actually have a grown. I actually have a grown man's approach to it.
No,
Actually,
that's what an 18-year-old would
I'm a
say.
sure divine male
That's
spirit
what
energy
18-year-olds say.
unlocked and unleashed.
for
And you guys are all lukewarm Christians. You don't have the fiery Holy Spirit. You're not sparked with the eternal flame of the ether. You're not any
Relax,
part of the
man.
ether. You guys are children of the devil.
This is some
Stop
Joel
acting
Osteen.
like you're Christian. Stop
This
acting
is
like you're of Christ and that you're a light to the world. You're not.
Don't get
You're
diarrhea of the
darkness.
mouth.
You are darkness and you're
Just
walking in death.
relax.
Find some temperance. Find some temperance, please. Seek some
I
cardinal
haven't,
virtues.
I haven't spoken much. I just got one verse to share with all you guys.
Thank you.
It's John 16, verse 13. Howbeit when he, the Spirit of truth, is come, he will guide you into all truth, for he shall not speak of himself, but whatsoever he shall hear, that shall he speak, and he will show you things to come. I only listen to the Holy Spirit. I don't listen to another man because we all lie.
Amen. Amen.
I don't need you telling me, but we can share, we can fellowship, but like you got to have faith in the Lord God Almighty to guide all of us individually, man. And I know there's disagreements, but like just take it for what it is and don't allow yourself to be emotionally led. God will help us. He loves us. You got to have hope and faith in him, not in our ability, not in my understanding. Have faith and hope in him that he will help me. If you think I'm doing something wrong, pray for me. I'll pray for you. I just trust in Jesus. That's where we go wrong is like, dude, you got it wrong. You got it wrong. You got it wrong. We all got it wrong, man. He's the only one that that never did wrong. There you go.
Exactly. We should test the spirits and have discernment, and we should not think about ourselves as being as if we have figured everything out. We should act as if we are humble and we're still on the search and we still did not figure everything out.
Wow.
And what is more important is that the characteristic of the Holy Spirit is humbleness, is gentleness, is not accusing your brethren of being a child of Satan and so forth. There is a certain distinctive discernment that you need to use before you do such accusations directly. And this was a very fast, it came very fast to the point of accusing other people or to be something. And this is very unsafe territory, you know. This is not what you should do directly. Let people first explain themselves, and then you can still create a or say what you have to say about them, you know.
You know, we were talking about it earlier when we get pigeonholed if we mention certain subject matters or certain phrases. Individuals can define you and your character and your belief system on what they have configured and defined in their mind and equated to certain.
You guys aren't wicked. You guys aren't wicked at all. None of you are wicked. None of you do wicked things. None of you lust
Brother,
after
no,
flesh.
yeah, I'm wicked. I've had
None of
3
you do those wicked things.
I've snorted blow. I've committed crimes. I've been to jail.
People in the room
Yes,
you know
I
very
have
little about.
sinned. So what of
And you're
it?
casting them all
You're going to deny
off as
that
wicked,
I can't be a
condemning them,
good
saying they're without
Christian?
the Holy Spirit.
I am humble enough to admit that there are a handful of people better than me.
Yeah, I definitely need Jesus day and night. I need his blood. Thank you for his mercy and his grace.
Amen.
And I need
Same
it
here.
every day, man. That when I die, I'm going to plead the blood. I'm not going to plead my works. I'm not going to plead my knowledge. I'm not going to do anything. I'm going to be begging that he continues to love me for all of eternity. Even if I make it to heaven, every moment or iota of existence, I'm going to be relying on him to be who he is day and night.
He is
It's
the
all
way.
for him.
He is the way, not me. He is the truth, not me. He is the
Like Son of
life,
Atlantis,
not
I
me.
don't
Okay, so
understand.
let's also relax a little bit because I think some
Yes.
other people wanted to say something and we just jumping on top of each other.
Right, but like Son of Atlantis was going off saying because what those two people just by their testimony, like you can clearly tell that they're Christian. You know, they're saved by grace through the blood of Christ. And Son of Man is basically, or Son of Atlantis is saying, oh, these people are without the Holy Spirit. I can just hear it in their voice. Like that is such immature
Why don't we
And
bring it back to cosmology?
All
Hey,
right.
Google. Hey, Goose, how do you
We know.
justify stars falling to Earth?
Sorry?
How do you justify stars falling to Earth?
Stars falling to Earth? You mean shooting stars?
No, it
No,
says
no, no.
stars.
When it says, in those days, immediately after that, the sun shall be darkened, the moon shall lose her light, and the stars shall fall to the earth.
I don't know. Like it's a very poetic and mysterious part of the Bible.
Poetic.
Like I don't fully understand
How
it.
will the sun poetically darken?
It would be an eclipse. That's what I think.
That's literal then. That's not poetic. So it's
Yeah, it is
it's
literal.
not poetic
It is
about the
literal.
sun and the
As a
moon,
matter
but
of
it's
fact, the
poetic about
judgment
the
of God
stars.
is coming soon, so you better prepare for God to come. Because when he does arrive, it's not going to be a funny game that you're going to get all loved and care bared and tickled by God, okay? It's a serious game. There's evil to destroy, and evil needs to be destroyed. If you don't believe that, then you are not good. You are not of God. If you don't believe that evil should be destroyed, if you're pleased with evil, if you delight in evil, then you are not of God. You are separated from God, and you need to repent. That's what I'm saying. That's the message of the Bible. That's the message of the Bible. Jesus isn't a Care Bear that's going to come and tickle your fancy.
No one is
when you
saying
think-
that, first of all, and second of all, no one is good. Even if when someone said to the Messiah that he's good, he referred back to his father as being the good one. So again,
There's no one good
we
except
need
God.
yeah, exactly. There's no one good except the Most High. We need to be
guess
humble.
what? Guess who
The
hates
very
evil
reason.
the
Listen, Clay. I appreciate you trying to correct him based on what you think, but can you let him finish a freaking sentence, maybe for once?
No, it's based on the
All
Bible.
right, you're
itself.
muted then, Clay. If you're not gonna just focus, I heard you finish your sentence. I heard the other guy finish his sentence. Everybody has to say something, but for some reason, you have to jump in someone else's middle sentence. I'm not gonna approve of that. So who's next? Who wants to finish a sentence without someone else interrupting? Who wants to finish a sentence?
So I would say that the true message of the gospel is that of repentance and salvation through the unmerited grace of Jesus Christ and his death and resurrection from the cross. That's the message of the gospel. It's not that
Yes, it is.
if you don't
Yes,
believe.
it is. Yes,
All
it
right,
is.
wait.
Amen. It is.
Okay.
Rejoice. The angels will rejoice because you said that. Thank you, sir. That you just agreed with me that all evil is bad and everything that is not of God is evil, and we should destroy it. We should be against it. We should fight it. We should resist it.
He created it.
We shouldn't be a part of it. We shouldn't stoop down to the world's
I
level
thought he was
and
already
be of
muted.
physicality and be of pleasantry and be of enjoyment of every little fleshly desire that we encounter. We have to be disciplined, and we have to arise and transcendentally master our purpose. That's what we are here for. That's what the Bible teaches you
Our
about,
purpose
your
is
purpose.
to love God.
All right. Who wants to reply? Who wants to reply?
Can I reply?
Yes, Phantom.
So-
Go ahead and reply.
I totally agree with with Son of Atlantis. I agree with what he just said, but I want to clarify something. Oftentimes, we can place too much emphasis on the exterior when the Word of God tells us that God desires to dwell in the hearts of men. He desires your heart. What is the sustenance within you? Who are you? What do you stand for today? What are your actions and decisions based upon? Now, that is the interior work that we are to do with God. And if you know God, if you have a relationship with Him, then you know what I know. It's not really placed upon this exterior world. This is ruled by the prince of the power of the air, but we are ruled by Him. So our character development, our choices and decisions, that's what matters with God. We can't really do much to affect the outside world, but we can do everything within us through Christ who strengthens us to overcome this world within us. Our choices. That's the true freedom. That's
what I
how
mean.
we change the
tired of-
world.
That's what makes me mad, though. I'm tired of people looking at the exterior and not looking in. They have to look.
1 second, brother. Phantom, did you finish your sentence or no?
I had a little extra.
Okay,
And
go
that
ahead.
is-
Finish.
So that work is constant, right? We're on a constant flux of sanctification, right? But then we can help one another in these interactions with one another and this is a great room to be in, and we're all debating the truth. We're all seeking after what is true, even if there's opposing ideas and whatnot. We're still partaking of our purpose, and that is to seek out the truth and eventually find it. And yeah, some will be chasing their tail because they don't have the truth with them. That's how we know. That's how we rightly divide things, is the truth himself.
Phantom, you know how God judges, right? He judges with his wrath when you don't submit to his authority. When you don't submit to his righteousness, then you then are unclean. That's the reality of the Bible.
Is that one? But listen, is that one side of God, or is that the only side of God? You're saying that's how God does it, or the God does more than that?
Well, he
What I've
does a lot
noticed,
more than what I'm saying because it's simplified in words. But what I'm saying is that like at the end of the day, people are who they are because they choose to be who they are. And if you choose to be somebody that you hate, then obviously there's some hatred towards God, or there's some hatred towards other people, and obviously there's some hatred towards yourself. And everybody deals with hatred. Everybody deals with anger. And the way I deal with it is I focus it towards true evil or pure evil, because evil is the only thing I have to fight in order to keep people safe. I need to protect my people, the people who are the chosen people of God, the children of God, the people who chose God, the people who have faith in God, and I need to protect those people from destruction and death. Because
God will protect those people. You have to defeat the evil within yourself.
Can I tell?
Definitely. Yeah, I agree with that. But I still have a mission to do. We all have a mission to do on this earth.
Mm-hmm.
We have to accomplish a mission, and all of us, whether or not you acknowledge the mission, whether or not you accept the mission, that's another story. But we all have a mission, and once you realize it, then you could learn to choose, or whether or not you want to accept it, or change it, or manipulate it, or control it.
I'll exemplify.
Can I be heard?
Sorry.
Just real fast.
Larry's gonna say something. Everybody, please.
Yeah,
listen.
Sons of Atlantis. I'm just curious, as a Christian, why would you lash out against me for bringing up the words of Christ?
Simply because I've dealt with a lot of wickedness recently, and I'm just on guard. Like I could use my ears really well, and I could hear when someone's being genuine and when they're not being genuine, and I'm just very sensitive to sound. So when I interpret somebody what they say, I have to fight a battle against what they're saying in order to establish a greater good, a greater benefit for both parties, in order for there to be any accomplishment or any there needs to be for me there needs to be controversy introduced in order for there to be any serious intervention or change in any
So there needs
sense
to
of
be drama.
free will agency.
There needs to be controversy.
Yeah, like that's
So
my
you're a drama
view.
Actually, Larry, I'm gonna take his reply as he's sitting on the table to talk to you, bro. And it's not like it's drama. It's like, remember, when we reach this table that we're sitting right now and talking to each other, we're sitting like in a get together, right? But we're coming from war. We coming from, bro. When I go out there, if I don't protect my family, if I don't protect myself, I'm dead out there, bro. Easy.
Can I add to what the conversation?
So when he's replying to you, he's sitting at the table with you, basically. So he lashed out, and I think he didn't do it correctly. But his reply, it doesn't says that what he did was correct, but he's reflecting on it, and he's giving you.
What he did wasn't correct, because he's on edge because he's been dealing with a lot of disingenuous people.
No, I gotta admit, I did not come correct. But one thing for sure is that I have good intentions in my heart, and I want the whole world to realize that God loves them. Yeah, and I have a real big spark in my heart, and I really hate evil. Like when I see evil, I really want to just destroy it, and I really want to.
That you should never let your anger for evil go away. It's more just controlling, like harnessing your anger and your righteous hatred for sin and evil in the world. Because you said you have very good ears, like you're able to pick up on
Thank you.
people's.
Yeah, I
My bad.
appreciate that. Yeah, that was good advice. I will
That's
take that
good,
into
Goose.
consideration.
I think I let's let Larry reply because they were kind of that Goose. Thank you for that one. Can you reply, Larry? Maybe possibly.
Yeah. So I posted something at 56 minutes after the hour. I don't know if you're going to like it or not because it comes from the Bible, but it's Galatians talking about the fruits of the Spirit. So the fruits of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, long suffering, gentleness, goodness, and faith, meekness, temperance. Against these there is no law.
Yep.
So
100%.
I don't know if
those
anyone
qualities
else.
you didn't see in me today
I'm
because
sorry,
I'm
I
a little
paused.
fired up.
Just give him a minute. He's not done yet, Lantis. He's not done yet.
Yeah, I paused. Yeah, I paused for a reason. But I did pause, so I apologize. Yeah, I don't know if you guys see how I conduct myself in here. Obviously, I'm not perfect, but I try to exhibit these things every day, every hour that I'm in here. So I think we should all like maybe meditate on this one little bit of scripture before we come in here. Maybe it would help. I don't know, but I'm not perfect. Obviously, I get triggered sometimes.
That's a really great suggestion because it'll help improve our connection to God and our relationship with others and with just ourselves, like our relationship with being comfortable with ourselves, being comfortable with others knowing ourselves, and being comfortable with others even judging or criticizing ourselves. And
May I add
yeah, go ahead,
something to observe also to further that knowledge?
Go ahead. Someone wants to speak.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't know if I cut out or something. This is beautiful, full of wonder. To further it even deeper, I think that we should observe that we're emotional creatures. And emotions were created to serve us, but oftentimes we allow them to lead us. And then those decisions based upon where the emotion leads us turns to an action. And then the action we then regret. And we have to learn from the past and apply that knowledge to the future. And this is one of those instances. Emotions are not to lead us. They're supposed to serve us. They're supposed to benefit us. And a benefit, how something benefits us is if we're giving glory to God. And if we're operating in power, love, and a sound mind, then we're exemplifying those fruits of the Spirit. And those emotions are serving us, if that makes sense.
Amen.
Amen.
And let's not forget, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Wherefore take unto you the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to withstand in the evil day, and having done all, to stand. Stand therefore, having your lions girt about with truth, and having on the breastplate of righteousness, and your feet shod with the preparation of the gospel of peace. Above all, taking the shield of faith, wherewith ye shall be able to quench all the fiery darts of the wicked, and take the helmet of salvation and the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God. Praying always with all prayer and supplication in the Spirit, and watching thereunto with all perseverance and supplications for all saints. So again, we do not wrestle against flesh and blood. This is one of the most important things, right? It's all in the spirit realm that we go against.
It's so beautiful, man. It just makes me cry every time. It's so beautiful, the words of God.
Amen. We are soldiers. We are literally soldiers in an ongoing war, and the war is not physical in the means of we can see it. It is a spiritual war, and it's a wonderful thing to be a soldier. And sometimes the soldier gets hurt, sometimes the soldier falls down, but the real soldier will have a lot of pain and suffering, and he will go through tribulation, and he will have scars, but that just makes the soldier even greater and stronger. The very moment he falls down, you fall down 7 times, you get up and you'll be even a better soldier.
I want to encourage. I totally agree, man. I want to encourage both of these gentlemen who just conversed there we have to remain, and you did it. And this is like so hard to maintain, to humble ourselves and to make sure that we can see ourselves plainly and truthfully with the help of God when we're wrong or when we have something to learn or something to observe, because then it puts us in a position where we're able to be increasing in the things that are good, whether it's knowledge or love or patience or any fruit of the Spirit. And you guys exemplified that. So take that and utilize that. Today you partook of something that's very difficult to partake of, and that's what you guys just did. So congratulations. Not many can do it.
I'm just so happy. I'm very happy because I know that the day of darkness will end, will allow light to prosper. I know that everybody's going to be saved that wants to be saved, and everybody who wants to be separated from God will get that very thing. They'll be separated from God, and I want everybody to get what they want, and I want everybody to live happy and just know their purpose and know their God and their source. You know what I mean?
100%, man. That's our makeup, dude.
And
Like
that's why cosmology is so. That's why cosmology is so important too, because the nature of this realm, the nature of everything, the nature of life, the nature of all things that are important and purposeful. That's what that is us. That's God. That's us and God, and we are His children, and we're here to defeat evil and bury it and put it away for good. And I just cry sometimes because I know there's going to be a great separation and a great division between souls, and I just I don't I cry every night for the wicked because I feel like it's just so bad what happens to them, and um I know, me being one of them, me being a wicked person also and fleshly, um it just makes me so upset and sometimes hopeless because
But hey, can I tell you something which brings a lot of joy, and I want to give it to everybody? If you rebuke and you command Satan to get under your feet, and you literally torture demons to let them go back to Tartarus, and you torture them with music about the Lord, you torture them with rebuking them, with praying against them, with praying for other people, even people you don't see physically. Man, what you get back from the Lord is amazing, man. Like every day you do this, you practice this it feels like you get stronger and stronger, and you are filled with joy. It's unbelievable, man. And one more thing is that I lately found out is we can actually loosen, right? Whatever is loosened on earth will be loosed up in heaven, which is we can loosen legions of ministering angels, spirits. They're also described as spirits, these angels, for all kinds of situations in our lives, right? This is something that churches rarely talk about, that we have given all power, all designated power that even the Messiah had when he walked upon earth. He gave everything over into our hands, which means we can command literally legions of angels of the Lord to come down and fight forever what needs to be fighted for in the current situation we're in. It's unbelievable. It's wonderful.
Have you guys ever told somebody?
Amen.
Across a little bit
Let's move on.
aggressive and stuff. It's just I'm in a war, and sometimes it's hard for me to resist the devil, and I feel weak sometimes, but at the same time I do feel strong in my heart. And I know that God has our backs. I know that He's gonna
Brother.
You're forgiven, bro.
Brother.
Back to cosmology, please.
One last thing. I'll mute myself.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Have you ever? I think we've all said this before to someone that we care about or whoever. It's going to be all right. It's going to be okay. We who possess this knowledge of our Creator are saying that understanding that that is the truth. At the end of the story, it's going to be all right. It's going to be okay. And we can walk in that, make decisions. We can confront life with that understanding that it's going to be okay. There's an ending to the there's an evil day. There's a last day of evil. So bear that in your mind, that it's going to be.
Definitely. Thank you, Phantom. You the man, man. You the man. So is Christ. Christ is the man.
Mr. Amish, are you here? Voice only. Or text only. What is so ridiculous about those images? Or pictures and stuff?
Wait, there's a question on the table. What stickers are you talking about? I mean, what images you're talking about?
The orbits and like ground track views of satellites. Like,
are you talking about something specific? And you post what you're talking about? This an image?
yeah, it's in side chat. At
what time? You mean
4:17, and they're both at 4:17.
Oh, I see. Yeah. So what's up with that? You have a question about it?
Yeah. I just want to know why it's unreasonable or
unreasonable.
Yeah. What about this is unreasonable?
Is this depicting something, representing or projecting some idea of what? What are you talking about?
Oh, just the fact that like these are things that we observe, and like these are just like representations of what we observe in reality. But
okay, when I observe a table here in my house, is this what I'm looking at?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? When this is stuff what we observe. Be specific.
Yeah,
when I'm looking somewhere, this is what I see. When I'm looking somewhere, this is what I see. Can you be specific, please?
Yeah, when I like look in the sky, like I can.
When I look at the sky and I see clouds.
Okay, yeah. When I look in the sky, I can predict the motion of these objects with math that equates to the Earth being a globe, right? And values that are that we know are true, like gravity and the mass of the Earth, right? Like these are values that have to be true and are measured to be true, no matter
So
where.
based on what we see in the sky, we look at the sky and we do certain determinations about what we observing. We observe the luminaries moving in cycles, right? And where do you okay on this graph, is this graphic what we are looking with our eyes? Is this graphic, is this the same thing?
It is effectively the same thing, yes, because we can these are the exact motions that objects move in the sky, and we use math that is predicated on the Earth being a globe and having certain values that can only be used on a globe.
Are you saying when I look at the sky, I see the Earth as a globe? I look at the sky and I see the Earth as a globe.
You know what I'm trying to say. Why are you trying to like do this?
The thing is, dude, that I'm trying to make sense of what you're saying, and what you're saying is nonsense.
Nope, you keep on purposely trying to like you're just trying to strawman me right now.
Strawman? You're trying to strawman what we observe.
No, I'm trying to say that
the
things in the sky, like I don't get what it is with like I've tried to explain this multiple times over the past few days. The objects in the sky, we can predict them using math.
Not the Earth, because you look down to the Earth, right?
Yes, but we can predict.
Okay, so we look at the sky, we don't see the Earth in the sky, and then you said, then we look at this depiction and we see the Earth in the sky?
Why? This is what like ridiculous straw man. How do you get away with this? Like, why can't he be muted? Like, if I was doing this, I would just be muted.
You're saying that this graphic represents the Earth being a globe. I don't see the connection how you can actually reach that conclusion without just making stuff up and talking nonsense and then coming to that conclusion based on that nonsense.
Listen to what I'm going to say once more, because it's very hard for you to understand. Apparently.
Okay.
Yep. Listen one more time. The objects in the sky, their paths
not the Earth,
can be predicted. Hold on. They can be predicted. Their paths with near 100% accuracy every time anywhere on Earth, using math that is predicated on the Earth being a globe. If the Earth was not a globe, these paths would not be observed.
You know that when we observe the luminaries, we observe it, and the model that you're talking about is a sphere that we label the celestial sphere. And the movement of the luminaries, when you don't include the Earth, because you're not observing the Earth as part of that observation, so when you don't include the Earth, we label it the celestial sphere. And now you're saying, I believe that Earth is globe, so now I'm gonna add the Earth to that, and you're creating that globe. But you never observe this. When you don't do these pre-assumptions and add these variables that you're making yourself, right? When you don't add the nonsensical claims, what you come up with is called the celestial sphere, okay? And you can model all of the movement of the luminaries based on the celestial sphere.
I can model all of their movements using the mass of the Earth and the mass of the Sun, which is something
without the Earth being on that thing.
I can model literally anything in the sky, and you can't. You just sit there.
Exactly. But when you add it as a nonsense claim, like the Earth is doing what you don't observe the Earth to do,
I do observe it.
Then where we have a problem, because it's nonsense.
Wait, if the Earth was flat, why couldn't I see everything at the same time? Are you saying that these objects are super close? Is the Sun 10 kilometers above us? Because we know that not to be true.
You see what I told you? Celestial sphere. Can you see behind? Can you see a whole sphere at the same time when you're looking from one side?
Does everyone have their own personal dome of stars and stuff? How does that work?
That's the personal dome. Everyone has that. You have it in a pocket. You keep it in your pocket. That's just a projection of your view, right? It's just a projection.
Do you believe that everyone has their own personal?
That's not real. What is happening? That is not actually what is happening. That's a projection of a perspective that you're having, right? But beyond that perspective, there's more that is happening, not just what you see on your perspective.
Trigonometrically impossible, right? This is not observed. This could not be observed mathematically or in reality.
What? Reality is reality. Mathematics can describe it, but that's not reality. You can make math about how you can cook chicken, but you're not gonna eat that math. You're gonna eat the chicken, and that those things are not the same thing. Hopefully you know this. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's just trigonometrically impossible for you to not what are you saying that you would have to
do trigonometry,
their own personal dome that follows them around.
One second. Toasty, just try to mute yourself because you have a background noise. I don't want to mute you, so mute yourself. Toasty. Go ahead, and thank you for that. Go ahead.
Facts. Mute yourself, Toasty. You don't want to hear that background sound. I love you, Toasty. Baby girl.
All right.
Okay, so I got him muted because when somebody interrupts, that doesn't mean that it's your turn to interrupt now. Please continue.
So, Gamma, do you have a claim for your nonsense by any chance?
What do you mean, the claim that
when you claim in a piece of land, you got it from your father, and some people come and you actually have a claim because you got it from your father, and you actually have a claim. You can prove it, you can demonstrate it, you can bring it to court. You say, "Hey, my dad lived here for 50 years. I lived here with him. He passed away. Then I went for a weekend. I went for a weekend picnic, and when I come back, there's people in my house." They don't want to leave, right? Well, do you have like an actual
right? This is just
realist level
right?
evidence, like measurement of your claim? Like you're saying, oh, Earth is globe. Besides the globe that you can go to Walmart and buy, listen, besides the depictions, besides the ideas in your mind, besides those things, can you provide evidence that can be verified?
How dome BS works? Like what?
Can you provide? Remember the part that you added the globe, that you say Earth is globe, and you added that to the observations of the sky, not the Earth. How do you make that connection? How do you measure the globe to be?
You know what predicated means?
Predicated, your it's predication.
Do you know what predicated means?
Yeah, go ahead and explain it to the class. Go ahead.
Predicated means that it is based on that being true, right? If it was predicated on the Earth being flat, this would not be observed.
Okay, so for the
if the Earth was flat, we would not observe these things to be true in real life.
So I can say if the Earth was a globe, we would not observe these things in real life. You see? Yeah. So if the Earth was a globe, we will not observe the luminaries moving in the motions that we observe in cycles, aligned to stuff on the ground, landmarks that are aligned to them. You can see the pyramids, the celestial north, the North Star. Doesn't have a parallax if you're comparing it to a globe that is moving at multiple vertices, multiple vectors, multiple speeds at ridiculous speeds, moving through trillions of miles of distances. And if that was the case, if that was the case, if that claim was the case, then we wouldn't observe what we observe in reality. Therefore, your claim is nonsense.
You just said numbers are big, therefore false. Like, come on.
No, I think there must be like some type of language barrier, or maybe
you just
don't
said
get
numbers are big, therefore not true.
Oh, no, he said the observations wouldn't match on a globe.
How is that true?
Because the observations we see are on a flat Earth. They only make sense on a flat Earth. They're only necessitated to reveal a flat, immovable, motionless plane.
How can you predict the motions?
Let me correct. He added the flat Earth. One second. He added the term flat Earth. When I'm talking about the luminaries, I'm talking about the heavens above, right? And I don't label that flat Earth, right? I talk about the movement of the luminaries. I'm standing on the ground. The ground is below my feet. The luminaries are above, and those are different things, not the same. Okay. So I'm in this medium. When I walk in across this place and I describe its flatness, that description is not what the thing is. Because the flat and round table that I have right here in front of me, I can describe it as flat and round, but it's made of other things, right? Wood, metals, plastics, or a combination of those, right? Does that follow? Doesn't follow? Yes, no?
Yes, I will let you continue on with your monologue. I don't know what the relation
Okay. So for me to say that this stuff that is below me is causing the effect that I'm observing when I look at the sky, right? Like your claim, that's your claim. So I will have to check.
You just made a claim.
I will have
You
to
said that
check.
if we were on a globe Earth, then the luminaries would not follow the paths.
I will have to check the thing below my feet.
And I can predict them. You cannot. You have no predictive capability.
Listen. The movement of the luminaries do what they do, right? But you're claiming, you're attributing
under a globe.
You are attributing the movement of the clock, right? This clock that we observe, right? This movement in cycles, gears within gears, diverging and converging towards and away from the observer, right? Of different positions, aligned to the ground at multiple places all across it, right? You get it? Till here, do you get it or not?
Why are you doing this? Like, you just...
Do you get it or you don't get it? Because I'm trying to put this like in real perspective, realist level, things that you can verify, you can observe, you can measure, I'm trying to connect you to that and bring you back to say, okay, I did that that has been done already before to establish certain parameters and make these landmarks and do this stuff, right? Now I'm gonna do an extra thing, is what you're claiming. Earth is globe, and I determined that by doing this. What is this that you did to determine that the
I
Earth
have
is globe?
explained it so many goddamn times now. You
You
literally
looked at the
like,
sky.
why are you trolling? Why are you trolling? Like,
He's not
if I was
trolling.
doing this, I would be muted. I don't get how this works.
He's
Let him
just gonna jump. He's gonna jump ship. Go ahead. You want to say
No, I'm
something,
not.
Toasty?
How am I going to jump
Hey,
ship?
listen. Toasty is a third perspective. He has nothing to do with this. He's only listening. He's gonna say something. So wait until he finishes. Go ahead, Toasty.
Okay, I'll give my credentials and experience, I guess. So, like,
No. In relation to what we were talking about, you were gonna say something in relation to what we were talking about. So go ahead. My bad.
yeah, I just wanted to like preface it with like my views on the whole matter. And like, I think there is like a lot you need to know to verify this information. And like, it's definitely worth discussing. But like, what you got to take into account is he's saying that like, how could you yourself prove, like, using the scientific method of observing your surroundings and developing hypotheses to the point where you could determine it? And it's a very big ask, but I mean, that's kind of what you have to do if you're going to debate it, and you have to prove it. Yeah.
Do you got that? Do you got that, Gamma? You got that?
Yeah, I do agree. Like, physics is complicated, but that doesn't mean you have to run away from it whenever you hear about it, right? Like, that's what I'm understanding that you're getting at right now. Like,
Yeah, we just shouldn't use ad hominem, and we should try and educate. We're all here to
no,
learn.
it's true. Whenever I
Yeah.
bring in anything that's math related here, it's just something that just can't be followed with.
What do you mean? We talk about math every single day. There's probably every single hour of the day we talk about math in here. We use math to as a description, as a language to describe what we're observing and what we can gather the
Yes,
information.
and I
And we
do
put
that.
it together in a mathematical construct, right? Is that okay to do?
If the Earth was not a globe,
What do you think,
how would I
Satori?
be able to predict the motions of the bodies in the sky using a model that is based on the Earth being a globe and certain values that are attributed that you do not believe, such as gravity and the mass of the Earth and the Sun? How can I predict that if the Earth is not a globe? Answer that question.
Jimsy.
Sorry, you're just making statements again. You're not actually doing anything.
I mean, there's that word believe again.
Someone said Jemsy. Go ahead, Larry. What was that? My bad.
Yeah, just real fast. I want to talk about the Antikythera mechanism found in Greece. They say this thing is thousands of years old, so roughly at least 1,000 years before the 15th century, when they really started, talking about the modernity of the Earth. I just want to point out that, this mechanism has a differential, right? You know what a differential is, like when you go from like first to second, right? So this differential calculated the orbits of the different heavenly bodies because they're not perfect circles, right? They're elliptical. So all this was before the globe Earth, and then you have to
Wait,
think
did you
about.
just admit that orbits are not all elliptical? Wow.
Yeah.
Wait, so you're saying that there are orbits?
Can you let him finish?
Is it okay?
Okay,
If I finish? Yeah. So these cycles have been going on for thousands of years. I can show you the oldest known star chart by the BBC. It's 32,500 years old, depicting Orion. And the thing is, these patterns have been happening for thousands of years, and we're not predicting them, right? It's a post-diction. Oh, I've seen this before. The eclipse pattern repeats itself. Can I just finish? I know you're excited.
Yes.
Yeah. So all these patterns that repeat themselves, they're not predicted by the globe, right? They're predicted by observation. And it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, because if the Earth is flat or if it's round, the patterns in the sky are still the same, right?
No.
No. So we see different things in the sky?
No, because we don't live on a flat Earth. That's why.
Okay, let me try this again, my friend. It's real simple. Are we all looking at the same sky?
Yes and no at the same time. It depends on where you're living.
Oh my god, dude. I know that you have different stars above you depending on where you are on Earth. You would say it's due to curvature. I would say it's due to perspective. But I'm just trying to ask you a simple question. By and large, do we all look at the same sky at the macro level?
Yes.
Okay. So when these objects that you call them in the sky make an orbit that you call it, is it not the very same thing that I'm looking at when I say these luminaries make a circuit?
Yes.
Okay, it's the same thing. Okay. Now, these things that happen, these celestial events like eclipses and transits and, all these things that happen, are they patterns?
I see what you're getting at here, but can I explain something real quick?
Let him
If you could
finish.
just answer the question.
Answer the question.
Because no, I know, I understand.
They're
what he's
not
trying to do.
patterns.
You're gonna- yes, it is a pattern.
Okay, then why'd you say no?
Because I said no, because what I was going to explain explains why that doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter if they're a pattern or not.
Then how do we
Yes, it
predict
does.
then?
I can throw out all observation. Let's say we threw out all observations known about the paths of the bodies in the sky, right? I can predict them again with absolutely no knowledge about their paths by knowing the mass of the sun, the earth, and gravity. That is all I would need to determine everything in the sky with no prior observations.
So hey,
I
do
literally
it.
wouldn't have to see anything.
Okay, go ahead and do that.
Would that prove that the earth is round?
No, it would prove that what you said is true.
Which is predicated on the earth being a globe?
No, it would only
doesn't
prove
matter.
that you can make predictions without looking at the sky.
All right,
That's what you said.
write up a paper with math and all that shit, and I'll send it to you then. How about that?
All right, well, don't observe the sky.
With math and shit.
I won't observe the sky at all, yeah.
And don't read books that tell you what they observed in the sky. You're just going to go with the weight of the sun, the mass of the earth, and gravity and math and shit?
Yeah, is that hard? Is that hard for you to believe that that's something that you can do with physics?
Well, it's not that you're doing it with physics. You're doing it with this preconceived notion of gravity. And
yeah, and what if
the
it
idea
works,
that you
then?
know
What
the
if it
mass
works,
of the
then?
sun. Do you know the mass of the
and
sun?
it works. I can predict what happens in reality without having to observe these things, just
Okay,
by
go ahead-
going off
go ahead
a
and do
few
that.
simple assumptions, and it works.
Go ahead and do that.
All right.
I'd genuinely be curious to know.
Where do you get the mass of the sun from?
Well, let's just go with the figure that NASA provides. How about that?
Oh, so you are going to make some observations.
You
That's
can't
what
use
NASA
NASA as a
does.
source, bro.
Yeah, you gotta just sit down with your pen and paper and estimate the mass of the sun. Start from scratch, like you said.
So he's saying basically, he's saying, okay, I'm looking at the sun, and now I'm gonna look down. I'm gonna draw something and make numbers on a piece of paper, and I'm gonna say this about it, and that's what it is. What I said, I put on the paper because I say so.
Yeah, don't Google the mass of the Earth and the mass of the sun. You just don't even look at them. Just write down your stuff without doing the research, because what I'm saying is, which is opposed to what you're saying, is we make observations and recognize patterns. That's what humans do. That's how hunts are successful. That's how fishing is successful. That's how mating is successful, because of the pattern recognition of mankind.
That's how
but
millions
Kepler's
of
laws
miles
and,
of
n-body physics
alignments
is
to the
not-
luminaries are aligned to
Kepler's
the
laws
luminaries.
and n-body physics is not predicated on having prior observations, right?
But even NASA use something called the Saros cycle to predict.
Do you know what the Saros cycle
which
is based off of before you say
Do
anything?
you-
Because I would definitely want you to say
All right,
yes.
dude. Can you let me finish? Or
Well, I don't
I know
want you to
you're
make
gonna.
a horrible mistake, right?
Yeah, the Saros cycle is based from. It comes from the Babylonians.
Oh,
Yeah. What
yeah,
were you gonna
just
say?
from the Babel. I'm going to say that it is also predicated on the Earth being a globe.
No, it's not, because they didn't think the Earth was a globe.
It doesn't matter if they thought that. It works because the Earth is a globe, not
No, it
because the Earth
doesn't.
is flat.
That's the definition
It
of
works
predicate.
because. Okay, it works because there are patterns in the sky that keep on repeating every 18 years. All right. These patterns repeat and repeat and repeat. And what they did was they took notes and they saw what the patterns were and they kept on seeing the patterns and noting them down and they came up with a cycle. Now NASA still used this cycle to predict these eclipses because at a certain time after a lunar eclipse you have a solar eclipse every single time and vice versa.
Why is that? Is that not because of like orbital nodes and
It's
stuff, or is that
because
just
it's
like
a
made up?
cycle,
Yeah.
and you're putting something in front of it that said it's predicated on a globe. But back then, when they created the cycle, it wasn't a globe.
But how can I make that cycle mathematically
But it
work?
doesn't matter. You just said. Yeah, it doesn't matter. You're turning a cycle into maths. That's fine. Do whatever you want. It's a cycle. You
But
said.
Still, if
You
I did it
said.
with
Just
a
hang
flat Earth,
on.
it wouldn't
Hang
work.
on. You
So
said
dead in the
that
water
the only
again.
way.
You said
that the only way to predict eclipses is by getting the mass of the sun and the mass of the earth and doing some maths and shit. That's what you said. Yeah? But that's not what
and
NASA
you can do this, and we do this all the time.
Who's we? You still haven't done it yet. NASA
Literally-
uses the Saros cycle.
Yeah, which is predicated off the Earth being a globe. That's why it works.
How could it be predicated
That's a
off the Earth being
projection.
a
That's a
globe?
representation. That is not the actual thing. The representation is just a mathematical idea that you construct on this idea that you put on paper. Not the paper is not the Earth or the universe, the actual hall of existence. What you put on paper is not the same thing. I don't know how you don't get.
How do you get the totality path just using Saros?
No, the Saros is one reference that is kinda accurate, but that's just an observation that everybody does. They didn't create the cycles. They grab papers and they put it down as a record, and probably got it from their ancestors, and we got it from our ancestors. We probably know extra stuff. Now we have infrared, we have thermal readings, we have telescopes, bigger observatories, bigger eyes, right? Because those are big eyes that we're using that look in other spectrums of light. So we can do all of these observations, and all we do is looking up. You're not looking to the ground. The telescope is not looking to the ground. You can make a construct of the whole sky and describe it as a celestial sphere, and you don't need the ground for that, okay? I mean, you're looking from the ground, but this construct that he's talking about can be done in multiple ways. You can read many cosmologies, people from all across the world. What makes you better than the other ones? Well, when you put everything in a bigger context, when you look away from, like you put all together, and you see that everybody's observing the sky moving, the ground is motionless, and this guy has an idea that is the opposite of what we know. It's just some type of new belief system because our ancestors didn't believe in this stuff. The people that build the landmarks that we stand in right now. You think you created these cities and you're the one that put all this stuff together? Follow before, or the people that put all this
I don't know what
together.
you're talking about anymore.
Hey, don't believe in your religion, bro. Okay, just letting you know. And that this religion is done. It was never alive. It's dead. It's just been pushed in cartoons, and some people believe it, and it's done, dude. I don't know why you don't get it yet.
Okay,
But you will
try
eventually.
How do you get the totality path? Is that using Saros cycles, or is that using something else?
Did he just he just explained it to you? Yeah, they use that as a base. Yeah, and then there's other things that come into it.
What other things? That's
in
what
the
I'm
very paper that he showed in the chat, it actually describes like Kepler's laws and how it's used to predict the solar cycle. So, how are you still defending like the flat Earth when you
Are you
literally
saying? Sorry, are you
it says
saying
the
that
Earth must
Kepler
rotate
came
8
before the
degrees? Like, come on,
Babylonians?
guys.
Are you saying that Kepler came before the Babylonians? Because if you're saying that, that's
No, but I'm
retarded.
saying that this cycle was refined even more by using this. Like, what?
Okay,
How can I use something to predict something that isn't true?
Still waiting
Like,
for you to. We're still waiting for you to. You said I can do the math of the orbits on a piece of paper.
yeah, these are called Kepler's laws. Like,
No, you said you can do the maths and come back and show us.
Kepler's laws. They're already derived. Like, that is the
Go ahead.
math.
But you said you can do the math. Because then you need the math.
They've already been derived.
You need the
That's what I meant
math.
by doing the
You
math.
need the
You
math.
can derive them.
You need
They've
the
already
mass
been
of the
derived.
sun. You need the mass of the earth. How do you get these things?
They've already been like Kepler's laws of planetary motion have already been derived.
How
You
did
can
they get
literally
these
look
things?
this up, or I can send you the formula
And where did
and
how
the
did they
Kepler get his
derivation of them.
information? Where did he get
What?
it? Where did Kepler get his information?
From observing.
Oh, so you have to observe.
He observed.
But he didn't.
I'm gonna make under the heavens law.
Yeah,
and it's gonna
using
supersede
distances
Kepler's.
that would not be applicable on a flat Earth. Do you agree that the sun is like 130 million kilometers away?
No.
Do you think that's true? You don't?
No.
Okay, so
I
then
can
why?
do math. I can do math that the sun is about 1,000 miles, 1,900 miles away. I can do math.
And if you did that, then these predictions would not be true, and you would not see what you see in the sky. It
What are you
has to
talking
be
about?
130
No, because
million
now
kilometers away. Like, these variables can't just be thrown around. Like, that's what I'm saying by it can't work on a flat Earth, because we know these values to be true.
No, the extra problem that you're having at the moment is that now you're pre-assuming that you know what the sun is, the medium that is in, the medium between you.
I mean, I can
if you
pre-assume
interrupt me one more time, you're gonna be muted indefinitely.
Okay.
So now you're making these pre-assumptions, presuppositions that you actually know what the sun is, what it's made of, what the distance is, the medium between you and the sun, and the mechanism that it governs it. You have like a religion about that as well. And this is a big issue for you because you actually don't know this stuff. You just, in that piece of paper that you started writing your idea, you made more ideas and you added one idea to the other one, and you then describe those ideas as math. You put attached numbers to it. And you made this whole idea that you actually know this stuff when you don't. When you actually just know the observation.
So I don't know that the Earth is, or that the sun is 130 million kilometers away.
Go ahead.
I don't.
Someone tell him that he doesn't.
Did you measure
Hey, I got a
yourself?
question.
Hold on. Question. Did you measure yourself?
No, but I know that the objects in the sky follow these certain paths that they take if and only if the sun is 130 million kilometers away from Earth.
Oh, whoa, that's funny. Hold on. Because actually that number, 93 million miles that you're quoting, it's actually changed over history. They used to think it was 3 million, and those paths could only work if we got it right now, right?
Well, 3 million miles would not have worked, and it didn't work back then either because they didn't have the math that we do now, right?
But we got it right now. Like, we're superior. We're the apex of humanity right now.
We definitely accurately know the distance to the sun, yes.
Okay, if you didn't measure it, how do you know that? I posted something in the side chat if anybody was curious about where Kepler got his observations from.
Yes, because you like are you? I don't get this. Are you like an 8-year-old that thinks you need to measure everything with rulers and stuff? Like,
no, we just want to know where you got your measurements from.
The fact that if I plug these into Kepler's laws of planetary motion, and I can determine how the objects in the solar system move.
How did you get the distance to the sun in the first place?
It doesn't matter how I got
Yes, it does. It makes a hell of a difference. How did you get
it? It
that
actually
distance?
really doesn't, because
How did you get that distance?
It
You
doesn't
claimed
matter.
before you needed
It
how'd
does
you weigh
not
the Earth?
matter.
How did you weigh the sun?
It
He
doesn't
got it out
matter.
of a
If I
religious
just kept
book
on
that was
plugging
written
them
by
in
men.
ad infinitum and they didn't work until I suddenly got to a value that worked.
Bro, I told you
How does that
already.
work
He looked at the book that was written before him, and he believed it. He didn't check it. He just believed it. And if that book has like a 2.6 version, and he likes the better coloring and the better whatever extra text, he's gonna like that one better, and he's gonna come to us and say, "Hey, bro, we have a new version."
I want you just think for 5 seconds. How did they weigh the Earth? Outside or underneath of 12 miles, they have no idea what's down there. And yet they have weights of the Earth. Think about it logically. How the fuck did they do that?
How do I weigh something without a scale? Listen to yourself. Seriously? Do you think you need a scale to weigh things?
Without knowing what something is, you cannot weigh it in the first place.
Do you know what like the formula for weight is? It's mass times gravity. What?
Holy crap,
Weighing
dude.
the Earth is the point of gravity, isn't it? So how can you weigh something that is the point of gravity?
The point of gravity?
Well,
what
that's
is the
your
point of
fucking ball-tard idiocracy that you believe in.
And yet the problem is, dude, you're talking about distances to the sun, and do you know the first rung of the cosmological ladder?
What do you mean by the first rung?
Well, where do all these distances come from?
They come
What are
from.
they based on? What's the first number that they had to come up with to get any of these equations to work out how far any of these things?
I wouldn't even say that these were that they weren't making these observations.
Sorry, I just asked you a question.
And then you just think that I'm not going to answer it just because I didn't start out with a word.
You're not answering. Where does
I am actually.
Where does the first rung of the cosmological ladder come from?
Comes from the Greeks or Babylonians, something very long.
What is the number that they're using?
A lot smaller. What is 3 million? A couple million miles, right?
They're using the radius of the Earth.
Yeah. And what about it?
Yeah. So what they did, well, they don't know how big the Earth is. That's a problem. They guessed. And then no, I'm not finished yet. Sorry.
Yeah.
And then what they did was they said that Venus is exactly the same size as Earth. So when Venus, yeah, but you don't know that, dude. And then they said, okay, Venus transit the sun at this, and then it's this big, so the sun is this big, so it must be this distance away.
Yeah,
a lot of guesswork, yeah?
Yeah, that's actually how things work, yeah.
No, but you didn't know that. And now you're saying this is how it works.
Scientism, that's all it is. This guy is the same as dogs are gods. Gamma No Hack is a scientism believer. It's a religious belief in science. So he basically based his first numeric value off an imagination of a person who imagined the size of the Earth. And all the foundation of what he's claiming to be distances to like the sun, the distances from stars, parsecs, every unit of measurement in the sky is useful in the sense of an imaginary number. So the imaginary number that first started off was the radius value. And then from there, everything was built upon that foundation. The imaginary number that was stated about the radius of Earth was then followed by all the other distances to everything else in the sky. So he's built a religious worldview with scientism based on all the ideas and imaginations of men. And that's all he has right now. He's defending that scientific scientism claim.
How do people just let you monologue around? Like, are you like a retard or something?
It's the truth. No, it's
You're
the
not
truth. Is that all
listening
you
now,
have?
are you?
How did you refute what I just
because
said
you
by
just
saying
said
that?
nothing of value. Like you just said,
so how, you just
he's
based,
wrong because
you just based an imaginary number, the imaginary number of the radius value, and that's your foundation for all the other measurements you think have taken place. And then you want us to sit here and entertain your incoherent babble about how you know things when everybody's pointing to you, telling you how do you know these things, and you just want to have your imagination run wild and say, well, we know the sun is 130 million kilometers. Really? You're basing all of that off of one imaginary number, which is the radius value. that nobody knows how they've derived that. And you want us to sit here and entertain you like you're somebody that knows what they're talking about. You don't have a place in real science, sir. This is scientism. It's a religious cult. I've exposed dogs are gods last night. You and all your followers are going to be exposed one by one. And I will prove it
Religion
to
is a bad
everybody.
thing?
Yeah, a religious belief in what you think the earth is as a globe. It stings you to it right now, it cuts you to the quick that I'm saying this to this man, because if you're hurt right now about what I'm saying, you are probably in the cult, the same as him.
What's wrong with religious belief?
In a
You're
scientism
missing the point
belief,
again.
dude. Do
You're
you
going
believe
straight
just
past
like
what was said.
do you
and
believe just like
ignoring
Gamma
it.
No Hack? Do you believe just like Gamma No Hack, Mr. Grimm?
Oh, I don't know this person.
Well, then you don't understand what's going on here, do you? You're just opening up your mic and defending something you have no idea of what we're saying. Do you?
You're unjustified in discrediting religious belief, man. That's what I think.
All right, hey, Grim, what are we talking about? Grim, what are we talking about?
Well, as long as you're not discrediting religious beliefs.
What are we
I'm okay with
talking
that.
about? What's the subject that we're
About
talking about?
me. About me. You're talking about me.
Okay, so you're going to go on mute and you're going to shut your mouth, all right?
To clarify, just real fast, Miggy, there's nothing wrong with having a religious belief. The problem is we're having a religious belief and then telling people that it's science and it's knowledge derived from the scientific method, and using the force of the state to take tax money to pay for this religious belief, or you're going to put people in a cage and take away
that's
their
ridiculous.
houses.
I agree.
All right.
So if it is a religious belief, that's a problem.
I think it goes a layer deeper. It might be some parasitic infection.
Yeah, it's okay. So it's a dogmatic view approach on what they consider to be science. They've actually taken away what science is and turned it into a religious cult. That's what they've turned it into. This isn't something where people are discovering new things every day about the physical and natural world. No, no, no. These are imaginations of men superimposed over what we consider to be true science. Exactly. So they're using this vehicle to then usurp their authority over people by colluding to say that they are the ones who have the keys to knowledge. And that's exactly what Gamma No Hack is advocating for. His position of knowledge comes from, it stems from this idea that he thinks he knows what he's talking about because this cult has given him an idea of what he. So he's basically inside. He's an acolyte, right? He's basically advocating for a position that he doesn't know any information to. Because when pressed on, and when you're asking him the question, how does he know the radius was derived and what was the method by which it was derived? He has no answer. So to him, he thinks you are the aggressor, the one who's coming at true science. So his religious belief in science has been considered to be scientism.
Like, is this
Yeah.
guy's
Also, Miggy. I'm
You're
sorry,
exposed,
Alpha.
Gamma.
My fault. Alpha.
Yeah.
You gotta take into account that in his mind he has a minor mentality, so it's like a brain that hasn't developed completely yet. So there's still a lot of missing variables for him to be able to comprehend the thing as a whole. Like he comprehends parts of the machine, but he doesn't get the machine as a whole construct. Right?
Yeah. So I guess what I'm saying here is that people are offended when I'm using this in the context that I have been, but it is something that is valuable for us to understand. If we don't identify those who are in a scientism belief, then it's quickly gonna be something where we're trying to reason with somebody that if somebody could be reasoned with, then we could we could weigh out the findings of what we're saying to the other person. Like they could weigh it out, be like, you know what, that's interesting. I haven't looked at it in that way. Instead, they have a very hand wave dismissal attitude when it comes to like the things that we present. So they are not somebody who can be reasoned with because in their worldview, their religious belief in like what they think science is has been so dogmatic that they can't. It's almost like a narrow worldview that they have built. And
they believe their religion is the correct one.
Yes.
Remember when I told you he's like a minor still, obviously this is a gaming platform, a lot of minors. So he's one miner that has a minor mind.
I'm not a miner. What?
Yeah, but your mind, you're acting like a minor. Like the minor wouldn't be like a number, an age that the sun went around 18 times or whatever, 21 times or whatever you define as a minor in whatever country you're at. But the minor, what I'm talking about is your mentality, your mind, in your mindset. You're still missing a lot of experiences to be able to give make a complete conclusion about this whole thing. You still have you think your religion is the correct one. That's the problem. That's it. Out of many other religions.
Also, what is scientism? Where did you get this as well? Or is that just a part of your huge monologue that you always go on?
Yeah, you're offended by it, right? Because that's the same category that you're in, right? Yeah, that's the same category that you're in right now. You don't know, because when we ask you questions that, like, let me ask you this and see if you can answer correctly, see if you can prove me right. How did you derive the radius of the Earth, the value, the numeric value for the radius? How did you derive that?
I've never done the derivation myself.
Okay, so then how do you know its radius value?
Because I know that for the radius value to be true as it is in real life, then, which I have done the math before on, like, calculating like motions of objects in the sky using gravity, which is dependent on certain values that also are dependent on radius and gravity, which means that those values must be true for them to work in these formula. Like this, you can't just say you haven't found it to be, like, you haven't measured it, therefore you can't use it. That's not how math works. You can plug numbers in, you can see what works, what doesn't. If it doesn't work, that's not what you observe in reality. If you plug a number that is not true and doesn't work, this just isn't something that is observed in reality, which is what we see. If we observed, like, this, or if we said the sun is 150 kilometers away and put this into Kepler's laws of motion, everything would be complete BS.
You measure gravity.
So you didn't derive it from a physical natural world observation, or able to garner any information because you've studied the physical natural world and you've ascertained the information from doing demonstrations or tests. You haven't done it in that way, have you? You just worked some math out, and because your math says that it conforms to a specific model,
but
you said that's
correct in what I see in the sky. How does that work?
No, it does not correct in what you see in the sky.
Okay.
Because
so how am I able to predict solar eclipses and other shit?
Well, you're not. Tell me how you've predicted anything. Have you done anything to predict anything? You're on the stand now. You're in the hot seat. So how did you predict anything, Gamma? Let's see. Let's test your claim. Let's see if you're in a religious belief or not. What's the first thing you've predicted? Give me one prediction that you've done.
I can predict and have predicted the motion of the moon before. So
Okay,
that means
then
I can predict where.
Show me how you've done that only using what you've been shown.
All right. I'll
One
send
example.
a video into your DM since I can't type in the chat. Hold on.
And this video it's gonna show us how you've used the physical natural world to determine this, or was it just only done in math form?
Only done. This is what I mean. You have such a limited view.
Answer the question.
How science
Answer
works,
the question.
right?
Answer the question.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but let's
Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt. Then don't interrupt.
I'm not
Gamma,
even
how did you
engage in
derive
this
this?
debate. I'm not even going to engage in this debate.
Answer the question. Don't be afraid. Just answer. Was it only derived from math, or did you observe the physical natural world in any way to ascertain that information?
I'm not engaging in this debate with you if you're going to do this.
That's what I thought. You're going to sit back as an acolyte for the scientism cult belief. That's what you're doing. Thank you for backing them up, because you're proving my point. And I wanted to expose you, and I'm going to continue to do so for anybody in here who doesn't do any justice to real science.
He's a mathematics sorcerer, where he develops these barely theoretical concepts that aren't even like coherent concepts, about the cosmology of the Earth. Like, how do you gather that because you have a picture of the Earth from space, and it's not really a picture of the Earth from space? We all know that because you can't leave the firmament dome. And
Hold on, dude. Yeah, we're not going to go in that direction. The one thing that I wanted to show him is that he and like the rest of his cohorts that come in here do the very same thing that he does. When we ask them specific questions about the physical and natural world, they have no way of telling how they derive that information or ascertain that from any observational and testing methods. They haven't done anything to the physical natural world. They've only used their mind to say that, well, we see cyclical patterns in nature, therefore my model of the universe works. That's a pragmatic fallacy. Just because you think something works doesn't mean that your premise is true. You're incorrect in this case, because when we press you on it, you don't have any answer to how you derived it from the physical natural world, which is what I thought. You only have your scientific belief, your scientism belief in it. That's all you have. You and the rest of the people who think like you are a detriment to actual real science.
I plead the fifth.
I've done
I
an
don't.
eclipse prediction.
Oh, hold on. I don't understand why we always talk about the sky. What's going on in the sky? I mean, doesn't the Earth has specific like radius or circumference that we can measure or observe to see if this curvature drop over distant? Why people always talk about the sky? I don't get it.
The sky has its place. The place of the sky is of the sky. The heavens above are the heavens above. We are in the medium below that, right? And then the ground is below us, right? I mean, there's an up and down.
Yeah.
So the relationship between the heavens above is being here mixed in a mathematical idea and then a conceptualized method. How do you say? What Miggy's saying? Religion. I'm sorry, Alpha. This has nothing to do with what we actually experience. So we're asking, can you provide, right? How you make this connection, and it's just based on that a conceptual idea. But
Yeah.
we don't say the sky is not there. We can talk about the sky. We see the patterns. We observe them. They observe them, but they're saying their idea is the one. That's the one because they
Yeah.
say so.
The cyclical nature of the heavens can be demonstrated to be in a pattern like. So you could, if you wanted to, predict them with mathematics, because it's all it is just a pattern that cycles over and over again. And so just by merely observing these patterns, you can draw out
That's
time,
not true.
states. It absolutely is
it
true.
absolutely is true. Yes.
Alpha,
That's
there's something very important, Alpha. This is something very important. Gamma, you said earlier that the globe predicts these cycles 100%. You said that earlier.
Yeah, you did.
I
say
never
that.
said 100%. I said with a high degree of accuracy. I said like within a ridiculously high margin of error.
Yeah, we're not worried about what you think the globe can do. We're only concerned. Our only concern right now is that humans can be able to look up at the sky and be able to see that the heavens above are doing things such that you can record them as cyclical in nature. So just by recording the cycles of the heavens, you're able to use math as a language to describe, what time it takes for a specific,
Alpha.
specific
We have come to a realization, and this last eclipse actually showed us that not even they know. They had to adjust their belief how it was going to go. Remember? They have to make an adjustment because when the real thing happened, they were wrong.
They were wrong, of course. And they
didn't know the time. They didn't know that they didn't know the correct time or the correct hour to the 100%. They didn't know.
What have you done?
Their hypothesis
What have
didn't
you done?
match their conclusive data.
Or the coverage
how
it was going
much-
to take. So you
how
don't have
much was it taken
listen.
off?
Listen, for those who believe in the Earth as a globe, you don't need the globe for any of these so-called predictions. You're using predictions as your vehicle to say that the Earth is a globe, but you're wrong. It's a pragmatic fallacy. Just because your mathematics work for predictions of the rotations of the heavens doesn't mean that the Earth is a globe. It just means you have a religious belief in the Earth being a globe. So those things can be mapped out with math. There's nobody denying that. But the cyclical nature of the heavens do not dictate what the ground objectively is. All you're doing is saying that my math also can predict these things because they're cycles. So what? People have been doing that 3,000 years ago prior to the globe's conception. So you're doing nothing more than using that and superimposing it over the earth being a globe. Therefore, you're in a religious belief of the earth being a globe. It's a globe religion, which is scientism, like I pointed out. That's all you have.
So you said you don't need a globe to get these predictions.
No,
Is
you don't.
that an example of a totality path prediction done it without the globe?
Yes.
Which one?
The Babylonians, they've done the Saros cycle, which is what NASA's been using
It's a
this whole
totality
time.
path.
Yes.
Saros doesn't give you
But
totality.
listen, the Babylonians are an example of many, because we have landmarks, we have structures all across the world. You can go to many places, no, not just where the Babylonians were. Places in place that we build around or on top of that are aligned to the luminaries. So people knew, okay? It's not just you or the Babylonians. Okay?
You don't
have
to think of
everybody knew. Here's the thing: everybody knew at one time what the cosmology of the Earth was, and they knew 100% that it was immovable, and that it is a realm, not a planet. It's a plane. A plane.
Yeah, but you're not going to derive.
realm.
You're not going to derive that the cyclical nature of the heavens and the patterns that they go through have anything to do with geometry. They don't. You're only saying that they're predictions because they're postdictions. They've already happened. So you're saying they're going to happen again. They're postdictions. Then if you want to say they're predictions, then you're going to have to aptly understand what does that mean. A prediction would mean that you don't have a postdiction. You're saying something like, my team is going to play tomorrow, and my team has played against this team, and I think they're going to win. So my prediction is that my team will win tomorrow because they've won before in the past. That's my prediction. But that's not saying they're going to. That's only you saying that there's a high chance of your team winning because they're, whatever, they worked out or whatever the case. That's a prediction. A postdiction
or even
would be
that
something.
I predict.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll even predict that not even about winning. The players will go onto the field and pass the ball around.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's a good example, Miggy. I really like that. But to kind of make fun of these guys a little bit and rub salt in the wound, I have a prediction that in about 8 hours it's going to strike midnight, right on the clock, right? Like, who could have predicted that? Like, it's a pattern, guys.
It's a pattern. So things that are pattern like they're post things that are that's exactly the same. Totality path is still a postdiction. It's not a prediction. So you guys are using prediction as in some sort of value that the Earth as a globe has, and it doesn't have that value or predictive power. It's a postdiction done by cyclical nature of the heavens. So you can actually draw this out in math form. You can say, I know how many times this eclipse will occur because of many eclipses that happened in the past. So just by doing that, you can derive a model from this, void of the Earth's geometric shape. You don't need a geometry to tell you that. You just need to know that the cyclical nature of the heavens operate in such a way that you're able to derive, the occurrence of that phenomena at what time it will occur. That's all you need, void of geometry.
I think they'll actually need a flat Earth to get those derivations, won't they?
Let's see if that claim is correct. Let's get a totality path prediction without using Earth geometry. I keep hearing this claim. I've never seen it demonstrated.
Yeah, neither does the globe have that. There was a newscast. No, Bacon, you're wrong. The newscaster that came on prior to the solar eclipse don't interrupt me. I see you unmute your mic. Just relax. Okay. So the newscaster that was announcing prior to the solar eclipse that was happening just a couple of days ago was saying that NASA got the totality path incorrect. I saw it on the news. They were saying that NASA admittedly said they didn't have the information correct on the totality path. So that was something that you guys hinge your worldview on the predictable. This is what I'm saying that you don't understand. Do you,
Alpha? You know why? You know what the news were reporting on? The news were reporting on what people reported, that they went to places where was in the mapping, right? Oh, this is the map given by NASA. This is where you're gonna go to see the 100%. People went to these places, and it wasn't 100%. You get it now?
Okay.
And then reported that, and then people are reporting on that stuff. So what do you want?
There are two claims here. One is that you don't need the geometry for the totality path.
And they had to adjust it.
Yeah, they
Alright,
adjusted. Yeah.
keep going. The other claim is that the totality path we do get is incorrect, right? So let's take them one at a time. I've done my own totality path prediction. It wasn't perfect, but the whole path that I got was within totality, right? I know that the width of the path has been adjusted slightly. So maybe if you're at the very edge of the eclipse, you might get the wrong prediction. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about
we're not talking about that. We're not
I'm
talking about how
that.
wrong they are. So we're not talking about how wrong they are when they're making your so-called predictions, which is a gold standard for your argument in this case. So now we're going to bypass that and just look that over while you continue to tell us how it is correct. We're not going to bypass that, Bacon. You're incorrect in saying that. The moment that your predictions aren't correct in any way, on the edge of the totality path or not, in any way, if it's incorrect, it's like we can hand wave dismiss what you're saying about predictions being like the accuracy of it. So you right now are in violation of your own argument. You are saying, well, it's okay if you're at the edge of totality and it's not like, by a small margin, not predicted correctly. We'll look that over. We're just concerned with the macro scale of the totality path. So that's the only thing we got to concern ourselves with. And then what I'm saying is that when you're such a hypocrite, you're saying that you want to excuse that little margin of error, but we know with the error bars that the totality path would take, but yet then continue to tell us how it is correct. It flies in the face. It flies in the face of what you're saying. And then you want us to sit here and listen like you're going to give us an argument for it when you just dismissed it yourself. If they have any type of error, you and Gamma are both in violation of that. If it has any kind of error, if you are giving any kind of error, it's not a competition. It's right or wrong.
Nobody can. That's the whole alpha. That's the whole point. Nobody can predict it 100%. Nobody knows the time nor the hour. But you forgot.
Please predict it.
About that stuff.
How good can we get? And how do we get
any margin?
Yeah. How good can we get? And how do we get that good? So
listen, you have it so bad that you think. Listen, you haven't figured out what's below your feet, and you believe that you figure what's the heavens above, bro. Like it's just ridiculous.
I'm not making the argument. Like what I'm asking, because I've heard the claim that you don't need the globe, you don't need a geometry
flat Earth
prediction. And the response that I got when I asked for it, for one that does use the globe, was just a claim that
flat Earth. Or based on angle measurements. That's what your model's based on. Flat Earth angle measurements. Celestial objects.
Yeah, still at this point, I think they don't realize the implications of the so-called error bars of their argument. Because that has been used by most of the globers in here.
It's a survival thing. It's a survival thing, Miggy. Alex.
They talk about the high accuracy of how the globe predictions have got it correctly because of the globe, and the globe this and the globe that. And then when it comes to the NASA, coming out and saying, guys, we got a little bit wrong, where we said the totality path was going to be at. Sorry. And then these guys have egg on their face. So they become totality globe Earth apologists instantly. Well, that's okay. They can have error bars. With the margin of error, that's fine. Yeah, but you forgot that every time that you come into this call, the one thing that you hinge that the reason why we need a globe Earth is for the predictions.
Have you ever? What's your error margin? What's your error margin?
So now that they're incorrect, you get all up in your feelings. You guys get all up in your feelings.
Let me ask you a question.
Within 50% accuracy.
Let me ask you a question.
See how you're muting me?
Can you be within 50% of accuracy?
You see how you're muting me?
Keep on going around.
Yeah, because you're incorrect. You're incorrect to advocate for these individuals.
Less than a percent.
Wait a minute.
You're incorrect within 100%.
Yeah, so it's okay to have error bars and then be in this call and say that, well, they got it correct. With the globe Earth, we can predict with high accuracy. Yeah, but not enough for somebody to make a geographical location trip to then say, I'm going to go into the totality path and witness the eclipse for myself in totality, and then get it wrong when they get to the place. They don't see the totality because of the fact that they were yeah, dude, because they were basing
Where is this?
They were
Where is this
basic.
picture of them being in totality but not seeing it?
NASA came out and said that.
NASA came out and said that some person was in the totality and didn't see it.
NASA said that they got the totality path incorrect.
Yeah, by like under 1%.
There you go. So no person has to say it. NASA themselves said it.
That percent is thousands of miles when you go through the path.
Thousands of miles. What are you on? What crack?
Listen, wait, practical. Remember, I have to drop me myself. Okay, I'm not in the 100%, right? So I want to go to the 100%. So I'm gonna drive to this area, right? And I'm gonna drive 100 miles to change this percentage from going to not 100 to 100. So when people went to these places, they found out that it wasn't 100%, and NASA had to. And that's why it was wrong, dude. It's just wrong.
Yeah, it's wrong, and you guys don't know how to deal with it, so you become apologists.
Under a mile, not hundreds of miles.
It doesn't matter. Gamma, you got it. You guys got it wrong.
What margin of accuracy do you have?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter
because you guys. Do you have with the flat Earth?
That's what you guys were defending. That's exactly what you were defending.
I am still defending it. It is very accurate.
You're in a scientism world. You're dude. You're just in a cult right now, a scientism cult. So that's fine because we understand that that's what you have. You're defending some. You're an apologist now because you know that there's error, and you don't have error.
I want to answer this question. I want to answer your question. What accuracy does the flat Earth have? The accuracy of the flat Earth is 100%. That the globe is not 100%. There you go.
See that?
Wait, I want to ask you a question, Bacon.
That is a claim, please.
Bacon, how did the Babylonians know?
Hold on. He's challenging me. Okay.
No, I want to ask you a question.
You gotta roll with the tempo. So he wants to rebut me. So let him go.
There is seniority, so AI is gonna reply to his to the challenge. Go ahead, AI.
I would like that Bacon has been trying multiple times to get his prediction presented, right? You think that flat Earth is 100% accurate. So I would like you to provide a prediction with the flat Earth that provides a path of totality.
Do you have a hard time hearing?
Okay, so are you able to do that for me?
Okay, dude. Do you have a hard time hearing what I said?
Yeah. Okay. What did you say? Maybe I was hard of hearing.
Okay. The flat Earth doesn't quote unquote predict things in the sky based on the Earth being flat. That'd be ridiculous. So the claim from the flat Earth side, hold on, dude. So the claim from the flat Earth side is that the globe is not 100% accurate, if not completely inaccurate. So when you say, what's the accuracy of the flat Earth for any of these things, the flat Earth doesn't make claims in the sense of the Earth is flat, therefore this eclipse. The Earth is flat, therefore that light in the sky, etc., etc. Now, we do know that the globe model is always wrong. It's never 100% accurate, never. Now, you could say, oh, well, the error bars this, error bars that, whatever, dude. The horizon's never where it's supposed to be. Gravity's never what it's supposed to be out in the cosmos. You always got to make up exotic energies or exotic refraction and all these excuses for why the globe doesn't present itself. And then you say, oh, well, my model works, therefore it's reality, which is a reification fallacy. Or you say my model works, therefore it's reality, which is a pragmatic fallacy. So that's all I was saying. Do you follow that?
That was good.
I like that you just conceded. Thank you.
Conceded what, dude?
That's all he heard. Yeah.
The win,
That's
Bacon.
all he heard.
Wow.
That sounds like
I told you, him and his cohorts have the same.
Well, look, I did concede that the proposition that the Earth is flat, right? Nobody saying that would be so ignorant to think that because they know the Earth is flat, that they can then tell you where all the physical locations of everything in the cosmos is.
Well,
like Globers do.
You can't do that. Yeah, you can't do that at all.
You can't either.
I don't have to do that. It's not my burden to bear.
You just said that you can predict it better than the globe, right?
What?
Holy dude, I'm literally wondering if you have autism.
Yeah, there's something wrong with him. Dude, he didn't
I
even.
said that earlier. There might be some type of,
no disrespect to people who have
host
autism, but
manipulation of some
yeah,
conditioning of the
I just don't
body and
feel
the
like I'm
brain.
speaking to a competent individual. That's all. So I'm just, I want to know if you're disabled or not. That way, I won't treat you unduly for how stupid you are.
I mentioned that. Listen. I was the one that he was speaking to him earlier, and I asked him, bro, is there a language barrier or something? Because he doesn't comprehend what you're telling him. AI just spoke perfect English. I mean, cohesive, right? And he doesn't get it.
Yep, he was just waiting to speak. That's the only thing he's waiting for right now, is so that his turn to speak. He doesn't care for what you said.
Interestingly enough, there's hold on before you go on. Interestingly enough, the guys that wrote the original books, I can't remember the name at the moment, wrote in the foreword or something where he was critiquing another guy's cosmological model and all this stuff. He basically says, look, the only burden that the guy has to do is just model everything mathematically based on his premises. And if he bears that burden, then he has an effective model. However, he goes on to say, that doesn't mean that this is what's really going on. Very interesting.
AI, me as a natively German talking human being, I fully understood how you completely dismantled the inconsistency of the heliocentric model that they always adhere to, and I find it very funny and entertaining how someone that is natively English is obviously completely going, missing what you're saying, which is it's hilarious. Like, it's insane. Like, literally what AI did is he exposed the inconsistency of the model you guys think in your mind as a vain hallucination, probably being consistent and even being a good model in the first place. So thank you for that, AI.
Or he's just a paid actor and he's getting a check, because that could be another option. I mean, that's a possibility, because if you want to explore, I mean, because either he's lying or he's stupid, one or the two.
I don't know, man, but I think he very well articulated himself, and AI was very clear for what he said, and it's very sad that some people, for some reason, are not having the ability to listen or either understand what someone is saying.
That's great with the assessment, right? But we're gonna see, because every time that these guys come in here, and there's individuals like him, right? He's just one iteration of the type, right? There's many more that come in here. A few names that might pop in your head of people just like him. There's dogs are gods. I exposed them this morning. Other people just like him will take the same position. They will say, because I don't know. You should have heard my exposition of him this morning. You would have been thrilled.
Dude, I got a joke for you. When you were talking like that, this is what I imagined. Remember the Merovingian when he meets Neo in the hall when he's about to sick the ninjas on him? He goes, "Rest assured, boy, I have survived your predecessors, and I will survive you."
Not if Little G has anything to say about it.
Put him on mute.
Put him on mute.
What's up, Brendan?
What's up, baby girl? It's been a hot minute.
But listen, remember.
Oh,
my bad.
I know. I'm proud to say that I'm converted, though. No, I was just gonna say I've been converted.
Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. How about that?
I see it. I see a flat Earth.
Well, I mean, you know what? That time will tell, because many people said that before, but time will tell. I think for us, it's more of a case of, I'd rather let the proof, be evident, instead of us becoming like, oh, well, you're a flat earther, welcome aboard, and then you just like turn around and be like, hey, he thinks.
Well, listen, he said he sees. What do you say, Brendan? You see a flat earth?
I see it, but also what the biggest argument that I can make as a flat earther is you cannot measure the curvature of the Earth.
Well,
okay.
I mean, that's
a good one. That's a good one. I like it.
Foundation.
But listen, when you say you see a flat earth, you mean that when you see not curving, but when you
see a curvature over the horizon.
Okay, yeah. Because I was gonna say, when I look out there, I see the land, see the water, see the hills, see trees, and all these things, the buildings. but I can describe that as a horizontal frame of reference, and then within that is we can describe it with flatness, right? Overall,
Sure.
right?
Sure.
But it's not made out of that. It's a description,
Correct.
I would say, right?
So yeah,
Hey,
this morning.
Brendan. Oh, sorry.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yep.
You go, Clay. Go.
Sir, please, but it's okay.
Sorry, my pronouns.
No, it's okay, man. Oh man, you threw me off. Anyways, I just want to know how long have you been into this whole thing? Just real quick, and then then we can move on.
How long have I been converted?
No, like, or let's say, how long have you been in a discussion until you probably like understood that the was not a ball?
Oh, actually, it was probably about 3 hours. About 3 hour discussion, and then it, the biggest part of it was you can't really prove that the Earth is curved. You can't believe everything with your own eyes.
Do you have any prior realizations about government, about things happened in the past, historical, whatever? Or is this like your first big, like,
No,
wow?
So like a first big leap. Not really like.
Little background from Brendan. He's been around the group for a while. He's had interactions with QE and our
Jedi
and all them. So a lot of us have spoke with him, but hopefully he's not kind of dragging us along or pulling our chain or pulling our leg or whatever you want.
Time will tell.
That. So
Bro,
that's all I said. If you just hang around here, you'll know.
Don't be a pretender clown, please.
Hey, Brendan, did you just say 3 hours ago? Did you say that?
No, not 3 hours ago. No, in a 3 hour
okay.
conversation.
It took him 3 hours from when he heard it.
It took me 3 hours. Yeah.
Okay.
He was still in the Globe camp for a while because he was kind of in between.
Oh, I was such a globetrotter, dude. I was like flexing between big G and little G. Yeah. All that shit. Yeah.
It's still yeah. But I've known him to be
I thought he said that he was converted 3 hours ago.
No, not 3 hours ago. No,
it took him 3 hours, but it's fine.
I really thought you said yes. I understand that 3 hours ago. I really understand that. Like that.
Anyway, but he does.
Good for you, man.
Yes,
thank you.
For you. It took me like almost half a year, man, in 2015.
Oh, okay. Well, hold on. Let me clarify, because yeah, that doesn't make sense. So I've been around here. I've been around here for off and on. What, call it 7 months?
Half a year.
Half a year. And I was pretty adamant on being a globetard. And then, as of call it maybe 3 weeks ago, as I've kind of over time heard conversations, I've started to reanalyze my position, and I realized there are a lot of holes in the argument on my end as a globetard.
Okay.
So
that's and I'd say that your continual being here was gonna kind of bolster that too. So just also just keep showing up, don't be a stranger, and that kind of thing. Because go ahead, Jesse.
Listen, Brandon, you said that you are a globetard, or do you believe in the globetard?
I started as a globetard.
You
then
started as a
slowly
globetard.
Evolved.
Oh, but is it? I got that mix because people believe in the globetard. People are not the globetard, right?
Yeah, I believed in the globetard. I guess
you believed in the globetard. Yeah. When you say you are a globetard, I'm like, wait, he's a model on a table or a piece
he's
of paper?
using the same. He's just using the terms that QE was using when he was having an interaction with him. So,
well, I would say that if you saw the holes in the argument, you need to make a trip to the ocean or a large body of water at rest and make some observations.
Well, before you guys get ahead of yourselves, this guy right here, he's a meteorologist. So I don't know if you guys might know him or not, but so this is going to be even more detrimental for the case of the globe, because he studies the physical and natural world in a way that, so he does have a background, Larry.
Can he explain to the other globetards that the wind has nothing to do with the rotation of the Earth?
Yeah, just wait, Lou.
Or the moon.
He does that.
Someone said the moon earlier.
He's been doing that actually. He comes in here, but he was still hanging on. He was kind of like in between. He was like, still, it sounds like this is a good case for flat Earth, but I still hang on to the globe, because he was kind of like in between kind of thing. But I guess he's made the leap forward. So I don't know.
So, Brandon, I have a question for you. Do you have any knowledge or maybe some papers about the relationship between the cycles of weather, right? That's what you study, weather?
Correct.
And the cycles of the luminaries, like the radiance, because the sun, the moon, and there is a relationship between those things, right?
Like the solar cycle, like maximum, minimum.
But you know how how there's readings of these things separated. Like, okay, we have readings of the weather. It's gonna be rain. We have that, and we have readings of thermal readings of the luminar and thermal readings of this, and electromagnetic readings. There is a relationship between those two.
So let me give you some insight on the there's and I am answering your question. There's sort of in terms of the relationship between the two, there have been some publications about it, especially with relation to climate change. I mean, people trying to find correlations to different shit, right? Because if I know this isn't a climate change VC, but whenever you ask somebody about it, that's like super into that shit, they're going to tell you, well, it's 80% human, whatever. So in that respect, there is research being done to try to draw some correlation between like sunspots, solar cycle versus say, 5-10 year cycles here on Earth, such as like El Nino, La Nina, Enso neutral. The sad reality though is that there's not enough research on what you're talking about. It's very little because research is political. So for example, I'll give you an example. Say you are at a 4-year institution, you are going for your master's degree in atmospheric science, and you want to publish a paper about exactly what you were asking about. That's great, but you're probably not going to get much funding for it. But if you drop the buzzwords either climate change or AI, then they're going to write you a fat check. So like a lot of times right now, everybody's focused on climate change. Everybody's focused on AI. If you're not researching either of the two, it's fucked up as that sounds, they don't give a fuck. It's really okay.
Can I comment on that just for a second? I heard some guy talking about how he wanted to start a church, but the bank wouldn't give him a loan. So they said, hey, we got Christian banks, right? So he goes to the Christian bank and they said, you got to teach the way that we teach and preach the way that we preach, or you don't get the loan. Continue.
Are you asking if that's like...
No, I'm just stating something.
No, it's funny because it's the same shit, right? Except there is some parallel to that. I mean, same thing with these 4 institutions. But that's, and again, I went for my degree and I saw it in real time. I mean, I could do research.
Let me comment on that, friend. Because earlier we had a guy who was asking about what is the scientist religion. So one of the reasons why a Christian organization or specific religious organization won't contribute to another people who are claiming to be like them is because if they fund them or wish them well, they then have a contradiction if there's a doctrinal contradiction. So for example, a Christian bank might not, if it's for Christian endeavors, might not give a loan to somebody, who denies that Jesus came down from heaven, right? Okay, you deny that, we can't give you a loan because in our view, that's important to our religion, right? And I think the parallelism to the quote-unquote science community is the same. It's like we have a religion, we have doctrines, we have established things that we want taught, and if you're not teaching our religion the way we want it taught, we can't endorse you.
Sure.
Well said. Well said.
So it's the same thing. And again, right now where we're at, and I'm only speaking for meteorology, atmospheric science. I can't speak for any other field, but I'd be willing to bet you it's the same sort of applicability to other fields in that there is politics involved. But with meteorology, yes, you can do research on, say, if you wanted to test the theory of flat Earth, right? Could you do it? Yes, but your professors are going to talk you out of it, or they're going to say you can go do that, but no, you're not going to get money for it. Like no one's going to write you a check because unless you're throwing in climate change with the flat Earth theory, then you will. You might get a little bit of cash, but
But you're usurping, you're usurping one ideology from the globe Earth to superimpose itself over flat Earth. So that what happens is it cancels out the notion that Earth is
exactly. The Ivy League towers will allow you to be a flat tard so long as you talk about climate change and how bad it is for the environment. Blah, blah, blah.
You got to play ball at least a little.
You got to play ball. You got to play the game. Yep.
So
it's good hearing this stuff.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's good hearing this stuff from you, somebody that like you don't have the flat Earth stigma attached to your name already. Like the globe Earthers, they don't listen to us really. We can tell them this stuff over and over again. They don't believe it. They say bullshit. But yeah, I mean, this is all stuff that we've already talked about many times about the way that. The way that you get funding to do research and like they want us to do all kinds of things. Well, hey, go out and publish a paper and then I'll accept it. Well, it's kind of hard to do when the whole system is kind of built against you, when you have to work within the framework, within their bookends in order to get this done. What do you need? Do you need Elon Musk to become a flat earther so that you can fund such a thing?
Yeah, pretty much. Especially if he's throwing his money behind it. Well, and the big thing right now is not, it used to be 5-10 years ago, climate change was like really hip and in. Now, as of like even short term, 2 years ago, it's now all about AI machine learning in my field. So like, and from an optic point of view as a university, I mean, look, let's say if I publish some revolutionary thing saying that I have a machine learning product that can predict the weather in 3 weeks in advance or a month in advance with 98% accuracy. If I'm able to prove that, NSF, National Science Foundation, is going to give me, say, $5 million, $10 million grant. I produce that piece of technology. Well, now the university is going to come in and say, hey, cool, you used our computers, you used our shit. That's mine now. Thank you. And then the university is going to go and they're going to sell it to somebody like Musk. They're going to sell it to some billionaire out there that's going to buy the product, Apple, Google, etc. And then they're going to make money on it. Like it's a business to them, right? If you publish something revolutionary, university's property, and then they go pawn it off somebody else.
Hey, Brendan, I have a quick question. Why is it in 2024? If I look at weather predictions, and I've looked at them many times, I even used this website called windy.com, where you have all these layers you can look into and so forth, right? Why is it that like 99% of all the predictions I get for the region I live here in Germany is only correct if I look it up either the same day or 1 day before, but even 1 day prior, it's still sometimes completely like the opposite. It says sunny, and then the next day it's literally raining.
This is the classic question that I'm sure you'll hear from everybody, right?
Well, but actually, it's interesting. You said you're in Germany, though, right?
Yes.
So, fun fact about Germany, and you're not actually the worst example in terms of countries, but out of, say, Europe, right? Germany is kind of at mid-bottom tier list of funding for atmospheric science, like meteorology, such as your radars and that technology. Mm-hmm. So whenever when we do forecasting, we'll just use the United States. Each morning, you guys are familiar with like the National Weather Service. Every area has an office somewhere. Those buildings, those forecasters will launch what's called a radio sonde, which is just a balloon. It's a weather balloon. They launch it up in the sky around 7 a.m. every morning. That collects data. Right? And then that's fed into weather models. And then that, along with our technology, which here in the U.S. we use what's called WSR 88Ds. Those are radars installed in the 1980s. It gives us a better... sounds kind of bullshit. But it gives kind of a better quality output for numerical weather prediction. Whereas in Germany, because your methodologies of doing such are severely underfunded, you crap in, crap out. So you're gonna have a higher error rate versus here in the States. Now, interestingly enough, though, while I say that, on the other hand, though, in the United States, one of the big things that we've tried to do is cut back on tornado warning fail rate, so false alarm rate. We in 2012 installed a software update called dual polarization, which was meant to sort of cut back on that. But ironically, it's still the same. Like our error rate is really fucking high. It's like 70%, which is really
people are going to their basements if there's no
and
threat.
nothing happens. Yeah. So like, and it's the crying wolf effect. If people do it so many times, they're gonna be like, all right, fuck that, I'm not going to the basement, and then it actually happens.
And it makes it even more dangerous when you have the false alarms. Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly.
Does that make sense? The Germany part, it has a lot to do with funding. So
and what I was saying too is that since Brendan is in our chat, I mean, you could kind of, if he doesn't mind, kind of poke his brain a little bit about like the connection between flat Earth and what we say, like the arguments that we use to kind of see if it doesn't line up with like what he's understood. Like he just mentioned balloon technology, which is kind of crazy because a lot of people would say we got weather satellites, and he's like, well, every morning we put up this balloon that's going to go ahead and check atmospheric conditions. Yeah. And so
I mean, even if you believe in the globe and outer space and all of that, then what is the satellite going to be able to do to test the atmosphere? Of course, like launching a balloon would make more sense.
The irony in that, and you just mentioned the satellites, right? Is that if you take again, like let's even just use the globetard model just for a moment, right? If we have the 4 layers of our atmosphere: troposphere, mesosphere, stratosphere, thermosphere, right? Just those 4 layers. Troposphere, all of weather takes place, but there is a layer there where we have virtually no data, which would be, if I'm correct, I think it was the mesosphere. Yes, the mesosphere. Stratosphere, we have some data. The mesosphere, even if you launch a weather balloon, you won't get shit. It won't get that high, right? It's kind of like a gray area. So with satellites, you can sort of penetrate into that layer, but the problem is our weather takes place between the surface and about 40, 50,000 feet. So satellites really can't resolve that very well. They can resolve cloud cover, they can resolve water vapor, but they cannot resolve surface level processes, which is why you need to launch a weather balloon to take those observations at kind of the smaller elevation altitude. I think there was another question to that, though. Was there not? Or did that?
Well, actually, I wanted to kind of insert something going back to what Clay was saying. I mean, me being an outdoor worker, carpenter, I follow the weather pretty closely, and over the years, I've become, not because I had a passion for it, but a little bit of a weather buff, and I have a pretty good understanding of it and stuff. There's a in my area, I'm in the Milwaukee area. Like right now, we got a supposedly rain coming in tomorrow, but for days they've been talking about it's timing, so this relates to what Clay was saying. It's timing. Like it was supposed to happen in the afternoon today, but now it's been pushed off to every day that we get closer, it gets pushed a little farther and farther back. And now they're saying that it's going to be tomorrow, even though tomorrow was going to be a washout. We're supposed to get like over an inch of rain tomorrow, but now they're showing that it's not going to start until afternoon, and it's going to be pockets. There will be heavier patches, towards the evening and stuff like that. Well, being the outdoor worker, I want to plan for my day, see what I can get done, stuff like that. So these kinds of things irk me, so like what Clay was asking about, like accuracy, I know some people are like, is it going to rain or is it not? I know it's more complicated than that. And I know that, so basically like there's data that you take from the balloons and stuff like that. It goes up and it goes into those models that you mentioned. And you have something like 4 different models. And each one shows something a little bit different. And a good meteorologist can kind of pick and choose and say, like, this is the model that I think is most likely and so on.
Applicable to that. Yep.
Yeah.
But I have
so to that, if I may address that part first, right? So there's I actually look at it like, because there are people, and you didn't say this, but the people that I've interacted with, not on this VC, but just in real life, they'll always complain if something doesn't happen. Like, for example, I mean, I lived in the Chicago area all my life. I was hopscotch away from Milwaukee. I'm very well familiar with Sullivan and whatever. And you know how it is with winter weather. It's a great example. You forecast 12 inches of snow, we get an inch. It doesn't snow.
Sometimes they might forecast.
Yeah.
Like a foot of snow, and you get a quarter inch of rain.
So these radio sondes that are launched, right? It's there's you guys ever heard of Ed Lorenz's chaos theory? You guys understand chaos theory? Ever heard of it? No, Ed Lorenz? Anybody? Okay. So it's a really simple theory. I highly recommend you look it up. It's fascinating. It's kind of like the butterfly effect, where one small change leads to a snowball of other changes to different variables.
Yeah,
right?
snowball effect.
So,
yeah.
Right. Exactly. Yes. So, like a day like today, right? Say like Milwaukee Sullivan, they were actually forecasted to get more rain than they're expecting now, right? And a lot of that is because when these offices all launch weather balloons across all 50 states, they are taking data, right? Temperature, wind speed, et cetera, and also feeding that into the models. So that way, those models, when there's any sort of change, whether it's temperature, positioning of troughs, ridges, low pressure, high pressure, it is going to, in a case like today, throw off the forecast. Now, to that though, so it's certainly not a perfected science. I don't have to tell you that twice. But the thing about it is we actually have come a long way compared to, say, 1940 or pre-World War II, right? Pre-World War II, these weather models that we output in a matter of 30 minutes, we actually had 300 scientists writing down these algorithms, solving them out, and then outputting it on a map, which takes a fuck-ton long time. Also, I will say, too, to the flat Earth part of this and how this ties back into flat Earth, I've said this many times in this VC, and I know that I forgot who it was. It was the person that I always josh around. It might have been Jedi. Anytime somebody brings up weather, I always love entertaining that, because then I tell those globetards, what do meteorologists use for their forecast? It is a flat Earth model. And there's a reason for it. Actually neglect the curvature of the Earth. Flat Earth model, because it's a shitload easier. Can you imagine having to fucking incorporate some arbitrary curvature of the Earth to calculate this shit? It would completely throw off our models. It'd make it even worse.
Brendan, I think they don't know the actual value you have for practically using the Earth in that manner. So for your field, it's essential. I mean, it gets the job done, doesn't it? And I think a lot of people don't realize that in meteorology that does a lot of justice to how you can have the accuracy of like how weather works over this Earth that we live on. And so for most people, I think that's going to be the greatest boon to the communities, that you can ask questions to Brendan, guys in here, and he will kind of like say that, yeah, I mean, this is how we use it in the field. Like, so you're not going to get pretender clowns coming in here and saying like, no, we need the Earth absolutely like a globe. Like, and so he's basically just telling you like it is. He's like, dude, if we used it that way, like a globe, then we would tell you like that's how it's
Alpha
used.
And let me also find this is just kind of the last point I want to make. Let me clarify my stance as well, right? When I say that I'm a converted flat earther, where I would like to kind of interject myself is more so challenging the argument of the other side, right? If you're going to come in here and talk about governing equations, or you want to talk about the good old gravity argument, right? I want to get that discussion rolling for the globetards to really get out of them what their main argument is. Because many times than not, and I know that Alpha and Jedi, some of the first people I met in this VC, every time what annoyed me the most being a globetard is other globetards coming in here and their argument was always big G, little g. Like, or in some cases it was the Coriolis effect, right? Which is great if you want to make that argument, but if you're just going to bring up constants, right, you better be ready to back up the theoretical side of it, which they just never do. They just say, well, gravity exists, and you just need to say it exists, and if you don't, then sucks to suck. Which, like, that's...
Okay. They don't make them arguments about gravity around me.
Brendan, do we have some globetards in the house?
Oh yeah, but we're right now we're kind of letting the VC get known to Brendan.
Yeah, I mean that's all I got. I will clear the floor. I have nothing else.
Yeah, no, you're fine, dude. Like I think what happens is like a lot of people don't know. Like it's also important that people in the fields that are in academia can also become people that contemplate the Earth being not a globe, and so seeing it as a flat and stationary practical use is something that they would already be saying. Like people that are navigating the skies would agree with. Pilots, even though they don't admittedly say that the Earth is flat and stationary, they will say that they practically use it in that way. They'll say things like, well, I know it's a globe, duh, but it's just too big for us to be using it like a globe.
And Alpha, actually, hey, that brings up a point. One last thing I want to add, and then I'll clear the floor. One last thing I want to add, and then I'll clear the floor. The other thing is, in a field like meteorology, any scientific field, and if you're doing, say, undergraduate research, or you're doing graduate research, you are going to have your shit scrutinized, regardless of if it's ridiculous or it's not, right? Because that's technically a subjective thing to say. It's going to be scrutinized, right? And one thing that I can genuinely appreciate about conversations like these is somebody subjectively could come in and say, oh, Alpha, the flat earth argument's bullshit, it's ridiculous, blah, blah, blah. But what this instead is doing, what I've seen kind of happen here, is that there is actual challenging of thought, which is what's important. That's what science is all about. It's challenging thoughts, challenging arguments, and breaking it down to the core of it. So, but people don't realize that. You can tell if somebody's truly not engaged in the science is if they say, "Oh, well, you're just full of shit," and that's that. Well, that's not advancing the argument.
No, it's not really about that. It's about the cause and effect relation.
Bingo. Exactly.
That's the right.
Yep.
Hey, I just want to have two more questions. One question would be, would you say that what you talked about with regarding funding could be applied to every academic field that is not following a certain narrative?
Yes, 100%. 100%.
Okay, and the second question is, do you know the website earth.nullschool.net?
I do. I use that a lot. Yep.
Okay, wonderful. Can you maybe tell me why they have deleted or removed the equidistant map? The flat Earth map.
Oh, I didn't know they had a flat. I've always used the globetard.
Oh yeah. They originally had a flat Earth map, but in I think 2018 they removed it. But here's a link from GitHub where you can still get access to it, so you can actually make sure that I'm not lying to you.
Yeah, send me a link. I believe you. Send me a link. I personally can't. Yeah,
I sent it. Yes.
Go ahead.
I mean, this is all with old weather data, but someone has kind of kept the thing, that they removed. So you can't get it on the official side, but you have this historical record of it, so to say.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, for sure, send it. I'd be happy to plot that. But I just personally started using this website and call it 2019. So that would have been after they took it down.
Okay.
So I believe you. I trust you, because honestly, this isn't the first website that I've seen with a flat Earth map depiction, right? Because many other ones do. If you go on a website like Pivotal, College of DuPage, all the other, pick a website that has a model map, it's flat, right? Null School Earth is kind of the exception that shows you the globe, which I kind of like in a way, which is kind of ironic, but I actually like it for the aesthetics. But I don't know why they took it down. I'm not sure.
There needs to be a sound clip that's like a boom sound every time you say that, because it's hitting these globers sideways every time you say that, dude. They're like, no. They don't want to hear it, dude. It's just the way it is. But anyway, so sorry.
Could it be that they have removed it because the streams of air and the water currents just look way more logical on that type of world?
I don't know why, and honestly, I don't think there's any ulterior motive behind it, because this is just I kid you not, this Null School map is likely some 20-something that just threw it together and put a URL behind it.
Okay.
I mean, it's not you know what I mean? This is, I don't believe this is backed by any sort of university or academia. I think it's just some kid out there that decided to plot this on a flat and globe Earth. I mean, I like it a lot. I mean, especially for your case in Germany, it's a great resource to have in your tool belt. But
especially when you click on a link I posted where we can see it on an equidistant map. Everything makes so much more sense. The winds, the waves, the currents. It's actually,
you know what?
insane.
Hey, actually, not to interrupt you. No, it's on here. If you go to, I'll just be really quick with this. I don't want to keep derailing the conversation, but on the website, you see where it says projection, where you have that big tab open. It says data, date, source, scale, control.
Yeah.
Okay, you see how that says projection and then it says ACEEOP? You can, that's all the different reference frames you can use. So there's a plot. It's still there.
Wait, what? There is an equidistant?
Yeah, it's still there. Go to projection and then just kind of flip around. There's
no. Last time I went on there, it's the AE you're looking for, and it's not there anymore.
Yeah,
as far as
it's AE. Oh, okay. Never mind. All right, never mind.
Yeah, AE has been removed. It's the one I posted from the GitHub. You know, if you click the GitHub link, you can still see it, but it's an old recording.
All right, I'll look into that. I'll get back to you on that.
Yeah, because you know why they have removed it? Because flat earthers have used this website in videos back then. Even an
so they got shit for it. That's fucked.
Yeah. Even an ex-NASA employee, which his YouTube channel is
interesting.
Jesus the computer. No, I forgot something with computer geek. Anyways, it's an ex-NASA employee, and he has used a couple of videos, and you know suddenly they removed the equidistant projection, which is kind of weird.
It's not weird at all. It's not weird at all. Check this out. So, in the past, Mr. Quantum Eraser used to make very, let's say, rich reference material videos, right? So, in his videos that he'd make, he'd have citations, references, all kinds of things you could link to, right? Now, a bunch of Glovers got butthurt that he was using all these scholarly resources to back up his arguments, and sometimes they would call the universities and try to get the people, professors, etc., to pull the material that was being referenced by Mr. Quantum Eraser. They actually succeeded in pulling one that was actually cited by like thousands of people. And so what happened was the professor gave in to a Glober zealot over the phone, right? He's like, oh my goodness, if you let Mr. Quantum Eraser cite your work, then people are going to become flat earthers and dogs are going to marry cats. It's going to be crazy. And he's like, oh crap, I'll get off right away. But then guess what happened? All the other people who had cited his work called him up and said, dude, we can't have this citation pulled because you're a butthurt Glober zealot that's afraid of flat earthers. So put that back up there before we come down there and smack you around with our freaking magna cum laude.
Yeah, I mean, that's a colourful description of exactly what I was going to say. It's funny how they're so sure of their position that they're actively censoring not even flat earth information. It's just information that flat earthers use that is scientifically valid, right? It has to be, because no one had a problem with it before we started using it, or Quantum Eraser in specifically. But then as soon as we use it for our data, suddenly it's no, got to pay now. That's suspicious as fuck, man. You got to admit that.
Yes. And I will also say, if we flat earthers are using they claim they are saying against against us, that is their own claim. You mean they don't understand that it's their math. It's their claim we are talking about. Just like
did what you say have anything to do with what either I or AI just said? Because if not, I don't know why you said it.
I'm just saying that they are also saying that if we are claiming something and we are talking about, for example, the math.
No, you're not addressing what we said, dude. If you're not going to address what we said, why even speak? Right? We're talking about the fact that citations were pulled, papers were pulled. Sorry. Because flat earthers were citing them. That's a bad reason to pull a paper.
Yeah, exactly. It's like it's like you
can't defend that, dude. You can't defend that, so why try?
I'm not doing that. I'm just saying that.
Either address it or don't, but don't just like talk about something else, because that's the topic.
The topic
I've got a question. What is the question?
The math for the curvature, and they say that's probably like it's not.
I'll just.
Okay.
Well, before you go on, listen. The reason why he couldn't be coherent is because he's sloshed, right? So that was your 5 minutes for the day, Johnny. Next time you can have another 5, right? All right, next person.
All right, I've got a question. What is the topic here?
Do you want to address what we were talking about, or
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
yeah.
What were you guys talking about before I joined?
We were talking about the fact that papers were being pulled because flat earthers were citing them. What do you think about that?
Oh, so can you repeat that?
The papers were being pulled by the professors that wrote them because flat earthers, namely Quantum Eraser, was citing it in his arguments. Like scientifically valid papers were being pulled because they were being used by flat earthers. What do you think about that? Nothing? Okay. Well, we can move on then.
Okay, I got an opinion. Censorship is bad. Censorship because of somebody you disagree with, that just makes you like really weak-minded. Like you're not capable of handling the heat, because the truth is like diamonds and gold. The only way that you can have diamonds and gold is pressure and heat. So if you're trying to find the truth and you're speaking the truth, get ready for the pressure and heat, because it's coming.
Yeah.
So if you got to take away, papers to make sure that the falsities are kept safe from people, then you're very weak-minded.
And Amish, I just want to say, I think Kitchen did quite not understand you what you said, bro.
No, I understood the question. I understood
why didn't
that.
you say anything?
No, I didn't really have an opinion, but I understood that there was a situation where papers are being cited by flat earthers, causing some controversy. I understood that question. Thank you.
Wait, but why do you have no opinion on it?
I mean, it's the first time I'm hearing of it, so I can't really debate about it if I have no information about it.
We don't need to debate it. You just need to give an opinion. Like a debate only comes up when you have a difference of opinion, right? So.
Okay, well, what is your opinion?
Well, my opinion is that they shouldn't be removing it just because flat earthers are citing it. I think that's fairly standard. I wouldn't want a paper removed because globers are citing it either.
Yeah, I don't think the paper should be removed.
Right.
I also, yeah, that's my point. I don't really have anything to add on to that.
Well, at least she's not an authoritarian. Moving on. So any globers in here would like to, make an argument that censorship is a good idea so that we keep people safe from perceived falsities?
Is this about flat earthers?
I mean, personally, I don't think this is false information because.
Wait, I'm confused. Is this a flat earth debate? I don't know what we're talking about.
Yes, we've measured the Earth correctly and can't find the curvature. And we're not telling people to trust us, bro, because that would be stupid. We're telling people to go outside at a beach when it's a good, clear day, when the water is at rest, and make some observations, because they told us that boats go over the horizon, right?
Yeah, that's true. Also, I've got a question. You guys are all that the Earth is not flat, am I correct?
Not all of us. It's a mixed bag.
Okay, what are
Anybody's welcome to come in here. So I believe that the water is level and that the Earth, even though it has mountains and valleys, by and large it's flat. And if 70% of the Earth is covered in water, the physics of water is to reach an equilibrium when it rests.
So
that would be level.
You believe you're a flat earther, basically. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. So basically, when you go outside and you look, sorry,
Oh, can I call you Larry?
Yeah, you can call me whatever you like. Doesn't matter.
Okay. If the Earth is flat, right?
Uh-huh.
Why
Call
hasn't
him
there
Daddy.
been-
No, shush. Somebody sees him.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Why hasn't there been a successful expedition to reach like quote unquote like the end of the Earth? And why is there like no conclusive evidence of that?
Okay, so I didn't claim that there's an end of the Earth, right? This is a concept that you guys have because the Earth has an edge, right, in a globe model that boats disappear over. But the stuff that you're kind of, bringing these questions, I understand why you're asking me that.
Yeah.
Because you've been programmed for, 20, 30 years, depending on how old you are, with the television. And the television showed you like a disc flying through space that boats can fall off of. But when I'm talking about the Earth, right, I'm not talking about the blue marble, which is a model. I'm not talking about the disk in space, which is a stupid model made by globers to make us look ridiculous. I'm talking about the dirt outside. So the edge of the Earth is the sand where the sea meets the land, and the edge is the ocean, right? That's the actual edge of the Earth. Now, I could be rude to you and say, well, where's the edge of the universe? How come no one's ever fallen off of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not going to do that. But you see how that logic is kind of irrational?
Yeah.
Right. So if I'm saying that the Earth is not curving anywhere, then it would be flat. But I'm not asking you to believe me like NASA. Like NASA is like, trust us, bros. We've been to space. No, I'm telling you to go on vacation, go to the beach, make some observations, do a little bit of calculations, and see if you can find that elusive curve that we've been looking for 9 years. Some of us.
I mean,
okay. Sorry to
the Earth
interrupt.
is huge. Of
Yeah.
course, you're not going to be able to see the curve.
But I thought
Especially
boats go over the horizon.
Oh yeah, the boats that go over the horizon, right? Where do they disappear to?
Well, you have limits to your eyes, right? You don't have eagle eyes or owl eyes. You
Yeah,
have
okay,
human
I
eyes.
would
So,
bring a telescope with me, right? Like a
telescopes.
NASA telescope, not a NASA, like just any telescope. Where would that boat go?
so there's this thing called the Rayleigh criterion, right? And there's limits to your optics. So I can post a video from Brigham Young University that talks about how when you increase the aperture, the convergence, when the image converges into itself, it stops happening as much. So that's the reason why you see a boat in the distance and you can pull out your binoculars and it's a little bit bigger and it's converging less. But we've also got video of remote control boats that disappear over small ponds. And these are atmospheric conditions because you're looking at everything through a medium, right? The atmosphere is like water, right? But it's not liquid, but it is fluid. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. I've just got a quick question.
Sure.
Why does the horizon appear to curve when we view it from like a higher altitude, such as like an airplane or a tall building? Because if you stand outside and you're from a higher perspective, you can see a curve.
We get this question a lot. Neil deGrasse Tyson, famous astrophysicist, was speaking about the Red Bull jump, and he said that you cannot see the curvature of the Earth from 128,000 feet. Now, most aircraft only go to 40,000 feet, and most buildings are like a lot shorter than that.
Down or up?
Okay, but
like
keep in mind that is one
horizontally
person.
or vertically was he jumping?
Sorry, I couldn't hear both of you at once.
I'd actually like to add there too. You know, it's funny because like especially if you're going to use from a building, you might as well say I can see the curvature at the beach. You're not seeing curvature at the beach.
But you do though. I mean, personally, when I go to the beach, I see the curve and the horizon.
Okay, but this is hold on. This is getting into there's actually a psychological kind of a phenomenon that is also known. Like you can look up like the lemon. What is it? The lemon complex, or it's not a complex. It's something like that. Lemon something. It's actually this thing where people see curves where there are none, and it's your mind tricking you into you based off of what you're expecting to see. Like you'll actually be tricked into thinking you see it.
But you
That's
could
a
say
really
the same
interesting
thing vice
point.
versa. Like you're tricked
Yeah.
into thinking the Earth is flat.
Yeah, and also just to add on, why do time zones exist and why do different regions experience daylight and darkness at different times? If the Earth were flat, it would illuminate it would just illuminate the whole entire Earth at the same time.
So you're just going to gallop and not ask us how we know it's flat, how we measured it to be flat, kind of evidence, any kind of papers, data.
What evidence
Nothing.
is there that the Earth is flat?
You didn't even ask once. You just gallop to the next one. What the hell's wrong with you?
Well, she just asked us now. So.
Why don't we
I
just hit her
asked you
with
now. I just don't understand why. Like.
Yeah, you don't understand why it's flat.
No,
Okay,
I'm asking
we're gonna
why.
explain it
No,
now.
I'm asking.
Yeah,
I
keep
want,
laughing.
Can we just stop for a second? Can somebody just give her the swan? Show her the black swan. And while somebody's pulling it up, I'm gonna explain the concept.
Give her the black swan.
No, I've just got a question. I just don't understand why you had to pull up an aggressive tone. Because, like, for me, like, I don't really see there being evidence that the Earth is flat. So even if I ask the question,
Boys will
I
be
don't think
boys,
there's-
right? Sometimes we get aggressive, and girls have a prerogative to do silly things sometimes. Right? People are just
What?
people. So
What?
yeah, you have a prerogative, right? Do you not? Does a woman have a
silly
prerogative to
thing?
do what she wants?
I mean, it's my
All right,
human
hold
right.
on.
I've just got a bit of a
Hold on,
question.
hold on. Listen, lady. Yo. Stop for a second. Because I think I heard you say that you don't think there's any flat Earth evidence, therefore you're not going to entertain any or ask for any. Because if that's the case, then there's no reason for you to be here, right?
No, I'm just curious in trying to disprove that the flat
we're
Earth
here.
Exists.
We're interested in
Okay,
facts.
okay,
I don't think
fine.
you guys
So
have
if you want to
provide us.
disprove the proposition that the Earth is flat, if that's your goal, right? Then maybe you should ask questions. Maybe you should ask questions like, "What's the best way I could disprove the flat Earth?" And then maybe someone will answer you.
Because I'm not trying to
for
change
example-
anyone's mind. I'm just trying to show my opinion and ask questions because I'm genuinely curious of, like, as the question I asked, why do time
For
zones
example,
exist
though,
if the Earth would be flat?
For example, let's say you're trying to prove that the color blue exists, or the color magenta. That's a fun one. But you're trying to disprove it exists, but you've never seen it before. How are you going to disprove that it exists if you've seen it in the first place or understood it in the first place?
I don't really understand the question because if we're talking about blue,
Somebody just go over the
seen
swan.
cover
I agree with
blue.
her. We should just go with the swan.
Go over the swan then. But the point is, if you don't understand a concept, how can you disprove it?
No, can you
Fair,
explain?
fair enough. But she didn't ask. She didn't actually ask.
Can you
She didn't actually ask whether. Stop talking. She didn't actually ask about the swan or anything. She asked a very specific question. If no one's willing to answer her question specifically, then I don't see why she should listen to anything you have to say. Any of you.
Like, if this is just if this is you trying to redirect to some other question, if you don't have an answer.
No. Listen, lady. Look, I'm tired of autistic people today, so I hope you're not one of them. I'm trying to get your question answered by somebody, okay? Genuinely, because you have a question, right? So let's just stick to that one question.
You. I was talking to the other people that wouldn't talk to my question. That was not.
Right. Well, which
That's fine.
Which question are we going to address? I'd be happy to address one, but she keeps, like somebody else pointed out, gish galloping. So what is it that we're going to address?
I mean, my question was, why do time zones exist, and why do different regions experience daylight and darkness at different times if the Earth were flat and illuminated uniformly by the sun?
There could be. It might be more than just one answer here, but essentially, light doesn't travel through a medium. So like light attenuates. It'll going through air. It'll become less. It'll disperse and become less powerful. Similar to like if you were to look at light through water, right?
Yeah, that's true. Diffraction.
Yeah, that's one of the major portions of it.
But if I were to say, because how would the Earth be orbiting around the sun if it were flat? Wouldn't the top of the Earth always be flashed by the sun?
Okay, so no, we don't think that the Earth is moving. We think that everything that you see moving, which is like the sun moving, when you watch the sun go through the sky throughout the day, like the sun is what you see moving. We don't have any way of there's no way to detect any type of motion of the Earth. It presents itself as still. The sun presents itself as moving.
Okay, so just to clarify, you don't believe that our Earth, however you want to call it, flat or sphered, doesn't rotate around the sun. Just to get that right.
Yeah, even if it was moving, there's no way to detect that. Like, it for all intents and purposes, it can be assumed that everything is stationary.
Okay, so if the Earth wasn't moving and the Earth is flat, as you say, how would darkness appear? Is the sun are we talking that the sun is on top of the Earth? Like, how does it work?
That has to do with the attenuation that I said. So like the sun also, you don't know its size or its distance or its intensity really. Like this idea that light would travel and cover the entire flat Earth is ridiculous when you consider attenuation. And then we could also assume we don't have, I'm not saying that this is our assumption, but like this 93 million mile distant sun that's ridiculous. Like we typically consider the sun to be much smaller and much closer. In fact, for me anyway, because I'll only answer for myself. Yeah, like I visualize that the Earth is much larger than the sun instead of vice versa. So if you have a smaller, more local, less intense sun that is moving over the top of a flat Earth, and there is light attenuation through the medium, then all of this explains night and day very easily. As it moves over the top of the Earth, it illuminates an area local to it, and it becomes dark farther from it.
Okay.
And the best evidence for this is the eclipse
But
that just happened. Just real fast, the eclipse that just happened. The shadow of the moon is 100 miles across. So from Dallas to Tyler, Texas, right? This is very small considering they tell us that the moon is actually 1/4 the size of the Earth. So some people say, well, you're supposed to measure the penumbra, which is where some people can see it partially eclipsed, like if they were in Colorado, but they couldn't see it unless they were in the path of totality, the totality. So we measure the size of the moon from the shadow it makes on Earth, and we say that it's about 100 miles, give or take, while they say it's 1/4 the size of the Earth.
Mhm.
Does that make sense?
Mhm.
The path
Thank
of
you.
totality. Yeah, go
Thank
ahead.
you for answering my question. I was just curious how you viewed it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Do you think that's a sufficient answer? Is that logically sound in your eyes?
I mean, personally, I do not view the Earth as being flat.
No, you
so
don't. You don't have to agree with it, but is it logically sound?
I mean, for me, it's not really logical, but I guess if that's how you view it, that's.
Hold on, friend. Hold on. We didn't say rational. We didn't say expected. We said logical. Okay, so if the sun is smaller and local and moving around and can't reach everywhere, then it wouldn't be light everywhere at all times. That's a perfectly logically sound argument. Now, you may say, I don't believe that's what's happening, but that's perfectly logical.
Yeah, the argument is logical, but as you said, I'm sorry, I don't remember exactly what you said, but did you say the sun was moving around the flat Earth?
Over the top of it,
yeah. If the sun is small and can't permeate everywhere with its light, and it's moving around the Earth, and that means it'd be brighter in some locations than others, if that's the case. All things being equal, that's a very sound, logical argument.
Mm-hmm. The argument is logical, yes. Thank you.
One thing that's worth mentioning is that globers often have a problem with the idea that the sun is moving, but you possibly don't know that the sun actually moves more quickly in the globe Earth cosmology than it does in the flat Earth cosmology. And so you have a moving sun regardless. It's just whether you think it's moving in relation to the center of a universe or in relation to the center of a flat Earth. That's your choice. But you have a moving sun either way.
Because all motion is relative.
Mm-hmm. And also,
So-
why do you, since you believe that the Earth is flat, why do you think many people are advertising it to be as a sphere? Like, why is that, like, if it was flat, why would that be seen as a negative thing towards society, and why are they hiding it?
NASA gets $65 million a day. So there's definitely a lot of money in it. Right? If you want to get the funding, you go with the narrative. If you publish and publish and publish, that's how you get the funding. So why would they lie? That's speculation, right? So I would say money is king, but others might say that mind control is king. If you want to control someone, you tell them the stupidest thing, and if they believe it, they'll believe in anything. Like the story that we were given about John F. Kennedy, or 9/11, or the subway bombings in England. This happens to be a coincidence that they were, running war games that day. What happens if, planes hit a tower and then planes hit the tower and then the subway bombing? What happened? What would we do if, the subway got bombed and then it gets bombed? Right. So it's always narrative, right?
I mean,
so this cosmology, it's the narrative of the day, right? It's the zeitgeist of the day. So when you're dealing with the cosmology of the patriarchy, you have to ask questions. Don't just go along with everything you're told. Be skeptical.
It's an anti-God and creator religion, basically.
Yeah, the Big Bang creation myth is not scientific at all. We can walk you through that if you're interested.
Yeah, I mean, fundamentally as well, just to add on to that, as soon as there's an industry surrounding anything, then there's going to be people with a vested interest to keep that industry going, right? I mean, the big farmers are a perfect example of this. A lot of big farmers are actually very harmful, and you know that as well as I do, right? There are pills that you can take that are not good for you, but big pharma exists, it is an industry, and it will sell them to you, right? You know that, I know that, everyone knows that. So to question whether an industry would spring up around something conceptual like the globe, I don't know, man. Like it's there when it's objectively bad for you, right? So of course it's going to be there when it's kind of like meh, you know, and you can't really figure out why they're doing what they're doing. Of course, there's going to be, as long as there's money, there's going to be an industry, and there's going to be people wanting to earn that money. It's just the way humans are.
Right, you can go online right now and buy Martian, Venetian, and lunar real estate, and you'll get a piece of paper for it. Right, somebody's getting real money. You're getting a piece of paper, but you know, it's
Wait,
obviously
can you
a
link
scam.
that?
Just do a quick search: Venetian real estate for sale, lunar real estate for sale. Sorry, I'm cooking, or I would back up my claim. Yeah, obviously to me, it's a scam. Go ahead.
I've got some Neptunian real estate if anyone wants to buy it. It's only $100,000.
Got a bridge in Brooklyn, or wait, I got a bridge in what's that city they just lost their bridge?
I got photos for it.
Yeah, just to answer that person's, just to go back to what the person was saying, like fundamentally, and this is very fundamental to the whole, the meta narrative here, right? If it's not possible for you to check what they say, then they can lie to you about any aspect of it or every aspect of it, and there's nothing you can do about it.
That's why we're telling you to go check for yourself. Because if you leave here understanding one thing, you should think for yourself, question authority. When someone says anything, you should go, maybe, maybe not, but go outside and check for yourself. Like real world observations, not just, you know, the globe that you saw on TV for the past 20 or 30 years. The power of suggestion is far more powerful than you know. And I think Mark Twain once said, it's easy to trick someone, it's incredibly difficult to convince them that they've been deceived.
I think that's a great point. I mean, yet again, there are multiple aspects of like how people can be tricked into multiple things, like the existence of conscious, existence of other minds. Like, how do we know what? I could.
Yeah, sure. But there is a fundamental concept in science, which is the concept of falsifiability, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if something isn't falsifiable, you don't take it seriously in the scientific sense, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I think it's the opposite, right?
Sorry, am I breaking up?
Yeah, you cut out.
Yeah, no, it's not the opposite. Something needs to be falsifiable in order for you to take it seriously. Because okay, am I back?
Yeah, you're back.
Yeah, you're good. Continue.
Yeah, sorry. I do this sometimes because I'm driving. Yeah, apologies. So yeah, something has to be falsifiable in order for us to take it seriously, right? Because if you can't tell me how I can falsify your idea, then there's no reason for me to accept it because there's no way for me to verify it, right? You understand that
I think
idea?
you might have it confused. So usually the null hypothesis
No, I
is
don't.
a negative, and so you reject the null hypothesis, right? But you have it reversed. But I get what you're saying.
My friend,
No, I didn't
please do
say
some
null
research. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I didn't say null hypothesis. I said falsifiability. They're not the same.
You either confirm or reject the null hypothesis. That's how scientific inquiry
Yeah, I
works.
didn't say null hypothesis. I don't know why you're mentioning that.
Because that's literally the scientific method. What do you mean?
I'm talking about falsifiability. It's
I'm
a part of the philosophy of science, not the scientific method. I don't know why you're conflating the two.
They're not conflated.
You conflated them.
Okay. Maybe elaborate then. So help me understand.
He's obfuscating. Bro, can you just wait your turn, please? And
Where's
while
the
you're
queue?
waiting, do me a favor and search up Karl Popper falsifiability. Do a little bit of reading, and then come back, please.
We're talking about the philosophy of science, not the scientific method as it stands today.
So,
Okay,
do the ladies have any more questions?
Just one more random question. Do you believe that the water is flat?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's pretty level, despite waves and swells and tides, whatever you want to call it, right?
Yeah.
So, by and
I
large.
mean, it's kind of easy to prove that water isn't flat.
No, hold on. All right. So when you're talking about flat water, the thing is about water at rest. It's a fundamental understanding of the nature of water. So like water undisturbed, the surface of it seeks level, no matter what. Okay, so if you're going to talk about oceans, waves, tides,
For example,
any of
like a
that
lake.
stuff,
Talking
any of
about
that stuff,
droplets.
any of that stuff, you're going to take an average. You're going to take an average between the peaks and the valleys and come up with a mean level. Okay, and that's essentially what we're talking about.
You're talking about a water droplet, right? That is what you're talking about.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
You're talking about a droplet of water is curved?
No, I'm talking about water in, for example, like a lake or something.
Yeah, you ever seen a
Okay.
specular highlight reflection where you can see the mountain on the other side and it's like reflected perfectly?
But is it though?
To an extent, yeah, if it's still day, no wind.
I mean, can you prove that it perfectly is reflected onto the water?
I think there was a gift the other day. Somebody poured water on the ground and turned the camera upside down and got like a perfect mirror image.
Yeah, when you're talking about the surface of water being level, you're not talking about meniscus, you're not talking about waves, you're not talking about tides. You're talking about undisturbed water and as an overall, like in a glass, you'll have that surface tension at the edge or in a beaker or whatever, where it creates a little bit of convexity or concavity depending on the viscousness of the liquid. That like water. Forget it goes down, so that would be convexity. However, that's only at the very edge, and it has to do with surface tension. Across its surface, it is level. It's not until it comes into contact with another surface that it either goes like clings to it up or down, and then again, any liquid, depending on its viscosity, does this, but some go one way, some go the other. That doesn't prove anything. When it comes to waves and tides and shit like that, it's like I tried to tell you. It's an average. It's a mean average. But if you're going to talk about the nature of water itself, it would be in a controlled environment where there is no wind, where there is, so it perfectly still. You've ever seen a perfectly still lake, pond, or anything like that? Like it happens. The surface of that water is level no matter what. The question then becomes, is what is level? Is level flat? Is level horizontal? Or is level curving?
I mean,
And then,
if you stand over, suppose the water is flat as you say it is, and you stand over, like let's suppose it's a flat lake, and you look at the building on the other side, do you directly see the bottom of the building and directly the top of the building?
can you rephrase that or say it again?
Yeah, sorry. So let's suppose we're standing in front of a flat lake, right? And there's a
Yeah.
building on the other side of the lake. The building has like a starting point, which is at the really bottom, and like the top point, the height. Do you see the part where the building touches the ground, like right where it touches the ground, and the really, really top of the building?
That depends on the distance that you're looking.
I
And
mean,
so, okay, I know what
scientifically,
you're talking about. You're talking about missing where you can't see the bottoms of things at certain times. So, like, this could
yes.
also be the same as a boat disappearing bottom up, like as it goes in the distance, right?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
This could also be the same thing as a boat that is going off into the distance disappears bottom up, right? It's
Mhm.
bottom up disappearance that you're referring to.
Yes.
All right. Well, that's again, that's going to be a little bit more complicated than it's not going to just be a simple one thing that explains it, but it has to do again with attenuation of light, as well as perspective. So things that are like things that are farther from you, they are smaller in size. So that's perspective, angular size, right? That's angular size. But then you also have like angular resolution, which will have to do with like what your eyes can see. And then there's like this gets pretty complicated, but there's plenty of study that's been done there's plenty of study that's been done about what you're able to resolve against a surface. So like think of it this way.
Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt. Was that guy noise trolling?
Yes.
Yeah, he
All right, I'll
was
get him.
irritating.
Can you send me the ID real fast? This is Taco.
I don't know who it was.
The ID, just type it in chat.
You can check the Gizmos chat. He's banned over there.
It's already tagged in the text. Ethan at Ethan. It's already tagged in the text. Let me.
That one that I did. This guy, right? I just linked.
Copy.
Trying to get to the crux of what I was saying, and then yeah. So, when you're looking against a surface, and that surface is running laterally away from you, right? Like it's the farther away something is, and okay, so imagine the surface of water, or even a hallway, like a floor, and you've got something that's very low in angle to it. There's a certain amount of data like that your eyes are able to actually interpret and differentiate. So when things come to a very low angle due to becoming or going farther from you, when they come to a very low angle, your eyes can't differentiate one thing from another. We needed the do. Yeah, they can't determine one thing from another. Things kind of become muddy where they blend together, and so it's at this specific angle of like 0.02 degrees. That's what your eye sees, and at that point things start to disappear. So if you have a boat going off into the distance, the bottom of it will reach that angle before the top does. And so it becomes muddied and grayed, lost in the horizon before the top does. Same thing with a building. If you have a row of bricks, like imagine it's a brick building and you know, you got rows of bricks. Well, the bottom row of bricks will become muddied in with everything else and you won't be able to distinguish the difference between them before the row above them, and so on.
I would just like to point out atmospheric refraction. That's stooping and sinking. Plus, if you're looking at Chicago from Michigan, which is kind of what started all this back in like early 2015, late 2014, something like that. Chicago is in a swamp, and they made like a bathtub because it's literally below the lake level. So you wouldn't expect to see it anyway. But the thing is that the bottom of the building isn't what's important. When you calculate for the curvature, you shouldn't be able to see the top of the skyscrapers at all. And this is really interesting because what we were arguing back in 2015, 2016, the globe earthers just kept saying, how come the bottom's missing? How come the bottom's missing? Which is, you know, a complete red herring because the top shouldn't be visible. And that's the thing. We got long distance photography, right? Guinness Book of World Record. 273-mile mountain, right? And what these globe earthers do is they make these earth curve calculators with refraction built into it. And what they say is happening is that the light is bending down around the supposed curvature of the earth at the same curvature rate. And they backwards engineer that observation to fit the math in the calculation.
Midas?
I think maybe we need to
Hello,
go a
I
little
am
more
Midas.
simple too. There's something that you can actually just do for yourself. Like, if you were to get really low to a flat surface, make it be a floor or a really long tabletop, even. You can literally make the bottom of a coin start to disappear as you make it. If you lower your angle very low to the surface of the tabletop, and you pull a coin, have a friend pull the coin back, you'll see the bottom of it is unresolvable. That's the same effect that we're describing and that you asked about.
The people that you were speaking to, Lou, are they still in the chat? I
I
don't
don't
see
know.
the.
There was a female. I'm not even sure what her name was, and there was. She may have stopped. I don't know. She might have jumped. Somebody knows who that was. When I'm on my phone, I'm not usually looking at who's talking. I'm just responding.
The problem is with these people that they want like a one sentence answer to something that's a bit more complicated. So when you start getting into that, they just lose interest and leave the call. Because I was monitoring, and I think the person that I was looking at that was saying, asking the questions left when you began like speaking, when you started talking about
I
it.
got halfway through or not even, and she just was like, "Okay,
Not even.
above my head, I'm out."
Yeah, I'm out. Yeah, just what I was thinking too. Most of these guys, it's a hell of a good answer, man. I like the way you articulate it, but it's, I don't know, it just glances off of a man. Like, sad to say that, but.
I mean, I even prefaced it. I said it's a complicated question, that she was asking, and it's going to require. I mean, I didn't say it this way, but a complicated question. She probably didn't think it was a complicated one, but it requires a complicated answer. Like, there's a lot of things at play there. Like, how can it happen? Are you ready for this? That's kind of the thing. Like, this is going to take a minute.
Yeah, what the globe Earth has done has given them complacency and the easy convenience of saying that the answer is just curvature. That's all it is. Just Earth curve. Boom, you're done. So that's for them. They want something fast and quick, and
They want
that's
a one sentence answer or even a one word answer, and if you have to explain something, you're gonna lose. They're gonna get lost in the sauce. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, it's this generation, man. They're so used to like instant gratification. So when it comes to like listening to somebody and having to think and use your mind to process, there's like, it's bankrupt, dude. Like there's you're asking too much when it comes to that.
The cock brain says, "Scroll, you bastard! Scroll faster."
Well, fluoride is a very, very dangerous thing.
I don't. I mean, I wish you could just blame it on just simply fluoride. Then we could fix it. But it's not just that. It's social media and like I'm sure there's a ton of things. Like
It's conditioning. It's conditioning alongside like how a person grows up. Like so, social conditioning alongside with how somebody's household is. Like all these factors, there's like multiple things that can contribute to the person just being very, unattentive to like anything. Like there's things that would like, contribute to a person not giving you their undivided attention. A lot of things.
I mean, wasn't there was some kind of study done, and I'm not going to be able to give any accurate numbers here, but like since, TV or since internet or whatever, like continuously our attention span has been dropping to the point now where it's literally in competition with that of a guppy. Like a goldfish.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Your attention span is approximately the same as a goldfish.
It's
On average.
It's in government documents that you can go read that from the Freedom of Information Act, that social media and all of these apps and stuff, that you can do what we're doing here, but posting things with those reels and all of that, those are all meant to be there. It's a covert operation against the people. So
yeah, what you would think that's going on in someone's mind when they're listening to you is akin to probably hearing a monologue voice going like, "Come on, man, hurry up, hurry up! You giving me the answer yet? Hurry, hurry, hurry!
Oh yeah,
Give me
no,
the
it's
answer,
like
hurry."
it's like when you're holding a treat in front of a dog, and they're just like, you're just like, oh, what do I gotta do? Do I sit, stand? What do you want me to do? Lay down? Like, okay, just give me the treat. Just give me the treat.
Muted.
Yeah, but through time, you show the dog that like it takes patience, and then all of a sudden they start understanding that they're not going to get the treat until they understand the behavior that needs to take place. Like, it's
Yeah, the whole time they're just hearing, no, there's a treat, there's a treat, there's a treat.
I'm going to connect this. Hang on.
Oh, here's another thing that I've noticed too, Lou. When you were saying that, how many people were throwing their bodies in the gears? I counted 2.
Oh yeah,
there was a guy who
there was a few. We got the ear rape, and then we got somebody going, no. And then we got
Yeah, because I'm telling you, man, this is all like it's I don't know, it's you want to call it demonic or what, I don't know what it is, but it's like the moment you start speaking truth, it's like you get these agents that come in and they just want to like do everything to stop you. Like they don't want the information to get conveyed. It's weird.
Well, they're especially threatened if you're doing a good way of conveying that message. That's when they have to do that. So like they don't want it to be received by any audience, and they have to play, well, they have to play corner and try to intercept your ball.
Well, actually kind of crazy how Matrix and Mr. Smith in this case is really what we see in reality. It's it is almost like demonic or whatnot. Like these people appear out of nowhere, and you think a good conversation is going on, and the other person is asking questions, is receiving, and then you have these Mr. Smiths coming in, either ear raping or saying nah, interrupting or chirping or cheerleading. It's really weird, Very weird.
Yeah, Clay, do you remember a part in the movie? I think it was The Matrix 3, when he had his final showdown with Agent Smith. Remember when he had that final showdown and he was upset towards the end? Agent Smith was really irate. He's like, why, Mr. Anderson? Why do you persist? And he you remember the answer that he told him when he said that? When Neil responded?
Not really, no.
Because I can. That's what he told them. It was just amazing because it's like these guys think that they're frustrated because they want to stop something that sounds like to them, misinformation, or you're misguiding someone. But you're actually, when you speak truth and the opposing side says that they're holding truth, then wouldn't they let it be known to others that just go ahead, say what you got to say. If it's the truth, it will stand. If it's not, it will fall. They don't want to, so they don't know why you persist. And so the reason, like, to them, they get so upset and in their feelings about it that when you're doing it, they do the Agent Smith kind of like, why do you persist? You know, kind of thing.
On a more fundamental level, like, these people don't know what they're doing. They're not consciously doing it. They're just doing it by reaction, which is really strange. They are programmed like in the Matrix, you know, like. But the guy who decided to E-rate, then I can't really speak. Maybe he would have done that at any time. But the guy who tried to talk over me or try to, you know, go nah 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 nah. You know, like, he was just trying to make it so that others couldn't focus on what I was saying. He didn't care what I was saying. In fact, it was just the fact that I was making sense that made him do that. He didn't want other people to hear it. You can't hear a flat earther making sense. Flat earthers are wrong.
You're right on that also, actually.
See, that's all
See,
the
here comes
Roblox
Matt.
kids are capable of.
Lunatic, was that what you just said? You just said that?
Did you run out of Robux?
Do you
Did you
want to
run out of
clip it? Do
Robux?
you want to clip it so it's taken out of context, or what?
Yeah, I'll clip it and take it out of context. Absolutely.
This kid's a clown.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'll
you
give
said
him
something
a
that was actually
platform.
right. You said you can't hear flat earthers. Flat earthers are wrong. You're right.
No, that's your mentality. Is that flat earthers can never say anything that is correct.
You just
And when
proved
they
him
start,
right.
and when they start to make sense, you have to try to derail somehow, or take it out of context and try to clip it dishonestly.
Yeah, big facts. Yeah, that silence is called when they don't have a rebuttal to truth. You know, that's what it is. That's what that means.
And what's the truth? I'm sorry, I
That the
missed it.
Earth is not a that the Earth is not a globe.
Look, the only thing that was
you've been
actually
told.
in discussion was giving an alternative explanation for why a boat or a building disappears bottom up.
Okay.
And I gave a truthful explanation to that. That's what it was. If you want to know what the truth is, you're going to have to get more specific. I can't give you all of the truth right now in a few fucking sentences.
Yeah. Well, one thing that was used last night was a flashlight. And what he was telling me, he was like, "Oh, so take a flashlight and shine it on the wall." I was like, "Okay." He says, "Now pull back off that wall." And he asked me, "Do I see the whole light that's covered by the flashlight?" I go, "No, absolutely not." And then he went on to explain why that was a theory of, I guess, flat Earth, but I didn't really understand it. But then I got to thinking. Then I got to thinking. Okay, well, my flashlight is a lot smaller than the wall that I'm shining it on. So I was like, okay, wait a minute. The sun is a lot larger than the Earth.
You've only been told that. You don't know that.
Yeah, I go, let me take my wallet. And I shine the flashlight on my wallet. And I pull back. Oh, wow, guess what? The whole surface of my wallet is covered with light. Now, if I turn it,
this is a time because you've already made an assumption that we don't agree with. So you're already straw manning us. Why
okay,
bother?
no, I'm not. The theory
Yes, you
that
are.
he was the theory. Okay, now explain to me, why would a flashlight be an example of an object that's bigger than the light?
No, hold on. You're trying to make. I heard that discussion. Listen, it was only an example of to try to demonstrate to you the attenuation of light through a medium. Okay, about how light does not travel forever, how it has an extinction rate through any given medium. It was also compared to, so you're talking about light through air. He also compared it to light through water, and how it would attenuate and extinguish faster through a thicker medium. That
Yeah,
was
but
the
what's
only
it?
purpose of that conversation. Was
Yeah,
to
but
tell to teach
what
you
does that have to prove that the Earth is flat?
it did it wasn't
Yeah, so
that on its
Luke, can I
own
just
was
address
not
the central
meant.
point?
Well, I mean, it
Can
went
I
to
just
that
set the point before
theory
everyone gets the point?
to make people think,
So
oh, well,
before
the sun
everyone
just
gets their
goes
time
across the flat
wasted,
Earth.
I shouldn't have to fight this hard to get the central point out. The
Go
point is
ahead.
that you've made an assertion that the sun is much bigger than the Earth that we don't agree with. So therefore,
You don't
your
agree that the
example,
sun is bigger than the
therefore,
Earth?
for example, thank you for talking over me. Therefore, your example doesn't apply. You need to actually look at the model to understand the model.
Yeah, like if you're gonna argue against the
You have a
flat Earth,
model?
you have to understand what flat earthers are saying in order to properly argue against them. Just the same as we have to do in order to argue against you Globers. We have to understand your model. That's why we kick your ass day in and day out, is because we do understand your model better than you do. And you guys can't seem to do the same in reverse. You can't seem to put yourself in our shoes.
And that's because flat earthers have all been in the globe earth shoes. 99% of us, we're globers. We've been in your shoes, bro.
Did I just hear someone claim flat Earth has a model?
NASA, or could you post the globe Earth model in the chat? Thank you.
I can post some of it. Which parts would you like?
The model. Just the model.
No. Or
wants to
a
pick it
model.
up?
Yeah.
Who's talking?
NASA. But you made a claim about a model, and that's normally something we have trouble discussing, right? Because you won't claim anything.
Yeah, no. I didn't. Yeah, so yeah. See, the issue is that I was trying to get him to actually stick to understanding what he was saying, right? So he was making the claim
Understand something that you can't explain to
is
me.
bigger than the Earth objectively, and we don't agree. Right? Didn't
Prove
ask you
to me that the
Didn't ask you
sun
to talk
is
over me.
bigger than the Earth.
Didn't ask you to talk over me.
Well, you had me muted.
Wow, you're so
You had
fucking
me
rude.
muted.
You are so
Anytime you-
rude. Just
No,
wait.
I'm not.
I'm talking to Dazza.
All right, go ahead. Prove to me that the prove to me that the Earth is bigger than the sun. You're breaking up there, buddy. I don't know. Are you going through the time of the bended time of space? Are you going through some bended time space thing? You broke up.
Earth too biggie, sun too smally.
And this morning there was a guy that was telling me about what is up and down in space. We were talking about gravity, and he gave me some theory, the distance of, not the distance, but the some term he used. So I go to Google. I said, "Hey Google, what's that?" Yeah, I asked the question. She says it's whatever, and then
According to Wikipedia, a question serves as a request.
it said it meant gravity, and then he went on to say, "Well, what is
Well,
up and
that was
down?"
coherent.
What he goes, what is up and down? I said, well, up and down is, hey Google, cancel. Hey Google, cancel, you stupid bitch. Okay. So I said up and down is determined what the surface where you're at, what of the earth. I mean, north is not necessarily up, and south is not necessarily up or down. It depends on what part of the surface of the earth you're on. And then he says, well, you take a ball and what part of that ball is facing the earth? Is it down or up?
What about celestial north? Is that an
Let me
actual
finish that. I said, well, take that ball. I said,
celestial
that
north?
has nothing to do on the surface of the earth. Let's go ahead and take that ball and put it in space. Now what is up and down?
What ball are you talking about? Which
He
ball?
tried to tell me that ball that was facing the earth was down. I said, wait a minute. Space does not have up or down. It has only direction.
What ball are you talking about? Can you post it in the text? Which ball?
Just a ball, a circle. Imagine
like a
a circle.
football? Like
Draw
the
a
one
circle
basketball?
on a page. Listen to me. Draw a circle on a page like they did in the BCs, and because they were trying to draw a ball, but they didn't know how 3D and stuff and shading and everything. So they draw a circle as a ball. Okay.
A concept ball.
Imagine a ball.
Like drawing
What
it
he
on a
was telling
paper.
me, he just said a ball.
In a graphic. Is it in a graphic or is it like a ball that I hold in my hand? Which one?
A ball is a ball.
Which one are you talking about?
A ball is not 2D. Now you want to say, before you said a circle was 2D. Now you want to say a ball is 2D.
It's the first time I've heard circle during this interaction, but yeah, circles are not balls. I agree with you. Circles are not balls. Yes, we agree.
Yes, they are based on if a child draws a ball.
It's a flat table.
They're going to draw
it's a round. Hey, sir,
they're going to draw a circle on a page.
Hey, it's a round flat table. A ball? Is that a ball?
No. If a child draws a ball,
we agree. Circles, not necessarily all balls.
Yeah, right? They are. They are both. They are both.
Circles are balls. Okay.
Circle can be a ball or a flat surface. It can be both.
All right, now listen. Look, a 2D representation of a sphere could be demonstrated as a circle. This is true. But a circle,
it can be both.
A circle might not be spherical.
But when a child is drawing it, it's a circle.
Is a circle that a child draws always a sphere?
When he's trying to draw a ball,
What if the child is drawing a pizza?
No. We're talking a ball here. We're not changing the
pizza a ball
to a pizza. See, that's where you fail all the time.
What about frisbee? Is a frisbee a ball?
And change it to something else that doesn't.
If a child is drawing a pizza, is the pizza?
You're trying to take something else that doesn't relate to the topic that someone is trying to tell you to prove against.
Yeah, Vince.
Vince,
we're gonna try this now, right? You're gonna say something, and then someone is gonna reply. You're not gonna be yelling on top of anybody, okay? So, buddy, go ahead. Lou, go ahead. Reply to him. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is not one of those things where all spheres are circles and all circles are spheres, right? I think he can agree with this. He just wants to freak out.
That's not even. I'm not going to agree with it because it doesn't relate to what I'm talking about. A ball. I'm talking about a ball. We all know what a ball is. We've all catched a ball. We've all had one in our hand. And we've all thrown a ball.
A circle can be, but is not always, a 2D representation of a sphere. If you also see a circle, it might be a representation of just the surface of, say, the bottom of a cylinder, or even a cone, or like there's a lot of things that a 2D circle could represent, depending on the context surrounding it.
To the object that is being talked about. You're trying to change the definition of the object that's being talked about. That's how you try to prove the theory.
Representations of three-dimensional objects.
Listen, that's what I asked him for in the beginning. What is the object that he's talking about? What is that ball? Where is it at? Can you show it?
Oh, you got to see. You want me to show you what a ball looks like? No wonder you don't know what the Earth looks like.
The one that you're talking about.
In your mind, what a ball looks like.
The one that you're talking about.
I wanted to pick up on what I was talking about earlier. So you're talking about the...
Yeah, and I get that. But he was...
You know what's funny is that I thought that it was my bad connection was the reason he was talking over me, but he's actually just rude. Vince, just stop being rude. Let me actually finish a sentence.
Well, it is a little bit of both. So the thing is like when he starts to talk over you, you get overpowered and start cutting out. You can't talk over him the same as he's talking over you.
Oh yeah, but I can just mute him every time he talks with me, so that's just what I'm going to do in future. So Vince, if you can't control yourself, bro, I'm just going to have to keep muting you so I can finish sentences. So that's how this is going to be now, and that's because of your bad behavior. So what I was saying earlier is we have an idea of the Earth where the sun isn't bigger than the Earth, right? So you understand that that's different. If you assert that the sun is bigger, then you also are basically putting the globe cosmology into the flat cosmology and then saying that it disproves the flat cosmology. Doesn't make any sense.
How?
Because you are asserting that the size of the sun is bigger than the size of the Earth.
When I take a ball, I got a ball right here in my hand. And I'm shining that flashlight on there. I'm turning that ball. Brilliant. The light is now going towards the direction of the light on the surface.
Right.
It's rotating.
Right.
Right.
So what does that have to do with
now? How does that now? If you had a flat surface, of course it would cover the whole surface.
No.
That's not hard to figure out.
Yeah, it's not.
If the sun is bigger than the surface,
let me know when
then it's going to cover it. And there, you're even if that sun is not bigger than the surface, when you pull back that light, what would you say yesterday? The light expands. So therefore, it's going to cover the full surface.
So, I mean, in your opinion, then, any flashlight...
It's not an opinion, it's fact. It's proven scientific fact.
So, in your opinion, then, a flashlight would have to cover every surface, right?
What it's being directed towards. Right. Now, so what I was trying to get back to is up and down in space. Do you believe that there's up and down in space?
So, if you get, like, a flashlight in a field, does the flashlight light the whole field?
There you go. You're trying to pull something that
does it or not?
I'm not going to answer that because it's irrelevant to the question.
It's not.
It's pointless. You're inside that surface.
You're crazy.
So the surface overpowers what's in it.
No, you're talking incoherently. Like, first of all, you cannot be inside. You cannot be inside of a surface.
We're inside the surface, so we're inside the. We're on the flat surface of the Earth. Okay, the field is in the Earth. I got a little bitty flashlight.
Yeah, the flashlight's above the surface. Cool. So does it light up the whole field?
That's irrelevant to the question. Of course,
yes or no.
This flashlight is not going to cover the whole field. Only where I direct it towards.
Why not?
So by that, you're trying to prove that the sun is in our atmosphere.
No.
Is that what you're saying?
No. Because I'm taking.
That's the only way.
What you said, Vince. You are so rude. You just.
I am not rude.
You are rude. Stop talking over me. Stop it.
I don't think he's rude. I think he's just drunk. No, he's drunk. Maybe is he drunk?
If he's drunk, he shouldn't be talking anyway.
Okay, Vince, you try to take me off the topic. Then I'm going forward.
So you can talk over me again. I unmuted you because I was being polite. But if you're just going to talk over me again, Stay on mute. Fine. So, your example, you said that if the flashlight's pulled away, it'll light the whole surface, right? That's your example. So I said, let's make it a field. Let's make the surface a field. Suddenly it's irrelevant. Wonder why that is.
Wonder why that is? You
Yeah.
can see the object that I'm holding a flashlight?
That's not what I said.
How is that going to cover anything?
Because it's not big enough.
Exactly.
Exactly.
That doesn't prove your point.
Yes, it does.
Of course it's not big enough.
That's the point, bro.
Now, if I had the sun in my hand, if I had something as big as the sun, yeah, it would cover the whole
big
damn
is the
thing.
sun?
Bigger than the Earth.
You don't know
How big?
that.
Bigger than the Earth.
You don't
How
know
big?
that. That's the problem. You don't know
How
that.
big is no, that's what I asked you, is how big is the Earth?
We don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I mean, should I just say I don't know again?
No. How do you not know the Earth is bigger than the Earth is not bigger than the sun, or the sun is not bigger than the Earth?
How do you know that the sun is bigger than the Earth? Yeah. How do you know that?
You can look at it and see that it's bigger.
How? It looks tiny compared to the Earth. How do you look at it and see?
We based on distance.
What
how far the
distance?
how far the light is how far the light takes to shine on the Earth.
Fine. How far?
And then you can get the size of the sun.
How far is it?
I don't know.
So you don't know its size or its distance, do you?
It's bigger.
It's bigger and
Science
farther?
knows it. Google knows how big. Hey Google, how big is the sun? Hey Google, how big is the sun?
The mean radius of the sun is 432,690 miles.
Hey Google, how large is the sun?
The mass of the sun is 1.99 times 10 to the 30 kilograms.
Oh wow, that's big.
He's
Hey Google,
Ask Google how it knows that.
Hey Google, how large is the Earth?
On the website coolcosmos.ipac.caltech.edu, they say, Earth's circumference is 24,901.
How does it know that?
You can't make this shit up.
They can measure that by distance.
By how?
Hey Google, how is the Earth measured?
Hey, hold on, Vince.
On the website uu.edu, they say, the circumference of the Earth is just its average diameter, 7,915 miles, times the number pi, where pi is 3.14159. This gives us about 25,000 miles for the Earth's circumference.
Oh wow!
Yeah, excellent. That's great.
That's
amazing. The thing is, like,
so you're telling me math?
Vince, 1 second, bro. The thing we're getting to in this call is that you're proving our point, not the fact that you're making a logically consistent argument, but the fact that we're showing people everywhere that the only thing people can rely on is somebody else telling them what the Earth is, which is what you're doing right now. You're completely
not even somebody. He's talking to a fucking robot.
That's a robot. And so this robot has been programmed by people who have given it the information. So all you're doing is repeating information without having any knowledge of how you obtain that knowledge from the physical and natural world. You don't know how they've actually got that information by doing studies on the world. They've actually just put information into this program, and when you ask it to say something, it's going to repeat that same information to you. So without any prior knowledge of you knowing anything, you're just going to regurgitate or recall that information from this robot. So you don't have like this true knowledge of what the Earth is by verifying it in any way objectively. This is important. I think a lot of people don't know what's going on right now, but they can see it in real time with the interactions that you're having with the group here. So that's important.
I love that.
Oh, do you?
I do.
What do you like about it?
Well, it's most important. It's most important because of the fact that people don't know that critical thinking has gone by the wayside. So all you guys have right now is appeal to like a program or an authoritative figure, and you've lost touch with reality. That's what we're exposing here. It's not the argument's fine. It's great. It's logically consistent on our part. But you guys have lost touch with
Actually, hold
reality,
on.
and that's what we're showing
Maybe,
you.
I think the most important part about what you're just saying that maybe you're tiptoeing around is that I mean, you said the critical thinking has gone by the wayside, but I think that should be focused on is like nobody is questioning where this information was gathered or how it was gathered. They just think that they can go and look it up, and they're being given a fact. Like,
Are you guys? Who are you directing this at?
unwilling, or unable. Like if you take that just based off of trust, then it's literally just a belief. There is no critical thinking going into that conversation. Like you're just trying to reify your own already like your world belief on some robot who is programmed to tell you what you were programmed to believe.
Hold on. I want to make a point real quick.
Go ahead.
If we live on a spinning globe, as the globe Earth is say we are, right? Why is there not 100% proof that we live on a spinning globe? Because all the proof I've looked at shows we live on a flat plane.
Was Vince freaking out? Why'd you guys mute him?
Absolutely, but that's his whole.
Vince, you gotta chill out, dude.
That's what Vince does. He freaks out every time he's in here.
Vince, you gotta. There's like rules to talking. You can't just like get crazy in here. You know, you can say what you want, but you gotta wait your turn.
I'm not being crazy, but I've done my own. Hold on. I've done my own experiments. I've done laser tests, done many measurements, and I, as a half white, half black man, have not seen any proof that the Earth is a spinning globe. And I knew Neil deGrasse Tyson. I actually met him in a conference like 2 years ago, and even he told me, he said, you know what he said to me privately? He said, "We don't have any solid proof we live on a spinning globe." That's what Neil deGrasse Tyson said to me in private.
I believe it.
Yeah.
Most people don't believe it, but that's what he said to me. No one will believe it, but that's what he said to me in private.
Well, I wouldn't say we're spinning, but we're like definitely moving.
So Neil deGrasse Tyson told me there is no solid proof that we live on a spinning sphere. That's what he told me to my face. Even though he told me the Earth is a spinning globe, he said that we don't have 100%. He said, I said, give me one proof. He said, we don't have 100% proof we live on a spinning sphere.
He's not the only one. Einstein says similar things, and so does Michio Kaku, and so does like all of the experts in that field. They'll tell you that it comes down to a philosophical world belief, like on which one that you want to choose. But there is no way to test for or determine like one versus the other.
Hey, I brought someone new, by the way. I've been bringing hella people here.
Hi, baby.
Yeah, appreciate that, Creamy. So yeah, to the lady who's answering, thank you so much for joining this channel. We have the discussion about the shape of the Earth conversation. We have a lot of people on the panel that you can ask questions to, but like the gentleman was saying, just be respectful and listen to the rebuttal. And yeah, you'll be just fine. You'll be just fine.
I'm very.
Well, I don't know. I can't. So go ahead and ask your question, and then we'll see what's going on.
That guy wasn't respectful.
Who? Me?
Probably Vince. Yeah, Vince is a case. Like that dude just gets.
So hold on. The issue with Vince and the issue with a lot of flat earthers is that we get sick of dealing with the same arguments, and that's why some of them.
No, it wasn't Vince. It wasn't Vince.
Was it me?
Whoever just called me a dude.
No one called you dude.
I'm not a dude. I'm a chick with a twist.
You sound cute. No one called you dude. What are you talking about?
Thank you. You probably didn't
You
hear
want
him.
back?
All right.
Sorry, I had to grab a Corona beer.
Guys, let's get to the conversation, which is the topic of the room.
let's get it.
Let's not divert. So go ahead. If you have a question, go ahead and ask it, please.
My question is, how did the coronavirus hit a flat Earth and not a globe Earth?
So the coronavirus.
That's not a question for the room. Sorry.
Why not?
Please stay on topic. Ladies and gentlemen, stay on
That's an
topic.
insta mute. You're not allowed to talk about that shit. We're streaming it live on YouTube, and
You're not allowed
YouTube.
to talk about something that
Yeah,
happened?
medical
What the fuck are you
stuff.
talking
No,
about?
no, no.
No,
It's like, no,
go ask
medical
YouTube about
stuff.
that.
That's no, dude. You don't want to talk about COVID. They might shut down.
That's how you get out of it. Like that's how you don't have to defend your claim that Earth is a specific shape. That a valley also curves upward at 8 inches per mile squared by just saying curse words and words you know you shouldn't say. Weak, man. That's weak.
I mean, trust me, it's unfortunate. It's a conversation that I would love to have, but again, this is a flat Earth room, not a whatever that is room. But no,
Yeah, other topics.
yeah.
Yeah, all
It's
right.
a
So if you guys got
conversation
a
I would
question,
love to talk with people about.
I guess you guys, if you have a question about the topic of the room, go ahead and ask your question. Definitely love to engage. We got people on the panel right now, like Jedi, like Lunatic. We got Crypto in the house. Crit's in the house. So yeah, ask your question, guys.
It's Tippy was the only one who like didn't mess up.
Who's next?
Anybody want to play poker?
Looks like some hobo also is interested in how he knows the Earth to be a specific shape.
Maybe Vince wants to go round two.
Vince is like, seriously. I mean, yeah, he'll fill some air, but dude, guys like that, when they're just clearly just like spazzing out, not really worth giving the airtime to, and that's like his whole MO.
Nobody wants to play poker?
He can't control himself. It's all you can hear it in his tone of voice constantly. It's all emotional and lack of logic.
He says he's not mad, he's just burning calories.
He's trying to freaking have a heart attack, is what he's doing.
We got two people playing poker. Anybody else want to join?
All right, 7-2. I'm all in.
Man, is there any glober that can actually prove the spinning wobbling to the space ball they believe to live on?
No.
I would actually call that out as a disingenuous question. After all this time, we know that there is no glober who can prove shit. It's an unfalsifiable claim that they have presented.
I don't know. I think there's no glober that you will fucking listen to.
What should we listen to? What should we listen to?
Hold on. Is the glober's claim falsifiable?
That's not the point. The point is you just don't listen, and that's actually the point of flat Earth.
Oh no! Please don't let Branch talk. No.
Is the globe Earth claim falsifiable?
I don't, dude. You know I don't get into these games.
Wait,
Then
are
why are
you
you
actually
talking?
sober? Is Branch sober today? That's a rare sight.
Yeah, everybody knows Branch doesn't play games. Come on. Branch
Oh, he
is not a game
sounded.
player.
He sounded sober. That was
Yeah,
like a new thing for me. Haven't ever heard his voice normally.
Do you think I'm lying? Do you think I'm guessing you? Like
What?
I don't know what the heck that was.
you know what I mean? For a minute. You are very disingenuous, yes.
Are you okay, man?
Like I'm about to have a meltdown here.
Okay. Why do you have a meltdown? Cam, why do you have a meltdown?
Yay, we got more people.
Oh, no.
Wait, why is Creamy Steve muted?
Why does everyone have red duct tape on their mouth?
Can you unmute Mr. Vince?
Everybody said that they have like a religious belief in the globe, and it started sounding creepy because they're like, I don't know why I believe it's a globe, I just do. It sounded weird, so they got muted.
I just want to ask, to those who want Vince unmuted, like, do you think that he's doing a good job at defending your side of this argument?
He provides entertainment.
Yes.
Oh,
Bro,
this isn't just about entertainment, is it? Like, I mean, if we're really here for truth, it's not just for entertainment. I'm entertained by seeing Globers freaking look bad. Trust me, I agree.
Dude.
If we were to unmute Vince, he would do a great job of continuing to make Globers look bad, but it gets you nowhere. There's no conversation really being had if we're going to argue with him.
Well, can we dig into it? Like, is he making a religious point? Do a lot of people make a religious globe point? It's usually the opposite, right?
Right. Vince had a scientifically circumspect question. Is up and down in space real?
The fuck?
Up and down space.
That's all about philosophy of like what they claim space to be. Like, I think we would all agree that if we're going to go based off of the premises that they tell you in space, that there is no up or down, that there's only things moving in relation to another.
Yeah, and how can a place be real that is going against the second law of thermodynamics, where you have gas pressure right next to
here we go,
a system of void of matter or negative pressure without a barrier? Since pressure requires pressing against something, there's nothing to press against when it comes to space. Therefore, space can't exist. Very simple. And if you want to invoke an endless, ever-expanding, ever-expanding atmosphere, even double the distance behind the moon and so forth, then you're just delusional.
What about the space in between your ears?
It's empty and void. It's a vacuum.
Yeah, that's not what we're talking about, right? We believe in like three-dimensional space, right? That's not, up for question at this moment, right? We're talking about deep space, the vacuum of space, right? Because nature abhors a vacuum. So how can you have a vacuum next to a gas giant or a ball of gas like the sun? Because the nature of gas is it expands until it reaches an equilibrium once it hits the walls of the container. Like a propane tank.
That's also like an ideal thing. So like that's assuming no introduction of any energy or anything like that. So like things are trying to reach equilibrium, but they might be constantly disturbed, causing a dynamic system.
So is there any globe that can prove the spinning wobbling to the space ball? Must be easy to prove that spinning wobbling to the space ball flying through the emptiness of a vacuum.
Vince can prove the globe.
Why Vince? Why not you? Go ahead, prove your globe.
I cannot.
Well, give it a shot.
Who was it that did prove the globe? Like, we all know we're standing here. We're standing still, right? Like, I can go back to my stuff that was sitting on the table, and it'll be there. Even after years, it'll just be all dusty, and I can go back to my parents' house, where we grew up, and go look at it, and it's still there. It's in the same place. It didn't move, right? So that's one thing, right? We don't believe that it moves, right? But somebody else there believes that it does. And then there's another claim on the table. So, I mean, that it curves, that like flat things that we know are flat and straight, like a straight line curve. Do you have any reason to believe that?
There is no reason with the unreasonable.
There
I
we
mean,
go.
you guys shouldn't be pointing towards a guy like Vince unless that's just for your entertainment.
Okay, now you're just
look for like point towards the scientist who proved it, or
Well,
like in the experiment that proved it. Even better.
Let's give Vince one final chance. If you're good, Vince, you can stay. If you're going to act like an idiot, you can go. Ball's yours.
okay. Prove that I'm an idiot.
Well, that's down to you, Sunshine. I'm giving you the
I know.
floor.
Prove
So
that
if
I'm an
I'm
idiot.
the one that's unmuted you, don't make you instantly regret it.
No, prove it. You
None of
called me
us
an
said
idiot.
you were.
Prove
I don't
it.
Right,
think I
instantly
said you were
regret
an
it.
idiot. I
Fucking
said
go.
that you're
He didn't say you were an idiot. He said if you're gonna act like one, then you'll get muted.
Because that's all you've got.
You're doing a poor job of representing yourself.
I'm not trying to represent anything. I'm just trying to get you to prove what you believe. We know the Earth is
You
round.
believe you're wrong. That's what we
Okay,
believe.
well, we believe you're wrong. Well, we know you're wrong. So prove it.
How do you know it?
No, you prove it. You're telling everyone the Earth is flat. Prove it.
No. The positive
No,
claim is
that's exactly what you're doing.
the positive claim is that of the globe Earth. You guys claim that there is curvature, and you should be able to prove that. You guys claim that the Earth is spinning. You should be able to prove that.
You guys aren't breaking it down for him correctly. Look, Vince, they're saying that you, Vince, listen, they're saying that you can't prove the Earth is round. You can't, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of hard to prove the opposite. You can prove that it's not round.
Prove it negative.
You know
I can't prove the Earth is not wrong. You have to prove that the Earth. I can't prove the Earth is not round. Not a sphere. You have to prove that the Earth is a sphere.
Yeah,
the light proves it. The shining on the Earth proves it. The time zones prove it.
What?
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 But see, but your argument about that is the sun is smaller than the Earth.
Time zones prove the Earth is a ball. How's that happening?
Okay, all right, I get that, and I get that. But you're saying the only reason why the Earth can't be round is because the sun is smaller than the Earth. Now you prove that the Earth is not what Google told you the size of it is.
That's a really weak straw man of the argument.
Wait, no, it's not. You're telling the people that study
the Earth.
I've told you twice that you straw manned me, and instead of asking why it's a straw man, you just said nuh-uh.
Okay, there you go.
You don't actually want to
You're
have a
going
conversation.
off of the question.
Vince, do you know what a straw man is?
Vince,
I have no idea what a straw man is. That like
talking over me. Stop it. If you want to actually hear what I have to say and actually address what I've said, don't
He doesn't
talk
even
over what I've said. I'm going to have to repeat what I said because you didn't listen. So, why aren't you asking me why it's a straw man instead of just saying no? Do you even know what a straw man is?
He just said I don't know what a straw man is.
It's a scarecrow in the field. That's all I know.
No, okay. So, straw man is where you attack a position that your opponent doesn't actually hold, right? So, do you see why that's a waste of everyone's time?
And where did that definition come from?
It's just the
where did that theory come from?
It's just
why does it matter where it came from? Why does it matter where it came from?
It's just the name for the fallacy.
Okay, then why does it matter where?
Vince,
go ahead.
Do you agree that it's illogical to argue against something someone didn't say?
That's not even It's that you're. No? It's a twisted question. It's a trick question.
It's not a trick question.
That's all you have when you try to debate somebody.
Man, you need to answer the question. Do you agree that
I don't even understand what the question is? Explain to me what that means.
Not hard. So if I say
it is for me, it is.
No, well, yeah, I can tell.
I think I graduated with a specialized education.
So anyway,
I doubt it.
Yeah. So everyone here knows what I asked, apart from you. Right, it's very, very obvious. If you're arguing against something that someone didn't say, then that's a waste of everyone's time, right? So if I say to you that you strawmanned me, that means you've argued against something I didn't say. So
but you did say
call instead of talking over me, should be, okay, what is your position?
Okay, you tell me what I tell you. Tell me what you didn't say.
He just said he just said he took special needs classes. Like, break it down for him. Like, if someone was
because
handicapped,
I'm slow.
you'd be inclusive.
Okay, now tell me.
You know.
Tell me what.
Take the context.
Tell me what I said you didn't say.
Is there any point talking to this guy?
Yeah, it is. Tell me what I said you didn't say.
No, we were talking about the straw man fallacy, right?
Yeah. I want to know what I said that you didn't say.
You said to someone else that
it's not worth unmuting him.
He doesn't know what I see it is. You're talking to him about something he doesn't understand.
Oh, for fuck's sake, just shut up.
Does that make sense?
Do you need an aspirin?
Right, anyone talking now is going to get muted and staying on mute. Just shut up while I finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, that's you then. So, you said to somebody else that I said that the Earth can't be a globe because the sun is smaller than the Earth. Never said that. I asked you how you know what the size of the Earth is, how you know what the size of the sun is, and I addressed your argument that if the sun was bigger than the Earth, then the sun would light the whole Earth if it was flat, which is just you inserting the globe cosmology into the flat Earth, right? So I don't know where you're going with any of this, but you need to understand, instead of talking over me, you need to understand what we think before you even start to argue against it.
Well, first of all, I don't care what you think. And the question that
if you don't care what I think, just go away. There's no, just leave him on mute then. If he doesn't even give a shit, why even
Guys,
take part in the conversation?
Guys, he's special ed. Don't be
Yeah,
Come
you
on,
guys,
fine.
come on.
He's already said he doesn't have to listen to us. Well, I don't care what you think. So he's got no business being here, being he's not going to listen to what we think. So he's probably going to get disconnected. What's the point of you being here?
Are you being disrespectful towards the special ed?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It feels weird.
Tell you what, guys, you can create a Discord server, and then you can invite us over there, and we can tell you how to mod it, right?
No, it's just our special needs people allowed here.
Yeah, but here's the thing: you're misunderstanding. I think a lot of people are. When you're dealing with individuals that claim to be whatever they say on the internet, you can't validate one way or the other. So you don't know that what he's saying is true or not. Even if he said he was a doctor, you couldn't validate it. You have to take their word for it. But even if that is the case, he's still understanding coherent language. So he understands when he told Crypto just now, I don't care what you say. He understands what that means. So you advocating for the position that he's special needs gives no reason why somebody should keep him muted because he said what he said. Nobody in any case will stand in this argument if they say, I don't care what you say. You have to be able to be open to listening to what they have to say before you dismiss it. So that's the reason why. Not because of his special needs. When you start saying that, you're making people out to be some kind of monsters because you want to make them sound like they're meanies, like they're just usurping authority, and they're treating somebody differently because they're special needs. That's not the case here. It's based on what he said in the conversation, and that's merely all it was.
Maybe I misunderstood.
Relax with your special needs advocation position.
No, I'm just saying
I would even argue that somebody with a cognitive disability would discredit them from having the floor as well. Like, we don't need to give somebody with that cognitively cannot understand the argument. Like, why do you have to listen to that?
That's not inclusive. I mean, what you just said is about the special needs thing. Let me finish my sentence before someone interrupts me.
He did not make it into an issue.
Talking over me right now.
If you continue on about it, I'll just mute you too. We're going to move on to the subject of the shape of the Earth.
No, I was just trying to say what I was saying.
I don't fucking care now.
I can't finish my thought. I'm not allowed.
Yeah, guys, we're all equal.
Yeah, that's lovely. So
I know I'm not allowed to need right now.
What am I?
The previous contender.
You cut me off, man.
Oh, no, it's not, fucking rude.
I wait for my turn and then you guys.
Can we do that?
I don't know what you said. You were talking at the same time as me.
Oh, no, it's terrible, isn't it? So let's get back to the subject of the flat Earth. Let's not go back and
Dude,
talk about.
come on, dude. You can't talk over other people and then expect the same respect.
Quite important doing it right now. So
He's
we'll
not even
move
listening.
on with the subject at hand regarding the shape of the Earth.
No, don't bring it back to topic. Then I don't have anything to say and the room is quiet. Because I have nothing to say about that ball.
Does anybody have any evidence for the Earth being a globe? In 2024, you would think that people would have amassed such information that would just be overwhelming to give
man.
enough evidence that the Earth is a globe.
Let
So
me tell
go
you
ahead,
something, okay?
if you're in here and you think the Earth is a globe, please present your evidence.
You think that in 10 years debating flat earthers that they would have sharpened their fucking stick a little bit and had something.
Even hearing anybody who has a reason to believe it's a globe, like whatsoever. Like nobody's like, well, I just believe it because of reasons, and they don't even have reasons to believe it. It's like unreasonable, unjustified belief. I don't think they
Right,
believe it.
the floor was cleared and nobody like spoke up. Well, that means that nobody has any evidence. Come on, guys. You guys had a lot of energy with the previous conversation, but none for this one. I wonder why that is. Perhaps because there is no evidence? Just guessing.
I wanted to hear what the religious argument was. Because I never hear a religious argument. I hear only like scientific.
I mean,
I'm in the middle of the
religion is one
sentence.
thing. Religion is like, I don't know, kind of like a dirty word for what's being described here is that you say
I'm
you believe,
curious. You
maybe
can't
not you
blow it
specifically,
out.
but somebody
You cut
of
me
that
off in the middle.
type
Okay.
would say, I believe something. And I say, why do you believe it? I don't know. Like, no reason.
Yeah, religion has to do with faith-based beliefs. Like, and we're not dealing with beliefs and faith. It doesn't matter what you think or I think. We could go on for an eternity debating that and without anything substantial, right? So, like, it's about what can be proven.
Let me try to find a religious argument that's backed up by some type of science. I think that'd be an interesting thing, right? Because I don't hear it a lot. I'm curious about different points, different avenues, why people think the Earth is round.
Creamy. That's fine. That's fine. Go ahead.
Tell you what, no, that's fine. I just watched an amazing video by a scientist, PhD guy, quite well renowned. He's given you like about 20 arguments to believe in God. I can post you that if you want.
It's weird because I hear a lot of people use religious arguments to say the Earth is not round, right? You guys have heard those, right?
I never heard that, no.
Really?
Yeah, there's a few in the Christian realm that do that. I know that.
There's like 5 parts of the Bible. I used the AI to look it up because I thought Vince was going to make the opposite argument because I know he's religious.
No, I haven't
So
heard
I was
like a scientific argument.
Not scientific, but
maybe that's like your ultimate standard for justification. But yeah, if you have any kind of justification to believe that the Earth is something other than the Bible describes, you could maybe put that forward.
I'm probably not going to find it. I'm probably not going to find it.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. But like from that standpoint, Creamy, I think this VC is more akin to pull towards the physical natural world and evidence of thereof. So for us, it's something that's supportive, but it's not something that we would say would be essential for the explanations that we would say with the arguments of the Earth, and if it is a globe or not. Because that would be more of like appeal to like religious authorities and such. So
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. So like you like taking something from the Bible and trying to claim that it's proof. That doesn't work. That's not logically sound. That's not logically
think you
sound.
understand what I said.
Yeah, no, I do understand. So if you could find something that is scientific that is also backed by the Bible, which there are dozens of those things, right? Like that would be a topic, but it doesn't. The Bible portion of it has nothing to do with like overall. It only substantiates. It only helps to support what is the scientific evidence, And so that's why we focus on the scientific. That's what Miggy was saying, and I agree completely.
Okay.
I mean, how would you feel about it if it was shown to be scientifically and geometrically proven that the Earth does not rotate and that water is a straight line on a horizontal plane? Would it give credence to the Bible or any kind of religious text that states to have already known those things? Like, how could an old, dirty, dusty book know things that even the best scientists didn't know?
I guess Creepy just wanted to have the argument heard from that standpoint, but that's kind
I
of why
couldn't
we don't
find
grab it.
anything. I
That's
looked, I
fine.
couldn't
Listen,
find it.
sometimes it's actually the opposite. We'll say things that support it from the biblical narrative, but it's not like the case that we're going to use it as a fundamental argument for any premise that we have in here. But it does come up like within the paradigm of how things were created. Like if there's the case for was this nature created or intelligent design created. So that becomes the thing when we start reverting back to like how it all began. That kind of argument, philosophical mainly, but.
Are there any cool new arguments that you guys have heard of that's like fresh, like a fresh argument that's come up that's scientific?
Well, I'd say that
people are
most of these are just old arguments kind of rebranded. So you're hearing kind of a new take on the same old argument. Most of them are. There's really nothing new under the sun when it comes to like their arguments against, saying that the Earth is flat and stationary. It's mainly them trying to prop up another idea of like star trails or sextants or just some other things like flight paths. Like they're trying their best to put things together to make it sound like they have a case, but in every example they need to assume things. So it's always the case that they're always assuming the idea of the Earth being a globe to then say that that's how they know that certain things work on a globe because they assume it to be so.
I wonder what the public reaction would be if you could prove that the Earth is not round to the masses, what the public reaction would be. Like, what would ensue after that?
Well, this is a taste, isn't it? What's happening in Discord, isn't it a taste of what you would see in real time?
Yeah, and
you see it live, bro, every day.
Do you know that is complete rejection of your.
It's already been
of your
proven. I
ideas,
mean, you
of your
accepting the
things.
proof is something totally different.
And so what makes
That's
you think
what
it's going to
I'm
be
talking
any
about. I'm talking
different?
about masses. I think everything would break down maybe into chaos.
Well, if this VC isn't evidence of that, I don't know what is, bro.
I think that people would continue, like when they want to go to their friend's house or like to the grocery store, you would just point and then walk in a straight line. You would still do that. Like when it went to chaos and everybody was like rioting, and they're like, "Well, where's the gun store?" You would just point to it and go in a straight line, not a curved line, just a straight line to your destination.
You know what's interesting about what you're saying is that a lot of people don't realize that they use the Earth practically as a flat and stationary plane, and this is going to make the Globers grumble in here, but that's the case. In any field that people work in, they have to apply practically the Earth as a flat and stationary plane, to make it easier for people to use math and trigonometry and things that they have to apply on the Earth. So for practical purposes, the Earth is already being used as a flat stationary plane. So the transition would only have to be more of maybe a philosophical stance, but that's about all there would be because practically we're already using the Earth that way.
So
Simple.
that would be the utility of doing like a slow, soft releasal, like where you slowly and a little bit at a time allow this conversation to take hold in society, therefore limiting the amount of impact that it would have from people freaking out and creating chaos. If it's something that is bound to be found as a truth, yeah, I could see where the controllers would see like, oh my God, if they find out that we've been wrong this whole time or that we've been lying this whole time, this could create like if it got discovered one night. Overnight, shit, all kinds of shit could break out all around the world, right? Like
mass hysteria. Yeah, that would be mass hysteria.
Yeah, mass
That's what
hysteria.
you're seeing in the world right now. That's what you're seeing in the world right now because the sixth seal will be open soon, and I will say no more.
Well, but like in the case of like having somebody reconcile the fact that they don't live on a globe, this is something that they would have already heard, before. Like, so when did this actually really explode on the internet? About 2014, 2015? So people have been getting used to hearing, oh, those little stupid flat earthers again. So they have already been conditioned to hear the argument one way or another. They're exposed to it. Whether they accept or reject it, it's irrelevant. The exposure to it makes them kind of like already used to the argument being had. So it's not like a new thing if it gets rolled out into like, well, the governments had to do these lies because of the fact that we were competing with other countries, whatever narrative they spin. Then you're used to like, oh, okay, I can get with that. I know why they were lying to us, because it was for our benefit.
See, the
And
reason they lie is to distract us away from our true origin and our true source. You know what I mean? That's why they lie to us. So
well,
they
but
control.
that's besides what the point that I'm making, though. What I'm saying is that if they do happen to come out with it and says, well, we had to do it, guys. It was for the benefit of humanity. Because if you'd known that the Earth was flat and stationary, certain things that we hold sacred, like resources that are detrimental to our Earth, would have been discovered and mined, and it would have been chaos. So we did it for you guys' benefit. Withholding this. They could spin it, but then at the same time, we would be used to the arguments because it would already been had over the internet. People would have seen things. We don't have time for the meeting of the Flat Earth Society. So you would have already been used to the opposing side, and it wouldn't take you so much to like get used to the fact that, okay, well, yeah, if the government says they did it for this reason, I could jive with the flat earther now. Guess I'm a flat earther. So you know what I mean? It's easy to say that,
I don't even
yeah,
blame the
how it
government.
could happen. Yeah,
I mean,
so
it's not really the governments who did. It's really the government. I would take this spin. It's the people put forth the idea. They have it ingrained. Like you encounter these anti-flat earthers and globe. They have it ingrained in their minds so strongly. They're so like adamant, so vitriol about it. Right? There's so much vitriol about it. If you were to take it from them, they'd lose their minds. Yeah.
So
Government.
let me get this straight.
You're
Okay?
deciding to believe in a globe that doesn't exist. They're not making you do it.
Yeah, you gotta think for yourself. You guys got. Sometimes you gotta measure things yourself. You gotta experiment on things yourself. You gotta do reproducible experiments yourself and reproduce them on and on again until all the results add up and until your hypothesis meets your conclusion of your data. I mean, and like this is what scientists do. This is science. Like the false scientism is the heliocentric model. We all know that.
People get confused when we talk about the Earth in a way that doesn't refer to science, because we say that measuring the Earth or the size of the Earth have nothing to do with science. So people get all up in a tizzy about it because they're like, well, that's stupid, because isn't the physical natural or the observation of the physical natural world having to deal with science? Well, yes and no, in a sense, because if you're saying that science in and of itself is what we're doing when we're measuring, that's a hard no, because we are basically just measuring something. We're not doing science, which involves things like
Measurements
math.
aren't science, exactly. Yeah. But what I'm saying is, when you take time to do the measurements yourself and do the experiments yourself, instead of believing in an authority that just tells you just take it with a grain of salt and you just believe it. You know what I mean? Whereas on the opposite end, the contrary, the person is autodidactic in their learning and they go about independently learning certain subjects, and I feel that's a lot more effective. You know what I mean?
The Globers have already voted. They said Earth's a globe. No matter what evidence you show me, that's it. They've put the votes in. I mean, the government's just complying with the will of the people.
Yeah. Well, they're just trying to win over the
No, they're not trying to win over.
Emotions of the people,
complying.
and
They're
the
doing
fear
what
of the
they're
people.
supposed to do. You willed it to be a globe. That's it. No evidence will ever change your mind. Therefore, okay. Well, I work for you. It says the government. It's fine. It's a globe.
That's actually a fine way of putting
The devil works.
it.
The devil works for anybody who wants to do wickedness and who is tempted and gives into temptation of doing wickedness. So.
No,
what do you want the government to do?
the way
You
that
want
he's
them to
putting that,
change
though,
what you
'cause
think? and just change the whole tune, you're going to flip out. You're like, what do you mean, government? The Earth is flat. You're going to overthrow them. You're crazy.
Think about it. Think about it. What does the government do but pander to the people? Like, they just tell you what you want to hear, nonstop. That's their fucking job. Doesn't matter if they really do it. They tell you what you want to fucking hear.
That's how you get elected
The truth
officials,
of the
right?
question is if the government came out and said that, guess what? They wouldn't be your government. You take them over, and it'll be a new government that says what you want them to say.
Yeah, that's why it's a cultural problem.
You're acting like this is the freaking paradise issue. Like if we solve this one issue, everything's gonna be okay. But this is like
No, absolutely not. No. Wait. No, I think you're misconstruing what we're saying here. That's not the case. Because let's just say, for example, if everybody found out, they rolled out with the information, okay, guys, Earth is flat, let's get with the program, let's adapt to the new paradigm, and some people had a hard time, some people didn't, but the world knew that the Earth is flat, right? Let's just say, for example, that's the case. In that scenario, that doesn't eliminate the human problem, which is people are still going to be robbing each other, people are still going to be hurting each other, people are still going to be doing stupid things. That doesn't eliminate the human element away from it. So it's not a paradise condition that we're saying is going to take place. What it is only going to be a shift in a paradigm, which philosophy will change. Actually, the practical use case for the Earth being what it is would always stay the same, because you can't use the Earth other than what it is, right? But the philosophies will change, and that sort of thing. So not a paradise condition is basically a specific ideal that cannot be realized because of the human condition. The human condition is such that people will always be greedy, they will be lustful, they will be prideful, they will always be egotistical. So there will be nothing in the sense of saying that gets eliminated because you know that the Earth is flat. That's in no way coherent to say that's going to be. So please, let's not say that. Well, what do you mean? You guys are going to create a utopia? No, that's not the case. You have the human element to deal with, sir.
So when they change this idea, when they get this idea, when they have this idea of the Earth, the flat Earth, right? When this happens, what makes you think it's going to be any different? Like we're just going to go about our lives. We're going to do everything that we did before. It doesn't matter.
He said there wouldn't be.
What are you going to get? Because you understand the Earth is flat. You get a cookie, get a melon.
He said that. He said there wouldn't be any change. There wouldn't be.
Actually, I can think of one change that'd be at least a little bit obvious. You know, the 60 billion, just slightly less of our tax dollars would be wasted right off the bat. I mean, I don't think a lot of people would want, 60 billion of U.S. tax dollars going into a black hole that doesn't exist.
Look, at the end of the day, it's going to be the rulers and the ruled.
Yes, he agreed with you.
And you can either be the ones who are in charge,
that's a big shift.
or the ones giving orders.
People would be a lot less likely to allow themselves to be ruled. Okay, because like when you realize that the government's been wrong and that they've been lying to you, there would be, at least for a period of time, where people would say, you know what, I'm just gonna do it my way. I'm gonna do what's best for me and my family, and I'm not gonna worry about that. Like,
you're lunatic.
I agree with lunatic to a certain degree, but I think that because of the human element, humans, even if they don't have a ruler or a king, will look for a king and a ruler. It's just a human condition. They want somebody
for a period of time.
They want to be ruled. Yeah, it's weird because like people want to be ruled, so they will look to as soon as they know they don't have a king or someone over them, they will look for a king and make one a king.
They'll appoint somebody.
Yeah, they'll appoint somebody. Yep.
That's what I'm trying to say. This issue is doesn't mean anything.
Guys.
Doesn't matter what shape the Earth is.
I mean, so it does matter that even if we're going to appoint leaders, that they're going to take a position of truth, right? And that would be something they want to focus on.
Truth?
What?
Yeah, truth. Yeah.
What truth? Truth is defined, okay? So whatever these people in the charge, whatever they want to do, they make it true, okay? That's how they work.
Is that true?
And everything you're going to do is going to change that.
So truth is undefined. So truth is what it doesn't. It does. It's There's no absolute truth. It's just conditional.
That's not what I'm saying. Not personally, but I'm saying for them, for the rulers.
No, I mean in reality,
That's
when you
how they
want somebody
operate.
who's a
Well,
truthful leader.
even for people, because people won't agree on the truth, so it becomes subjective truth, like my truth and your truth, like that's kind of where it's at.
So
So like,
is truth subjective, or is absolute truth exist?
Absolute truth exists, but we have subjective truths. It would depend on the person whether they want to accept that absolute truth or base one upon their own understanding, religious bent, political stance, to name but a few.
yeah, I would put it this way.
I'd
So
rather
like,
have a leader who knows that there's some objective truths.
Let me put it this way: there is objective reality, but no individual can objectively say that they are seeing objective reality. So it's kind of like it's all fucked up. It's kind of like the whole like geometric horizon thing, right? It's so like everybody has a subjective interpretation of the objective reality, and then we
Right.
have
So there is an ultimate standard of what is objective, and unless
about that.
So how do you know that you don't know the absolute objective truth? What would be required for you to know what is true?
Yeah, I'm not sure if you're right when you say that, Lunatic. I think you might be getting ahead of yourself. I think there are people that can know what objective reality is.
How can you know for a fact what is objective truth without? How can you isolate and separate your own personal biases from any situation?
Well, I was just asking you if it's possible to have the absolute objective truth. Like, what would be required? You would say maybe that you'd have to know the absolute state of affairs, right? Like you would have to know it, or somebody who knows the absolute state of affairs would have to tell you about it. So there's things that it would necessarily entail that would be required to have the objective truth.
I think what you're saying, Lou, I think what you're saying depends on circumstances. Like what you're saying applies to some things and it doesn't apply to other things. What you're saying.
Is that true?
Like take for instance, the table in front of me. I can measure it and I can test the materials it's made out of. I can know it's made out of wood and exactly what the dimensions are. In objective reality, I can know every damn detail about my table. But other things, maybe not every detail.
But no, you might know. You could easily, by measuring left to right, you could miss a freaking dent, a divot that's in it, or whatever else.
I can go over it again. But the point is, I can know you can't know everything. Is I think what you're trying to say.
No, right? No, you cannot. And in order to know all of objective truth,
can you know anything though? That's not the question.
You'd have to be
Can you know anything to any degree whatsoever with any kind of certainty?
You would have to be God to know all of objective truth.
Nobody's saying all, but there's some truths that are objective. Can you know anything to be objectively true whatsoever to any degree?
I think a better way of saying this would be saying the phrase "in tune to objective reality." So when it comes to that phrase and what I come to know it to mean, I would say that some people can be in tune to objective reality. I consider myself to be, and a very limited number of people I know to be as well.
Well, I think the side that I was trying to focus more on was not about the objective truth. So yeah, there is an objective truth, but my point was more.
But you don't have any access
that
to it.
your interpretation of reality is subjective, no matter who you are. That's the more important part.
Well, physics, man, it's objective.
Yeah, you're making it really broad. You're making it really broad, as if it encompasses everything. Just because you know something, you can know it doesn't mean you know everything. But you can know something, but then you're making it super broad to the point where you can know nothing.
No, I'm not trying to say. Oh yeah, I mean, I guess I see what you're saying. Like, yeah, and this is to a certain point. I do agree with that. Like, when it comes to these larger issues, if it's about measuring a table's width, yeah, I would agree with you. I can measure a table's width, but when it comes to, fundamentally, what is the shape of the Earth and everything around it, and what on that kind of a scale, on that kind of an aspect, like nobody really fucking knows.
No.
Yeah, right. So I mean, that would be
People know what's
something
up.
that we don't currently know, but that doesn't mean we can't know things. Yeah. In order to know things, right?
We do know, dude.
We do know what.
We do know that this whole flat Earth thing is
How do you know it?
is bullshit.
How do you know that?
Well,
are you going to rely on logic, or are you going to rely on your senses and empirical senses to determine this? And then what's your justification for
your
the
senses are
and your logic?
wrong, dude. Do you know how you
Okay, so you
evolved?
can't
You
trust
don't
your
know
senses.
anything about evolution or anything. So
Right, so if you can't trust your senses, you can't trust empirical evidence. Then what are you going to refer to as the standard to?
Let's bring it down to a fine level. Hey, let's bring it down to something very specific. Dota, can you hear me? I want to ask you 3 questions about this. So, do you know of any time that anyone's ever directly measured the Earth and detected curvature?
Do you know how to measure Earth and detect curvature yourself? Because it happened like probably 3,000 years ago. You can do it
Yeah,
yourself.
that's what I'm asking you, buddy.
Yeah, I do.
So tell us.
Well, what do you know about math? What do you know about math, man? Or are you just
Quite a
talking
lot.
to people who don't know any fucking mathematics?
Yeah, maths and geometry, that would be definitely the thing that we're going to be using to figure out the shape of the Earth. Maths and geometry, yeah.
Yeah.
So we know a lot about maths and geometry.
Exactly.
Well,
Thank
good,
you.
good.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you.
So what was done over 3,000 years that was mathematical and geometrical that proved the shape of the Earth?
Well, there's this thing called pi, which is the mathematical formula for circumference everywhere. For a thing
Okay,
called
so
circle.
circumference is a two-dimensional plane. A circle
And
is
you can use
two-dimensional.
that. So this is how we figured it out before we actually traveled across the Earth, right? So somebody. Well, I can explain things, but no one's taking
Yeah,
me seriously.
please explain to us how Stosny sticks and shadows for 5,000 years.
Somebody's hot like
Do you actually think that, dude? Wow.
What? Aristophanes 3,000 years ago, that's what you're going to talk about, yeah?
No, I just can't believe there's like
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
60 people in here, dude. I cannot believe there's
Dude,
60
this
people.
I don't know. Why'd you refer to this pi thing? So pi, this infinite number, you said measures a finite Earth. Go ahead.
Okay, well, there's a certain angle that the sun hits the Earth, right? And it casts a shadow, right? So there's one guy at a certain point in time who saw that the shadow was directly above him. And he called his friend, who is like
called his friend.
He did the old hootie hoo thing, with his 2 hands.
Okay, well, you guys.
He said he called his friend.
He was like, Alice, please connect me to 303.
You've heard this all before, so I'm not gonna act an idiot.
No, you're the first person who said that he called him up. So go on.
Okay. Yeah, I called him on his telephone, on his cell phone.
Yeah, 3,000 years ago, yeah.
Using the satellites, right? You called him through a satellite phone, probably.
Okay, so listen, you guys have heard the arguments before, so you can tell me what's wrong.
Yeah, about every day.
You know where it's going.
10
You know where
times
it's
on
going.
average every day for 10 years.
There's like it distraughts me that there's like fucking
you kind
50
of point it out,
people in here, dude. You guys
kind
just
of really
plant.
simple.
Do you guys
Really
plant
simple.
like seeds
Really
in here,
simple.
like fucking retards in here, or what?
It's really simple. Let's see if you can figure it out. If you stand directly underneath a light source, that light source won't cast any shadow either side of you, akin to Aristophanes looking down the well and seeing the reflection of the sun. So you can stand underneath a light source and cast no shadow. And then you can fucking walk over there and watch your shadow increase in front of you as you walk away from the light source. And when you're not directly underneath the light source, let's say 500 states away in Alexandria where he wasn't directly underneath the light source, you're going to have a shadow. Now, you can do this in your living room. You can do this in the street at night. Any light that's above your
They
head
made
when you
sure
walk
it
away.
was at the exact same time, right? So this is how they did it.
Yeah.
Before modern. Well,
Like
this
we
is
can do this
before
in
modern
we can do this
technology.
in the living room at the exact same time.
Sorry.
Yeah,
too, dude. That's the
exactly.
point. At the
Exactly.
exact same time in the living room, you can be under the light, and I cannot be under the light at the exact same time.
But
Well, I can't believe I have to
When you
fucking
mentioned
talk to
pi in
anyone.
the formula, when pi was mentioned in the formula, by the way, that just means that he assumed a sphere to start with.
It's a circle. It's just a circle.
But you would,
It's
yeah,
not
he
clear
included
yet.
5 in the spherical belief as
In a
well.
circle. It's just
Yeah.
a circle when he says circumference.
Well, when
Circumference is a
you
circle
watch
with
a
a
ship go
two-dimensional
beyond
plane.
the horizon in the
Oh,
ocean and it starts to dip, why
okay,
is
so
it dipping?
so
Why
But
is
dude,
it
did it just
dipping as
blow? But
opposed to
real before the ship
vanishing?
thing, did it just blow your mind that like I can stand in the living room at the exact same time as you and not be under the light? Did that just like blow your mind? And you were like, forget this whole 3,000 year ago thing.
No, well, you didn't listen to what I was saying, so fine.
But you were
moved
like
on
at
to
the exact
something
same
else.
time. That's what you're not getting. It was the same time, as if that meant something different. Like, what did that
How do they
mean?
know it was
What I
the
was
same
about to
time?
explain. That's what I was
Two
about to
Go
people
ahead.
explain.
standing in a room, one directly
I was about
underneath
to
the light
explain
source.
why we
Excuse
knew
me,
how
young
big
man.
the Earth
Excuse
was.
me. Excuse
Yeah.
me. Trying to help you understand.
Call me
It's
a
going to be a
young man.
problem if you keep
Thanks.
talking.
Well,
All
that's
right?
good. You should
So you got two people in a
maybe
room. One
ban me.
stands underneath the light source, and the other one isn't. The one who isn't standing underneath the light source, because at an angle from the light source, they cast a shadow. Now it's the same type of thing with Aristosthenes in Cyrene and Alexandria, where one is underneath the light source and the other one isn't, casting a shadow. You understand how this can be done on a flat surface?
Yeah, I've studied magic and how people in the
It's not
medieval world
magic.
used to think. Yeah,
It's not
I
magic.
understand how people in the medieval world think too. So.
It's not magic, and it's
Magic
not
living room
something
lights.
evil
Well,
world.
no, I
It's
know how
something
you
that you
think,
can
dude.
demonstrate now. Drinking McDrinkerson. It's probably best you listen.
Probably not.
Well, it probably is. If you want to learn something, learning comes from
Probably
listening, not
isn't.
from yabbering all the time.
Bro,
Now you,
how could you lose your entire like belief and foundation in a globe over a living room light disproving, the same time at the same
Oh,
time, like just
you
disproving
guys
everything that
didn't
you believed
listen.
in?
So that's how I started the conversation. So I was trying to explain how people in the ancient world knew the circumference of the Earth from the beginning, but
no.
it had
You've
nothing
probably
to
not
do with
looked into
flat
the
Earth
ancient
or anything.
Chinese either of you.
Yeah, they already
If this
knew the
was just a Greek,
circumference of the Earth based
which is a
on what I was
circle,
about
not a
to explain.
sphere, two-dimensional plane, that's a
Yeah.
circle. The ancient Chinese done exactly the same thing with sticks and shadows and got the circumference of the sun moving above the flat Earth. That's called the equator and the tropics now.
Do you actually believe that?
Yes, because I can provide you with the documentation.
Okay.
You,
Which you
however,
cannot
can't.
do. Which you cannot do actually for
Yeah.
Aristophanes.
Sorry, Lou. This is exactly my point. Yeah, you can't
Yeah.
provide Aristophanes' first-hand accounts. I can provide the Chinese first-hand accounts, though.
Well, you're not a physicist, so I don't think you
No, but I'm a very
provide
good
anything.
researcher, and I can go and find the research
No,
and
I
give it
don't
to you.
think you know what you're talking
Are these
about.
physical
What's
shadows? Like, what are they made?
shadow?
Like, did
If
they
you in
weigh the
fact
weight of the
believe
shadows?
that,
What do you mean,
dude,
physicist?
I have to be a physicist to understand shadows now, do I? Are you a physicist? Do
How
you not
heavy is the
understand
shadow?
no, I'm
shadows?
not. No, I'm not.
So you
So
don't understand shadows, then,
you've
do you?
got full reign to convince me.
Well,
So
you don't understand shadows if I'm going to use the same attack that you put onto me. So you don't
no, you
understand
didn't
shadows
let
because you're
me
not a
finish.
physicist.
You didn't let me finish what I was talking about. But yeah,
Well,
you could say
Yeah,
that.
you're not an expert, so therefore you can't even present your
But
case.
neither is he. Neither is he. The whole
no
fact.
one's an expert,
The
apparently,
whole
on
reason I'm here
shadows.
is because I think this is insanity. That's what
Okay,
I
so
think.
physics, a
Yeah.
physicist isn't going to be doing geometry. You know what an angle is, don't you? An angle? 90 degrees, 180 degrees, 45 degrees. You know what an angle is, don't you? What's the point in talking to you then?
I know what an angle is.
Good stuff. Well done.
What is it?
Oh, thank you.
Hello?
That's,
Jedi
and that's why
Master.
people say, like, I don't even like the term, and that's why people say it's a religion, because you start reacting in that way.
When you finish Jedi with you
All right,
just
I'm gonna ask
I got
very
something for you.
basic. I'm gonna ask very basic questions to you guys. Those dots in the sky, they look pretty circular. Why isn't your planet circular?
Because it's not measured to have curvature and it's not measured to move. Those things in the sky are spheres that are moving, but the Earth is not measured to be like those things.
Everything else in the sky is a circle.
That's lovely,
Orb.
but the Earth is measured to be horizontal and not curving, and there is no measurement for Earth's motion. So yes, the pretty things in the sky that move and are spherical are lovely, but they're not the same thing as what you're standing on through physical measurement and demonstration.
Let me ask him this before he asks it again, because he's going to ask it again. Why would you think the lights in the sky have anything to do with the ground?
Well, because you notice patterns and things, and you kind of feel like you're in an atmosphere that, you know, other things may have, you know, they may result in how you're doing as well. I don't know.
All right. If I see a chandelier hanging above me, do I assume I'm on a chandelier?
If you see a million of them and you're like, "Oh, I'm not a chandelier," maybe you should think you're a chandelier, for sure. Yeah.
That's a good point, actually.
Is it?
What, his?
Yeah, that's
I mean,
an
it doesn't
excellent
matter
point.
how many lights I dangle above my head. Does that mean the ground I'm on is what I dangled up above? Let's say I dangle, or let's say I dangle anything, you know, instead of balls, you know, we do badges instead. Let's not go there. But do I live on a badge now?
Wait, you didn't
Say
listen to what he
dildo.
said. You didn't listen to what he said, man. Lou, you didn't listen to what he said.
Yeah, if you dangle a dildo, does that mean that the Earth is a dildo?
If there's a million of them, it does.
Yeah, there you go. You did listen to what he said. Like,
So Earth is a dildo, confirmed.
Yeah, but that still doesn't make sense. Like, even if you have a million dildos above your head, that doesn't mean that you're standing on a dildo.
no, it doesn't.
I don't know, who's got like a general sense of like how the universe works then? So what's the alternative perspective here? Someone have an idea of that, or is it Aristotelian? What is it? Where are we? What are we doing here? What's
Not the
the Earth?
mythology embedded in your psyche.
Okay, well,
Mysteries abound.
what's the how does the world work then?
In which regard, my friend?
Sort of pro bono setup.
Where are we?
On Earth.
Where are we?
Well, what if
Flat
everything? What if everything is revolving within our system of Earth? All right. Have you thought about that?
Sounds like a concave idea to me.
Our system.
I think he was just talking about luminaries when he said that.
No, just
but
like
hey,
the simple
you asked the question. Yeah, but he was asking the question, well, where are we? I have a good answer for that. I can't tell you where we are, and I don't know where we are, but I can tell you where we're not, and we're not on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space.
Interesting.
That's not what I asked. I asked.
Yeah, I know what
where
you're
we
asking.
are.
Yeah, I know, but I answered your question. I said I don't know.
And
explain
explain the things we see up there, and explain the reason why we
Looking for an
aren't
explanation, you're
admitted.
looking for a story. This is something we've been saying for years and years on end. Look, falsification is independent of replacement. Like, we don't have to
Well,
give
I'm
you
just
a
asking. I'm
we
not
don't
saying
have
that
to give you
proves
a
my
better
theory.
story.
I'm not saying that proves my theory. I'm just asking other people if they've got other theories for the time being. So
No, you know what? We don't want to fall into that trap. Like, why do we need to if we just come up with a story that's unfalsifiably untrue, you know, like we can just make something up and try to make it unfalsifiable and get a whole bunch of people to believe it. But we would be doing the exact same thing that was already done to us, and we would have gained no ground. We would have not solved anything. We just need to determine what if what we've been told is true or not. And once we can determine if it's false, which we're telling you what we've been told is false, once people can come to grips with that, then maybe we can start fresh and actually with a little bit more honesty. But we do not want to replace it with some bullshit. You would gain nothing, no ground.
Yeah. An alternative idea would be that the universe is not ever expanding, but rather it's literally just the Earth is the universe, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know.
If you look up older
asking
cultures,
is
I'm
that
not saying this.
I thought you guys had just like an alternative theory as to what's going on. So, and I know that
No.
doesn't prove. I know that doesn't prove what I'm saying is correct. The falsibility thing or whatever. So I get that.
Most flat earthers don't claim a
It's like
model.
what else you guys believe in? I don't even
Yeah,
know.
most
We
flat
gotta
earthers
keep in
don't
mind right there. Like, guys, let's make this clear to him. Let's make this clear to him.
Yeah,
It's not
just
about
interrupt.
what you believe; it's about what you can prove, and that's how it is for most of us in here. Does that register to you? It's not about what you believe; it's about what you can prove.
Or better yet, he wants to know us specifically. We are not believers. In fact, we are the antithesis of that. We are skeptical about everything that we've been told.
I'm not open to the idea of a spherical planet. Then you're open to what I've been saying, or
Oh my lord. Yeah.
Yes.
Dude.
Everyone's open to that.
This whole thing is just only recently unraveled. So to expect to have all the mysteries of the world solved, it's not, that's sort of ridiculous. But the whole thing about you saying, well, I should be open to a water ball Earth. Well, no, once you realize that Santa Claus does not exist, there is no going back to it. You know it's not that. So do you, other than your belief in the story, have any evidence that it is what they say it is? Dude.
It could be much bigger though, the Earth.
No, well then the whole thing that they've presented to us is wrong.
Sure.
I was talking to listen to you, but yeah, you seem sort of in disbelief listening to you.
I have like a certain kind of faith in certain things I've been told for sure.
Well, yeah,
they build up, and build up, and then it becomes something called science, and then it builds up more, and you develop.
Well, hold on. Isn't whether or not something's a certain shape? Wouldn't that be geometry?
Yeah, and I'm convinced that the geometry they've told us is correct.
Oh, and also, I also want to point out, like you said, that those faith-based beliefs that you have don't build up to science. Science has no belief. There's no belief required for science. Okay, like science is a method. It's not a belief system. Okay, science is a method to isolate variables and determine cause and effect relationships in order to try to better understand the nature of reality around you.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to do with a compounding of beliefs you've been told, creating a science. That's a faith or a religion.
No, I know, and I'm not the biggest fan of science either. I just when it comes to physics and stuff like that, I've always given them credence. So I know the fundamental aspects underlying science in terms of questioning and always asking questions. I always do that as well.
So are you admitting that other people have created your worldview?
No, I don't believe I live in a computer system or anything.
It's not the question.
Nobody asked.
I don't know what you're asking then.
You said you gave credence and faith to this science. So that means your worldview.
I've gone through it. So I've gone through the scientific method. Like I went to school and I went through it myself and I tested things and then, I
So
I had a little test. I had a little test.
the water
Other
ball
people
Earth
verified the test, and then
okay? How is the water
then they-
ball Earth substantiated by the scientific method?
in so many ways, man. So we're
Well,
so far from each
well,
other.
24/7. So name one.
Well, I was trying to explain the first one. The other one is like a picture we took from the moon.
That's science.
The other is the circular orbs we see being every other star or planet.
Also not science.
Okay, I know all those don't
So
prove it
your interpretation
conclusively.
of science is a worldview. It's not about concretability. Yes, you
These
just
are the
admitted it.
starting points. These are the
You said
starting
the first thing you said was a picture. That means you have a false idea of science.
Well, we do have a picture of the Earth from the moon and from elsewhere.
There's pictures of Godzilla and Mothra.
Like that's
Let me
another
take this
question.
one. Hey, quick question, buddy.
How do
Quick
you-
question.
Yeah.
Quick line of questioning. It'll be really quick. Have you ever seen a horse with your own two eyes? Yes or no?
Yes.
So if I showed you a picture of a horse, would you have a reference point to use to tell me whether or not that's a realistic picture of a horse or not?
No, I'd probably just look at it and, you know.
No, I'm asking you, would you have a reference point to use to tell me whether or not that's a realistic picture of a horse or not?
Why would I need a reference point for a horse?
I'm not
Well, how would
asking
you
you if
know
you
what
need
the
one. I'm
image
asking
was?
if you would have one. Would you have one, yes or no?
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
your life
You would have
experience
one.
with a horse before then, right? So if he showed you a picture of a horse, you could say, "Yeah, that's a horse, and it exists. Because I've seen them before."
Yeah. So then you would have a reference point to use to tell me whether or not a picture of a horse is realistic or not. So then the question I have for you is, have you ever been to the vacuum of space before?
No, but I can imagine it.
Yeah. Well, we can imagine unicorns too, but they're not real. So if I showed you a picture from the vacuum of space, would you have a reference point to use to tell me whether or not that's a realistic picture or not?
Well, just fucking go there then. Why doesn't everyone here go there and find out for themselves?
Because you can't go to a place that doesn't exist. The
Yeah,
answer to your
the
question
first
is because you
people-
cannot
the
go
first
to a
people
place
that
that
should
does
be
not
sent to
exist.
space- The first people that should be sent to space are you guys.
Here
'Cause
comes the spiral.
There's no convincing you, and I know there's no.
Let me see if you can give me a logical answer to this question.
He
Wait, hold on,
wasn't
buddy.
even able
Hold
to
on.
follow
Let me
that.
ask you a very simple question. This is probably the most simple question you'll be asked all day. Can I go to a place that does not exist? Yes or no?
All right. Well, here's a question for you.
You're not going to give me a yes or no to that?
It's not a yes or no.
Wow.
Yes, in your imagination.
Narnia.
What's
That
the
doesn't
question?
exist, Conrad.
Can you go to a place that does not exist? It's pretty simple.
No.
No. Well done.
Is that your answer, guys?
That was the answer that
That
you
was your
gave.
answer. That's all we were looking for. That's it. That's all we were looking for.
All right.
In which way does the vacuum next to the low pressure system vacuum of outer space, as described, in which way does that exist next to the high pressure system of 14.7 psi on Earth? In which way does that exist?
Well, concentration of a planet creates big gravity ball and lots of mass, right? And then things that have lower density tend to rise upwards. So with Earth, luckily we get like an atmosphere created by, I think, nitrogen and oxygen. And
Where's that stuff created? Is that created on the ground, in the ground, in the
everything's
sky?
created. Hydrogen.
The gases, like the gas you're talking about.
Hydrogen, this is inexplicable. Hydrogen was created in the Big Bang, and then anything heavier than that was created.
Yeah, but that's like the least abundant element on Earth.
Okay,
so
well, you don't
understand
understand fusion or anything. Then that's
I'm
fine.
saying
I
on
don't
Earth,
know how-
like the atmosphere. You're saying the atmosphere on Earth. Where's that? I'm just asking. Where's that created? Right? Like when you breathe the air and then you breathe it out.
I'm trying to tell you that we're all stardust, man. So that might sound weird.
Well, that's But all
Like the
of those
trees,
gases,
are the trees in the
question,
sky,
all
or are
of
the
those gases,
trees?
Yeah.
Are the trees in the
the vast
sky, or the
majority
trees
of
on the
it.
ground?
If you want to explain how life started after the planet formed, then
I'm just saying we
that's
have
fine.
life now. We have trees, right? In reality, are they in the sky? I would say no. They're on the ground, right? So the gas that
Well,
you're
the
talking about,
people
that's on
here
the
need
ground.
to understand time frames and
I
how
just want to
matter.
understand, like the gases that we breathe or don't breathe, or we collect in a can or in cell or whatever. Those gases, where are they made?
In
Like in the here
stars.
and now, in the here and
In
right now,
stars. What do you mean in the here and right
here and
now?
now, like the
Actually,
trees.
there's a flaw. Hold on, there's a flaw there. Nothing is actually created nor destroyed. So like the gases exist. They're
Well,
just
they create it.
they're just changing. The gases are changing like from one to another essentially. Like they're not, yeah, that in that generation process, like, or the transformation is happening at the ground with life, like, so at the ground level anyway. Most of it's happening in the oceans, through plankton and algae and shit like that. That's where the
None of
vast
it's
majority
happening in
of
the
this.
oceans, dude. I'm talking cosmic. How?
Oh yeah, I know
There's
you're
no,
talking about
there's no
someone that you don't know
gases.
about yet.
There's no
Listen to you.
gases in your cosmos, bro. According to your paradigm, it's it's void of gas. Okay, do you understand that? The gases that we have here on Earth that we breathe, that we're familiar with, they are
Created,
produced.
say it.
Yeah, yeah, changing states. They're changing states at the ground level.
I mean, what do you think? Listen to you. Are the gases here on Earth, like with us, they're being made on the Earth, by the Earth, in conjunction with the Earth? What do you think?
It doesn't make any difference in regards to the gas pressure argument we're making, because they could be coming from the top of the container or the bottom of the container. You would still have the consistent X value form. It doesn't make any difference.
Well, I don't know. I mean, just ask him what he believes. I mean, I'm still waiting for his answer. Where the gases
Well,
are made.
can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, elements like the basic chemicals that form life and form everything else. There's like 118 of them. They all had to be formed somewhere. There's about 3
Yeah, I'm not
ways that
asking you
they
about
were
the
formed.
once upon a time. I'm asking you in the here and now.
Well, I'm trying to tell you how they were first created. So
Yeah, I
they've
don't want
been
it about the once
recycled.
upon a time. I'm saying you know what you can use science to test here and now. Where are they being
Well, it didn't
made,
happen
produced
on
here
Earth,
and now?
man. It didn't happen on Earth, man. We all
We
got
have them
sent
on
to them.
Earth here and now. How do
No, we
we?
didn't
Where
have them on
we
Earth
don't have them here and
to begin
now?
with. We didn't have them here to begin with, so they got sent here from outer space. All right, I know that sounds crazy because you guys don't believe in outer fucking space, but there's a rationale.
Okay, so at some point, everything reversed, right? So everything at one point, so as you're describing, came from the outside, but now it goes from the inside out. It used to come from the outside in, and then it somehow stopped, and it goes now from the inside out.
No, it was always from the outside in.
It's so the gas that when we breathe out air, that's from
Yeah.
the sky. It comes from the sky. I'm up in the sky.
At some
I'm on the
point
ground,
it
dude.
did, yeah. Yeah,
I'm
at
on the
some
ground.
point it did. Just
It's
get
Right.
a
So
sense.
forget about the once
Get a
upon a
sense
time. The
for
here and
time.
now.
Get a sense for time scales, dude. It was a long ass time ago.
I'm not
Get
even
a
asking.
sense
I said.
for it.
I mean, is here
Already
how?
here.
What kind
How
of
do you
time
make
scale is
hydrogen?
here and now? That's a here and now. Is not a time. It's right now. Now, like now.
How do you
Where's it
make
happening?
hydrogen? You break down the
Now.
water, the H2O. You separate it through electrolysis. The water at the surface, by the way, yeah. If you separate it through electrolysis, you get like hydrogen and oxygen. Um, if the plants, what do they take in? They take in carbon dioxide. They give out
Sunlight.
oxygen. It's all stuff that happens at the surface with things that we're familiar with terrestrially.
Things that were provided to us by the universe at some
Yeah.
point.
So
So
why are you imagining? Listen to you that everything is the exact like opposite of reality. You're imagining that, even though these gases are
no,
produced
I'm
here on
not.
the
This
ground.
is reality, dude. This is
Yeah.
reality.
Right. All the things that you view
That's
in
why I'm
reality
here
are
is
actually
to debate
opposite.
reality. Yeah, exactly. So What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
why is it? I'm saying, where did you get that information from? That it's
Well, science
antithetical to
and
what you
physics
observed.
and the things we've learned, dude.
Yeah,
So
yeah, the physical, materials here on Earth that make up, a composition, and then when they're mixed and they go through a cycle, they make these gases here on the ground. You're saying that's not the case.
the some of those building blocks, yeah,
And then
I'm saying that
they go
they
up,
were
right?
created here.
Like,
Actually,
yeah.
almost 0% of the things that make up what you're talking about were created on Earth.
Okay, but
Everything was
now, right? So, but
created.
now they
None of
go,
it
but
was
now they
created.
go up, like
None of it
right
was
here in the here
created.
and now,
I mean,
like right
it
in the
was
here.
all created, but none of it is being created. It's just changing form at any
Yeah,
given time.
yeah.
Sure,
You don't like
yeah,
the word created.
yeah.
I get it, right? But that's like kind of like
Yeah,
the
it
semantics
is
to the
slightly
point.
changing. Like I
I,
understand
I
that things
agree with the whole
change.
created thing. We're not really creating anything. We're just discovering what's already there, right? And we're working within the confines of the what's
Pretty
already
much,
existing.
man. That's how
I think a
old the
better way of
universe
saying
is.
it is it's moving through a cycle, like the carbon cycle, take
Yeah,
for instance.
yeah.
Sure, yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
but
a great.
he's gonna say something like unicorn, Lou. So I mean, I don't want to get like all pinned down on like created with him. He's gonna say he said satellites when you asked him where carbon comes from.
Well, you asked me about how they were created in the beginning, right? So that's what
No,
I know
nobody
about.
did. You kept insisting on the beginning.
Yeah,
I said here and
you
now.
actually brought that yourself because we asked you one question and you gave some weird non sequitur answer about we're all
Well,
stardust.
I can't answer you how the universe began, man. So all I can say is
Right,
how
but what you are
hydro.
stating is that in the here and now, these things happen down here on the ground level, and then the lighter elements they go up,
No,
right? But
it
you're
didn't
saying
happen on
the
the ground
creation was the
level.
exact opposite. They
It
were
didn't
up, and
happen
then
on
they
the
came
ground level,
down.
dude.
But now it's the exact opposite. Therefore, we're stardust. I mean, that was a pretty
Yeah, you
big
tried to
story.
say that everything came from space, and we're telling you that everything comes from the ground, at least as far as these cycles go. We can tell that the transformation, at least, is happening at ground level.
And it gets sucked up at the ground level too by plants. You set a forest, a campfire, and
Yeah,
you burn firewood, and then carbon
nitrogen.
dioxide. I'm
How
still
they?
talking, buddy. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I
Yeah. So anyway,
can.
like I was saying,
James Charles.
you set a campfire, you burn the campfire, carbon dioxide goes up in the air around you, and then gets absorbed by the plants around you. No vacuum of space required.
Great. Well, I'm talking way beyond or way before.
No, but you also before we even got into this, you said like how hydrogen was made up basically everything. You essentially said that hydrogen made up outer space, which I mean that's the way it sounded
First
anyway.
point, yeah, and everything was made out of hydrogen. So, and if you understand chemistry and stars and stuff,
But
you'll
if outer
understand.
space is made of hydrogen, it would be filled with gases. Like, do you understand? Like they claim that space is a void of gases, void of any matter.
Space is space. No one understands what space is yet, but
Yeah,
you
he's
understand
just quoting
how
the he's quoting the doctrine when he says that. He's correct when he says like something like above 50% of all the atoms in the universe are hydrogen atoms or
I
something like
guess
that.
I
Yeah.
am, but it's better than what you're fucking spouting,
Yeah,
dude.
but it's just doctrine. No, don't you understand what I mean by doctrine? Like you're just repeating a
Yeah, I do.
story, but you don't know that.
Yeah,
Okay,
define
well,
dumb.
how would you know about that? Do you want to talk about how
I'm
to
not
go
claiming
about
that,
knowing
dude.
whether
I'm
that's true or
recognizing.
not?
I'm recognizing the buddy. The difference between me and you is I'm recognizing the limitations to my knowledge. I'm trying to tell you you're not recognizing the limitations to your knowledge. And the Earth
I
is
think
flat and stationary, by the way.
I think you had a nice, safe, cozy seat growing up with common sense. This is how you think about the world. So
You sound like you're lost
You
on
should
the
use.
bottle,
Are you saying you
man.
shouldn't use common sense? Sorry.
no, I don't think you should when it comes to science. Science doesn't have anything to do with common.
Okay. Guess it's a wrap.
It doesn't. You know why? Because
Because it requires imagination. Yeah, you said it yourself.
you gotta understand evolution first, right? You gotta understand that we're not
if that's your starting point, damn.
capable of understanding the
Now we're going to
world.
get lectured by 3 trillion-year evolved pond scum. Great.
All right. Well, you'll be the next big monkey to understand.
It's even
everything.
worse. We're getting lectured by someone who believes he came from 3 million-year-old pond scum.
You guys think I'm lecturing you, dude?
Look, no. What's really brilliant there is like you have no basis to stand on, like no real leg to stand on when it comes to evolution. Yet you're saying that in order to understand the
talk about that
universe,
as well.
or you essentially just admitted that your entire universal view of everything, the whole cosmos and everything, is based upon your belief in evolution.
Yeah, I do. Well, that's one aspect of understanding what happened, how that matter we were just talking about, from hydrogen and whatever, and the other more complex molecules developed into life. So that's an entire other conversation we could have. So I'm happy to have that conversation.
Right, but so if evolution wasn't true, then you'd be more willing to accept that the Earth is flat.
Pretty sure it's true, dude. So
Sounded real confident about that. Pretty sure it's true.
yeah.
Yeah, I was pretty sure it was true too when I was in the trance.
Wow, there's zero alternatives for that aspect or whatever else I was talking about. So no one here understands
There's zero
evolution
alternatives to
or
what
science.
Einstein's Belgian priest buddy said.
Okay, well, science is all like one thing, right? It's a concept. It's about trial and error. Yeah.
No, I mean trial and error. Yeah, I mean I guess that's part of it, but no, it's not just a concept. You can you determine you can falsify things. You can say like that this had no effect on that, therefore this is not this is not one of the variables that are at play in this experiment, right? You can start to isolate variables, and once you've done so, you can determine that when I manipulate this one, I get an effect out of, like a cause and effect relationship, and you can determine that through the isolation of those variables, you can determine the cause and effect relationship, and have a better understanding of what's going on around you. It has that's part of the scientific method, or in fact, that's the majority of it. What you are calling science is literally just your belief in what you saw on Nova and the Discovery Channel and shit. Like, you heard some guy you thought sounded smart. He said this, and you say that's science. That's not what science is.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not a scientist myself. But I've done experiments myself to
name one.
Go through the process.
Name an experiment you've done.
Social science. So yeah, I
Name
haven't
an
been there.
experiment you've done.
That's
By the
not
way,
science.
social. Yeah. But name an experiment that you've done either way.
Well, keep in mind, even if he did actually conduct a real scientific experiment, that would have nothing to do with the geometry of the Earth or the lack of motion of the Earth.
I'm not
a scientist. No, I understand that. I'm just pinning him down because he keeps saying shit like I've done experiments and I've done
if you want to talk about how truth is made and whatever, but
truth isn't made. Truth just is.
Okay, so alternative perspective.
It's such an amazing thing that someone would have to say that ever. Truth just is.
Well,
Like,
there's
what
lots
do
of
you have to
people
explain to
here who are
anybody?
gung ho. What's your idea of how things work, King Charles?
The Earth is flat and
I know it's
stationary,
not
and you can't have gas pressure without a container in a consistent X value form.
the fuck does that mean, dude?
It means that the very air pressure you're breathing right now is technically evidence of a container until someone has a demonstration of the contrary.
Fuck does that mean, dude?
It means there is no vacuum of space and the whole world's inside a container.
Okay.
Where do you reckon that container is? How far?
I wonder, and I hope that I will be allowed to know by my own overlord government at one point in time or another.
How far is China, guys?
How far is what?
China?
China.
Far
All
East.
right, I'm out of here, dude.
Whoa.
As long
You're
as,
cut off.
as long as I'm not cut off. I'm leaving on my own will. Free will, dude.
You're cutting yourself
You're
off.
talking about your alcohol consumption.
I think you realize that you're.
Oh,
You hit the
great.
Great Wall of China.
Well, what else do you want me to say, dude? What else do you want me to say? You guys cut me off when I was telling you how matter was formed and how things were happening.
Matter is formed.
And
Can you tell us that?
evolution. Yeah, I can. I can tell you more and more and more and more.
So human beings coming from monkeys, that equals Earth ball.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Not willing to talk about that right. If you want to invite me back,
We're not. You're not. I mean, you're welcome to join again at your own accord. You're like you said, you're leaving at your own will.
You're invited.
Yeah.
Invited back.
Just keep talking your
24/7.
story. I'm sure there'll be a story sometime about how things are. Anyway, I'm out. Bye.
Wow.
I'm just relieved he doesn't sound as smug as so many of the other Glovers that come in here. It's that smug tone of voice that I just get so annoyed by. So glad he wasn't sounding quite like that.
He
he
actually
took the news
started
pretty
out
well.
more smug, and then he seemed to be getting humbled until the point where he was like, you know what, I can't fucking do this.
Yeah, I noticed that too. You're right.
Hello.
Hey there.
Ah.
Well. Who is this? It's Geeks.
Came in. Finally, it's quiet.
Hey, Geeks.
Well.
Delighted that you're here.
Hello, everybody. Are my favourite people.
How you doing, good sir?
Rather well. Jedi Master is not here. Okay, Lunatic, you're up.
I mean, next favorite.
Batter up. This isn't really an argument. It's I just want to hear your thoughts on this. How old are you, Lunatic?
It's not a thought. What does it matter?
What are you writing a
I've
book?
actually said it plenty of times before, but yeah,
Question.
okay.
Tell me, how old are you, Lunatic?
Yeah, I'm 42. What's up?
42. Okay, cool. 42. I know. I'm 39, right? I was like, what does that even mean? Does that does that mean anything? No, I realized it's like, oh, it's just globy Earth going around the sun, right? What does it mean to you to be 42?
Sun completing a circuit.
Yeah, sure. If you want to put it in that way.
Why did you throw his voice like that?
No, he's right though. I mean, it's just two different ways of looking at it. Like that's how we keep time. Time is a construct that we made up based off of our observations of the sun.
Yeah, I agree. Again, it's not really an argument or anything to try and catch you out. It's just I realized I didn't understand maybe how you find, ladies and gentlemen, might think about age, given your worldview or lack of worldview or whatever. So I just wanted to understand.
It's ridiculous. Like, to think that your age might be different depending on the ground you think you stand on. It's completely like just off base.
But then I guess, like, again, not trying to catch you out, genuinely trying to kind of understand this.
Actually, hold on. Actually, I just thought of something.
Yeah.
It's in your worldview where they start talking about time having a was it like a time? What do they call it? The with time bending and stuff like that. That's not exactly what it's called.
Warping.
Yeah. Where like because of gravity, like the farther you are away from the Earth, like time moves slower or something like that. Like time dilation. Like that is where it gets really convoluted and strange.
Yeah, like one day on Earth is like 10 hours on Saturn. For example. That's what you're talking about, right? Lunding?
Yeah, something like that. I mean,
he's talking about how gravity affects.
The first time I really read about it, or anything, really had to do with like science fiction novels back in like middle school, where I read one, like Ender's Game, where they talked about, how if you were traveling at near light speed, for you, you could have been gone for 2 weeks, but for everybody on Earth, it would have 1,000,000 years might have passed. And so, like this idea of time dilation and gravity and shit like that.
Okay, we can get to that if you want, but I only asked you, like, what does 42 kind of mean to you?
42 it was correct. Like, it's 42 circuits of the sun, whether you live on a globe or a flat Earth.
Circuits of the sun? No, if you're on the flat Earth. Wait, what? Say that again.
42 circuits of the sun, so.
No, we're not heliocentric. We're not heliocentric.
42 analemmas of the sun.
What was it? 42 what?
Analemma.
Yeah.
Can I put this simply?
I've never heard of that word. What is it? What's it
so
called?
what it is the sun rises in a certain spot, right? After 365 days, it arrives back at that spot and rises in that same spot. That is a year. It's the same for everyone.
Wait. What's the name? What's the word though? I missed the word. What's it called?
Analemma.
This is it.
Analemma.
And then it moves and rises in a different spot on the horizon. And when it gets back to the same spot it started from, in that position, that's what 365 days is.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So the sun effectively is kind of like, in a way, rotating around the.
No one said rotating. It's where it rises on the horizon. Yeah, the position. So at this time of year, it rises at this position. And then it moves, rises in a different position. When it gets back to the same position.
Where's it moved to? Where's it moved to?
Back to the same position.
Yeah, where's it moved to though?
I
think they actually do that. By the way, I think they actually do that at solar noon, not at sunrise. They do it at solar noon. Pretty sure.
Where's it moved to? Sorry, like
different spot on the horizon.
different spot on her.
When it gets back to the same spot, that is 365 days, which is classified as a year.
How
All
it
it
is
is.
back to this same spot. So it goes in a circle. The sun goes in a circle. Is that what you're saying?
No, you don't
It's a
see that.
circuit. It's a circuit.
You don't see it.
Like
All
A
that you see
circuit.
is it
Goes in a
rising in a
circuit.
spot.
Goes in a circuit. Gotcha. Goes in a
a
circle.
cycle. A cycle. So like
Cycle. A
an
cycle.
That's not what you see.
annual cycle.
Cycle.
It's not
A
what you see,
circuit.
though.
Circuit. It goes in a circuit. Gotcha. I understand.
No, that's not what you see.
But
You
they
see it
just
rise
said a
in a
circuit.
certain
It's not me who
spot,
said circuit. The other guy said circuit.
but it's not what you see. You see it rising in a different spot. When it gets back to the same spot that it did rise in 365 days before, that is
Yeah.
the year.
Sounds like you
Right,
guys
but
have to
that's no, but
hash this out.
that's also so now we're having a little bit of a so like that right there describes a circuit or a cycle.
Okay.
Anytime you have something that can be that returns on a specific
Okay.
frequency of time, like then it's created a cycle.
Yeah. So it's on the circuit. Gotcha. I understand. Or is it on the circuit?
A circuit and a cycle are the same damn thing. Like
Yeah, sure. Fine. It's on the circuit, right? And it comes back to the same point after a year. And then after it's done that 42 times, then that means 42 to you, Lou. Okay, I got it. I just wanted to better understand what 42 meant. Got it. So the sun's on a...
Does it mean something different to you?
I haven't figured that out yet. I just wanted to know about this circuit. The sun's going...
Yeah, no, it's not. This is not like a flat Earth concept, by the way. This is exactly the same thing heliocentrists believe in.
Wait. No. Hang on. I'm confused now. I asked what 42 meant to you. It was 42 somethings. It might not mean anything.
A year. A year is a year is a year. It doesn't matter if you're on a flat Earth or a fucking globe.
No, that's true. But what does it mean on a flat Earth? Like, how do you measure a year?
Same thing. It's about the sun.
Not really, because on a globe, on a heliocentric, or when the Earth's going around the sun, it's measured by one full orbit,
The
which
way
is
you
the globe you
interpret
want.
it.
Yeah, I'm saying that's what I believe.
Geeks. Just
But
to be
that's wrong.
clear, you're aware that there.
Same thing.
Yeah,
the Earth
you're
is going
aware.
around the sun. Gotcha. Okay, fine.
You're aware that there is no such thing as a year in reality, right? It's just like a tracking of the sun, right?
Okay.
You're aware of that, right?
Are you sure?
Like a year is not a thing. It's just tracking of the movement of the sun. That's it.
Yeah. Sounds
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure you understood that.
In
Okay.
your worldview, it's a trackment of our movement around the sun, but it's like tomato, right?
No, not really, because in my world view, the Earth goes around the sun. In your worldview, the Earth doesn't go around the sun. I hope it doesn't go around the sun, because that would
The sun moves over the flat Earth, or
a circuit.
the
Yeah,
Earth
it goes in
moves
a
around
circuit.
the sun.
Yeah, but geeks, that's not what you see, though.
Which one,
That's
mine
what
or
you
yours?
interpret. Well, it's an interpretation. You're interpreting that.
Mine or yours, or the flat Earth, or the globe?
You're interpreting that the Earth goes around the sun. What we see is it rises in the same spot every 365 days. That's it.
Yeah.
Sure. The sun.
So the sun,
You've
sun
made up
stays.
a story. We
The
don't say that it
the
rises
sun
in
stays
the spot.
still. Sun stays still. It doesn't move.
No,
In
now
your
you're
view,
interpreting something I never said.
in your view, the sun is still in heliocentrism. The sun
Relatively
can be
speaking.
in front of it still, while the Earth is moving around it.
That's my
In
view.
our
Yeah.
view, yeah, that's in your view.
Mm.
But what you see day to day is a stationary Earth and the sun moving over the top of you.
Ah, so the sun is moving around the Earth
Above our heads, yeah.
above our heads. Of course. Fine. So is there a year, or does it? Yeah.
Yeah, a year is the time it takes for the sun to complete its circuit.
Its circuit around the Earth.
For
It's
it
a
to
yearly
reset,
pathway.
for it to reset in the same position, whether you're on a globe or a flat Earth, that doesn't matter.
We have to clear something up. Geeks, at what point do you observe the Earth going around the sun?
Oh, I don't. I mean, I'm just giving you the globey one. I was just trying to understand what you define as a year. That's all. I think I got it though, so I appreciate it.
We're gonna have to start telling time in flat Earth years now. Like, how many flat Earth years are there? Like,
Maybe more likely people will start counting it like after the years after NASA's been disbanded or something like that. But anyway, so what reason do I have, geeks? So what reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat, if any at all?
I don't know. I appreciate you guys telling me what the about the sun, how it's about, like how a year works. Basically, it sounds like you guys need to have a chat with each other to kind of unify it. If I'm honest, but gotcha.
oh look, man.
Nice try, geeks.
Observations are fine enough, geeks. Like we observe the Earth stationary and we observe the sun move. I don't think it needs to be any more complicated than that. We also observe seasons. Like the position of the sun changes as the months and years go by. So like,
Geeks, you're the one who thinks you're on. Geeks, you're the one who thinks you're on a spinning water ball chasing a dying star around.
No, I don't believe that anymore.
But you've created your own cosmology, have you?
Yeah, but so
hold on, geeks. Do you believe the Earth is a spherical object or not?
No, I believe that, as you guys said, the Earth is flat and the sun moves around the circuit in order to create like a year. I got it now. Thank you.
Yeah, look. In flat Earth years, I'm 42, but in globe Earth years, I'm 39.
Yeah, sure. Let's go with that.
Yeah. Now explain dog years, geeks.
I don't know what that means, but do you want me to
multiply it by 7?
Multiply by 7. So, hang on, I can do this. 1 times 7 is 7. 2 times 7 is 30.
The dog's 7 when they're 1. I should have asked you about cat years, I guess.
I don't know. Yeah, what is cat years? Is it 12 or something? No.
I don't know. I know they have 9 lives. That's about it.
Anyway, guys, listen. You might want to, talk amongst yourselves and get that one tied up because all of you are all over the place. That one.
What tied up? What are you talking about, dude?
I'm just
you're making a suggestion about nothing, geeks. Like I just said, like we observe the sun move, we observe the yearly pathway of the sun. That's it. Like there's nothing to tie up or get in coordination with. You're just talking about nothing, man.
I am talking about that. I am. You're right. Thank you, gentlemen. I just needed some clarification. That's all. Thank you. Oh, I'm only messing. Come on, it's not like I'm trying to do a gotcha or anything. And I love you guys, and just
How do you know? You were trying to fill the dead air that didn't really exist with confusion.
No, yeah,
you tried.
Yeah, I tried. Let's say. Yeah, I didn't mean anything by it. Like it's just just kind of giving you guys a. Just a curveball. That's all.
Yeah,
all right,
geeks. Why you all?
All right. Same question. You told me your age. You said you're 39. How do you know that?
Yeah, I think so. Hang on one sec.
Yeah, Geeks,
Yes,
like
39.
you're an old 39, man. Like,
thank you. That's the nicest thing you ever said to me
no,
all
I'm
day.
saying like when you were broadcasting your photo and everyone could see what you look like. Maybe you just were really tired. But I mean, I would not have guessed 39.
Ooh, crit. That is below the belt. My
No, I'm
goodness.
just saying that you've lived a probably a hard, long life. It's
I
not.
lived a full, ridiculous life. Yeah,
Did you
It
smoke
might.
a lot of cigarettes, Geeks?
Yeah, it might have to do with drinking alcohol. Your body's aging faster than it should.
Oh, fantastic. Keep going. I love these insults. Come on,
It's not
crit.
okay.
Remain a
How's
gentleman,
that?
sir. Remain a
How's that an
gentleman.
insult? Is that not a fact? If people who drink alcohol look older, dried up, and older. Here,
I don't know.
I'll find. How about this? I'll find a paper demonstrating this fact. So
No, don't
you
waste
can.
your time. Don't waste your time. It's fine.
Well, that way you want to say it's an insult.
Kind of answer the cigarettes one. Geeks, you smoke cigarettes, right?
No, I can't do smoke. I can never do it. I hate smoke. Couldn't do it.
It's hard work orbiting the sun. I get it.
That is. It is hard work.
That might be it. Yeah,
Takes a
globe
while.
earthers age faster.
That I like that. We should put that on a bumper sticker.
Right here. Here's a good paper for you from it's from Alcohol Dependency Recovery Center.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Excess alcohol consumption accelerates your biological age, affecting your skin and blood vessels, causing your skin to have a wide variety of conditions that appear as if someone's older.
A toxic substance ages you?
You found that pretty fast.
No
Yeah,
way.
I know because I
Was that
had
in
used
your-
this the other day too when someone told me that they
So it was in your
Yo-
bookmarks.
Yeah, alcohol can cause your skin to lose fluid. Dry skin causes more wrinkles. These wrinkles may also look dull and gray. They call it alcoholic diuretic, a loss of body fluids that also flush out vitamins and nutrients.
Oh, I need my vitamins and nutrients. I don't want that to happen.
That's why when I drink alcohol, I wash it down with a lot of supplements.
Wash it down with a lot of vodka. No, supplements.
See, Geeks, I mean, I've been hard pressed to ever remember like a conversation where you weren't at least a little buzzed, if not completely wasted.
Me too. I can't
I think
remember,
that's going to have. I mean, my take. It's not an insult. It appears it made you look older. When I saw your photo, I'm like, wow, he's kind of my age. And then you say you're 39. I'm like,
wait, what? 62? Do I look 62?
Look, when
Yo,
you're 50s,
Geeks, I have a question. When you're drunk, do you think about voting for
hang
Joe
on.
Biden?
Crit wasn't finished insulting me. Okay.
It's not Geeks. It's not insulting. I'm telling you.
Sorry.
Your
not
drinking has affected your appearance. That's all I'm saying.
But wait, when he's drunk though, does he vote for Joe Biden, or is he a Trumper? I'm not sure.
I mean, I'm not in the US, so I can't.
He's like a Canadian who lives in Australia.
Oh, so he's a Trumper. Yeah, he's for Trump.
That shouldn't keep you from voting. See, Morvis is being polite. Thank you, Morvis. You're a polite gentleman. Thank you.
See, he loves God. This guy loves God. He's a genuine being, genuine light being of passion and truth.
Who? Geeks.
Yeah, Geeks, yeah, and also obviously Alpha Veritas. He's a legend.
Thanks, man. Thank you.
I mean,
someone wanted to ask me a question.
You're
Sorry.
taking some heat, but I gotta admit, even though you aren't usually
looked old and decrepit, yeah.
Even though you're old and decrepit and you're not usually on point in the conversation, I think you're pretty fucking funny.
Oh, I meant Alpha Veritas, or I said Alpha Veritas, but I meant Crit. Crit sounds like Alpha Veritas.
Oh, well, thank you.
Well, someone, I mean, Lou was trying to compliment me there.
Do you smoke?
You do have a good sense of humor. Like you take it, like you take the criticism well,
and roll with the punches. Roll with the punches. Thanks.
Yeah. Did you? Hey, Geeks, did you answer that? Do you smoke cigarettes or cigars or vape?
I already answered it. No, I can't.
Oh, that's right. You did answer that. Okay, I remember now.
Can't do it. Cannot do it.
Yeah.
I tried smoking a cigar actually a couple of months ago, and I felt sick for 3 days. It was awful. So
Get a volcano vaporizer and do CBD and organically regenerative grown herbs and essential oils.
I mean, we don't have CBD in the UK, unfortunately. But
Oh man, you gotta get your hands on some.
yeah, all right, maybe I'll put that on my list of things to do. I can't do smoke though. I hate it.
Yep. But what he's telling you to do is buy some illegal drugs and smoke them.
No, yeah, I got the subtext. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, yeah. Don't you worry about me.
CBD not legalized over there yet. Are you kidding me?
Politics, man. Politics. I mean, it's different. It's different. It's a different thing. Anyway, but yeah, glad everyone thought I looked 60 something years old.
Well, 50, like definitely in your 50s. I'd say you look about like I mean, I'm not a perfect judge. Obviously, it's very subjective. I would have guessed around 53,
So
54, something like that.
So I'll tell you something actually. So the only reason why I came on to the video chat is because I've been using it as a little tool across all of the rooms. It's worked out quite well. But I've got rid of the beard, so I'm proper clean shaven now. So it's Geeks has got a completely different look, and I look younger. So maybe you'll think I look more my age.
It's true. A beard can knock 10 years off you if you shave that thing off. That's.
But I mean, there are loads of people in here, so I don't think. Oh, actually, maybe I can do the old. Let's have a look if there's not there's the right number of people. I can give you guys a little treat from Geeks.
Dude, that was the weirdest laugh ever. It was like somewhere between a horse neighing and.
Doesn't work. It says video chat isn't available for more than.
Yeah, you can't turn your camera on if there's more than 25 people. It caps the limit at 25.
But Crit, you can.
Remember, Lou, that's an English laugh. Those are our ancestors. Think about that.
But Crit, you could change that temporarily, can you?
No, it's a Discord thing.
It's not. Is it really?
Yep.
Yes. I mean, you can always take a selfie and post a selfie if you wanted.
I mean, if I'm taking selfies and sending it to a bunch of lads, that's a bit, you know what I mean.
Hey, just keep your shirt on, man.
Shirt back on then.
I don't want to see it at all. I don't know why you want to see dudes.
I'm not asking for it. He's just saying he wanted to show, so I'm just telling him that's another option. If he's not able to.
Dude, Lou, I got it. And yeah, we're on the same wavelength, but Captain Fun Police over here. Right. Anyway, let me try and. How many have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12.
I think we're good. Was posted it for you. Was seems to have some personal photos.
And actually, you know what? I mean, people always go there. Like, why does a dude want to do? Like, I always find it interesting just seeing anybody because when I talk to people, I have like this mental image that I've kind of painted in my own head, and I like to see like if it matches at all. Like, usually it doesn't, but some people do sound like what you kind of imagined. Like, and it's just it's kind of interesting to put like a face to a voice.
So, boys, this is actually something I was going to raise with you maybe a week or 2 weeks ago, something like that. But it just didn't seem appropriate. But seeing as we're talking about it now, I think you should find a way to allow for video chats for all of you, because I think more and more people become comfortable with it as time goes on. But I mean, you guys are probably the tightest.
Well, here, this is why we don't do it, is because people are already a little difficult to talk about this in text or voice chat, and adding another self-disclosure element. See, a lot of you guys don't know the lore of what happened in the past, like how globalists had used personal information that they farmed. They listened for hours and hours and hours
I've heard it.
trying to
I've heard
find
it.
out where
I've heard it.
someone's at. Like
Yeah,
you
which
just
is
give
fucked up.
like someone might say, "Oh yeah, hey, I was driving down Main Street and I stopped at Burger King." So someone's like, "Okay, there's a Burger King on his Main Street," which isn't a big deal. Lots of them do. But then they say, "Oh yeah," then I walked across the street to the CVS. And
Well,
they're like,
that's
okay,
just
a
irresponsible,
CVS
man.
across from a Burger King. Then you start
That's just
narrowing it.
irresponsible. Like,
Yeah, but
people
that's what
doing
they're
that
doing.
shouldn't be doing that, man.
See, they're always looking to find out where philosophers are because in their worldview, they want you to either die or shut up.
Really?
That's your two. That's your
That
two
is
choices.
slightly schizophrenic. I'm not gonna lie.
No, there are unfortunately there are people who he's not wrong. Like, it is schizophrenic of to think that you're always being targeted. It sounds that way, but there's literally people who have like created servers to try to get together with like other creeps like them to try to their best to dox flat earthers. They've called people's works. They've called like CPS to try to have their children removed from them. They've done all kinds of things to try to get them fired from their jobs, have their kids taken away, and get their wives to divorce them, and all kinds of things. Like, that's what's even creepier than thinking that you're being targeted.
Just expect
I
you're
hope
being
they didn't
listened.
bother doing that. I hope they didn't bother doing that with me. They just should have asked. I would have given them the address.
Yeah, come by. That's
I
what
don't really give a
Battlemod does.
shit.
Battlemod says, "Here's my address. Come for a visit. As long as you got
So,
no
boys,
ill intent."
how's this? So, okay, so listen. Okay, so how's this instead? So, I mean, I'm working with I'm kind of working with Square to like improve the bots and stuff. But one of the things that I'm like looking at, right, is kind of big improvements to make rooms, better in general, the experience better overall.
And you know what I think? Hey, geeks, how about this? Why don't you go do your own room with your own ideas and see what feedback you get? Instead of trying to change other rooms.
No. Listen. This could be. I'm listening to the problem I hear, and what if instead, actually, there was an option to display video, but only to certain people.
Okay, so for the second
know what I mean?
time, it's not up to us. That's the server limits.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Unless you know how to do cool shit like me and you know how to use a computer, you can bypass it, but oh well.
I guarantee you, sir, I know more about coding than you. So
I don't see you shining through with the live video right now.
Well, I can't. So.
Oh, but I can.
No, that's dream.
You gotta think outside the box, but you're just a coder, so that's all you know.
Pleasant thing to say. Anyway, gents, like, but this is a good idea. Like, this is like I'm kind of gathering big ticket ideas, and this is an interesting kind of thing that would kind of improve an experience effectively. It keeps the whole video chat thing safe because you don't have to display it to random people, but you can still have the option of video chat.
But you just want to watch us all laugh as everyone spirals out on repeat in here?
No. You guys would be able to see each other and only see each other. It wouldn't be available to like anyone kind of joining the room or whatever, but it would give you that benefit without risking anything. I'm not saying
sounds like too much trouble.
Okay, well,
Boring.
The fun police is here.
Okay. Well, it's an interesting idea.
Is that the latest globe proof? Let's see people's video.
Goodness gracious.
Geeks Geeks just wants to chill. He wants to go to like a chill chat and just, talk
I think he thinks
nonsense.
he's invented something like
I fuck
Facebook.
with him every single day. I know what I'm doing with him. He gets mad at me.
Well, I
don't even
posted a selfie for Geeks. So, Geeks, I'm 43. I'm 44 this year, man. I'm the hairy one with the big ears there.
Are you really? Whoa, you're actually a good-looking motherfucker. Oh, that's AJ.
Not good looking anymore now. It's AJ.
No. I was going to say, I thought that was you, Kangaroo, but AJ is he's better looking than I thought it would be. I did think that the head of the flat Earth movement would, have such a rugged appearance. You know what I mean? Anyway, sir, what is your nice flat Earth? I don't know who you are. I'm afraid. I don't think I've ever spoken to you. So yeah. Did you wait? Hang on, Kangaroo guy. Did you actually put a photo of yourself, or were they joke photos?
No, it wasn't Kangaroo Guy. It was AJ.
Oh,
That's a good looking goat.
That's a sheep, man. That's a sheep. That's my resident Glober.
Not a sheep. Is it a sheep?
Look,
right.
What's the difference? If that's a sheep, then what's the difference?
Damn,
Where's the
AJ,
wool?
you look like a Navy SEAL kind of guy. You know what I mean?
I don't know about that.
Okay, fine. I just take the fucking compliment, man.
Yeah, right.
Fair enough. See, this is great, right? Like, at least you guys are putting faces to names, which is nice. All right, boys and girls. I've got trouble to cause in other rooms. Mayhem to spread, if you will. Thanks
What
for
other
another.
rooms do you go? What other rooms do you go to?
I mean, as I'm sure you guys can imagine, I'm banned from a lot of them. Kicked from a lot of them.
Yeah, dude, isn't it kind of weird how often you're getting booted from rooms?
Well, no,
you don't think about that at all, or what?
Well, I try not to think about it because it's just depressing. But
okay,
you know what I mean. But no, I don't question it. I know exactly why I'm getting booed from this room because I'm being a complete douche.
So are you actually like banned from other places? Like even more, like are we more accepting of you than other places?
I definitely. I mean, there are some that, but the thing is I'm not special. Okay, let me give you an example. Which one's Atheist Helpline, the Darth Dawkins one.
Okay.
Can't get into that, but then so can't 100 or 1,000 other people. I think that's it at the moment.
You're like perma banned from the atheist chat.
Well, it's like I said, it's the Darth Dawkins one. If you know what that means.
See, Geeks is too smart for all the other rooms, but here he's got a lot of equal matches. Can't outsmart you guys that easily. Yeah.
I was trying to figure out who was being complimented there. I was like, yeah, just the atheist. Do you guys know who Darth Dawkins is?
Yeah, he really hates flat earthers, dude.
Oh, well, of course he does, because it's not in line with Genesis. It's in Genesis, isn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah. Whew. Now that's a pointless discussion if you ever want to have one. But yeah,
It wouldn't mean it's not in line with Genesis. Like, flat Earth is in line with Genesis. But he's an atheist, is he not? Like,
No, he's anti-atheist.
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay.
I actually don't know what Genesis says about the shape of the Earth. Yeah. So, but that's it. It looks like I'm gonna have to do some work to get banned from some more of these rooms. I don't know why I'm able to join them all.
I'm going to take a look. There's got to be some rooms here. I'm going to give you some suggestions. Let's see.
You're going to give me suggestions?
Yeah, there's some rooms up there that I'm guaranteeing that if you go in there, it should only take you a moment.
Dude. I go into all of them. It's not a case of like limiting. I go into every single one.
I mean, you can't get yourself banned from real Jews only.
Well, I mean, if I really wanted, but you know, it's not my style to just be rude for the sake of being rude. You know what I mean?
Is it because you want to go in there and challenge someone's worldview, but you don't know what their worldview is?
You're kind of close to it. So put it this way. So some of the Christians, just don't deal with me at all anymore because, I ask difficult questions, right? So, as soon as like I go in, it's banned 2 days, you know, without even saying anything. But I'm never rude. I'm never rude to people. Just not my style.
Not many of those temporary rooms open right now with like the really super biased freaking names, like where they're like, I mean, real Jews only, because it says only. I would think that that's probably the top of the list right now.
It's not. It doesn't know. That's the thing, man. You go in there, and usually they're not talking about the very thing that the title is about. So, in my experience, anyway. So.
I'm just curious, what the fuck is Salafi?
Oh, so that's just one guy in there. That's Rabbi Salafi Ahal Bida. That's Rabbi Foreskin. Yeah, so I know that guy pretty well. He's fucking funny. But yeah, you guys should give it a shot. Like every now and then, like you know, you don't have to just hang around doing the flat Earth room. You know,
dude, have you looked at our numbers? People come here. We don't have to go anywhere.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I find the other rooms are just all about feelings and opinions, and it's just I don't give a shit about people's feelings and opinions. Where here, we just talk about facts, right?
Yeah, sure. I mean, you know, I'm not holding the feet to the fire. I'm just saying, you know, it's a click away. You know what I mean? I mean, how easy is it?
What's holding you back?
It's holding me back.
I'm clicking into the other rooms.
Here, that one of the mean people.
Just for fun, geeks. Name a room. I'll go there with you.
Okay, cool. I mean, all right. Let's see. Women art. No, that's boring. No. The philosophy for life. No, boring people. I'm trying to find because the thing is, it's all about the people, like people that are funny, rather than the actual room itself. Christian chat, no. Rage Cage. Try Rage Cage. I've got no idea what they're going to be talking about, but they're all very loud, very opinionated people. If you want.
All right. No,
Love you all.
I
Love you all,
already
boys.
told you how to do it. Let's go to the rage cage. Let's go.
Love you. Love you all, boys and girls. Take care. See you soon. Bye bye.
Still can't hear anything. Oh. Oh. Awesome. Hey, Crit, can you hear me? Anyone talking? I can't hear nothing. Oh, wait a minute. Some volume's up. Hey, Larry.
What happened? Did all the charismatic figures leave?
I'm back. How's it going?
Hello?
How y'all doing? Huh? How's it going?
I'm going okay.
Good. 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 You did.
What's up?
Hey, do any of you want wait, how do I say that? Oh, okay. Do any of y'all want to use my sound clips? Let's see here. How come I can't upload anything? How come I can't upload anything?
You not ranked high enough or something yet?
I need mod. I need to be a mod. How many of y'all would vote me to be mod in the room? Put yes in the box.
No.
No? Okay, put y'all's answers, yes or no. Or some type of privileges. So what is everybody, what are they waiting? Are y'all waiting for a spokesperson to come in, or?
Yeah, you're that, man. You want to be a mod?
Oh yeah, I'll be mod.
That's you.
Okay.
I'm Vince. I'm Vince. I'm the guy that they got mad at a couple hours ago.
Okay. Well,
wait.
How does the
what?
flat
There's
Earth
people
work?
mad at you.
Oh, I just tried to ask them about if there was an up and down in space.
What?
Yeah, is there an up or down in space? Yes or no?
There's length, width, and height.
No. Up or down?
Yeah, 3 dimensions: length, width, and height.
Well, let's see
Height,
what
yeah,
Google says.
height would be up and down, I guess.
Well, no, in space, not on the Earth.
Well, that is space.
No,
You mean in outer space?
outer space. Yes, space.
Oh, I think that's a real place.
Okay. Hey Google. Oh. I get. Oh, y'all don't think there's an outer space? Is that what I'm understanding?
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, and here you thought people were mad at you. It was,
Yeah, but
we were
listen.
just
But what is
snickering
it?
at your gullibility, Vince.
I understand that, but listen.
Oh, you
When
seemed
it
real
said,
surprised about 12 seconds ago.
oh yeah, I am surprised. But listen, when it says
Surprised and
there's
confused.
when it says there's infinite stars in Scripture, it says there's infinite stars in Scripture. Where do you think those stars are?
The sky.
The Bible quotes that there's infinite stars
Does
in
it?
the sky.
I haven't come
Yes,
across
it
that
does.
yet.
I thought it said that
You said it's in the
children would
sky.
multiply like
And we know a star is a sun, right? Where
Wake
do
up a
you
little
think
bit
those
and
are?
brush your teeth.
In the sky.
Wish that.
They
In
are
the
in the sky.
sky?
I don't think the sun is a star.
You said it.
You
The
don't
Bible says The Bible says that they are in the sky. It doesn't say
Hey,
that they are.
Vince. Hold on a second. Vince, when you have to form something like, we know the stars are a sun, right? That should indicate something to you. Right?
Well, I know that a star is a sun.
How do you know that? You think you know.
Because I've never run into any stars when I was flying.
What? That's appeal to ignorance. Argument for ignorance fallacy. Can you quote me chapter and verse that the stars are infinite in the Bible, please?
No, I can't.
Okay, so stop making
But you
shit
can
up.
easily look it up in Google.
No, you made the claim. You go ahead and chapter and verse that for me. Stars are infinite.
Okay, let's find it. Let's see here. We're gonna go over here. I gotta move my porn out of the way. Oh well, I don't have porn. I'm just kidding.
And so we already know you're an imbecile. You don't have to give further indicators of that.
Don't tell anybody.
Yeah, you shouldn't. No, it's too late.
That's fine.
It's fine that you're an imbecile?
It's fine. I love you, man. I love you.
Oh, I pity the fool.
Okay.
Yeah, no one was mad at you, Vince. It's called pity and laughter. Your gullibility is really showing, and your desperation is even desperate by desperate measures.
Okay, well, let's look this up.
I was going to say,
Infinite
I wasn't here,
stars.
So no one could have been mad
in the Bible.
Yeah, Vince is actually the one who's seething. That's why this new tack from him. He came in here, thought it was going to be a dunk, and he's stuffed himself on the rim.
I don't know what that means.
I know you don't.
Okay, let's move on to the next verse.
Vince, don't get sidetracked with the porn, dude. I want you to get that chapter and verse for me. Stars are infinite.
Yeah, no. Let's see. We're looking at it. Let's see where does it stars. Okay. Reddit sure likes to.
Is this the first person asking ChatGPT what's in the Bible live on here?
Wait, what is GPD? What is that?
No, never mind. I thought you were tapping into some what you might think would be an artificial intelligence network. But carry on.
It might even be a.
Wait, there's an artificial intelligent network?
Okay.
I thought they just load the information up on a website.
So it seemed you were going somewhere a moment ago, Vince. But
I am. I gotta find it. No, I gotta find it.
Oh.
It might take me an hour to find it, but I'll find it.
Oh.
I don't have any elevator music to play, but I'll hang on.
Maybe it's in the second book of doesn't exist in the bullshitter version of the Bible. Maybe it's in there.
Just had a chat with AI about something, and I said, I asked a few questions, and I said, okay, don't tell anyone. And then it gave me this rant on its ethics of not disclosing information. So I asked it, so you've never come across relevant source information, which was directly related to the question being asked, and you didn't give it. And it gave me another rant. And I said, just answer yes or no. And it said the search results say no.
That's funny. Yeah, and Vince, you don't even need a book to tell you there's a lot of stars in the sky. Go out west, take a vacation, look upward.
Science actually thought they knew how many stars there were in the sky. But the Bible says they're infinite. I've just got to find it.
No, I think it might use the term innumerable, as in like too many it would take a lifetime to count. Basically, when Abraham was like speaking with the Lord, and he told him to
Yeah,
look up at the
pretty
sky
much.
and count the stars.
The word countless or innumerable is used, but not infinite. They are definitely different. You are incorrect. You could just say, you know what, I was wrong. I probably shouldn't have said infinite. I also don't know that stars are suns. You could say that too.
Oh, I can't say it because I don't know if that's
So you know that stars are suns. Can you tell me what the sun is?
a star.
Is that in the Bible?
The sun is a star.
What's the sun?
In the Bible?
What's the sun?
Starting to see how ridiculous this is, huh, Vince?
It's a huge star. Hang on.
Okay, so define star then.
The sun.
Well, they've got you believing that it's a dying star, Vince.
So you're just going to interchange one with the other, but you don't know how to define what they are. You can't even give me more attributes than that, Vince.
Okay, now y'all don't be using those college words.
Vince?
What?
Oh.
Hang on.
This is a sad day for you, Vince. Is that better?
No, I'm happy.
I think it's sad.
I
Well,
just
I'm
hate them college words.
I'm happy to be all around y'all. Now, how can I be sad and happy to be here?
Y'all's happiness is noted.
Thank you. Now let me go. Well, first let me go stir my vegetables on my stove, and I'll be back.
Yeah, you're already cooked, Phil. Vince. Whatever it is. Phil.
Just take a munch on your arm. You're right. Vegetables, eh? Don't tell me you're vegan.
Yeah, everyone disappeared earlier because Geeks was imploring everyone in here to visit the other corners of the politics server, trying to. I don't know.
Right.
That was that's the lull. I think Lou followed him off to the rage cage, and I didn't hear anything after that.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard Luke. I didn't think anyone else went. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. I suppose some might have been curious and tagged along. Yeah.
Yeah, I almost went over there, but Vince showed up. Luckily.
Rage cage. It sounds like a fucking nightclub or something.
Yeah, Smashing Pumpkins song maybe.
Right. Yeah. Yes, yeah, the lulls and waves. It's been pretty happening in the last couple of days.
Been some moments, that's for sure. Very active. Big numbers. Vents.
Vince, he's like 10 people in one.
Yeah, I love it when I have very few opportunities to use this color of money gifts. Wish there were more, but
Was there a Vince in that?
yeah, that remember Tom Cruise? He has the shirt from his furniture job, and it says Vince right across the front of it.
Okay, I'm back.
Right.
I went ahead. When I got there, all my dinner was done, so I just went ahead and. You ever put peas? You butter in your peas? Oh, it's good, and it's like you got your peas and your corn. You put butter and corn, really good. When you know the one when you cook in a pan, not the corn on the cob. And I got my tartar. I got some fish. You know the Gordon's fish chips things. They're really good.
Do you remember that MASH episode where Hawkeye ordered the corn on the cob all the way from the United States, and then the cook creamed it?
Oh yeah, and that was like he was. Oh god, they
Adam's
ruined it.
ribs.
They ruined it.
Yeah.
They ruined it.
You cream the corn. Yeah.
It was in a can.
No, he got it shipped on the cob from the United States with the ribs. But anyway, where were you going with your thing, Adam? Adam's ribs. Vince.
Yeah, go ahead. Tartar sauce, dude, is great on these little Gordon fish chip things.
Not medical advice.
It's really good.
No, you were going somewhere with the stars. What do you think the stars are? Yeah, that.
They're stars.
The sun. Sun is a star.
Oh yeah. The infinite star thing. I forgot when I got in there. I looked at the food and it was so damn good. I mean, forget about it.
That's so good. We can move on from that if we want.
But no, I'll find it. Yeah, I'm gonna eat my dinner, but I'll be here.
Yeah. Don't talk with your mouth full. That's never mind.
Let me shut the mic off.
More interested in how you know suns are stars, or the sun is a star, or that stars are a sun.
This is good though.
What is a star?
Light in the sky.
It's a sun.
Dude, stop eating with your mouth full. All right, right now. Stop talking with your mouth full.
Okay, Dad. But okay, if a star is a light in the sky and the sun is light in the sky, then the sun is a star, right? By your definition.
Compare it.
Well, no, that's your definition.
No.
Compare it to other. What other things does it share? Do the other stars
It's a similarity, like
day and
they're
night?
both lights in the sky. Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, I mean, this is your vote. Like, go ahead, or your.
No.
Okay.
So good.
Yeah.
I just agreed that there are similarities. Yeah, they both, like, you could say that both are lights. Yeah. If that qualifies them as being the same thing, like that.
You define a star as a light in the sky. So the sun is a light in the sky. Does that mean then the sun is a star?
No, I'm not saying that qualifies like what a star is. Like that's what you name any light in the sky. I'm just saying that they are a light in the sky. There are other lights in the sky that we identify differently, like the sun, the moon, and planets.
I don't know what kind of fallacy this is, but it's like if seaweed is in the sea and a crab is in the sea, that makes the seaweed a crab.
I'm just trying to figure out when people say the sun is a star, what does that even mean? You know?
I don't know. We don't say that.
I didn't say you said that or whatever, but obviously Vince said that. So I'm wondering, and a lot of people say that. So I'm wondering what people mean.
Well, yeah, Vince just takes it for granted.
Like people just say it, sun is a star, okay, but what does that mean?
That's kind of why I asked him to define what a star was, and then he proceeded to tell me that the sun is a star and the star is the sun. That's the best he could do.
I'm sorry, Chris, I think I cut you off too. I think you were going to say something. Sorry about that.
Yeah, this concept where people say, one of these things is not like the other. Isn't that skill set able to be followed through? So if you're looking up at the sky and you see the sun, and you're like, yeah, the sun is a big light in the sky, like huge, and moves across the sky east to west. The sun's a star. Fuck.
Yeah, and your skin gets burned by a 93 million mile distant star.
What's interesting too, there's like this anti-flat Earth guy who does like these like weird videos where he labels it for science. Like he'll do something, and instead of him doing that, he's doing it for science. And one of the videos was he wanted to cut open a Yeti cup to see how this space age, amazing technology, how he can keep his drink so warm, or so cold, right? It works both ways. So he thought there was some sort of like specialized, fluid inside the in there, or something along those lines, like some type of material that is like some sort of gel or something. So he cuts it open and he just slaughters it. I mean, it's like this guy could not use a hacksaw, okay? And he basically is all deformed, warped, twisted, and everything. And he's like, "There's nothing in it." He was stumped that all it is a thin vacuum between two pieces of metal. Because in his worldview, that doesn't make any sense. If like just like a millimeter or two can hold insulation, can be a very powerful insulator, a millimeter or two of vacuum, how the fuck does 93 million miles of vacuum insulate us from doesn't insulate us from the sun?
Because there are like significant charged particles moving through that vacuum, and they're highly, highly charged particles, and there are also a lot of them, and they're also really energized.
So magic.
You've essentially got like a thin plasma beaming towards us from the sun at all times.
Magic.
Can you give me a sample of this?
Yeah.
Like, have you seen like the Northern Lights?
No, I need you to give me a sample of this.
Yes, I have.
Can you give me
Okay,
a
great.
sample of a spark? Can you like put a spark in a jar for me? Just leave it.
Yeah, I can get you an ember. No problem.
Lightning in a bottle. Yeah, just let me
Okay,
write a
I can
song. I'll
get
be
you,
right
like,
back.
a photo of like muon decay, right? Can I get you like a cloud chamber photo of these particles?
Yes.
Well, I mean,
Okay,
you're
cool.
talking about them like they exist. Anything like, yeah, just a sample would be great.
Do you know what a cloud chamber is?
You go ahead and continue getting that sample instead of asking more questions.
Could you get a sample of light for me?
No, are we talking? Are you saying now it's light? It's not. What were you calling it earlier? A charged particle? How did you verify this? How did you verify this?
Like you can have solar panels. You can see the ways that these particles interact with the atmosphere. You can detect
No.
these particles through like capacitors and other means,
Bro.
like electronic imaging.
It's a 93 million mile distance between us and the sun. So I need you to tell me how you verified that these charged particles exist between the sun and the Earth.
Maybe like 5 or 6 examples.
No, you're affirming the consequent is what you're doing. I need you to get me the verification of this.
That's a weird word game you're playing, but I'm not buying it.
Okay, so you don't know what I'm saying because you don't know what affirming the consequent is.
You're just playing word games to try and not accept.
Why am I playing word games? You made a claim. I need you to prove the claim.
The claim is they're charged particles that move from the sun towards the Earth.
Yes, and how is this verified?
We can detect these with satellites.
I mean, I know a couple of words.
Sensors on the Earth.
We hold on a second. We can detect these things? No, I need you to do this. How did you verify it? Who's we? You got a mouse in your pocket?
Like the scientific community.
You are part of the scientific community, are you?
Yes, I'm a chemist.
Oh, great. So then you know how to get these samples from me. From somewhere between here and the sun, in the middle of space, right?
Yeah.
Wait, what is a charged particle? Can you define that?
I don't fuck, dude. How many steps do you want to take in physics here? Do you want like a capacitor in a box, or do you want like the definition of a charged particle?
Define what you're saying.
Fuck. Do you know what like a magnet
Simple
is?
terms, maybe.
Do you know what like a magnet is?
Yeah.
Do you kind of know like the shapes that a magnet makes in space?
In space? What do you mean?
Yeah.
Where? Outer space?
In the electromagnetic field. Have you ever seen like a magnet with a bunch of iron filings around it, right?
Mm-hmm.
A charged particle is essentially what happens if you take that big wave of iron filings and then you take its limit to like kind of the smallest possible unit. That's essentially what a charged particle is. That's the easiest way of describing it in a way that would have some visual intuition.
Okay.
In the same way that like a bunch of little ripples can make like a big wave, a charged particle would be like a very, very small version of a bar magnet.
Do you have anything you can reference?
Fuck, dude. You're like asking me to explain like 6 to 8 months worth of like physics education when the drop of a hat at Discord at 10:15.
Well, you made a claim. I mean, if you make a claim, support your claim.
The claim is based on like the claim is based on assumptions that you'd have access to basic.
Wait, what was the original point even here, guys? What was the original point? Something about outer space?
Something about the sun not being real?
Nobody said anything about the sun not being real. Was that you? Did you say the sun wasn't real?
Yeah.
No. What was the original point here?
I don't know. Someone made the claim that you couldn't detect charged particles that come from the sun, and I said you absolutely can detect charged particles that come from the sun.
Who said that?
No one said that. I asked you to support your claim.
Okay, will you accept peer-reviewed scientific papers in support of my claim?
No, I think I'd like to have like an experiment, a sample of these charged particles.
Do you understand that like a scientific paper is like a documentation of one of said experiments that samples said charged particles?
Terrific. Get me that. How did they find these charged particles somewhere out in the vacuum of space?
You can put sensors out in the vacuum of space, and also the world
Okay.
is in the vacuum of space. So when the world interacts,
So you've verified this. Then this has all been verified. This is not a so this is something that we can falsify. Yeah. You and me can go to somewhere like, let's say, I don't know, 38 million miles away from here and check this, right?
With the right equipment, yes.
Sure, let's go. Let's set the date. You think that's possible, right?
I don't want to get on a rocket. To prove it.
You don't want to get on a rocket?
I don't want to get on a rocket to prove a Discord argument. Like this sounds.
Is anybody going 38 million miles from here? I'm curious. Anybody at all?
Nope.
We've sent robots up. Well, we've sent more like radio stations out there.
Wow.
What? We sent robots out there? Which robot? And where'd it go?
The Voyager space probe, I believe, is now fucked off from the Oort cloud. I don't know exactly how far the Oort cloud is from here.
The Oort
Voyager's
cloud.
a robot.
Okay. So they found out a way to get
went out
past the firmament.
to warn Will Robinson, right? That was its mission.
Well, it went out into the water, right? Like it went up into the air and then curved and then went back into the water.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much what happens.
I'm trying to figure out what our original point was. I still don't understand.
It was talking about vacuums and how somehow we can actually feel the heat of the sun, right? That's 93 million miles away. That there's a barrier, a strong vacuum between us and the Earth. And he said charged particles. He made a claim.
Oh, I thought.
And then after the claim, he didn't make any kind of effort to support his claim. He just made more claims. So, like,
do you know what radiation is? This is much simpler than charged particles. Do you know what radiation is?
Well, why didn't you bring up radiation in the first place instead of charged particles that you can't verify? And so far, we had no samples of from you.
Okay, cool. But we can sample radiation.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Right. Yeah. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the charged particles that you brought up and still haven't supported.
You asked about heat, right? Like the charged particles generally don't do that.
Yeah, the question earlier was about heat. The fact that apparently there's this massive vacuum, right? This big vacuum. Could you verify the distance between us and the sun, by the way, and that vacuum?
You can figure out the way the Earth orbits around the sun. You can figure out the way.
No, that's not what I asked you at all. So that's a question that I didn't ask at all. Funny how you went ahead and totally ignored the question I asked you and brought up something different. Can you verify the distance between the sun and the Earth?
That's how you do it. I was explaining how it's done.
How do you do it? How do you verify it, please? Let me know.
I'm not going to do it.
You're not going to do it? You're going to make a claim again and not support it.
You look at where in the sky the sun is, right?
You look at it, yeah.
Yeah, and then you measure that angle, and then you figure out where the
angle that requires a flat plane. Are you saying the Earth is flat? So the Earth is flat then?
Yeah, the Earth is flat.
Okay, I just want to make sure I heard it out of your mouth. Yeah.
Yeah. The Earth is flat.
Yes. Thank you.
Ball,
welcome to Flat Earth.
Cool. Good to be.
Good job. Yeah.
Fuck, I've been convinced. What else? What's the strongest? What do I do now? Flat jumping?
I don't know. Here's something you could do. You could do this observation yourself. Go up in a hot air balloon. Look at the horizon. If the horizon does not seep away as you go up in the hot air balloon, then you're not on a spinning ball. It's impossible.
True. Fuck, I didn't think of that.
Yeah, start making flat Earth flyers and walk out and give them to people and say the Earth is flat.
Oh yeah.
That's what we all did. Yeah.
Sweet. I'm glad this retarded conversation is over.
There are a few that are activists.
Wait till I light it.
That was a good one. I don't even think that gave Vince enough time to finish his veggies.
That was just a typical scientism believer.
Checking on Vince here. Vince, have you finished your food?
No, I haven't. I'm still eating. I eat slowly. Because I don't want the gravity to.
He doesn't want the gravity to what?
The gravity to steal the food out of his hands.
He doesn't want the magical gravity that has no explanation or evidence to, affect him in any way because he knows it can't.
Notice when you put veggies in a pot, mixed veggies, some float, some sink. When you boil it, it reverses.
That's science.
Put it in hot oil. You know your chips are fried. They start floating, right?
Goose is in the house.
Hello.
Oh, round two.
Goose.
How's
Round
it
two's
going?
here.
Oh, what's going on?
I think it's knocked out already, wasn't it? It's a new event.
Who's he saying fuck off to? Is he me?
Yeah.
Why? What'd I say?
You said what you said in the text chat. Can you read it?
Yeah, it says, well, if you keep muting, well, he did. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's the exchange. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, you got it.
Yeah. I muted you because you were busy eating.
Oh, I thought I muted my mic.
I was trying to
Did
do
you keep hearing me?
you a favor.
Oh, okay. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah. You're
Hey,
welcome.
you play Fortnite?
No.
Oh shit.
Shake
How about
yourself.
Minecraft?
Listen, you
How
already
about
know that.
Mine?
You already know this relationship is going nowhere. Just give up. That's what I'm trying to tell
No.
you.
Hey, I love relationships. Listen, y'all play Minecraft?
Listen, I told you already.
Yes.
See, there we go.
I don't play Minecraft.
Is Minecraft flat, Vince?
Yeah, it is.
Wow. Why don't they make it curved?
Because you can't get the squares in the hole.
Oh. Doesn't work.
Yeah, it didn't work.
Would be weird, eh?
Yeah. Can't put a square in a round hole.
I see.
You can if it's big enough.
No.
You use enough squares and you can make anything a circle.
Well, the square in the circle, the sphere is the same size.
Well, why didn't they make Minecraft such a big sphere that it just looks flat?
I don't know. Ask them.
Maybe because they're trying to represent reality.
Well, it does. It does go on for infinite. It sure does. If you keep moving further, it infinitely recreates and keeps going.
So have you explored infinity already?
Yeah.
Have you been to the
You know,
far
I've
lands?
died. I've died 5 times, right?
You've already spent forever covering all of infinity.
You defeated eternity and you met death.
I have died 5 times and came back.
That's
I
not
think
an
the
infinity.
world's trying to tell you something at that point.
Five's not an infinity. That's a very finite number.
So he
That doesn't even
strangled
surprise me.
eternity. He strangled eternity until it was a pulp, and then what was left of it was him.
Man, he conquered infinity.
So Vince
A
is
champ.
Jesus, Lord and Savior.
I mean, how many numbers are in
Yeah,
between?
well, he
0
might have
and 1?
conquered infinity, but now he's got to face the final Discord boss.
We already count in infinities.
And who might that be?
I'll be right
Who
back.
might that be, heretic?
Sir Waterhill.
Yes. He is the boss.
Did you know there are more numbers in between 0 and 1 than there are natural numbers?
What's a natural number?
Like 0, 1, 2, 3. Like
Oh,
the
really?
integers.
I've never heard of any of those numbers.
What numbers are you familiar with?
Man-made
other ones.
Like 72?
3,959.
That's a good
Yeah,
one.
that one comes to mind.
I personally don't
That
like
comes to mind for me
3,159.
is 369 and 432 HZ.
432 hertz.
Yes, sir.
I just tuned to 440 because I can't be bothered to retune my synths and all the other crap. I'll just pitch down the end. I'll just pitch down the end result in Ableton. There you go.
Outer space, the final frontier. Space likes to troll us.
Oh, what gave it away?
Imagine having the belief that you could. No, never mind.
I gotta give Space some credit, actually. It is a pretty epic troll when you think about it.
Yeah,
Really
well,
well
I thought I
executed.
well, my only objective is to post memes in this fucking Discord because every time I try to talk, I get muted. So yeah.
Oh, the guy Space. I meant the concept of outer space.
Oh, you can see how my confusion kind of played a part, right?
Yep.
What's the thing above the turtle? Is it a crab? Space?
Oh, I see you're not familiar with the fact that the Earth is actually flat and born on the back of a turtle. Yeah.
Is it a crab on top of the turtle?
Well, it's quite obviously a turtle, but
On top of the turtle, sir.
yeah, well, but it's incongruous because I mean,
Actually, it's not a
you guys-
turtle. It's Atlas. You're wrong.
yeah, whatever he said. Yeah, good talk, guys.
Well, that was eventful.
Looks like space couldn't handle the pressure. Pressure. I'll tell you what, yesterday with what Brian was talking. I don't know how many of you guys were here when Brian came in and he was talking about particles
I'm
in the
looking at this
balloon
photo.
having to speed up. Man, his point is a great way to get Globers to defend gas pressure in the container. I mean, like, they were arguing the gas laws and everything with Brian. Brian's the flat earther, and he's just brought up this one point about how can a particle be speeding up inside a balloon that's inflating due to less pressure on the outside. Like, he's saying that it would have to speed up in order for the balloon to expand, right? And he had these Globers disagreeing with him. I was disagreeing with him somewhat, but it was classic.
Hey, I was looking at this photo where the polar star, and my question, well, answer, but I want to see if y'all believe that you can see, if you're at the South Pole, the polar star. Can someone in the South Pole have the visual of the polar star?
I'm a bit confused with what you're asking. Are you talking about the North Star, or are you talking about the Pole Star?
Yeah, the
in the south.
pole star. The
He's
pole
saying, can you
star
see
is
the
the
North Star from the south?
yeah, the North Star. Pole star. The
Well,
picture, you can see the picture.
Some locations over the equator you can, and there is southern pole star. So no, we don't see a southern. Sure,
exactly. Because why?
Because
The
there
Earth
is no
is
southern pole star. That's
because the
why.
Earth is in the way. The Earth is in the way. That's why you can't see it.
The Earth is in the way of the southern pole star from
No. Of the
Australia.
North Pole. Of the North Pole. Of the North Star.
Okay.
If you're down in the South Pole and you're looking in the sky and you see the north and you're looking for the North Star, which everybody claims that they say it stays in the exact space, you can get seen all over the world. It can't. And if you're at the equator, it's down into the horizon. So it's a shorter, it's a longer distance to see that North Star.
So angular resolution.
Yeah. So how would that happen on a flat Earth?
So, well, that's what I'm asking you. Wouldn't so your angle to that star wouldn't be relevant in this case? It's Earth curve.
Yeah, if you're on an Earth curve, that's the only possible way you wouldn't be able to see that star. If you're in the South Pole.
Well, that's an argument from ignorance.
Well, okay, if I got a ball and I'm on the bottom of the ball and I got a little penny on the top of the ball, can I see that penny?
No, if I have something that's 100 kilometers away from, can I see it?
No, it's just right there. It's right there. It's right above you, where you can just reach your hand out and grab it.
It would have to do with your angular resolution.
I don't know about angular resolution. I guess it's got something to do that you're on the bottom of that ball.
Well, that's
because
your,
the ball's in the way. You can't see it.
That's your belief. So if we have a look at something over a flat surface,
well, can you prove that? Yeah. Can you prove me why that I'm wrong about that?
You want me to prove that angular resolution exists?
I want you to prove why I believe that.
Yeah, give me 2 seconds. I'm in the middle of something, but if you are on a flat surface, a straight, flat, horizontal road, and there's a row of street lights, yeah. So the one above your head, you're going to have to look directly up to see. The further you move away from that light, the lower it appears to be, until it eventually compresses or appears to compress into the ground or the horizon. So why would you say that that could not occur over a long distance to a star where it's just no longer visible? Secondly, we also have atmospheric conditions as well as to the distance that we can see. But straight up, I would be saying that it's the angle that we're viewing it from. The further away it is in distance, the lower it appears to be until it is out of our vision.
But you can see.
I can't see any of the stars that. A lot of the stars, actually, from Australia. I can see the stars above me.
Depending on where you're located, yeah. But you can see that in the North Pole. You can see every inch of it. You can see the whole thing, but you can't see it on the South Pole. But you can see it on the upper hemisphere. Everyone can see it. You even put a diagram on there for it. Or Goose did. He sees it. He sees it, and the guy on the top sees it. But down there on the bottom, nobody sees it. How's that possible on a flat Earth?
Did you not listen to my explanation?
Yeah, but your explanation does it explain that?
Yes, it does.
Because everyone on the top hemisphere can see it at all times.
So you can see a light in the sky above your head, but you can't see it from an angle at a distance. Exactly what I just explained to you that you've ignored with your argument from ignorance. Yes.
No. The North Pole can be seen the whole time around when you're on the upper hemisphere. Now, what is the
South?
First of all,
well, the first issue I have is that you're just affirming the consequent. Yeah, if I can see the North Star from here, Earth must be a globe. If I can't see it from there, so therefore it's a globe. Hang on a second.
You can't see it from there.
Yeah. All you're doing is affirming the consequent and presenting an argument from ignorance. You would have to establish first that we're living on a sphere. Yeah, and this isn't done by looking at the stars. We look at what is directly under our feet.
And he's presenting it. He's presenting it as in the form of a question, which is a begging the question fallacy,
like y'all do.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just trying to work on something.
I just did the exact. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just saying to T-Dub, sorry, I'm trying to log into something and I keep fucking my password because I'm talking. So someone needs to take over for a minute.
I've done the exact same thing that you do, but I just use basic words.
No, because there's a difference.
I did. I didn't use no trickery words. I just use simple words.
Give up for a minute so I can get a fucking sentence out. Thank you. The difference is you guys make a claim about it. Don't you? You say, this is definitely why we don't see the North Star from the Southern Hemisphere, because we're on a ball. The curvature's in the way. It's on the, if you went over the ball, you'd see it. It's what you guys say. You make a positive claim about it.
And then you're like, if you guys don't make a claim, then my claim about it must be true. Well, that just shows how weak your claim is.
But you make a claim that it's a flat surface.
Curvature isn't detected over it, so what else can you say?
Curvature is not detected over it, so what else can you say? That makes no sense.
Yeah. The Earth curvature is observed, and we haven't received a measurement.
Okay, why do you bring curvature in a flat Earth?
We didn't. There is none.
Why do you... Go ahead.
We didn't. There is none.
Okay. Then you should be able to see it at all times.
Doesn't follow.
I guarantee you that star is far away, and it is visible.
Doesn't follow.
All times.
Guarantee it.
I see it every day I go outside. Every day.
So you're saying that the only reason you wouldn't be able to see it as you get enough distance from its ground position is curvature.
I was in California. I saw it.
Not going to answer, are you?
Why I saw it? No, I'm telling you where I've seen it. I've been all over the world. I seen it on the upper hemisphere everywhere, every night, everywhere I went, and up in the upper hemisphere. I seen it.
So the further south you got from it, did it seem to decrease in elevation?
Oh yeah,
the horizon.
It did. It did.
Right.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. Doesn't mean the ground the ball.
Exactly what I was trying to explain, but he's got his mind made up. Yeah, that
Okay,
you
but
just
if
can't
the
see it
Earth
because
is
of the curvature.
flat, if the Earth is flat, it wouldn't have decreased.
Well, if your street is flat, then you should be able to see the furthest light, street light at the end, right?
Street light. That's right next to me. Yeah. I'm talking about something way far away, so big and bright that a little ant looks up at it every night and says, "Wow, I wish I was on that little star."
If the Earth is curved, how come you have to point to a star instead of the Earth curvature? How come you have to point to anything other than the Earth curvature? Why not just point to that?
Because you can't see it.
The what? The Earth curvature? And how do you see it blocking shit? How do you see it blocking the star?
You can't see that. It's invisible. It's air. It's air. We can't see that until we get up. You can't see it until you get up above it.
So it's invisible, but you see it obstructing things like stars.
Oh, it's not obstructing anything.
But the curvature doesn't just affect stars; it also affects things on Earth. So
the Earth's surface.
Everybody to talk at once.
Jedi was trying to speak. You're all spurring out now. They're all spurring now.
Yeah, but Jedi's really stupid. So why are we trying to let Jedi speak?
Yeah, that's
so the Earth's surface is what's blocking.
Oh, go ahead and mute me. Go ahead and mute me.
No one's muting you, Sunshine.
You wonder why you get
the Earth, the ground. The Earth is what's blocking it.
Yeah, we get it, Vince.
You said that we don't see the Earth curvature; it's invisible. Now you're saying that we do
until you get up above the Earth, then you see it
above the Earth. But you're saying
the middle of his sentences are after the beginning of his, Jedi.
He's saying it blocks things like boats and buildings. Like a boat goes out to sea, and I can't see that boat anymore.
I didn't say that. That's on the Earth. That's on the Earth. I'm telling you what's above the Earth.
That's fine. If you think that the horizon is not Earth curvature because we don't see it and it doesn't physically obstruct things, welcome to Flat Earth.
That's not what I said either.
But you said we don't see it. We don't see the Earth.
You don't see it because the Earth is blocking it.
You don't see the Earth curve because the Earth is blocking it.
No, that's not what I said. I said you can't see the Earth curve because you're not high enough to view it.
Okay, so how high do I have to be to see the Earth curve obstruct a boat?
Above the atmosphere.
Above the atmosphere. So the Earth doesn't obstruct the bottom of boats when they sail away then? I love the silence. Have a good think about that.
Wait. See, there again.
Wait, what?
You're using something on the Earth.
Yeah,
I'm not talking about anything on the Earth. I'm talking above the Earth.
We're talking about
see, that's a different topic.
We're talking about
yeah, I know, and I understand that, and you're correct on that. But that's a different topic. That's in a different location.
Okay, the thing that you think is blocking Polaris from view in the southern hemisphere, you can't see. Does that make any sense, Vince?
On a lower atmosphere, you
on
can't.
a lower atmosphere.
But when you're up on a higher atmosphere, you can't.
Okay. What obstructs?
So you're right. You answered your own question correctly. Thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth,
Sunshine. So you seem to be a bit excitable. Do you agree or not?
Really good. You know what? I just had some of that fish. Oh my God, it was so damn good.
Okay, if you're not going to go to the conversation, Vince,
no, I'm good. I'm good. No, we're good.
Okay, so listen then.
I'm listening. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, cool. So you said that we don't see the Earth curve, but then you'll insert, I can't see the sun when it goes over the horizon because the Earth curve is in the way. I can't see Polaris from the southern hemisphere because the Earth curve's in the way.
No,
I
I
can't
just said
see
the
the bottom of
Polaris.
that boat.
I'm talking about Polaris. That's it. Nothing else.
Well, we're going to be talking about anything that is obstructed by the curvature of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Boats, buildings.
No, not the curvature. I'm talking about the Earth itself.
Yeah, the curvature of the Earth is the thing that's obstructing things.
No. I'm talking about the actual Earth itself that's blocking it, not the curvature. I'm not talking about the curvature. You are.
So what, mountains are blocking it?
No. I'm not talking about that.
Okay, so what are you talking about? Because you seem to have
I'm talking about the visibility of the
sentence.
North. All right, go ahead. I'm talking about the visibility of the North Pole that you can't see it when you're in the South Pole.
Why's that?
Because the ground is blocking. You can't see through ground. Can you see? Can you see through a building?
No, you can't.
We all agree that you can't see through a building, right?
Vince. So
yeah,
you
go
are
ahead.
talking about Earth curvature obstructing your ability to see Polaris because you're south of the equator. That's the physical Earth curve getting in the way.
Mm-hmm.
But you said that we don't see it.
No.
That's right. You can recant what you said.
You're on the side of the Earth.
Yeah, and yeah,
so the ground itself is higher. So that's going to mean that horizon is going to be lower.
Oh, so the horizon is Earth curve.
Yeah.
So we're talking about a hill.
Talking about Earth curve after all.
We're talking about
a mountain. Higher.
We're talking about the roundness of the Earth, and what's in the way of it is the ground. Is the ground.
But you said
not the sky. We ain't talking about the sky.
Dude, I've just put 3 photos in the chat. Yeah, one at 49 minutes past the hour, another one at 49, and another one at 40. Actually, so all 3, we can see things appearing lower above us at a distance. Yeah, this is our perspective and angular resolution. And there's a good explanation of the person walking on the football field. Now, this has been explained to you by me and everybody else in here, and you just want to keep hand missing and making your argument from ignorance that it's the Earth curve in the way. You've had it answered. Have a look at the pictures and please give a response.
Okay. Well, that every object that you're trying to describe is actually on the surface of the Earth, and that's not my question.
The top.
Well, this is our perspective.
What about an aeroplane? Clouds. The top of those lights don't have to be on the Earth. They just have to be above your eye line.
No. They have to be. We're talking about that north.
So you're denying perspective. You're denying perspective, and you're denying the way that we see.
Go ahead.
Yes, you are. You're denying perspective. You're denying angular resolution. You're denying perspective, and you're denying the way that we see things appear.
If we're talking about something that's on the surface of the ground, yes, you're absolutely
correct.
What
about a drone?
That's still within the atmosphere.
Above a football
it's still. I'm talking above the atmosphere.
Oh, right.
I
see.
That's just perspective as well. But you're still making the claim that the Earth curve's in the way. Something that you said 10 minutes ago.
No, not the Earth curve. I didn't say the Earth curve. I said the ground.
Which is curving, isn't it?
We're talking about the ground.
Yeah.
The solidness. We're talking about what you call the flat Earth.
I don't think you know what you're talking about. You're jumping from the sky to the ground, whatever you can do to try and win your baseless argument.
You're jumping from the sky to the Earth.
No, you say that it's not the curve of the Earth. You try to state that you're not talking about the ground. You're talking about things above the ground. We give you an example of this drone. You say, no, I'm talking about things out of the atmosphere. Exactly. And then we say, okay, so the curve of the Earth is blocking these things. And you say, no, not the curve of the Earth, the ground. You don't know what the hell you're saying, mate. You're all over the shit.
No, you keep putting things.
You keep moving
topics in my mouth, and I'm throwing them back out because that's not what I'm talking about. You want me
we're
to
not
go
talking
to a
about the
different.
curvature of the Earth?
You want
Okay,
me to go
cool.
to a different direction. I'm just
We'll
telling.
just put you on mute
It's
then.
black and white.
Are you on?
We'll
Are you
just
on
put
drugs,
you on
dude?
mute.
I think he's on
Put you
some
on mute,
serious
and
fucking drugs.
we'll find someone that does know what they're talking about.
Fuck.
Well, he did say that he took special education in school.
No one cares. Everyone gets treated the same because we're all equal. Remember?
Yes, we're all equal. We're all pink inside.
Some people's grey matter is a little bit denser than others, but that's besides the point. Heretic, what was his fucking point?
Before,
I don't remember.
problem is we can't tell what people are on the internet. We can't diagnose them. We're not doctors, so whatever he says he is, we wouldn't know. So he's in this conversation. He inserted himself in here, so he wants to have that conversation, and he sounds very incoherent when he's speaking. So that's the issue. Whether or not the case is he could be, any type of ailment, we wouldn't know. But it's going to run its course logically. People are going to get tired of him never answering questions, always diverting, and sort of. So basically, right now he's just content. Later on, it will be pretty much dismissed. Then he'll get tired of it. Then he'll leave, just like the rest of them. We'll still be here.
Well, if you want to unmute and go for it.
No, he can go away. Eventually, at some point, he's going to be tired of it, and then he'll go away. They all do that. They find their stopping point, and some leave, some don't. But most often than not, he will leave after he gets tired of being muted and, not be able to speak. Enough people have to reason with him, like all of 24/7, most of the people that are in the chat, because they haven't spoke to him. So once after they've gone through their fill of like taking him to a couple of times, around the block, then after a while they're going to be like, yeah, this is boring. Let's go to the next guy.
I don't even see the point in furthering the discussion when he completely perspective denies the way that we see. He denies that it's Earth curve, but tells us over the shop. If someone just wants to sit there and deny, you can't do anything.
It's weird because it almost sounds like a plant. Somebody that comes in here and inserts himself into the conversation, starts talking incoherent babble, and then he gets the cancel culture to side for him. What do you mean? Let him talk. He has a voice too. What are you rejecting someone with special needs? Like they get all this. And so be careful with that, guys, because earlier that was happening. There was a couple of advocates in the channel that were saying that. So I'm always cautious people who say that they have these ailments. So they try to like throw that ailment in front of like their argument to make it sound like we're a specific type of way, so they can give a reason to cancel. And that's what they're trying to do. Don't give them the time of day.
Who are you talking about?
If the shoe fits, man. If the shoe fits.
An earlier conversation, Pickle. You weren't here. So am I referring to you?
Yeah, no, that's why I'm curious. Like, who
yeah,
you talking
but I'm not referring to you, so it doesn't concern you.
Oh, it's
no hard feelings, man. But yeah, we're not.
Yeah, I was just wondering who you're talking about. Though.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It ain't you, so don't worry.
No, I knew it wasn't me, but
at any rate, back to the subject. Anybody in here that thinks that the Earth is a globe, please present your case. If you have any evidence that the Earth is a globe, we'd love to hear it. We're going to give you the floor, but go ahead and give us the evidence. And if we ask you any questions, just answer honestly, as honest as you can, and we'll see if we can get through a conversation. Any new people here? Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth channel on the Politics Discord. We thank Politics Server for hosting us, and you guys who are in here, if you have any evidence, the floor is yours.
So I'm guessing physical evidence doesn't count, right?
Whatever you think's good enough evidence.
Yeah, we're looking for
So
evidence.
if I have personal physical evidence that there's curvature of the Earth, you probably wouldn't believe it because I can't prove, right?
Well, no, it's not about. Listen, any evidence that you put forward should be self-evident. So if I say I have evidence, I can show you my evidence, and it stands alone to be reason that if there's any evidence produced that I have to give you, I don't have to speak about the evidence and like try to convince you. All you have to do is look into the evidence that I produce, and you yourself can come to terms with whatever I've produced. So I don't have to.
Yeah, but your question wasn't ask me to prove you wrong. Your evidence was to, or your thing was to tell me to produce evidence and then prove that I have seen what I've seen. I mean, I mean, I've had a prior history in the Air Force, so am I wrong in saying that the Earth has curvature because I've been in the aircraft that can fucking
Well, yeah.
observe the curvature of the Earth?
Have you flown an aircraft?
Yes.
Okay, so you've been at what specific altitude, sir?
The highest, 37,000 feet.
Wow.
Well, that's pretty cool.
Damn, you've been up there.
According to the
37K is
globe,
up there.
yeah. Hey,
Let him talk.
sir. 1 second. So when it comes to like being at a specific altitude, the size of the Earth matters, right? So we want to know geometrically how big the Earth is, and according to the size of the Earth, all it takes is some math, right, to figure this out. How big do you think the Earth is, and relative to your position on altitude, how high you are above the ground? So how high do you have to be to see that curvature that they would claim as the Earth being a globe? Now, if you're saying 37,000 feet, because I'm giving you, generous amount, you said that's the maximum you've been at. So would you be able to see the curvature of the Earth at that altitude?
Yes, easily.
Okay, I know it's a little chuckle to you, but here's the most important part.
That's the thing. You seem to be disregarding the fact that you can see the curvature of the Earth at sea level. So that's the thing that's funny.
I'm not disregarding.
So you're telling me that standing at a sea line and you look at a ship that's disappearing over the coast that you can't see the curvature of the Earth because the ship actually disappears over the coast, right? Is that what you're telling me? That's not a thing that happens.
Wow.
That's not an observable phenomenon. Okay. You just said wow. Explain to me how the fact that I can see it.
Wow. Your arrogance isn't going to age well.
Are you gonna allow me to speak, or are you gonna complete a monologue, sir?
Well, are you going to talk at the same time?
Well, I can't answer you if you don't stop talking. You need to shut the fuck up so I can say something. How about that?
Ooh, you sound
that would be
salty.
cool.
You sound super salty.
Let's
all right.
Let's calm down.
Now that I don't have interruptions, I can tell you, right? All right. So everybody who claims that they've seen curvature, they need to coincide with the people, the scientific communicators of today, that would say, sorry?
He's gone, mate. He's gone.
Oh.
He bounced.
Another one bites the dust. Mm-hmm. I didn't kick it, by the way, so it wasn't me.
No, he left by himself, mate.
So an Air Force military pilot dropped the call because he couldn't substantiate the claim that he was seeing curvature at 37,000 feet. Interesting. What else do we have? People seeing these funny, what's going on here?
These people are in the military as well. I thought they'd have at least two brain cells to rub together.
Yeah, especially if he's flying a plane.
He would have fallen.
Well, if no one's going to speak, can't you just keep your conversation going about why curvature doesn't exist?
No, it's not that it doesn't exist. There's certain claims that people make, such as the pilot that was in here, that they could see curvature at 37,000 feet. Now, if you say you see curvature, you need to stand by that claim. That means that you can't divert. You have to say, I saw curvature at 37,000 feet, or I saw curvature at sea level. Now, when that happens, when you are asked about your claim, you need to know the following information to support that claim. Whether or not it's possible to see curvature at that specific height. Whether you're standing on the ground, considered as elevation, or you're above the ground, considered as altitude. Now, it just depends, right? We want to know how you know from the size of the Earth. They give us the metrics of how big the Earth is. How do you know that you're seeing curvature? Need to substantiate that claim. That's most important. We're not going to bypass that and then say, well, now I told you, now tell me about the flat Earth. That's not how this works. Substantiating your claim means that you have to tell us at that height above ground or in the air how you can see curvature, what the size of the Earth. Would you be able to see curvature? That's the important question. Do you get it, Pickle?
Sure. I mean,
okay. So fair enough. Have you seen curvature, Pickle? Anywhere? On the ground, in the air? Where have you seen curvature?
You're asking me. I was just
Yes,
telling
sir.
you go on because I wanted to hear your
Oh
viewpoint.
yeah, of course. I will go on. But the most important thing is people aren't in here just sitting down and not engaging. I think the most important part of your critical thinking begins when you start to question whether or not the Earth is a globe. And so the only way you can know is if you question what you know, right? So by putting that out there, we'll get somewhere, right? We'll start to be able to discover whether or not you have supportive information for the claim that you think that the Earth is a globe. And I think that's where we start to make some headway. Otherwise, we're just going to be talking amongst ourselves, and we're really not going to address any points. Fair?
Yeah, I thought we were just talking amongst ourselves the entire time.
Well, we
So
are
I was
now,
saying,
but
like it was getting like quiet, so I was just telling you to go on.
It's all good. It's all good. We could monologue, but I guess it's better when we have the interaction because it gives you something to listen.
I mean, like, all right. So I've seen ships go over the horizon. So
okay. Well, if that is your claim, we will ask you about it. If it's not, if you're just saying it for the sake of conversation, it's really not going to bode well.
I mean, I've seen it.
Okay. And what geographic location were you standing at, if you don't mind? I don't want to dox you, but if you can tell me what geographic location you were at, what beach, that kind of just puts things into context.
I mean, doesn't matter?
Not really, but it just helps the conversation or people to put something in their mind. You don't have to say.
I've seen it a couple places, but let's just say over the bay, like Chesapeake Bay, on the East Coast.
Okay, and you saw a ship disappear behind curvature, you think?
Saw a ship go over the horizon, disappear. Go, and then.
You know the distance of the ship at the time?
No. I just saw it. I mean, I live on the beach, so I see ships come in and out. Like I see these big shipping containers. Actually, there's a military base here too, and I see them come
I've seen
in.
them too. It would help. It would just help to know if it is your claim that they're going over the curvature of the Earth. It would be nice to try and figure out a way to figure out how far those ships are when that's occurring.
I mean, I don't know. I'm looking at them, man. I just see them. I'm looking at the ocean, and then they slowly start to disappear, and then they go down, sink into the ocean.
I mean, that can happen on the highway. If a car in front of you is pulling away from you, they would disappear as well.
Yeah, like over a
jump
hill.
online. You can jump online and check the distance. There are ship trackers, just like trackers.
Can I? You can go online and check a distance to the ship is out from the shore. Where?
Yeah, there's ship tracking apps. There's also
post that in chat because I've seen some of those. Ship tracking sites, like snapshots of them and everything, where you can see where they're at. That's pretty cool. I'd like to see one of those.
I got one question for this guy.
I have no idea. I'm just looking at the ships disappear like in the distance. I mean, I don't know what distance they're at.
Can I ask you a question, sir?
Go on, mate.
Are you aware that we have many examples? You can look in our home server, but many examples of people watching a ship disappear with their naked eye, and then they pull out a P900 or binoculars and they zoom back in on the ship.
Yeah.
Are you aware that happens?
Yeah, because you can see a little bit more of it, you know? Because I got a...
And if it was disappearing behind a curve, how can you zoom in through a curve, through a hill of
Well,
water?
I look, I got... Because I have binoculars, because I'm a hunter. So I got my binoculars, and then I got my... Well, actually, I like a binocular better, because it helps me focus, like,
So
little
you're
one eye.
seeing further
You're saying
with the
you're seeing
binoculars.
further, but we're saying you're actually claiming that you're seeing through a physical hill of water. You understand that's what you're claiming. I'll shut up now.
No, I mean, like, when I look, I see more of the ship or whatever. But, I mean, if it's below the water, I can't really see. That's not what I've seen. If they're gone, they're gone. You know, I don't like look at the horizon and see ships that aren't there or whatnot.
But like a camera doesn't go through a physical blockage, you know. Camera just gives you the ability to see further. I agree with you there. But you're not looking through a hump of water. You guys take it.
I'm not. I never see ships through the water. That's for sure. I definitely see. I use my monocular, and I can see out, and I can see some ships on the horizon. The only I have
Yeah,
trouble
can you
seeing.
see ships that are there that you can't see with your bare eyes?
Only if it's like foggy, like you
What?
know.
No,
Like
that would be only if it's clear.
no, I mean
What
sometimes.
what was the point of these what was the point of these monoculars
Well, to see
if they weren't
farther.
giving you a better version of what the naked eye gave?
It's to see farther. So like.
Okay, see farther. Let
Yeah.
that sink in. To see farther,
Yeah. So sometimes
not
like
to see over a hump. Have you taken any drawing courses?
drawing. Yeah, I've taken some drafting courses.
Okay, well that
Like
helps.
you know, engineering.
You know
Like
how, yeah, like
I can
get out the
back in
twist
the
the
old
pencil
days.
as you pull it across the page. So you should get you've
Yeah, you had
seen
like
perspective draw.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I drew them. I drew them
there you
on like
go.
old
So
like
vanishing
big ass
points.
drawing. Yeah, exactly. All that shit.
So that's not necessarily going over a curve, is it?
No, unless you're doing some
Okay.
specific thing like grading
Yeah,
or
unless you're
something.
imagining that it's going over the curve. But yeah,
Unless
it
you're
would
doing
help
like some
if you wanted to
landscaping
get
grading.
to the bottom of it. Yeah, you could figure out how far these ships are and whether they're going over the curve at the rate that they say the curve would be there, or if they're just disappearing because they're too small, or like you said, go into the fog.
Right, like well, the ships that are in the fog, like you know, like I can see them. If I go and scope
On a
them,
clear day, can you see ships out at sea that you cannot see with your bare eyes?
I've never like with my scopes, like
Binoculars, whatever. The thing
no.
Russell Crowe used, and you probably need to get out a little more, increase your observations.
Hey, old Hoss, if this guy's seen the Black Swan, somebody should show him that if he hasn't.
I've never been able to.
I don't know if it'll
see a ship that I haven't been able to
he seems
see.
to be utterly confused.
Well, I mean,
then why did they use those things then? What was the purpose of those?
what like scopes and stuff?
Yeah, what's the point of using like what Russell Crowe used in Master and Commander? What's the use of that if you don't see further?
Well, because you can see. No, that is the use of them to see further.
Okay, so you see further.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's possible you could see a boat that's there that you don't see with your bare eyes. I don't know why you found this to be so controversial.
No,
Maybe
that's exactly what I'm saying. Like
okay, no, well, yeah, you're hemming and hawing. So yeah, let that sink in.
No, when they come in, like you can see them like a million times easier if you have the scope on them. Like
Of course.
that's
The point being is it doesn't matter what optic that you use, your eyes, binoculars or telescope, the limitation to your view should always be the curvature of the Earth, because that's a physical curvature. But we use optical devices, like you said, scopes, binoculars, telescopes, and we see further. That boat that we couldn't see with our bare eyes because it's gone over the curve of the Earth, we get our binoculars and there it is again. Not over the curve of the Earth.
Well, I
the
can see
limitation.
some. I mean, you can see like half boats too. You can see the masts. Sometimes
Yeah.
they're actually on the water, and then other times they're down like below it a little bit.
Yeah, that's why I asked you about your drawing 101.
Okay, I mean, well, that's what I've seen here.
Mystery
because
solved.
I also live on the beach, like.
Yeah, you've said that.
So yeah, I like to watch, and especially the Navy ships and stuff. I like to see them go out and then because they got cool ships, like, and then you can see them at night too, like the aircraft carriers, because the aircraft carriers when they're in bay on the Atlantic Ocean, they're all lit up or whatnot. So you can see the deck like in the middle of the blackness or whatever, and then they'll go across or whatnot. But you can see a lot of cool stuff out on the bay.
And you can see lighthouses from great distances as well.
Yeah. So, but sometimes
that kind of works against the idea that you're on a curved ball, a big water ball.
I mean,
is the fact that it looks like that? Is the fact that it looks like that good enough for you? It just looks like that, so therefore, the Earth is a sphere.
I mean, I've definitely seen some ships that were like quote unquote over the horizon that are under, like look like they're under the water. So these
how do you know it's not an effect? That's something that's not the cause of some other effect or a multiple of effect. A multiple
All right, well,
reason.
what is the effect then?
No, I'm just asking you. Have you considered that?
Sure, but I mean, no one. I asked what the effect is, and no one tells me.
Have you looked into it yourself? Have you tried to do some research about it?
Okay, so.
Yeah, you've yet to establish
just wondering and asking someone else.
Yeah, I mean, I've done some research, but the research on the effect always comes into like, oh, it's like going around the curvature of the Earth. So, I mean, what kind of research are you trying to get me to look into? Like,
post that research.
Not that research.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. I would like to see who's feeding you this.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, where's your research then? Just give me your research so I can look at it.
Oh, I live by the beach too.
Can I try a simple way with this guy real quick?
Yeah, go for it, Dave.
I don't know what that is.
Can you imagine this little mind exercise with me real quick? You and a friend are on a road that's got a hill in the middle of the road, okay? At first you're standing together. Then your friend starts walking away from you. Then he walks over the hill. Then he gets halfway down. If you pull out a zoom camera, you gonna be able to zoom in on your friend, or is it blocked by the hill?
Well, that sounds like an argument for Earth curvature. I could be wrong.
I mean,
He's trying to make something very simple for our friends. So if you could just shush for a second.
If you're looking at a ship and it goes behind a hill, then yeah, like you won't see the ship. So.
Good luck.
So how can we zoom in on a boat that went over the water hill? That's all I was asking. Go ahead, Jedi, or whoever.
Yeah, like, isn't that what it is though? Like,
I just wanted the guy to understand what you were saying, which is what I was saying earlier, and what Old Horse has been trying to tell you.
I mean, they're just going like, I definitely have seen ships with my own eyes. Like, you can only see the mast of them, like Navy ships, right? Because they're
Yeah,
real
Dave.
tall.
Listen, what happened was Dave successfully faced you with the conundrum, and then Northwest NW Guardian had to jump in because he knew that you were wrecked.
All right, well, say it again. Say it again. I couldn't really hear what he was saying, honestly.
Well, if your friend walks over a hill and goes bye-bye, can you zoom them back in with your binoculars?
No.
Okay. Well, then how come you can do that with, how come you can go out to the beach and do that?
I can't.
Well, dude, you're not using your binoculars. You're supposed to point them outward. You're acting like it's controversial. You're stuck in this position acting like it's controversial that you see farther with an optical device.
Yeah, I see farther.
Yeah, and you can see things that you can't see with your bare eyes, sir. This is not controversy.
Yeah, I mean
That was Dave's original point, right? That he said that there's
Okay, I got you.
examples, right, where the ship appears to have gone out of view, right, disappeared, bottom up,
Right.
over
Like, or like
the
not
horizon, and
disappear,
then
but
people have gotten out,
even halfway.
and then people have gotten out high-powered optics and zoomed in, and there the boat was in full, not
full.
obstructed by anything.
Well, no,
in full.
I mean, sure. I mean, what do you mean in full, though? What do you mean in full? Because
in full view, like you can now
that's
see
not
it
what I meant. Like
again.
so you can see the boat. Like,
yeah, I know that's not what you meant, but we're pointing out why is that possible? Is that possible? It went over the. I thought you couldn't see it because it went over the curve and you couldn't see it anymore. But you get out your binoculars or your high-powered zoom camera and you zoom in, and there it is. I couldn't see it with my eyes, but I used this high-powered optic, and suddenly I can see it.
That's never happened to me. Just say no.
This guy, dude.
I've seen boats in the distance.
You are really coping in real time here.
I've seen boats in the distance, and I've used
with your binoculars that are not available to your bare eyes. Correct.
I've seen them both with my bare eyes and with the binoculars, and it's not like I go in the binoculars and I see more of the boat. Like, that just doesn't happen.
So you've never seen anything in the distance that you can't see with your bare eyes at the beach?
I've seen, all right, if you, I've gone hunting and I've seen
Dude,
things.
no, stop this bullshit. Stop your tap
I
dancing.
mean, I've seen more stuff because you can see more stuff through a magnified optic. Are you talking about more of the boat?
Yes, but your friend, remember the example where your friend went over the hill and went bye-bye?
Right.
The world's most powerful optic isn't going to bring them back through the hill.
Yeah, but you could see more on your friend through an optic, right? If you had the
not if they're behind the hill.
Oh, you couldn't see more of them. You couldn't see like
no, they're behind the hill.
You couldn't see writing on their chest.
You're the one that you're the one. Listen, you're the one who said when someone goes over the hill, they're gone. That was you.
Well, I've gone hunting.
Are they or are they not?
Listen, I've gone hunting, and
dude, you're a fucking moron. I'm about to mute you.
Well, this is what I mean by it. I'll just tell you right now. I've gone hunting.
Is there anybody else in line? Because I don't know if he's being sincere or not. Just my opinion.
No, he's not.
No.
There's a Glober on YouTube with a P900 or a P1000, and he just shows examples of long distance, right? He'll get his wife or girlfriend or whoever she is to stand on a hill like 2 miles away or some ridiculous distance like that with a sign. And he zooms out and you cannot see her. She is gone. Right? And then he zooms in all the way and you can read the sign.
Another great example of obviously what we see, and people just won't come to terms with it for whatever reason. Anyway. Look, Dead Air Dave struck again. Somebody say something. Anybody new here?
That's all good. I don't know if we got anyone new.
In case there's somebody new listening out there in internet land, why are we here thinking the Earth's flat? It's the craziest thing you ever heard, right? Most of us, if not all of us, thought that initially too. Then you actually investigate the claims of the globe, and the main three are that it's a ball, that it's in some kind of motion, several motions, and exists in nothingness. So we're looking for verification of any of those three claims. Start with the curvature. Back to you. Is it T-Watt? Is that who I was talking to?
Yeah, cheers, mate. So maybe to follow up with Vince. Okay. So you think you've seen boats be obstructed by the surface of the Earth, the curvature, which would be beyond the horizon once the boat has reached the limitation of your view, that being the horizon, and starts to go beyond that physical distance, that distance point, right? The further away it gets, the more obstructed it gets, because it is being obstructed by the curvature of the Earth, which is increasing as the boat gets further away from you, right? Well, that would have to imply physical geometry, a distance, right? As I said, at which that begins to occur. And what if we showed you examples of where the boat or the object in view is at a far enough distance that it should be obstructed by that physical curvature, but it isn't? What would you say then?
Wait, you talking to me?
Yes.
Yeah, I have no question about the horizon.
Oh wait, sorry, no, it wasn't you we were talking to. It was Pickle.
My point is, like I said, above the Earth.
Sorry. Yeah, right. Sorry, it was Pickle.
Water is
unmuted the wrong
water
person. Sorry about that, Vince. Sorry, Vince.
Why is it logical to you? Why is it logical to you, Vince, to be above the Earth to prove what the surface of the Earth is? How is that any way logical?
What do you mean? How is it logical?
I mean, the claim is that we're standing on a ball, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why not just measure the ball? Point to somebody measuring the ball over and over again. It should have been done hundreds, if not thousands of times. We knew it for 2,000 years, right? When did somebody fucking measure it? I'll shut up.
Measure it. It's been measured.
Is it?
You can find it on any website.
No, we know the number.
But there again, my point is,
I'm gonna keep talking.
The,
No problem.
the North Star can't be seen from the South Pole.
Awesome.
Because the dirt is in the way.
No, that's your claim to physical Earth curvature, which must be at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which we can demonstrate to you that it's not. The reason why you can't see Polaris beyond the equator going south is because it's gone downwards beyond the horizon, which is your limitation of view.
That only applies to the equator. After the equator, you can't see it.
That's what I said. South of the equator, you really need to follow what I'm saying
No,
better, mate.
No, that only applies to the equator.
South
South of
the equator.
It only applies from the north to the equator, not from the south to the equator.
South of the equator, you can't see Polaris. Dumb fuck. This is your claim. In the southern hemisphere,
my claim is the upper hemisphere.
Dude, you're really slow.
The upper hemisphere. If you reach to the horizon on the equator, that's as far as you can see the Polaris. That's it.
I know.
And that can only be explained on a global Earth.
No, it can't.
Well, prove me wrong.
Okay, so have you seen the images that have gone by of perspective? Things beyond the horizon, things above your eye line. So go
We're
towards the
not
horizon a
talking
bit.
about
Why are
Earth
you
level.
talking, dude? I don't understand why you're fucking talking through me. I'm losing my patience.
Go
with
right
you.
ahead.
That's all right, mate. If you have to mumble and jumble through it, you carry on. You won't gain any information that way, though. I've tried to tell you this before. The more you
Go
talk,
ahead.
the less you learn.
Go ahead.
Simple perspective. Simple perspective. Things above your eye line with distance appear to go downwards towards the horizon, so much so that beyond the horizon you cannot see them, the horizon being your limitation of view. This can be demonstrated in a corridor.
Exactly. And if we were talking about anything from the surface of the Earth, I'd totally agree. But I'm talking about the North Pole, that furthest distant thing that sits there and shines. And that's where you keep reverting to things on the Earth, and
Things
that's not
above
what
your
I'm
eye
talking
line.
about. No,
Things
no,
above
that's not what I
your eye
said.
line.
No,
Is
that's not
Polaris
what I said.
above your eye line? Is it above your eye line?
No, it's
No, it's not.
outside this. It's outside this atmosphere.
Is it
It's
above?
it's away. It's further
Hello?
away.
Silly
Yeah,
man.
I'm here.
Is it
Yeah.
above your eye line?
No, that's not what the
Okay,
question
so
is.
Polaris isn't in the fucking sky then, according to you. Can't talk to you anymore, dude.
No, go ahead.
No, I can't talk to you because you don't understand this simple
No,
fact.
I'm telling you that you're telling me
It's
anything.
above your eye line.
Yeah, anything on the surface of the earth.
No,
on the Earth.
things that are above your eye line don't have to be on the surface of the earth.
I've got my flashlight right here. I just
You're
put
a
it
dummy.
right above my head. It's above my. It's above my
Don't do that.
eyesight.
Yeah, don't do that.
It's there. That's what you're talking about.
Is Polaris above your eye line?
It's in space.
Is it above you?
But see, you can't understand that because you don't believe in
Is
space.
it above you?
Now you prove me that space doesn't
Is it above
exist.
you?
You prove that space
Is
doesn't
it above
exist.
you? Is it above you? Are the
On
stars
Earth?
above you?
No, it's
Stars
not
aren't
above
above
me
you.
on this Earth. It's not.
So the stars aren't above you?
Not on this Earth.
Okay, then I can't talk to you if you don't think
Oh
the
yeah,
sky
because you
and
can't.
the
You can't
stars
because
are
you're a
above.
fucking idiot.
No, dude, you're the one who doesn't understand that I'm trying to help you.
No,
by
I
just
understand clearly. You don't. Because if I
Dude,
take that away from you, you've got nothing
excuse
in
me.
your life.
Excuse me. Are the
This is
stars above
all
you?
your life right here. This is your whole life.
Vince, without
And that's
ad hominem
pathetic.
and
You got
personally
you
attacking
blue
me.
ball bitch. When's the
Excuse
last
me.
time you got any pussy?
About 2 weeks ago.
Oh, from not from a she.
All right, so you're just going to end up with personal assaults. That's no problem. That just demonstrates the intellectually dishonest. I'm asking you a very simple question. Are the stars above you?
Not on this earth, they're not.
Right, then I can't talk to you because when I look up at the stars, I have to look up at the stars because they're above me. When you go out at night, do you have to look up to see the stars? Are they above you? Yeah, idiot.
Yeah.
Which way do you have to tilt your head,
You're
Vince?
the idiot, dude.
Which way do you have
You're
to
the
tilt your
idiot.
head?
It's so
Which way do you have
hilarious.
to tilt your head, Vince, to see a star?
Do you have to look up to see stars, Vince?
Yep, I do.
Good.
I got a crick in my neck.
So the stars are above you then?
That doesn't prove what you're saying, though.
Dude, you don't even
It
know what I'm
doesn't.
saying.
It doesn't. So the Polaris star is.
Thank you very much, Vince. I'm trying to help you, dude. It's basic perspective, but you can't even concede to the fact that you have to look up to see stars, which are above you. I asked you if the stars were above you, and you said no. Right. Must be the stupidest person I've ever had a conversation with. Sorry, dude, but that's on you.
On the Earth, they are, but up in space. I'm sorry, he doesn't really sound like that. That was mean.
I actually thought it was him.
I'm really confused now. The stars above me. I don't know anymore.
Isn't it weird that all the majority of these globe defenders are always talking about shit in the sky? It's amazing.
Sorry, I'm just going to have to read this out. Space has no up or down, so how are you going to look up? I don't know how we're going to ever help this guy.
What?
I'm standing on the Earth and I look up to see stars. I'm not talking about relative directions whilst I'm floating around in space, you fucking idiot. Apparently we don't believe in the sky.
Yeah. He also wanted you to prove the negative, you know. You proved to me space don't exist.
Jesus, that's crazy. Crazy times. No wonder the world's falling apart. People can't even answer simple questions like, are the stars above you?
Okay, the heliocentric enthusiast, please step up. Sorry, go ahead, whoever it was.
No, you're fine. I was asking the same question, mate. You're fine, Dave.
We all thought it was a globe, or most of us. I don't want to speak for everybody, but until you actually thought about it, I mean, actually think about the actual claims of the globe, then you become skeptical, and then you realize that reality does not match this so-called globe. Like you go.
I just love the boat over the horizon argument. I mean, yeah, I used to think that too. I don't think I'd ever actually seen it. Seen things like go very far away, and I just never thought about it, you know. But I'd heard that said, never really took notice if that's what I was actually seeing or not. It's just interesting, you know, because I think that big flat line out there where the sea appears to meet the sky, you know, that horizontal thing, the horizon, I think that's Earth curve. And I think the boat's going over Earth curve, a flat thing, visibly flat. It's Earth curve. It's curving, that flat line. Did you know that? It's going over it.
Yeah, but you can see it from the airplane. Remember, T1?
Oh, right, yeah, the pilot, yeah. Yeah, the Air Force pilot, 37,000 feet.
Curvature seems to appear in people's minds wherever it needs to appear to them somehow. Myself, looking back, my younger years, I guess a couple times from a plane window, I thought I was seeing curve, but it never kind of registered. You know what I mean? It's looked like expanse of land. It's going on and on. Anyway. Nobody knew yet. Somebody clicked the link, start a good convo. If you're just coming here to troll and waste time, just don't bother, please. I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything except to think for yourselves critically about reality and how does it present itself to you. What can you prove? I'll shut up now.
These guys got a troll because the globe's a troll.
Great. The globe is the ultimate troll, isn't it?
Yep.
Everybody's thinking reality is the exact opposite of what they experience.
So these clowns learn from the best. Here's one now. So you're a troll, Space, because the globe's a troll, and that's what you're here arguing for, right?
You talking to me?
Yeah, your name's Space, right?
Well, I'm not sure because I haven't been muted yet, so.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, but you guys don't listen to reasoned arguments. You listen to fucking echo chamber bullshit, so.
Do you have any reasoned arguments?
We'll all shut up for the next 5 minutes. Give us a reason.
I mean, you mean besides the fact that I've observed the moon is in fucking opposite direction if you view it on different sides of the planet, but hey, what do I know, right? I've just been all over the sides of the planet.
What does that even mean?
Yeah.
So
Plus,
okay,
you said planet. You said planet. You're about to give us. Well, wait, real quick. I'll let you go ahead.
The moon.
Yeah, real quick. I will let you go ahead. But you said planet. And you said you were going to give us a reasoned argument. Then you went straight to begging the question, which wasn't very reasonable. But now I'll let you carry on with your train wreck.
Hey, keep fucking talking. Jesus Christ! Holy shit! You got diarrhea.
Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe we'll try someone else.
That's the best the globe has got, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, so it's just that you said you were going to give us a reasoned argument, and then you immediately begged the question, which wasn't too reasonable. But go ahead with your diarrhea.
Yeah, what was that shit you said about the moon?
Well, why would you let me talk? Why don't you just mute me so I can make fun of you in chat? Jesus Christ.
No, just explain what you meant by the moon.
There's no merit to fucking debating, you retards. So just go ahead and mute me.
No, it's okay. I want you to explain what you
No,
meant by
mute me.
moon.
Go ahead and mute me. There's no merit in fucking debating, you retards.
Well, why don't you just leave then?
Your feigned laughter sounds painful, sir.
I was literally in here before. I'm an actual pilot that has observed the curvature of the Earth, and you retards are denying that it actually exists.
No, you're not.
Right.
No, you're not.
Okay.
So no. You're right. I'm not a pilot. You're right. I'm not a pilot.
I know I'm right. I know.
I believe you're a
Hey,
pilot.
you think you know you're right, but you're not smart enough to know whether you are or not. So go ahead.
I believe that you're a pilot making an observation, like you said earlier, from 30 seconds.
Okay. So do I have to explain throttle control?
No, you don't have to explain throttle control. You just have to shut the fuck up so I can at least still man your position. You could try doing that.
Doesn't matter because you're just gonna mute.
Yep, I've done it 3 times now, and you're not situationally aware to notice. And he's fucked off. Good lad, well done.
He's lost in space.
He's lost in the space in his head.
Continuing mission to seek out new flat earthers to annoy.
I've seen Earth go from 37,000 feet.
Discord.
Really? Okay.
Discord, the final frontier. Yeah, 37,000 feet. He's a pilot. Mm-hmm.
You bravely go where it's physically impossible to go against natural law.
They weren't wrong. Where no man has gone before.
Got that right.
And never will. Yeah.
I got to admit, when I was younger, I was wishing I was Captain Kirk and getting with the green Martian woman. She was pretty hot.
I like the one from Total Recall that had 3 tits.
Why? You've only got 2 hands.
2 hands and 1 mouth, mate. Come on, figure it out. Explain it to me like I'm 5. I was asked the question, does anyone here believe in the ice wall? Well, that's how the US Geological Society explained the coastline of Antarctica as a wall of ice. So if we're to believe the description of the coastline of Antarctica, that's a wall of ice.
Oh? I think there were some early explorers too that described it like that in their journals.
They absolutely did.
Yeah, there seem to be several hundred valid pictures of some, like ice cliffs and stuff, jutting up to 200 feet above allegedly the shoreline there. But that's just pictures, right? All I'm saying. I'm not making any claims to what's somewhere I haven't been, hasn't been verified. Right.
They've been whining over here about lack of use of the ice barge that we purchased for like, I don't know, $25 million or something like that. Supposed to go to Antarctica on a regular basis, and it's kind of like they've been a bit lazy. Talking about, was it justified expenditure or whatever?
So we have wide open airwaves at the moment. Anyone that currently is under the impression that you live on a globe that's in motion in the vacuum of space, please come in here and provide evidence for this. Thank you. So since we still got dead air, I got a question for the panel. Did anything strange happen during the big eclipse Monday? Cloudy here, so I didn't get to see shit.
There's been a bit of discussion over the last 48 hours about certain people who've made observations. The main thing seems to be that some people were predicted to see, say, 100% or 80% or 60% of the eclipse, but they ended up seeing less than was actually predicted. Other instances saying that the eclipse happened not directly on time, so it might have happened like a few seconds or a few minutes after it was predicted to happen. So there's a couple of interesting things that have been said about it. Not from me personally, no, mate. I'm in the UK, so I only got to see it on YouTube and the TV. But yeah, I think Lee made some observations. I think Elijah made some observations, and a few others.
I'm assuming it was cloudy in the UK that day. It's cloudy every day, isn't
it? Fuck off. Yeah, it is, man. Weather's been terrible here, to be honest. Been really, really windy and miserable.
Actually got pretty crappy weather here right now, rainy and cold. Supposed to warm up the next couple of days.
You've had some pretty bad thunderstorms and hailstorms and stuff.
Yeah, there was a few tornadoes around, but I dodged them so far.
Lucky stuff, man. Stay safe.
That's serenity prayer stuff. That's, stuff out of your control you don't worry about, right? Anyway, how about this globe? Globe enthusiast. I was never a globe enthusiast. I was a globe believer. And I examined the claims of the globe. It's not there. It doesn't exist. Sorry. It's not my fault, though. Look for yourself. Just looking through the panel here, I don't see any new people, so that's all I got for now. If there happens to be anybody out there just stumbled across this and think it's crazy, whatever, but you're an honest, sincere person that has the ability to think for yourself, just try to accept things as they appear to you, or not accept reality as it presents itself. I think you can at least try to do that. Come in here and start a combo. Plenty of well-spoken people here that will happily oblige. I got taught it was a globe. Never got proven. Shown evidence of the globe. Told the story. Dead or Dave signing off.
here wants to understand why the world's a globe, not flatter.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead with your globe proof. Yeah, be great.
Well, that's God.
Yeah, I know.
Why is this chat always so big, man? Get it?
Because we rock, okay?
It's a
We're the
really
best.
important issue. It really goes to the heart of everything. What do you know, and how do you know it? And being honest about that.
Well, I don't care. First of all, because I already know truth.
How?
Well, that's a great question. How do people know things?
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Scientific method. How do they go through that whole process, man? Understanding the world. So,
How do you know what you know about the world?
well, I don't. So I'm coming in here with an open mind. I'm just saying, how do people come to know what they know, right? So
you're kind of saying the same thing we are.
yeah, well,
it'll fit right in. You're good to go.
I studied it, dude. So I studied it. So. I think the world's flat. That's for sure. So actually, this many people in here who think that. Yeah. Weird.
Well, have you ever seen water before?
Yeah, I have.
You ever notice how it flattens out when it comes to rest?
I notice when there's a ship sailing beyond that it tends to just dip down beyond the horizon.
I noticed that you evaded my question.
What was your question?
You ever notice how water flattens out when it comes to rest?
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, there you go. Now you understand the surface properties of water. So, if the Earth is mostly covered in water, it definitely can't be a ball, can it? Since water comes to a flat horizontal equilibrium at rest over its surface. Pretty easy, eh? Globe taken apart by water.
You're full of shit.
Take it up with water, man. If water's lying, then I hope you can prove it.
Told you. Then the horizon, as it goes down, it dips down. So
Horizon, so that would be a horizontal line, right? Yeah, that follows.
I don't see a horizon dipping down.
Horizontal line formed by the apparent meeting place of the sky and, let's say, the sea, which is water, which is tending towards a flat horizontal surface equilibrium. So yeah, that sounds about right. Not seeing any curve or globe evidence in that whatsoever. Dips down. Well, maybe it just appears like it's going down. Because, I mean, you're talking about a flat surface, so how can it go down?
oh, what do you suggest?
I suggest everything that I just suggested. Well, you know this stuff, water, right? You've seen it.
Yeah, I have water retention and all those things. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, you're as much an expert in water as I am, right? Probably seen it just about as many times. So, I mean, you don't need my help for this one. You already know.
Yep. Pretty much.
Yeah, you understand the physics of water, I think, well enough. You're probably drinking a beer right now, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Check out the surface of the beer.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty flat,
Interesting
right?
how they call it. Interesting how they call it when when it loses the carbonation. It goes flat.
Goes flat.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what?
Now scale that beer up to the size of a lake or an ocean. Is it still flat over the surface?
I don't know. What's water retention? What's
Well, I mean, forget about waves because I mean, like, obviously there'll be disturbances and stuff like that. It won't be perfectly at rest, but it's going to be tending towards a horizontal surface, right?
Yeah.
Little waves and whatever, that doesn't really matter. We're not talking about that. Yeah, so I mean, at all scales, it just does the same thing. It just flattens out. You got the Earth supposedly covered in 71% water. That's a globe claim, so who knows what the real figure is. But that right there tells you that.
Whatever, dude. I'll let you know how things were created and the rest of the universe if you let me. But otherwise, I think you're all pretty dumb.
So you're just going to go into like origin and creation stories and stuff. And just miss the point of water and then think that other people are dumb.
I'm not a scientist, so
Well, that sounds kind of dumb.
Go ahead.
Well, it sounds like you're kind of making excuses to be dumb.
Okay. No.
Yeah.
Just go ahead. I'll go to Japan and I'll give you a ring, and then can
What
still
for?
be where you are. And
Yeah.
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 Is he gonna buy you a ring in Japan? What's going on here, heretic?
I don't know.
I didn't know you guys were that tight. What's going on?
I mean, I changed his life. I told him all about water.
He's got to fly to Japan to find that rock, huh?
Yeah.
What's up with that?
And when you're in Japan, your vertical won't be pointing away from mine. We'll still have the same up.
You head east continually, and you let me know what you find. You head east.
Have you done that before?
No, I haven't. Have you?
No.
All right. Well.
So neither of us know what we'll find.
No.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I guess we believe in flat Earth.
Don't need to believe it. Just go outside and check it out. It's right there.
Yeah.
You don't need to believe me.
Everyone in this room will believe you.
You don't need a preacher for this.
I know.
Just go outside and check it out.
I know you're bullshit from the beginning, so we can keep talking or not. But
what bullshit? Got him.
I think he got himself.
Yeah.
It's about 10 sheets to the wind, man.
I knew he was drinking a beer, so I told him to look at it and check the surface.
Is there like a whole fucking crew here? Oh my god.
Of course.
Yeah, dude, keep snorting those beers.
I will. Thank you very much.
I had to get a call when I was talking to that other guy earlier. It was a shame too.
Oh, if we go eastward, we keep going eastward. Whoever's
Why do you ask that
flying.
question? Yeah, why do you ask that question? If
That's
people...
a logical question. Where do we go?
No,
if
it's
we
not.
Keep going one direction.
Nobody does. Nobody listen, Mister whoever you are. Everybody gets
Yeah.
in a plane and goes from airport to airport. We don't just go east. Would you get in a plane if a pilot goes, "Hey, let's take a ride," and I'm just gonna go east? Would you get in a plane with a guy like that?
If I thought the Earth was flat, I would head in one direction and figure it out. Yeah.
No, but you listen. You're not a pilot. You have to trust somebody else that would take you on a ride. So that's the first thing you got to do. Hey, Mr. Pilot, can you just go east without any direction of where we're going? Just go east. You don't have to go to airport or anything. Just go east. What do you think he'll tell you? You're pretty much crazy at that point.
Well, no one in here has that kind of pilot. I guess he made a point.
Right. So everybody has pilots that have a course. They're gonna go from airport to airport. That's the way it works. Nobody just goes east. That's just illogical. Nobody does that.
Okay, well, you're the ones fucking suggesting the Earth is flat. So otherwise,
Oh, we're not suggesting it. What's your name anyway? Listen.
Yeah.
Listen to you.
Yeah.
Listen to you. All right. So, that's a weird name. But nobody gets in a plane and just goes east or west. They go in a plane because they're going from point of origin to a destination.
Everyone in this chat should, if they're actually worried about it, they should just do that, and they'll see they go in a circle and a circle.
Okay. Yeah, let's listen to the drunken ramblings of some guy who doesn't know what he's talking about. That sounds logical.
Well,
that sounds logical.
Well, just don't do it then. Just live your life out and never know. Never know.
That sounds like a great idea. I think I'll do that.
All right. Good for you.
All right. Good for me, yeah.
Have you done it before? Have you done it?
Who has done it? Nobody can do what you said. It's an impossible scenario.
Well, I'm just saying.
You think that
I'm the Everman. Everybody can do this kind of thing. So all I'm suggesting is that everybody do it for themselves.
Yeah, you sound like the local guy at the local bar having a local conversation about something that will never happen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Don't trust me then. Don't trust me.
Nobody needs to trust you, dude.
I know.
And you're right. When you sober up, you're gonna be like, shit, did I say that last night?
Cool.
And that's what's gonna happen.
Everyone knows people who drink, man. But you just
I know.
Yourself.
And do you think that you would trust?
Do it for yourself.
Yeah, when you're listen, dude. When you're inebriated, you sound worse than you are when you're sober. So it's better to sound like you're making sense, because right now you're not. It's worse when you're inebriated, like now.
Cool.
You start not to make any sense.
Cool. Well, you're welcome to that. You're welcome. Man.
I know.
Yeah.
Just pointing out the obvious.
Okay.
All right.
Well, either or, go ahead and buy some beers and get drunk as fuck, or do the tour around the world, man.
The tour
or just stay. Yeah, or just stay the fuck where you are and keep believing this bullshit.
Wait,
Keep believing this bullshit. You don't even know what you're saying, dude.
Yeah, you think this guy thinks water's bullshit? His head's full of bullshit.
All right, somebody new came in here. Do you have a question, new person? Hello.
Earth is really flat. Then why did I break up with my Discord boyfriend today?
Beautiful girl here. Talk to her.
No, dude, settle down. Don't start simping. Let the person answer.
I just broke up with my Discord boyfriend.
Discord boyfriend? Is there such a... What is that? that a new term?
He just started ignoring me.
Huh?
He just
What?
started ignoring me and didn't wanna play chess with me.
He didn't want to play
Is there a full
chess?
moon out tonight? What is
Oh,
going
he's
on here?
probably just a dumb glober anyway. Who cares?
I just he was very against like the flat Earth, and he would put me down for it. I need to seek help.
Oh, I don't know, but
support
I mean,
and reassurance
strange.
that the Earth is flat, and that I'm not just stupid believing.
It's
Boy, I
actually
tell you
making
one
me
thing,
want to
man.
cry.
Who said that?
If any flat Earth,
And the Emmy goes to.
It's a new LARP.
No, we.
do you think?
No, I. This is good. This is really
Oh
good.
my gosh! You just came in here, geeks.
Geeks? He's not in here.
Geeks?
Yeah, he's in here.
Oh yeah, he is.
Just got in.
He just came in.
This is the guy?
Geeks is your internet boyfriend?
Yes.
No way.
Should I break his jaw?
Geeks, is this true?
Wait, what happened?
Dude.
This person said that you're her internet boyfriend. I don't know, whatever that means. Discord boyfriend.
Discord BF.
Out there breaking hearts.
He broke my heart.
Good for
Really,
him.
Geeks?
Hi, I'm Geeks. I don't know what to do.
I'm sorry,
Well?
Geeks. I just wanted to play chess with you.
Oh.
And then you just don't understand that, like, there are people in this world that believe the Earth is flat. You just disrespected my whole beliefs. Just so mean.
Geeks, why don't you believe her? Like,
You're supposed to believe me. You're supposed to believe me.
Believe her what? The Earth is flat. What
Yes.
AV, you gotta convince me.
I don't know, man.
Broke us up.
Can't appeal to me, man. I don't know what's going on.
Guys, this
You
is
gotta convince me quick. You gotta convince me quick.
He broke up with me because I said the Earth was flat.
Well, see, I don't know. Well, he's been saying that the Earth is a globe in here, so I don't know what to tell you.
I just really struggled a lot.
Yeah, the Earth's a globe. Sorry.
I just really struggle with. I just wish you understood.
No, it's a globe. Sorry.
Can you look at my DM, please?
Well, are they globe DMs or?
I just really do.
If they're flat Earth DMs, I'm not interested because it's a globe.
I just need to.
I know these guys will back me up as well.
No, they won't.
Hey, Miggy, I
They
think
believe
they're
that the Earth
trolling,
is
man.
flat. No,
Maybe.
truly. He broke up with me because of the Earth being flat. Leo's been here for me. He's a real
Listen, hey, Ace, I'm not gonna do this in front of these guys. I'm not gonna do this in front of these guys, alright? You gotta stop chasing me, and you gotta stop trying to convince me the Earth is flat. I already told you it's a globe. I've seen it. It's measurable, obvious, and I've seen it with my own Hey, eyes. Geeks, can you show us the proof of that statement?
No, I feel
You
like the
just
Earth
said
is flat.
it's provable
Like, 'cause
and
I
measurable.
feel it within my heart and like my spirit and within my soul. 'Cause I've always thought that like I've had like a deep connection with the Earth and
Okay.
I've like seen it be flat.
I'm gonna explain this to you one last time, okay? Just like, do you know what the sun is?
see,
It's
this
a
is what he
star.
keeps doing. He keeps attacking
It's
her
a star.
beliefs.
It's a star. Yes. I'm not going to repeat that again. Okay. The sun is not some light that's above a flat Earth that's rolling
Earth is
around.
flat.
It's not flat.
It's
It's
flat and it's
93. It's
round and it's
93
flat and it's
million miles
round
away.
and it's round and it's flat.
93 million miles away,
And you're a
and the
Jap
Earth
and
goes
you got a funny
around
hat.
the sun.
And you're also a
I,
Jap. You're a Jap with a funny hat, and the Earth is flat, but it's also
well, that
round. And
well
you're a
that might
cat.
be
You're
true,
a
but
cat with a hat.
no, that's not. I'm not a cat.
Guys, can you
That
stop
is
making
Ready to
fun of the
doodle. Come on,
situation?
ready to doodle on your noodle in a fruit.
yes. Thank you, gentlemen, for disposing of such garbage. Anyway, as I
I just
said,
really thought that, like, you.
And
That
good
I
for
not,
you.
would, like,
Good for you, geeks. This
I thought
I'm
you
person
not
were
is
gonna
going
I'm not
to
gonna
emotionally
hang around
unstable.
someone.
do
I'm not
this.
hanging around
You
someone
do
who
not
just
need to have this person bringing you
No,
down in
Jake,
your life. Good
I
for
really
you.
thought we could work through this. Like, I really thought we could work. Like, when you broke up with me, like a few minutes ago, I just
Well, you thought
shattered
wrong,
my whole
hun.
view.
Sit
Like,
down.
I thought.
Get lost. Geeks don't want you no more.
I don't.
Geeks
The
don't
only
want
thing I
you no
want, the
more.
only thing I want, is to be on the spinning ball. Okay, and if you can't accept that, I'm not going to be there
Well,
to hold your
hey, you
hand.
guys should get a
What if I
room, bro.
changed my
Get a
beliefs for
room.
you?
Get a room.
Yes, I would.
You guys
I
can
would
call
give
each
you
other
the
on
whole.
private.
I would give you the world for you.
Yeah, is it a round world?
Would you take me back if I said it was
Can the
round?
moderator end this, please?
I
Bro,
want.
just get a room, bro. You guys want to talk about whatever, just go get a room.
Well,
You just don't understand.
does this guy know who I think I
We
am?
the
What's
flat
wrong with this
earthers
guy?
to support
I'm
me
a big.
here.
Hey, whoa, hang on. Hey, this guy thinks he's a hotshot. I'm geeks, man. Don't mouth off to me
He
again.
is
Care
a
who
very
you are, bro.
attractive man.
I do not give a fuck who
You
you
just
are,
don't
bro. I'm just
understand,
telling
like,
you. If you guys want to talk about this breakup, lovey dovey, whatever, just go get a room, call each other on private or something, bro. Why you putting your freaking personal life, whatever, on here, bro? Ain't nobody want to hear that shit.
He's attacking her flat Earth theories, I think.
Yo, but we don't care. I don't care, bro. Get a room, call each other.
But this is the flat Earth room, 24/7.
Yeah, they're
We need
not
to
talking about
defend
flat
her.
Earth. They
We need
talking
to
about
defend her.
breaking. Go ahead, you can defend her. It's not my job to defend Thanks. anybody. It was so obvious that they were trolling. I don't know why did you guys let this continue for so long.
It's geeks.
Well, number
He
one, you don't. Yeah, hold on. Number one, you don't know the links that people go to make this channel be something that it's not. So in a way, it's kind of like showing you, because if we act too quickly, you say, why did you mute them so quickly? If we let it go on for a little bit, then you're like, whoa, wait a minute, why are they doing this? So in a way, it's kind of like psychological. You have to experience what we deal with on a daily basis. Whereas you come in here, have your little fun, and leave. We deal with real problems like these. And you might think it's a troll, but this is the only ways they know how to cope with what we're doing in here is to LARP, is to troll, to lie, to deceive, all these kinds of things. So this is just one thing. And for your observation, we deal with this all day. And just so that it could be known to you guys, because some of you are real hard nosed, think that the Earth is a globe, but look at the lengths people go to make this channel look ridiculous. That's what the exposing of this is all about. So you guys can realize we're dealing with these psychological conditions on a real time basis. It's what's happening, bro. Everybody comes in here, they act like they want to use this channel for whatever, and Kemba was right. But you have to see the links that people go to. Just showing you this evidence right there. People's hair, like Crit said it best, people's hair is on fire when they come in here. Like they're so upset about the fact that we're the number one channel on politics server. They can't have it. It just can't be like that. And you guys know what I'm saying is true because it's evident. This example that we have here is just one example of like how people try to make this channel a mockery. You think that was kind of cute, geeks? But you're earning your way fast to being somebody who's not going to be here permanently. You think this little display of having somebody come in here and do that is kind of cute?
Geeks is a legend, though.
Yeah, he might be a legend, but in
think
his own mind.
He's server muted, so he can't answer you.
That's fine. But you see how,
okay.
like, now when we're talking about the person who was actually LARPing, you guys start advocating for him? How weird is that? And on the other hand, you were saying, why are they continuing? Oh, man, why do these guys continue? They're
Geeks
trolling.
and Ace were both fucking... This was like a skit or some shit. They were doing some
I know.
dumbass shit.
I know that.
That was obvious.
Well,
Ace
and
and
I mean,
Geeks.
they want to
Whatever the
continue
fuck
to do, like, obviously Geeks is a regular here.
Oh, is he?
He's gonna get his. He's gonna get.
Okay,
Yeah, he's
so
gonna
he
get.
might have been. He might have just been trolling then.
Well, he's gonna get his. He's gonna get his privilege revoked about being in here because it's a privilege to be in here, not a right.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, thing is, we don't care if you get hot under the collar when it comes to debates and such. But get a good reason for doing it. Don't come in here just making this channel out to be something you mock. You're gonna find your way out of here quickly on a permaban list.
I see. But wasn't there that other guy that was in here the other day that you're saying that you had like muted like 100 times or whatever the fuck?
I don't know who you're talking about, but possibly. It just depends who
I
they
can't
are.
remember his name.
I'm telling you, man, people got stars in their eyes when it comes to this channel because they know that we're the best. So they try to be up here with us, and they fly too close to the sun and get their wings singed.
Yeah, I mean,
that's because on a flat Earth model, the sun is much closer than in a globe Earth model.
Ah, touche.
Yeah. I think, yeah. Well, obviously, a lot of people like to come in here and troll.
Yeah, we're looking for serious discussion. We want to know if anybody's out there has the ability or capability to have an intellectual discussion. I look forward to it.
Yeah.
I know some people. We've had one just the other night, so I know it's possible. We've talked to, I think there was an astrophysicist in here. We had a couple of pretty smart globers that were in here. We're talking about gas pressure. I don't know if you were here or not, but we had that discussion. But if you just think that, I don't know, it just depends on what type of mindset that you're in. I don't know anybody's like capability in here. So whether or not you're able to contemplate and critically think about the things we talk about, it's going to show what type of person you really are. Because if you just make a mockery of things and you never like look at what we're saying, it just shows that you're blatantly ignorant. You can't handle conversations. If you just result to like ad homs and, making mockeries of this. But if you really want to have a serious discussion, you're going to get it. And here you will.
Well, alright, so I thought I was muted earlier, but I actually wasn't. But I was asking in the side chat about the eclipse, and some guy was talking about like some balloon or whatever. I told him to explain it, and he said he just couldn't. He wasn't saying anything. He just said think critically or whatever. I'm like, well, just explain it to me. Like, tell me what you're thinking about this balloon and like flat Earth or whatnot.
A balloon in regards to an eclipse? Is that?
Yeah, that's what he posted.
What?
But I don't know if you guys. I don't know if everyone in flat Earth like shares the same theory or like whatnot.
What was he on about? Like, I don't know what the context was.
Well, yeah,
Setting a balloon up was gonna do.
Yeah, he
What was that
was
gonna
talking about shadows, I guess. Like, so I was just like, all right, I saw the eclipse, right? Then I guess he thought that was like I was saying that proved like round Earth or whatnot, and then posted this picture of like a fucking balloon. I don't know. I think he's in here. I guess he could explain it, but I asked him to explain. He said no. Just think critically. I was like, what? Like, why can't you just explain it to me? That's what I don't get.
I wish I could find out who it was, because I don't know the context. So I don't know if I can help you on that.
This is Kimbo Beats guy. Kimbo Beats.
Oh, Kimbo was saying, maybe he's AFK or whatever. But
oh, I was just wondering. I asked him to explain it to me. He just said think critically, and then he called
No,
me
I said
a dumbass retard for not understanding.
No, I didn't call you retarded. You better go read everything again, bro. I didn't call you retarded. I didn't call you dumbass.
All right, I'll read it again.
I never said that, bro. See, you put
He wouldn't be.
see that you put words in my mouth. See that? No, I post Go ahead.
Well, one thing
I was
you
just
can
saying
do
you
is,
wouldn't be wrong if you had said that. So there's always that.
All right, well,
I thought
just
you guys
explain it
just
to me then.
no insult.
You know,
That's what I'm
you guys
asking
just
for.
said no insult.
See, this is one of the reasons a lot of you guys come in here. You guys not being honest at all. You know, you start throwing words everywhere, start accusing other people, calling you this, calling you that. If anything, it's the other way around. You guys always calling us name. But anyhow, beside the point, he start talking about the eclipse. So I post a picture of a balloon.
Yeah.
And the shadow that casting on the cloud, it's way bigger than balloon, way bigger than the object. I said, just think about it. If the moon go in the front of the sun, right, cast the shadow on Earth, right, and I said something about the diameter of the moon, probably like 2,000 miles, right, maybe a little bit over. I don't remember exact size, but I'm saying that the shadow should be way bigger, not 200 miles wide. Like with the heliocentric model gave us the information, and that's all I'm saying. That's it. And I said, think about it. So if anybody have a better explanation, go ahead, give it to him.
All right. Well, I know what they said. Like, all right, the mainstream guys, like all these like scientists or whatever, they're saying, because the distances or whatever, that it makes perfect sense. So I'm just asking what the alternative is. Like,
wait a minute. Wait. Let's pause for a second. Because what just happened and what you just said is not able to be understood as any information of any significance, worth data,
sure,
or anything that you've analyzed. It was a blanket statement that was basically a subjective opinion of yours. You said something to the effect of, they said something, and everybody should know that it's already understood. And I'm like, what did they say that convinced you? It didn't sound like they said anything except for, trust us, bro, to summarize. And you're like, sure will.
Sure. So
right. So this is okay.
Well,
and I've said this before. I'm actually. Go ahead.
Gotcha. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Well, I was just gonna say that is what I would consider, and I'm gonna be saying this for a little bit, so at least it'll drive the point home. It's called scientism.
Right.
It's a religious belief in an idea that science is a dogma. So there's dogmatic beliefs, right? So it becomes a religion. It's not anything to do with like the study of the physical and natural world any longer.
Right.
It's having to do with philosophical views of like what they think the Earth is, and having to do with mathematical models. So, in concerns to that, like you're not giving any hard facts. You're just telling us what they said, and based upon what they said, it's like, hey, don't worry, we looked into it, we checked, trust us. And you're like, that sounds like a great idea. I'll do that.
Okay, I got you.
What data do we have? I'm asking you.
Told me the sun.
What data did they present?
They told me the size of the sun. They told me the size of the moon. They told me the trajectory of the moon that's going through on the eclipse. And then they've told me the size of the shadow and the percentage of shadow in all of the U.S. And all that was right.
What's the size? All right. What's the size of the moon that they told you? Let's go one by one.
Well, I'd have to look it up. All right, let's look it up.
Oh, wait. You know the size of the sun?
Off the top of my head, no.
Okay, the trajectory?
The trajectory of the sun?
No, of the moon.
No. I don't know.
Okay, so
what do you want?
Okay, that's fine.
You want
What I wanted actually
What do you want?
was
Like,
if you're saying they gave you all these things on a silver platter, for you to at the very least, tell me one thing in a numerical value sense that even made any kind of logical sense to you, because it
Right.
sounds like the story they told you is not supported by any information that you could tell me any metrics of. Because I'm simply saying,
hey,
okay,
and
so you
that's
were,
what I'm saying.
yeah, but
But
my
that's why I'm
point is
coming to
this,
you.
right?
I'm like, all right, they told me all this stuff, right? And then the eclipse happened. All right, so what's the alternative? Like, in the flat Earth,
You don't know, sir. Wait a minute. Time out. You can't tell me you want an alternative now because you don't know the narrative. I'm asking you for
all right, well then,
specific facts,
so you're
brother.
telling. All
I'm
right,
asking you what data did they show you, and you're like, well, the trajectory, the size of the sun, the size of the moon. I'm like, okay. I started to say, number one, what's the size of the moon? I don't know. Let me look it up.
right.
Okay, what's the size of the sun? The moon, the trajectory. I don't know. So now that you don't know anything, you're saying, now give me an alternative to that. I'm like,
Right.
to what? You didn't tell me you knew anything. So how am I going to give you an alternative to something you don't know? So here's
Okay.
what I'm doing. Right?
So all of that.
I'm showing.
Wait,
What I
all of
got.
that. All of
What
that.
I got is
Though.
a mirror. What I got is a mirror that I'm showing you that you said you know something, and as a matter of fact, you don't know anything.
Sure.
And then you want an alternative to the thing that you don't know. That's reasonable. Not like,
Right.
I don't know what you guys are thinking. Like, is this channel just designed for you to come in there and say, okay, they said the Earth, the trajectory, the size of the moon, size of the Earth. Okay, give me an alternative. Well, you didn't give us the premise. You don't tell us what you know. Specifics, man. That's
They
what we
said,
need.
all right.
And
This
then
is
we'll
what
move
they
forward.
said. Then this is what they said. This
What?
is what I'm talking
What?
about.
What?
The whole heliocentric model, right? They said that the moon is going to hit this at this time, at this place, and it's going to be here, right, on the Earth. The shadow is going to be here.
You know, that's extremely vague. That's extremely vague.
Well, I'm talking
What
about
are
the
you
eclipse.
talking about?
I'm talking about the eclipse, right?
Yeah.
They
But
said the eclipse is going to happen here at this time. It's going to.
Yeah, let me set it up. Let me set it up for you, okay? I'm going to try to help you as much as I can because I really do want you to be giving your position as much, foothold as you can. So, what geographic location are you talking about? Without doxing your location. If hopefully that's not what you're doing. Without doxing your location, what geographic?
I don't have to dox my location. The location that the eclipse was traveling across the United States this time, right? The shadow of it. That's what I'm talking about. The path of the eclipse.
Totality, or just?
Sure, we can go with totality. I mean, obviously they gave out maps for percentages. 90% here, 80% here. They gave out all those maps, right? But the path of the complete totality, they knew where it was coming in years ago, like decades ago.
Okay. Are you saying that we learned all of this because the Earth is a globe?
No, I'm saying why did they know that? Like these globers or whatever.
Yeah, how do they know that?
Yeah, why did they tell us that was going to happen, and then it did happen, and what is the alternative to that? That's what I'm asking.
Well, it's that question is so simple to answer. So simple. So if you had enough time to stare at the night sky, let's just say, over a lifetime, just looking at the night sky, recording all the cyclical nature of the heavens, right? You're just looking at the way things move in the sky. You're recording everything, right? Leaving nothing out. What do you think is going to happen over time of just doing what I just said? Just recording everything, looking at the movements, recording everything, looking at the movements, repeat, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. What do you think is going to happen over time?
If you're at the same place on Earth or whatnot, you're probably going to see some patterns, maybe like.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's exactly. Right? Yeah, you're correct. That's exactly the correct answer. You're going to notice patterns, But why are you going to notice patterns? Is the next thing.
Right, because the Earth, the stars are all like their movements are on known paths. They're on or consistent
Correct, sir.
paths, I guess what you could say.
Once again, you're walking the path and you're speaking correctly. That's exactly why you would know. So now, if we're examining the claim that we need a globe in order for these things to happen, could you say, I don't need a globe. All I need to do is observe the sky. And over time, I will notice patterns happening. And I could also do predictions because of postdictions. Postdictions are known cycles that happen and reoccur over time. So because you have postdictions...
I could do that. But I want to know why.
Okay.
Like, I want to know your explanation, you know? That's why I was saying I'm coming in here, like, when there's an eclipse, I want to know why, like, or how it works.
All right, so
because I get all of that from these globe side, you know what I'm saying? Like, the globers.
Yeah, you get
They can tell me everything. They can tell me exactly how they got there and why they have all those numbers. And I want to know, like, the other side of it, you know what I'm saying?
So no, wait, time out. The magic happens is because they're attaching that cyclical nature over a story they're telling you. All they got to do is make a story that fits that particular prediction. The prediction of like when something happens because there's cycles that repeat. All they got to do is say, well, you see now, everything is happening because the thing that you're standing on is in motion. So that's why you see things happening in cycles, because we're moving. So they're telling you a story that's not perceivable. You cannot perceive the Earth in motion in any way, but you can only infer it based on the idea that these patterns happen. So because of these patterns, they're telling you because of the patterns, they're telling you a story over that. So they're basically, the word I want to use is superimpose. They're superimposing the information over the idea that you live on a globe. So it becomes a real entity in your mind. You're like, well, that makes sense because we see these patterns, therefore the Earth is a globe. Because just like they said, in the vacuum of space, you got a solar system, we're going around the sun in a specific cycle, and it all lines up with these patterns I see in the sky. What that is a pragmatic fallacy. That means that because it works, therefore it's true. Which in this case, I gave you an alternative, which is people, all they need to do is look up at the night sky, record the events, rinse and repeat every night. So over time, all people have to do, void of learning any geometry of the Earth, can just tell you that something will happen due to the patterns that they see that are happening in the sky, void of any geometry. They don't have to tell you the Earth's any shape. The only thing they got to tell you is that this will happen at this specific time because they know it will happen. It happened before, it'll happen again, and so on and so forth in the future, and this many years apart. And so you can start to become even better further down the line with your predictions, right? Because your postdictions. So you don't need to have any geometry, do you get it now? So
all right, but what about okay, I understand that makes sense. You're talking about patterns and everything, but what about the physics of it? Because like, are they still stars? Are they still like planetary bodies moving around? Like, how does that work? Like, because
let's break it
the
down.
physics of it have to completely change to match the flat Earth model.
No. Yeah, no. Wait. Let's not get up. Don't put the cart before the horse. Let's just take it one step at a time. So if you look at the night sky and you see a star, right? You look through your telescope. What do you see? Like, let's just go based on observations, right? What have you ever seen a star, by the way, through a telescope?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me what you saw. Just only what you saw. Don't...
Or a dot, basically.
Okay.
Almost.
Right.
Dot of light.
What? Okay. So by looking at that, what can you tell me about it? Let's say, could you tell me the elemental composition of the thing you're looking at? Could you tell me the atmosphere that surrounds that object, if it is one?
Without using scientific method, or you
Well,
mean
no,
just like
not
looking at it?
not scientific method, but just anything you could garner from just observing it. Anything.
Yeah, I
Other
mean,
than
if
just,
you looked at the light, if you look at the light of certain stars and you analyze the color, then you know kind of what gases they're burning. So you kind of know what state that star is in. You can tell the size of something by looking at it and things of that nature. So you have a little bit of an idea of what the chemical composition of
all
it
right.
is, if you're following
Well,
traditional science.
yeah. Let's because we want to walk the path of science, right? We don't want to veer off and go into philosophical means because we don't need to talk about
Right,
things that
right.
we can't know for sure.
So
Just pure
certain
science.
gases burn at certain UV, like certain gases burn at certain light lengths. So if you look at the color of something, you can kind of tell what's burning, right?
You've learned enough, dude. You might as
Okay.
well.
So
I have a question that
Or is
has
that
to do
wrong?
with this.
Should I not
Can I
assume that?
ask?
no,
It's
no.
wrong.
Hang on, Pickle. 1 second.
I can
Do we
throw
have
that
any?
assumption out the window because that's just
No.
that's.
We're doing good. I think we should just keep walking the path.
I'm
But
just
what I
well,
want to say is we got.
I'm willing to throw that out the window if you guys are not good with that. Like if you want me
No,
to
like I said,
suspend
listen.
that
Hold
belief.
on a second. Just put a pin on it for now. We got other people in the chat. I have to address the other people. I can't just have a conversation with you
Oh, I got you.
blindly.
Go ahead.
Right.
I just
So
have a really short question.
yeah, go ahead.
So we can see like craters on the moon, for example. So if
Sure.
let's say the moon is like a globe as well and it's spinning, wouldn't we be able to see like the crater moving in a certain pattern that would align with it being a globe?
What the moon itself being a globe? Is that what you're saying?
Or just like any identifiable object like on a planet.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. There's light and shadows you can see from a crater. Things distinguishing features that you could attribute to something being physical and having the attributes of light shining on it. I mean, you could say that that's something we could probably lean towards. But I would ask you now. This is very specific to how we know things, right? What is the primary evidence that you know that it is a physical object? Now, this is important. It isn't just like I'm not trying to make what is it? I'm not trying to get you on a gotcha. I want you to think about the question. What is the primary evidence that you can solidify that thing that you're looking at is an actual object and it's not just light or it's not just something metaphysical that you can't touch? How do you know that's not an image? That's what I'm asking. How do you know it's
Personally, I wouldn't be able to tell, but like from studies and stuff from people like, technology. But
So,
yeah,
well,
obviously,
yeah,
I wouldn't be able to tell. But I do get your question.
Yeah, I guess the most important thing is what I'm saying is we have to trust the narrative, right? You have to lean on people that would say I've got better equipment or I've been there, that kind of thing. But anything from your perspective, it would be more like akin to a belief. Like I can only know so much by looking at it, but I can't know any more than that. So if we were to say, okay, let's trust the experts, whoever they are, then what we're doing is we're stepping over the line of where something was knowable to something is believable. So it becomes not something knowable as in primary experience, but it becomes something that we trust somebody else about. You see what I'm getting? Like, so it's hard for you to get to a place where things become empirical to something more akin to philosophical. So that's the only problem that we have with that. Listen, when you look at the moon and I look at the moon, I could very much say everything that you say. It looks to me like a rock in the sky, right? That's what it looks like. However, I can't say that with all assurance because I've never been there. I don't know its constituent parts or what the chemical composition of it is made of, the elemental structure. I couldn't tell you that. However, I could tell you from my perspective, it looks like something on Earth. Looks kind of like those igneous rocks, has the same color, tint, hue, it just depends. But that's as far as it goes with me. I could only say, yeah, I can agree with you. It looks exactly like what you're saying. but we cannot be in a position to say we can verify something that we don't have primary experience with. That becomes the situation in this case. So when we start to lean on other people to say that we trust them, that means that we're giving our critical thought away to basically a belief. So, and then I'm not saying that's wrong in any sense. I'm just saying it's not scientific, if you get me.
No, yeah,
It
I
stops
agree,
being
because that's
scientific
what I was.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like
Yeah, go
the
on.
only, I think, argument that I was really thinking of that I could have against it currently, because I'm still doing research.
Okay, so wait, that's interesting.
Right? Does that?
You're saying
does
if
that-
you
Jim, does
if you
that-
can't experience it, then
Go
it's
ahead. Go ahead.
it's bunk in your mind. If you
Well,
can't do it,
it's not
it's
that it's
done.
No. It's not bunk. I didn't say it was bunk. What I said is that you can't lean on it as being primary evidence of you saying that you know something is true. Do you see the difference?
Sure.
Did I explain myself, June, correctly, or did you? I didn't, because I didn't say what the gentleman made it out to be like I'm saying.
No,
I didn't say it's bunk.
I didn't mean it like that. If so,
I think maybe you mean first-hand experience, which we can't exactly, like tangible.
Right.
Correct. It puts it in the it's a different category. It makes it empirical and falsifiable and verifiable. So let's just say I said the elemental composition of the moon was such that it's made of limestone or whatever on the surface, right? I could say this, but when I tell you that, you could well, just hear me out. When I tell you that, you could only believe me. You can't verify what I'm saying. So to you, because let's say I'm an expert, right? You would trust what I'm saying and say and carry that opinion that educated guess, and you would carry that educated guess as a known fact. You get what I'm saying
I don't
now,
know.
June?
I think an expert would, have a copy. He would have some moon rocks, and he would bring them back to a lab, and he would generate a report and say, "This is what I
but like,
found."
listen, listen. It becomes. I know what you're